The final World Final live from Singapore, where some teams flourish, whereas others left to wither. The Garden of Counter-Strike sees just 4 teams remain. 3 more games, 2 more days, 1 final trophy.
It's time to enter the Lion's Den once again. This time, it only gets tougher from here. We've reached the semi-finals and 2 teams did get to benefit from a day off yesterday, but surely they were practicing hard and getting ready for the fights ahead of them. Guys, how are we feeling? Now, you guys came with a passion and energy that I absolutely loved yesterday. You guys were fantastic from the start to the finish. You saw an epic game between Spirit and FaZe that went the distance and more, but it was Spirit that was able to overcome them. Do we have some Spirit fans in the house? More boos coming out there. Well, that must mean there's more Astralis fans then, right? But before we get to that, Vitality, they demolished Mouse. Mouse fans, are you still here? Oh, okay. They left the building very quick after that one. But then we've definitely got Vitality fans, right? But Vitality have a tough task on their hands. You can see them getting set up and ready right now. And I know you're gonna make some noise for these guys. It's G2! And there's even some G2 flags in the crowd as well. Keep this energy, keep this passion, keep this fire. I want to keep hearing you roar. So Singapore, make some noise! And let's start the show.
Oh yes, day 2 here in Singapore, where 4 names remain in line for that World Finals throne. G2 speed running to the semi-finals and raring to be rebounding from Rio. Spirit, unfazed by FaZe and no cracking under the pressure just yet. Vitality, King Mezzy may be absent, but eliminating Mouse inches them closer to that crown. And last but by no means least, Astralis. Against all the odds, Cadian on a mission to put Danish Counter-Strike back on the map. My name is Fresbers, joined by Stico and Pimp for this epic day of Counter-Strike. We had a great time yesterday. The crowd showed up so well. Semi-finals, it's only going to be getting louder in here.
It's only going to get better, isn't it? We often talk about Friday, first game in a quarterfinal. It can be a little bit quiet in here. People are at work, but people came in spades yesterday. The arena was feeling great. The atmosphere was cool. And I think you're right when you're saying it's only going to get better and better.
This is one of the crowds that is going close to my heart already by yesterday, because the games that we delivered as well on the stage here and the crowd that was cheering for that, it was something spectacular. It was such a good game, and moving forward for Saturday and Sunday, it will be awesome.
Gentlemen, what was the strangest thing that you signed yesterday? We've had a lot of fans coming and getting pictures. I saw the queue for you and Mo and Connor just yesterday, Jacob. I signed a laptop yesterday, a phone as well. What was the weirdest thing for you?
You don't want to know.
I don't want to know.
People don't want to know.
I think we should leave it at that then. Let's recap the group stage, however. Of course, we did have 4 teams taken to the stage yesterday, but 2 skipped out on that because they topped the group. Let's check in with Group A, because against all the odds, Tico, Astralis making it through as the best team in Group A.
Absolutely new face to be seen basically from Astralis. Compared to the previous results, this is the team that actually surprised me the most throughout the event, and the way they bought themselves extra day to rest, to practice and to prepare is actually incredible, because the teams they beat were not easy ones.
It's another fun story of how the narrative can change so quickly with a team coming into the tournament. We saw the 8 teams entering the tournament. We all agreed we have 7 of the best teams in the world and Astralis attending. And all of a sudden they come in, they beat Na'Vi, they look super solid in the group stage. As you said, they haven't lost a map so far in this tournament. And from, talking about them not being here as the underdog or being here as the team that wasn't supposed to be here to now one of the, I guess, favorites to make it to the final. That's how quickly the narrative can change in Counter-Strike in just 2 days.
And Cadian doing it with just one arm as well. Get you a man who can basically do anything on the server. Group B, of course, it was G2 to be topping that particular group after going down 0-13 to Liquid in that first map, Stuco.
After that, they just completely revamped their approach, I feel like. It is completely different team from what they came to the tournament. As Malbs actually said, the first map of the tournament never happened, so that 0-13 is not going to be stinking too much. But at the same time, they were showing really good signs throughout the tournament of improvements. Not only that they came prepared, but they're also improving throughout it.
G2 will always be resilient to that kind of pressure. Of course, a horrible start to the tournament for them, but when you have m0NESY firing, when you have Nico firing, when you have these individuals showing up in spades, then G2 can win tournaments as well as they can lose tournaments. We've seen that, but you can never count them out, especially when you have so much quality on the server every single time.
Well, from potential winners to unfortunate losers coming out of yesterday, as we can take a look at the playoffs overview with the quarterfinals being wrapped up. First up, it was MOUZ to be taken down by Vitality handedly at that, Jacob.
And that was disappointing. I think a lot of us expected MOUZ to be competitive in that game. I think most of us had MOUZ to win the game against Vitality as well. But one thing is losing, one thing is exiting the tournament in the fashion they did it. But when you're losing 16-6, or sorry, 13-6 and 13-6, and not even making the game competitive at any point, that's a bad feeling. So I'm a little more worried on MOUZ's behalf than I probably should be. It was a very poor showing yesterday.
It's unfortunate that they're kind of building that narrative of them not feeling too comfortable on the stage in front of the crowd. We have to keep getting rid of this name tag that they're given, because the major is coming, and team like MOUZ is not going to be comfortable with just top 4 finish. They want to aim for that trophy, and they need to do that in front of the crowd as well.
Now, on the other side of this bracket, we had another 2-0, but you wouldn't believe it was a 2-0 because this was a hyper-competitive game, double overtime on what was the final map of Anubis, with Spirit managing to keep their heads and kick in phase out of Singapore.
Best game of the tournament so far, no doubt. 2 super competitive maps. 13-10 on Mirage that could have gone the way of FaZe as well. Kerrigan even said it. A couple of rounds slipped out of their hands. And then, as you said it, Freya, this fantastic Anubis games where the emotions were just flowing in full force. You could see Shiro, you could see Donk, you even saw Kerrigan step it up to the occasion as well. That was a beautiful game of Counter-Strike, and I almost wish that we would have gotten a 3rd map.
At some point, we were 1 bullet away from Dust 2, which would be a 3rd map, and that could have gone again either way. So it just shows you how tense it is, how close these games are, and the likes of Chopper and Kerrigan that came up alive in that matchup is actually the names that you wouldn't expect necessarily, but IGLs keep pulling through this event, and I like it.
Yeah, of course, Spirit withstanding the pressure, wiping some sweat off their brow as they managed to eliminate FaZe. But I think it's time to check in with our predictions from yesterday to see exactly where everybody is laying. I'm still there with 2 lives. What are we, tied for first, Jacob and Mo, if I'm reading that correctly?
It's 2 smartest people in the arena, so I guess that's only fair that we're tied for first.
Wow, and humble as well,
yep.
I guess. Let's check in with the traded play of the day, though, because we did have some banging plays going down yesterday. I mean, I don't envy the person's job who it was to be selecting these, but you guys at home did vote who's coming in as 3rd, Jacob.
We're starting with a bit of FlameC action with the M4A1S, and he was doing a great job yesterday. Aggressive, assertive, going for the duels, shutting down his opponents. It's a nice ace coming in from FlameC, and we saw a lot of aces yesterday. Arguably, this was the 2nd best.
Just shy of a 1st place, Donk in Spirit. Again, on that Anubis that we just mentioned, Donk styling on them kids, or Angs, you should say, I don't know, it's just the 360 dual Beretta skill. You rarely see these kind of things, especially in pro games. You see it a lot in FaZe and Premier, but here at stage, Donk is doing it all.
He even seems surprised himself. Now, from the 2nd best ace of yesterday to the best ace of yesterday, Shuhei with the USPS, and it was actually also the 1st round of yesterday. All headshots, standing in window, just tapping away, and let's be honest, Shuhei, he's known for a lot of good things, one of them being calling, but destroying opponents like that with a USP. I don't think I've seen Shuhei do that before.
No, it was insane. Maybe a bit of a bitter consolation prize for Shuhei is, of course, eliminated here in Singapore, but that does tee us up for our schedule today. 2 incredible semi-finals going to be going down, wrapping up with Astralis versus Spirit, not before G2 taking on Vitality, which leads us nicely into predictions where, Jacob, I completely disagree with you. It's time for you to defend your case.
I'm not sure I can, you know. I think the first game is 50-50. I am going and sliding with G2, given the stand-in situation with Vitality. And for Astralis Spirit, I don't know. I've liked what I've seen from Astralis, and given that I haven't picked Astralis in my predictions for almost 4 years, I thought today was about time.
For me personally, I agree with Jacob completely on the G2 angle. I think this is just, they cannot keep getting away with the stand-in for so much. For Spirit and Astralis matchup, I'm giving it to Spirit for the reason that from Astralis, there's been known issue where people on the lineup, if they get into the arena, that is a little bit wobbly, you know, so to speak. And, you know, it might translate here as well. Hopefully not, but that's my prediction.
Well, the fans have been arriving all afternoon long, and for good reason, because we have 2 very tasty dishes to be serving up today. Not least, beginning with G2 taking on Vitality, a rematch of full finals going down after this break. gauntlet of grudge matches continues as Vitality now lock their eyes onto G2. What was the full final semi-final now set to play out once again here in Singapore, where despite fielding Jax as a stand-in, Vitality managed to dismantle Mouse just yesterday. But G2, they proved a tough opponent last time around, Jacob, because taking Vitality down in their semi-finals back in Copenhagen set them up for Grand Finals berth. And what did they do back at full finals?
They smacked Na'Vi in their best-of-5 final, and I don't think anyone saw that coming. I don't think many people had them as favorites against Vitality in that semi-final either. But as I recall it, we got onto Mirage. It was a very close game. Vitality even leading early on, and then for some reason G2, as they always do, they find a way back into the games. As you can see on the scoreboard, there were a couple of performers in that game that did very well for themselves. On the G2 side, Nico, Malps, m0NESY. Those three are the three players you want to see play well if you hope G2 is to win today as well.
I have to say at full finals that they have played some of the most beautiful Counter-Strike I've ever seen from G2 this year, and this is impossible to maintain when you look at the G2, and they have been even part of the lineup changes throughout the year. It's been multiple times where they felt like the things are not going their way, but at full finals they actually proved a tier 1 team, and I'm hoping that we can see it here at World Finals.
It was crazy, right? Because they win the first map and it's like, right, okay, maybe this is an anomaly, Na'Vi are going to be bouncing back. Then they win the second, and I'm like, okay, this actually could be happening, potentially in 3. The fact that, Snax received so much critique when he joined this roster, obviously individual form not been up to par, the fact that they still lifted a trophy that's such an impressive feat for G2.
It is impressive, and no one can take it away from G2, but I think it's also part of why people are frustrated when they look at their lineup, because they are so good. They have these players in front of you right here, m0NESY, Malps, and Nico, Hunter, Snax for that matter as well. There's so much quality within G2 that you almost expect them per default to be contending for trophies every single time. So they win Fall Finals, they then go to Rio where they bow out in last place and there's nowhere to be found, and then you're back to thinking, what's going on with G2? So I think they're more frustrating than not. I've said it many, many times. I think being a G2 fan is the hardest job within esports. It's so nice, and when they play well, they play the most beautiful Counter-Strike out there, the most intuitive Counter-Strike out there. But when they fail hard.
We're not even talking about beautiful Counter-Strike, meaning that they strategically outplay everyone. It's just those crisp tabs from Nico, from Malps, the pistol rounds. These are the best pistol rounds player I've ever seen in Counter-Strike 2 so far. We have m0NESY into that mix, one of the most flashiest kids that we have on the AWP right now. And it's just joy to watch purely from individual and mechanical standpoint of view.
Now, Jacob, you're giving me kind of Anchorman vibes in that suit, so I'd like you to be our news anchor just for the moment, because there's been a little bit of a quote, hasn't it, come out from the G2 CEO?
We have been speculating for quite some time as to what's going to happen with the man on the screen right here. And this G2 CEO said during this week, if we wanted to keep Nico, we could have done so, which implies very strongly that Nico is not going to stay with G2 for next year. We already kind of knew that. There's been rumors about sending him to the Falcons and all that kind of stuff, but for him to leave, and I guess for the CEO to confirm that during this tournament, that is news. So it's nice to know that we're perhaps seeing Nico playing on a stage for the last time. Who knows? But it will be good to know where he's going as well.
Yeah, and you have to look at the angle. We've been flirting with this idea at the Copenhagen last month, where we don't know where this team is standing on, how they're evolving throughout the tournament, how their mentality is. Are they going to keep up the roster together for the next year? These were all the questions that were risen back then in Copenhagen, and I think that we finally have an answers, and it begs even more question. What's the performance that they're showing here? Is this, unicorn kind of style thing, or this is the new G2 that we will be seeing?
Yeah, I'm excited about the new G2, and as I just said it out loud, I just realized this could be the last time we see Nico in a G2 jersey on a stage. If they were to lose today and not make the playoff at the major, then we're not going to see Nico wear the G2 jersey on a stage ever again, so embrace it while it lasts.
Well, I think we've got plenty of questions about this exact topic, so let's get some answers courtesy of Nico and Banks.
And I've got you smiling at the moment, but some news did come out around what the G2 CEO said around you leaving, basically like confirming it. Does it bother you that that's come out now in that sense? Like, does it affect anything?
No, not me at all. I'm here fully focused on the event, and I want to win. As long as I'm in G2, I want to win all the remaining events, so that's all I can say. My mind is clear, my goal is clear, and I'm aiming for a trophy here in Singapore.
And looking at that, getting to the grand final, say beating Vitality today, you already spoke about that being a confidence boost so far, right, compared to what you had in Rio. What would it mean for you guys just ahead of the RMR to be able to achieve that, get a grand final, be in a good road?
I mean, obviously, the better results we get here, the better it is for the RMR, but at this point, our heads are just, for this event. We just want to focus on game by game here. We are very close to a trophy, so it's very simple for us. We play against Vitality. We beat them last time, even when they were in full lineup. So we are favorites, and we need to take care of this business. And yeah.
Does it change anything with them having Jax?
I don't think it should change much for us. I mean, we talked. Obviously they're going to play with a little bit less pressure, I would say. But for us, it shouldn't change much. We just need to be ready for their aggression, and they're probably going to play with a bit of more freedom, so we just need to go out there and punish them.
Sounds like he maybe should be going to Astralis with that smooth PR answer.
There we go.
Anyway, yeah, I mean, he's got to handle the event exactly like this, right? The fact that you can't be looking at your next move, you can't be getting too ahead of yourself, because you've got 4 other players around you that they still want to be lifting the trophy as much as you do.
Absolutely, and this is not only the angle of his teammates, it's also a family bond within the team that we are having, so it's another thing you have to look at that is rare compared to any other team out there. Being myself, if I know some player is going out and the lineup might not be stable in the future, it raises a question, put pressure on myself to perform, to make sure that I'm not the next one in line. I have established myself into the lineup, so it's really important from the other POV of the teammates.
And I think it's a fair point you raised with the family connection between Nico and Hunter. Of course, when they did join up together, as you see right here, they've been playing together ever since they were kids, and that's most likely going to change now. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen to G2. We don't know what's going to happen to Hunter, but I did point out, and I want to point out, that Nico said they're taking it game by game. And normally, I hate that phrase. Normally, I hate when teams are saying that, because there's always some greater goal. There's always building upon your strat book or building upon tendencies within the team. But knowing what situation G2 is in right now, you're not trying to build a new philosophy. You're not trying to build on something greater good coming into the major. You're just trying to get the most out of the lineup you have right now. So taking it game by game, in this rare specific case where you know the team is not going to stay together, I will accept it.
Are you also accepting his answer of the fact that, even though Jax is on the other side of the server for Vitality, he's not looking at them any differently?
Absolutely not. I mean, they've been teammates in the past, for G2 at least side, and it's been it's going to be messy Counter-Strike by all means. It's not going to be something that we will see best tactical teams on both sides outplaying each other, making the strats out of the thin air, so to speak. But you have to think about the question that the pressure is the biggest factor in this game. I think both of these teams actually have very little of it.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it makes an even bigger advantage for G2. I think they thrive in chaos. I think they thrive when the game is not, strategically masterminded by a guy like Blade or Alexi B in the Na'Vi camp. The more open the playing field is, the more willing Vitality are to take duels, the more G2 will like that playing field. Also,
just to back up the words that Nico was giving us, it's been evident that he hasn't been taking his foot off the gas for one moment. Obviously, flawless throughout that group stage, other than losing one map to Liquid to start off things. But the fact that he was, so involved in the calling, we were sitting in the booth, or behind the booth rather, just listening in to the G2 communications, and the fact that he's so involved in those mid rounds, he's really given so many strategies over to Snax as well.
Well, it's no secret to say that G2 are going to lose the most impactful player. Not only we're looking at the statistics, looking at the kills, looking at the trophies, but also calling-wise. He's the secondary caller that he was supporting Snax heavily throughout this tournament that we've got the chance to see. And it's going to be incredibly hard role to fill by another player.
Listening to the communications during the group stages as well, and knowing what we already know, I'm almost willing to make the statement that I think Nico is more of a caller than Snax within the G2 camp. One thing is calling what you want to do out of spawn. One thing is having the close connection with the coach coming into the game. But when it comes to mid-round calling and game-decisive calling, you could hear clearly that it's Nico taking the charge more often than not.
You kind of touched upon, the feelings that you've had when you've known that maybe you're leaving the team or another player's leaving the team. Back when you were playing in, 1985, Jacob?
Yeah.
Did you ever have that experience? What were the emotions when you know that somebody's going to be departing and yet you still have to play maybe a couple more events with them?
It can be very difficult. Obviously, it depends on the circumstances. I think when a star player like Nico is leaving G2, the rest of the team will still back him up. As long as they feel he's motivated, as long as they feel he's coming in, doing his job, I don't think it's too big of a problem. I had an occasion where I knew I was getting kicked after a couple of events. So I was playing 2 events knowing that I would get kicked. So for my motivation, it kind of tanked at the first event. I was like, okay, why am I doing this? Why am I traveling to the States to play a tournament knowing I get kicked kicked. And then I realized, listen, this is the perfect opportunity for me to showcase myself. I'm getting kicked, I need to find a new team. So next tournament, I played beautiful Counter-Strike. So it's all about finding that inner motivation and finding your own source of motivation, I guess, to make the best out of it.
And the situation is a little bit different because it's not like Nico is getting kicked, but he obviously doesn't need to fight for his legacy. He's already probably having negotiations within the new team. We can only, you know, imply
If anything,
this.
he's probably practicing as an in-game leader for his next team. So let's see about that.
Do you want that? Would you want
Nope,
Nico to
I
be
would
an
hate
in-game
that,
leader?
but I mean, the amount he's talking, the amount he's directing in the game, Nico could be a wonderful in-game leader if he wanted to. I don't hope that's going to be the case. I want someone to have that responsibility upon him, and then Nico can be the second hand, but I mean, the way he communicates, the way he reads the game, it's up there with the best.
Nico will always be the second hand to an IGL. He has so much experience, he's so vocal about how he wants to play Counter-Strike with his team that he will, no matter the team he lands on, he will always be very vocal.
I mean, he won a trophy back at IM Dallas when he was leading, Jacob. Maybe that's fulfilled him with some confidence. Either way, should we talk about the actual in-game leader for now? That is Snax, because he's been setting a record that isn't great.
I think it's cool.
Let's put it that way. It's a cool record. It's a horrible record, Jacob.
It's a record, you know. He can go down in history and be like, listen, I won a tournament. I won games. I won more games than I'm losing. Actually, by going negative KD or 0 KD for 38 games in a row. Hasn't had a single game with a plus KD. And we had the conversation yesterday with Kerrigan. He hasn't had a single event in, is it 58 tries with a positive KD? But at least he have games where he's stepping up and having impact. Snax is not that kind of player from an individual standpoint. It's been very disappointing. However, the way he's been leading G2 or enabling the players around him, you can't really put a finger on it because they have won a tournament and they are winning more games than they're losing.
I respect Snax for not hunting for the eco kills. He's actually playing into the narrative that he lets his teammates scoop up the...
I've seen him hunt a couple of times and he even dies in those scenarios.
Well, okay, it happens. I try to back him out a little bit. But, you know, at this point, just try to lean into the record. I mean, even if you're winning 13-3, just, you know, give you a little death there.
It's funny. It's a meme at this point. It ain't that deep. But I do want to put a head-to-head under the spotlight, which I think we're so excited for. Not least because we've got two of the best AWPers in the world going toe-to-toe. But the fact that this is two of what will be, certainly, the top 3 players of 2024.
You're wrong, Freya. It's not two of the best offers. It is the 2 best AWP
Very
players
true.
the game has to offer right now. m0NESY versus ZywOo. And you can even hear the crowd right here. They love that action cam right here. 2 players right now who are trying to define themselves and put themselves in a position to be crowned as the best player of the year. We're going to have that conversation, that discussion later. One fact is right now that both m0NESY and ZywOo have had a great tournament so far. ZywOo has been more consistent at a very high level, whereas m0NESY have had pop-off rounds, pop-off games where he's dictating the game. I love this duel, and I think it's going to be a banging one on the server once more.
It's about the thing that m0NESY is performing so well, even if G2 are getting absolutely handled. You have to understand that even the exit at IEM Rio, which was early one for G2, m0NESY was the best performer by far, above even Nico or Hunter for that matter.
I'm so excited for the team walkouts because ZywOo, I mean, the roof was almost blasted off when he walked out, but I have a feeling m0NESY might be the crowd favorite today. In terms of the style that both of these guys deploy, obviously, as you said, the 2 best AWPers in the world, undisputed. Where do you see the variances in how they approach the game of Counter-Strike?
I think if you were to put differences into them, it's the same thing as we always praise m0NESY for. He's a bit more explosive, I'd say. We saw this clip on Anubis CT side where he, out of nowhere in overtime, just destroy his opponents. And I feel like ZywOo doesn't have that same kind of explosivity to him. ZywOo is a little bit more calculated. He has the clutching ability as well, which m0NESY have as well. I think if you were to differ them, ZywOo is a little bit more consistent, whereas m0NESY is a little bit more flashy in that regard. But both of them are having a very high level, and both of them are great clutchers.
If you look at the statistics, it will suggest you that ZywOo is maybe a little bit better, but if I have to look from the player's POV, m0NESY is by far the best player to ever touch Counter-Strike. Mechanically, individually, he's even calling very well, supporting Snax and Nico for that matter. He's giving ideas, he's being very creative, he spends tons of times on server, empty server, theory crafting. This is pure passion that I'm seeing out of him, and I absolutely adore the guy.
Honestly, it's big words to say that, but I'm almost willing to buy it in a sense that I think m0NESY, from a skill perspective, is probably the best player in the world. I don't think anyone has the skill set m0NESY has. It's about finding consistency, maybe maturing a little bit. He's not as old as ZywOo, doesn't have as much experience, but if you were to ask me who do I think is the best player in Counter-Strike in 2 years, I would point at m0NESY any given day.
Let's talk a little bit about ZywOo just yesterday, obviously, in their quarterfinal matchup versus Mouse, because it didn't necessarily have to be the ZywOo Zawu show, right? We saw Spinks, we saw Flamesy firing on all cylinders. That is what we kind of want to be seeing from this Vitality camp, not having to rely on Zawu to bring out the big plays, but him being able to when it does matter.
Absolutely. We've been saying it all year long, and even years before that, Vitality shouldn't be just a Zawu one-man show, and they've been delivering just that. They've been proving that Statement is going to be changing probably moving forward, because Flames was having actually a pretty insane tournament so far, considering the fact that he's just on the rifle, or just quote-unquote, but then Spinks has his occasions when he's going to play really well. Then there's obviously the angle for Jax, where he's just buying a lot of space for the teammates right now as a stand-in. Zawu is putting up insane numbers, and he's doing it consistently in the games where it matters, but the games where they're kind of overrunning the enemies, it might be a little bit harder to get impact going on with an off. Obviously he's getting it by no means, but it is a little bit tougher for him.
It was great to see Spinks play well yesterday, because I think that's been one of the talking points and one of the issues for Vitality. Apex even referred to it, saying that we know Zawu is going to play well pretty much at all times, but we can't really have both Zawu, Spinks and Flamesy playing well at the same time, and he couldn't figure out why that was. You know, is it something about the system? Is it something about the confidence? I don't know, but yesterday we saw the three of them play well all at the same time, and that's when Vitality goes from being a team that contends for semifinals and finals to winning trophies.
I think it is only that we get some words from the Woo, courtesy of James Banks.
So things are looking very good for Vitality, especially with how you played yesterday. Have you guys spoke about how you can take that same energy, the same commitment from all players to be able to have that today against G2?
Obviously, yesterday after the game against Moss, we talk about what we need to bring again for against G2. And obviously we have a good talk, we know what we need to bring, even though we have a stand-in with Jack, but I think he's playing really good. Like he's not putting us in trouble, I will say. Like he's playing really good roles, he's taking the role of with Meze like really perfectly. So actually for all of us, like all four, we don't have to change anything, we just have to play our style. That's why yesterday was working really well in terms of individually and as a team, everything was working for us, so it was really good.
Now you're still one of the very best players of this game. How comfortable do you feel right now in CS2? Do you feel like you've got to maybe the same comfort level as CSGO?
Nah, obviously not. Obviously I can feel I was better in CSGO, but CS2 is still to improve, to find new things, because like there's always new update, always new things. So obviously I can always improve. Like every day, like every time I do mistake, I say fuck's sake, I want to improve every time.
Are you ready for the Monasty Challenge today? Because we're all still looking at this in terms of the numbers, the stats, what can be had there for the end of the year.
Yeah, of course. I'm always ready. Obviously, I'm not like you know me. Like, I'm not.
You don't care.
I'm not really watching it. Yeah. Like when I'm playing the game, I'm not watching Monasty score or whatever. I'm just playing my game, trying to do my best every time. But at the end, obviously, I will check.
I love that question from Banks, because it's been just over a year since we kind of transitioned into CS2, and Zyro says, you know, he still hasn't found his form that he had in CSGO. I'd be inclined to agree with that, even though he is still shining so brightly.
He mentioned that he's catching himself in the mistakes, and this is what I want to mention. Between CS2 and CSGO, it's actually really easy to get caught in these mistakes in CS2, because you can be getting out of position much more easier because of the smokes being blown away. You know, all these kind of things are kind of playing a role where positionally you have to be even more precise compared to CSGO, where Zawu as an Oper was getting away with a lot of leeway.
Yes, Zawu is a very calculated player, and I guess the whole dynamic of being able to nade the smokes and having more avenues of, you know, poaching the AWP in the game makes the game a little bit more difficult for the Orbers in general. So being a calculated guy like Zawu, I'm sure he liked CSGO more from the fact that you couldn't blow up the nades in that regard, but he's still playing at an incredible high level.
Let's talk about the Jack side of the conversation. Obviously standing in just for the moment for King Meze, who has just become a dad, so well-deserved time off there. Has he been a liability so far, Stiko?
I don't think so. He's been pulling his weight for the most part on every map, especially on those, I would say, buggy maps where you don't need to have this kind of rotation-heavy style with the strategic outputs where, for example, Nuke, you would be having to have sticking to the protocols for CD side and T side, but Dust 2 has been especially good map for him. He's been entering his way on Anubis as well. So on these maps where the raw aim is kind of showing himself the potential to be a tier 1 player.
It would be a mistake to say Jax has been a liability. I don't think that's been the case at all. He's been doing tremendously well for himself. Even yesterday in the quarterfinal, individually speaking, he was having impact, having big rounds. I do, however, think with Jax, which is natural, as a stand-in for Vitality, he's a limitation to the lineup. There's certain things and certain strats, certain ways of playing that Vitality can transition into in a game. So it limits the playbook and the opportunities for Apex a little bit, but that could be any stand-in, so it's not really a Jax thing.
Right, you were talking about it just yesterday, the fact that, you know, potentially it would mean that Apex has to shift some more attention over to Jax. It may mean that he is limited in terms of time that he can give to the other players or his own mind for the game. Did we see any of that happening in yesterday's series?
Not really, because I don't think Mouse played well enough yesterday to test that. You know, I don't think Vitality were pushed to a point where Apex is sitting in a scenario where the scoreline is 10-10, you're heading into overtime, and you really have to go deep into your playbook or come up with something creative. In those scenarios, Vitality could be a little bit limited, but it requires the opponents to be competitive enough, which wasn't the case yesterday.
Yeah, but it might be the case today because G2 is a different beast, and you have to think about it this way, that Jax is coming into the server and he's probably going to be the weakest when it comes to individual mechanics and the time put in. Obviously, the experience on the tier 1 level in CS2 has been non-factor for him so far, other than the other guys that are on the stage besides Sim. So it's another thing that you have to take into consideration when Jax is going to maybe not feel that right, and so far he's been doing great, but how long can it last?
Well, let's go ahead and check in with Flamesy as he has some thoughts on the stand-in Jax.
Flames, yesterday's game was solid from you guys, but this looked like a new Vitality. What was the change? What was the switch?
Well, I think we just gotten into a little bit of form, and obviously we had some... I think when you lose a game, you have a lot of opportunity to learn, and I think for Jax it was also an opportunity to kind of like get into the Vitality sort of way of playing in some sense, like we know the keywords, all this kind of stuff, it's sort of memorized from the first game, and I think Liquid game was like a bit tougher, so it also helped a lot that you have a bigger margin to take information from. And I think against Mousesports, individually we were really on point, and I think also like it makes it easier if you know, Zayu gets 1 kill here and Sphinx gets 2 kills here, and every like 2-3 rounds, then it makes you have a very good chance on the buy rounds, which sort of like they choose who wins the game, the buy rounds. So I think it's mostly just Jax getting like more ready, more like in depth with us, and we have more time to like sort of like just prepare ourselves. We don't really care about the enemy because we're not in the main roster, right? We just need to sort of get our shit together, and I think that's like the aim. We're not here to like, obviously everybody wants to win the tournament, but we're here with lower pressure, but on the other end, we really want to improve and take this tournament as a serious one, even without Messi, so it doesn't feel like the stand-in kind of tournament.
You like that approach from Vitality? Because so far, it's been working for them.
I love it. You know, I think it frees up the players like Spinks and Flamesy were in the lineup. Apex even said in an interview leading into the semifinal, all he wants to is make sure that the players are running around feeling comfortable in that regard. Also, we are in an era where anti-stratting and preparing for your opponents, it's something that everyone is speaking about, where, as you heard right here, Vitality are throwing that away. Just focus on ourselves, just play whatever game we want to play, and then we'll see what happens. And I think that's freeing up the entirety of Vitality right now.
Another thing that Flame said was the memorizing the strat book, and that can take a lot of brain power away from what really matters in Counter-Strike, and that is shooting. So sometimes people overthink situations and overthink the strategies to the point where they just don't perform individually, which Jax has not been that case so far. Just because of this thing, he doesn't need to memorize a lot of things because he's the one going in, finding road rules, and that is really what Counter-Strike is about.
And it's an excellent point, because that's exactly what I mean by simplifying the game and the limitations to Vitality. There is a strat book, they've been together for a long, long time, but Apex is well aware that certain of those strats, certain of those, I guess, changes within the game, you can't do when you're playing with a stand-in. So simplify the playbook, make sure to focus on yourself, and make sure Jax is feeling comfortable, which they've done so far.
I think before we do dive into the pick and bans for this series, it's important to preface maybe expectations and maybe how they will differ coming into this series, particularly because Jax is here as a stand-in, because every single time they faced off in 2024, 4 times in total, Anubis has been present. Are we expecting it today?
I definitely expect it today, and for one sole reason is that there's a weird stat that Vitality is actually really sucky on Anubis, but there is one team they've been beating all year long, and that is G2 for that matter. They have 75% win ratio against G2, but measly 22% against anyone else, which is bonkers to me, having this stat. But they've been farming over G2 on this map, and I definitely see that as G2 might be actually scared picking it or playing it, whereas it opens door for Vitality to actually play the map.
Okay, very interesting. Let's see if that will come to fruition. I expect it to be in the map pool, but are Vitality going to be bringing it in? Oh yes, that noise means one thing and one thing only, the picks and the bans. I think the bans, Jacob, are pretty self-explanatory. It's going to be the usual, I would expect.
Yeah, none of these two teams have had an extended break. None of these two teams have done anything to change the map pool. So when you see the bans coming in right here, there's not going to be any surprises at all. Ancient gone, Vertigo gone, that makes sense. I don't think anyone is too bad about that. You know, Vertigo out of the map pool, that's cool. Dust 2 being picked by Vitality, that seems to be a fan favorite inside the arena. You got a bit of Inferno coming in for G2. So far, not a big surprise. And there we go, Anubis actually being vetoed by Vitality.
Okay, that's interesting. And we are leaning into the fact that Jax is probably not as comfortable. And for the decider, we do have a Mirage.
I think that's a great map pool for both teams. I think it's two maps, especially in Dust 2 and Mirage, that both of them are feeling super comfortable on. Inferno requires a bit more team play, a bit more structure with all the utility. That could be a map where Jax will be tested to the limit, but in terms of playing Dust 2 and Mirage, that should be pretty straightforward for Jax.
We've seen Vitality playing a hell of a lot of Dust 2, probably for that reason. Do you think that is why that they chose to ban out Anubis in that second wave? I thought that might be a nice handshake at the end.
They have shown very little weaknesses so far on Dust 2, and I think it was Mouse and Liquid that they've been beating pretty convincingly, and I think that's the reason why they kind of make it as a home turf of a map for this event specifically, because Jax seemed to love it, and he's been doing great on it.
I'll tell you why Anubis is not part of the map pool. I'm pretty sure if we were to ask Vitality, I think it's because of Jax being a stand-in. It's a map that he hasn't played that much as an active player, a map that requires an awful lot of synergy on the CT side in order to shut down a well-functioning T side, which we know for a fact G2 is capable of. And it's a map where utility is a bit underrated. You need to know so many smokes, so many utilities, and I don't think Jax knows that. So to get rid of that from that point of view kind of makes sense.
Right, you brought up an Apex quote that you liked earlier. There was one that you didn't like, though, from that HLTV interview. It was him saying, you know, he wants to showcase to the world that Jax is still a legit player that you should be picking up. I like that because they're friends, right? You want to help out your mates. You didn't like that so much. Do you not like friends, Jacob?
I get the sentiment, and no, I hate friends. I get the sentiment that what Apex wants to do is obviously showcase Jax from his best side, and I guess they're friends, and he hopes that he can play on any given team out there, but it's not up to Apex to make sure that Jax is showcasing himself. That is more or less solely on Jax's responsibility. If he's playing well at this tournament, if he's continuing down the trajectory that we've seen so far from the quarterfinal yesterday, he's making a great case for himself. There's only so much Apex can do, but as I said, I like the sentiment, but it's not really his job to do that.
I think for what Apex maybe was meaning throughout that quote is that throughout the timeouts, for example, when he's explaining a difficult strategy, he doesn't explain the strategy into detail to Jax because he doesn't need to know about it. He just gives direct roles and orders for Jax to perform, so he can again leave that brain power to actually aim and instead of thinking about the strat. So he's maybe going more in depth and requiring some of his own brain power in terms of Jax making sure that all timings are right, all nades are right, all pathings are right, because these things are small details, but in the game of Counter-Strike at this level is all that matters.
There's no doubt that Apex can help Jax, but at the end of the day, it's up to Jax to showcase us, the worlds, the fans out there, any teams that may be interested in him, that he still got it. And I think so far it's been decent, but if he can step it up a little bit more, maybe be a difference maker in a semifinal against G2, that's when he's starting to make a great case for him to make a comeback within the Tier 1, Tier 2 Counter-Strike scene.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. It is almost ready to get our games underway. The last ever semi-finals at Blast Premier. The beginning of the end of this particular chapter.
It's a sweet farewell. You know, all good things have to come to an end.
You know, the players always want to be in front of the fans, in front of the crowd, in front of the audience.
It is you who sets the stage with us. It all comes down to define how we end.
Counter-Strike, you always have a chance to win the round. There's incredible moments of achieving something that seems like it should be impossible.
And now we send the hunt running up close and personal. Oh, what a flick!
We will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
Flames, fights, all fronts. Welcome to Wonderland! Filthy! Absolutely filthy!
It's given us so much. We are lucky that we get to say hello to the next rendition.
Well, that gets me very emotional. There's a lot of history here when it comes to Blast Premier, and we've had a fantastic run but next year things change in a bigger way. All of you guys here sat before me, everyone watching at home online gets to experience the last ever World Final. Are you guys ready? Now, when it comes to these two teams, I think this crowd is going to be very split amongst it. We've got players like Nico and Manasi, Zaiwu and Spinks ready to go to battle. Vitality right now looking like they could do anything with a stand-in, but G2 are going to try and be the ones to stop them. So let me hear you guys make so much noise, enjoy the Counter-Strike, have all the fun from start to finish. Are we ready? I want to hear this over and over again. Singapore, do we have some G2 fans in the house? Not bad, not bad. What about some Manasi fans? Nico? I think Manasi's winning that one right now. And then on the other side, what about Vitality? Little bit less. What about Zaiwu? Well, guys, I want to hear you roar one last time. Everyone in this building, make some noise! Let's get our teams onto the stage.
We'll be walking on stage today with full confidence.
I didn't come here to play. I came here to win.
I always want to win every tournament. I mean, it's obviously about consistency.
Playing much better than we did in Rio, for sure.
Everyone wants to win and everyone is hungry.
Fire at the feet, but belief prevails.
We just have to step up and start playing.
Monis is gonna have to do it alone! Just like that! Nobody can stop it! G2 over top of Spirit yet again.
The bounce back after Rio is exactly what G2 needed, as the Samurais sliced their way through the Dragons and straight into the semi-finals confidently. Deja vu is what they are feeling today as they face Vitality in the semis again. But this time, it's different. This time, they have an ex-G2 player on the other side. This time, it's personal.
Like, we don't have to get overconfident, but I promise if we keep going good CS together, we're gonna smash them.
Vitality have arrived!
My team really care about revenge. They just want to take their revenge.
Jackson, Spinks, working in tandem, cracking things open.
He who defines what is possible!
Thriving in the chaos!
Burning the whiskers off of mouths is flames.
It's no problem for Vitality as they book themselves a place in the semi-finals.
They stung the Maus and put them down quick as everyone on Vitality screamed B is for victory. They crushed their way into the semis while hearing the roars of this crowd. Everyone on Vitality stepped up on this stage. Now they look to do it again, not just for themselves, not just for their fans, but to get revenge for Jax and prove a pint that he wasn't led correctly.
G2 G2 versus Vitality. 4 head-to-heads throughout 2024. 2 wins for each side of the equation. Now, Jacob, one must come out on top.
Yeah, there's gonna be a loser today, Freya. You're not wrong about that. I'm not quite sure that's gonna be, though. I think there's so many interesting storylines heading into this game. Obviously, knowing Jax is a stand-in, knowing he's playing to potentially secure himself a contract for 2025, that's a big motivation for him. I think Vitality and the way they've been playing so far has looked like the freed-up team. Looks like Flamesy is getting confidence. Looks like Spinx is getting confidence. And on the other side, you have G2 with arguably the best trio in terms of raw firepower the game has to offer right now. m0NESY, NiKo, and Malt. It's almost guaranteed, Stuko, that it's gonna be a great game.
Absolutely. I mean, it's layers and layers of storylines that you can create out of this, not only on the server, but also off the server. I love it. You have to think about it this way. You have G2 on the other side that are looking to redeem themselves after tragic previous tournament, and they've been doing it very well so far.
Should we dive a little bit deeper into the statistics, if you will, Jacob? Because there's an interesting tale when we're looking at each team having a man advantage in the situation, right? It's going to be so crucial at the opening kill.
Yeah, I was looking into it yesterday night preparing for the game, and G2 have converted 91.7% of their CT-sided 5v4 rounds so far, which essentially means whenever they find an opening kill on the CT side, they win the round. However, there's a bit of an issue to that, because Vitality on the other side have converted an amazing 86.1% of their T-sided 5v4 rounds. So essentially what it means is that the opening kill department within this game is going to be very crucial for who's going to walk away with a win. Now, it's not something you prepare for as a team. You don't go into the game and say, listen guys, we can't give away any opening kills because then they win the round. But if you as a viewer is noticing throughout this game that one team or the other is getting significantly more opening kills than the other, that probably means that team is going to win.
I love this stat line. Obviously, there are so much more, especially when it comes to, for example, pistol rounds, which is right now in MR12 one of the biggest talking points. It is especially true for the map that we're going to be seeing first, which is Dust 2, where you need to get that off as soon as possible. The long-range duels are just simply too powerful not to hold, and that pistol round win percentage for G2 is absolutely brutal. Even on maps like Inferno, they have wielding like 80% or something of pistol round wins, and that is just a boost that in MR12 means you're converting so much more of a firepower from the get-go.
If I'm not mistaken, Stuko, you said that G2 is arguably the best pistol round team you've ever seen in history of Counter-Strike 2. Given it's a short history, I would most definitely agree with that. The stats backs it up as well. So far in this tournament, they won 8 out of the 10 pistol rounds they played, whereas Vitality have won 7 out of 14. So they're winning 50% of theirs. I think you're right when you're saying pistol rounds could very well be being a determining factor as well, given that this game is a game that by the looks of it, you know, will be decided by momentum. Who gets off to a good start? Who has the economy to make sure that Saivu or m0NESY always have an orb in their hand if they desire to? So getting off to a good start, converting on your pistols in MR12 in a game that is, you know, as open as this is, it's going to be determining.
It's going to be crucial indeed. And speaking of winners, you guys can be winners at home as long as you're watching through blast.tv, as we've got some signed nameplates to be giving away. That raffle will be starting, or 2 of them rather, when Game 1 commences, finishing when the games conclude tonight. 1 raffle ticket will cost you 1,000 blast.tv points, and more tickets gives you a higher chance of winning. You can enter multiple raffles at once, so make sure you're watching on over at blast.tv to enter that giveaway. Gentlemen, we did talk about our predictions. I'm the sole believer in the Bs at the moment. Maybe I'm following my heart more than I am my head. Give me some logic then, Stiko. Why is G2 winning this one?
I think G2 are just playing straight up better Counter-Strike this event, and at the same time, I feel like individual power is a little bit stronger compared to the Vitality ones. There's multiple factors to it, there's multiple ways you can spin it off. For me, G2 is the clear favorite today.
I'll echo that sentiment. I have G2 winning this game as well. I think they'll be able to pressure Vitality to a point where it's going to showcase us that having a stand-in is more often than not, obviously not an advantage. However, it's not unlikely Vitality can make the game competitive. I almost will guarantee you that it will be. It's not unlikely Vitality can win the game, but if I were to pick, I'd also go with G2.
Curious to see if the live odds are agreeing with my analyst sentiments over here on the desk. And yeah, I mean, it's reasonably close, but still siding with the side of G2. But we're going to be starting on Vitality's map pick, and we are going to be starting on those sides, G2 on the CT side, Vitality T side, where you're mentioning how crucial those opening kills are going to be, Jacob. What do we expect from both sides on this map?
I expect a game where both teams are willing to fight. We heard it from Apex, we heard it from the Vitality players. They feel freed up, they know they're playing with a stand-in, they're just focusing on themselves. They will be willing to fight, they will be willing willing to go out there and seek the opening duels. And you have to look out for flamec, obviously, in that department. He's a man of the hour when it comes to that. Saivu, for that matter as well, has a habit of doing it. And maybe even Jax, you know, an aggressive player that can go out there and seek them. Whether or not he has the individual skill to go toe-to-toe versus the likes of Melts, Nico, and m0NESY, that could be a problem.
I have to say that if Vitality deployed Jax on whatever position for that CT side on us too, if Nico knows Jax is there, he's just going to go and seek that frag. There's no doubt about it. He knows in his confident abilities how much of a better gamer he is right now, and he might be bullying Jax as actually outside of the server.
Yeah, I want to put two names into the mix that we haven't spoken a lot about, you know, and maybe for good reason. A little bit we touched on Snax saying that he's been on a 38-game record of not having a positive KD. It's not like Apex is having a great tournament on the other side either. Both of them are the in-game leaders. Both of them individually have been struggling a little bit. I'm almost willing to bet you that the likes of Nico, m0NESY, Saivu, Spinks for that matter, they will have moments in this game where they can determine the game, where they can have an impact in the game. However, if one of Snax or Apex is having a great game, if one of them is having a great map or having a great read on the game, that could very well also be the difference between these two teams. Now, I'm willing to bet my money that it's more likely going to be Apex than Snax, because we haven't seen that for 38 games in a row. But wouldn't it be nice if he would, you know, slay that curse, Snax, coming in with a great performance, and that could be a win condition for G2?
I mean, stranger things have happened. We did see the in-game leaders from both FaZe and Spirit side of equation really popping off just yesterday. But I mean, the AWPers, we've got to be looking at them coming into Dust 2, right?
They are competing for the top one and deciding who's the best AWPer. This matchup might very well be quite telling in that terms. If one out-ops the other by a landslide, it might be a big favor for each of them that one of them will be grabbing the #1 of the year.
Jacob, who is going to out-op either one of each other?
I don't think they're going to out-op each other in the head-to-head duels, but the question is who will dictate and dominate the riflers on their opposing sides more. I am willing to go with Saivu, given the fact he's been the most consistent player so far, but I'm also willing to bet you that when G2's down, when G2 needs a m0NESY clutch, he'll probably chime in as well. So what do you value more, consistency throughout the entire game, or those pop-up rounds where you change the direction of the game?
That is the question. What do you value more, Stiko?
It's hard to say. It goes both ways. It's a double-edged sword. I will say for the counterpart that Saivu is the one maybe looking at the shy end here, because m0NESY is having that early round advantages when it comes to AWP, just because of that pistol round that they are converting early on and that economy boost from the get-go. I think that will be no different in this game, but hopefully I'm not jinxing it.
It is time to get the semifinals started in Singapore. G2 versus Vitality.
Oh yes, that's right, it's time for the semis here at the last ever Blast Premier World Finals. A completely packed arena, it's ready for the best Counter-Strike players on the planet to lock horns and battle it out for a $1 million prize pool. Singapore, I hope you're ready for another serving of Dust 2 Chaos. It's time to lock in, it's time for Vitality versus G2. Let's get it on!
Oh, Hunter, he wants to get this on. Already up middle right here, challenging Jax to stand in, strikes first. Slows things down, good flash. Oh, Saivu taking down Nico early on. Nice advantage for Vitality here, but they slow things down. The Des talked about it, these 5v4s, they have been pivotal for both of these rosters.
Here we go then, is there any chance of recovery for G2? Nico and Hunter removed, plenty of time on the clock, 5 versus 3. Jax waits for another advancing CT player. They're holding the choke points. They're bleeding out the utility. m0NESY has removed his silencer, of course he has, as he patiently waits towards short. One player towards the back of B, that's going to be Snax. It's a good position, but it looks likely to be a split. Flashbang towards short. They need information, they need to shut this down. Can m0NESY strike?
Yes, he can. 2 shots immediately from m0NESY. Evens things out, and Vitality, they've been blindsided. But still, they want to execute their plan. Flash out. Jax, he's taking a peek right now. He's looking for something, but it looks like Vitality, they're actually hightailing it to B. That is where Snax is on an island. He's going to step up. The captain of G2, under so much scrutiny. A second kill for Snax. Looking for the finish. He gets it.
What a recovery that was. A 5-on-3 deficit. It looked like there was nothing left to do. A flashbang towards shore equalizes the playing field. And then Snax erupts with one of his best plays of the tournament so far. 3 kills when he's isolated at the back of the B site. This was fantastic from him. The USP looking so crisp, so sharp, as he does find that hat trick and finds the pistol for G2. Vitality with no plan and giving that round up in a frustrating manner will have to swallow a full eco here.
No better time to break that 38 game streak. It's all we've been harping about when it comes to Snacks. So many games consistently that he's unable to find that positive kill-death ratio. Well, that's a good start.
Yeah, that certainly boosts the confidence. Sets him up for a fantastic performance here today as we see the scout spotting multiple players. Nico looking to farm some cash at MP9. You know he's going to find multiple kills here. He can't. There's the hat-trick. Give him out another ace. He deserves it. No! Snacks will get the final kill, but a convincing finish there from G2. They hit the ground running here in the first map. And now the gun rounds begin. The AK-47's available, but with no plants, I don't think they can justify an AWP. Nico farming so much money, no casualties taken, Maui. Bit of a bonus situation here with the MP9 still available, and we'll see if they can come out on top.
That's huge. Yeah, so much money, like you said. It doesn't look like they're actually going to equip the AWP just yet. Going to be playing with this bonus buy. And the utility, though, it's not great, but looks like we're going to get that late long take. Molly, though, with a feet of flames. He wants to bust on out. Spots one target. Takes him a while to find him, but Malbs is taken down. That is long control in the favor of Vitality, and they're already fighting back. Oh, long range fight. Monacy with the headshot, though, evens it out.
Here we go, then. He's getting in his zone. A dangerous prospect for Vitality. Double headshot with the scout. Locking them in. Can he get a third? Upgrade to the MP9, retreats back towards the bomb site itself. Gonna focus his efforts towards long. Jax is waiting on the other side as Monacy sits in the smoke. His teammate will go down. 3 versus 2 advantage, but Monacy can still save the day here, Maui.
Oh, Jax, he's got a sinking feeling, and no, it's not good enough, though. Monacy right there continues his efforts. Oh, long-range headshot, but Snacks is not able to follow up. Spinks puts him down, and Vitality are on the board.
Still, it's impressive, right? They entered that round of FAMAS, 2 MP9s and a scout, and they made it very uncomfortable towards the end. We know they've got boatloads of cash going forward. This was a remarkable sequence from Monacy. Gets up towards shore, completely destroys Apex there, and thankfully, Spinks could hold his nerve. Snacks could have won the round, the timing a little bit off, the sound cue given away, but here we go. Another purchase into it. We are going to see the MP9s of FAMAS once again. They do invest in the Monacy AWPs, currently 5-1. Smokes are deployed, Nico spamming. As we set up for another default here, they're aware of potential aggression towards top and middle. Now's this time. Defensive smoke deployed. Bomb outside long as they feel out the map. No one towards shore. Just taking territory, getting key information.
Just slowing down Vitality. That's what G2 are doing. Making sure they can't build off of the momentum.
Yeah.
Can't take long immediately. And we see the map control procedures here for Vitality. They'll be taking cat control in just a moment's time, waiting out that utility, making sure they don't take too much chip damage. Nothing significant inflicted just yet. There we go. Flash to take catwalk. Flames is right there. Molly to force anybody off the angle. They know they have this control now. This is pivotal.
So far, so good. CTs now will be guessing what's going on. Do they react? They try and get some territory elsewhere, knowing that short has been compromised. Execution is possible here. This looks more like a contact play. Smoke goes down, flashes over. It's Nico to defend. Can he step up? Can he find the first? Monacy will be there with the AWP as well. Needs to find multiple kills here, being surrounded, being pincered. And it's going to be Monacy starting to connect with the AWP. 3 versus 3, long-range spray doesn't connect for Nico, and now they're in a lot of trouble here. Snacks and Hunter on the retake as the bomb gets planted.
Hunter right behind the smoke right now. Here's the bomb plant. He might not be aware of his position just yet. Okay, flash on forward. Nice shot from him, but nah, this is just clinical from Vitality. They're looking so good, but the HP, it is low. Snacks, there's an opportunity. They've spotted him at this point. Okay, he's a little bit of ahead. That's a pixel right there. Apex doesn't want to give him another opportunity, but he takes the shot, hits it himself.
Okay, some very close rounds there, but G2 have been broken. Good efforts with the FAMAS, the MP9s, the scouts. Monacy with the AWP in that particular round. Good for 1 kill, but a nice pincer. We talked about that early map control granted to Vitality, and you can see the effects of what you get. So many players up towards shore. Presence towards long as well. A reaction had to come through from the CT side. I can't afford to be attacked from multiple angles on A sites, and it has to be the full eco, I'm afraid. USPs only for G2 here. A single flashbang. You're expecting 1 flash to be deployed, swinging in together, but focusing their efforts towards long at CT spawn right now. We'll see what they can come up with.
I gotta bring this up, Henry.
Go on.
Just how close these two teams have been all year, and in the final decision for world #1, these results matter. In front of a crowd, ZywOo versus m0NESY, hunting for that HLTV top 1 player, and on top of that, they are close together. Spinks, long-range shots, making it look so easy right now. And Spinks, okay. I think he's almost with the ace right here. Apex. He wants it.
He's taking it.
Yeah, he wants to get in on this. Okay, now Spinks, he's coming back for it. There we go. Spinks with the ace right there. Man, he has been just so clean against pistols in the last couple days.
It's true. Against Mouse yesterday, he completely dominated. Looking very sharp. Another ace locked in here in the semifinals. 3-2. Vitality on a streak after losing a pistol, which has to be said was in the bag for them. Now 5 versus 3. m0NESY stole it away. Snacks as well with a hat trick. But now, turbulent times for G2. Another week by now. We haven't actually seen a full gun round yet.
No, yeah, this is
MP9s and FAMASs, and sure, they've got the AWP, but they need to start getting those rifles out.
Seriously, this is not a pretty look right now. Snacks deploys the smoke early. Like you said, just an MP9 to defend that B bomb site. And G2, they do sense that there's a little bit of a weak side. Might want to support it. Hunter is creeping on over there. A lot of spam being thrown through that smoke.
Okay, they're going to finish up towards B here. You can see there's 4 players in towards the tunnels. They have someone watching the extremities towards shore, showing a little bit of presence. ZywOo to cover them as they slowly but surely make the contact play in towards the B bomb site. Snacks tucked in. Hunter to bait. And they seem to know. They seem to be aware of the prospect. The first leg shot is hit, and it's going to be Snacks. Can he find multiple kills? Not this time. Significant damage. m0NESY keeps the round alive. He gets 3! Snatches the round away as Apex towards middle needs a double kill. Won't be expecting Nico. And what a recovery once again. They make it work with the lesser weapons.
And that is why people have him as their world #1. Takes it back by force. Every single opportunity that was presented to him, he hits the shot, nails it. This jumping shot right there on the Spinks is so clean. And even while getting tagged right through the wall, is able to strafe out to take down ZywOo as well. One-man wrecking crew.
What an absolute sicko. They pulled the round back. It was looking unlikely. Now we're starting to see some stronger buys here from G2. Snacks with the MP9 again. ZywOo, AWP, ready to frag. Ready to open things up. The smoke will be deployed. Doesn't pull the trigger. And that will slow him down. They'll have to reassess their options here. G2 have control of B.
Such a heavy start leaning B for Vitality once again. They have definitely outlined what their win condition is in this game. Bullying Snacks. You hate to see it.
He's bullying them in the pistol.
Yeah, he's been holding his own so far. Can't take it so easily from him this time around. And we see that the mobile op for m0NESY is this time around posted at long. G2 are going to try to disguise where his whereabouts are every single round. Always keep Vitality guessing.
Here we go, towards that A bomb side once again, trying to test m0NESY, and that's not the maneuver you want to present. Apex goes down cleanly, and now do they want to continue their push? Molotov's deployed, trying to get control of the A sites. Nico sends his presence towards middle, but Flames not dissuaded. He'll happily push in. He'll happily make his way in towards the site itself. m0NESY tucked away in a more defensive manner here. They have got control of A, 35 seconds, and the CTs are on through. 3 players retaking from CT spawn, flashbang deployed, and here we go. Snacks at the tip of the spear. Flashbang successful. Can they open things up here?
Yeah, Mobs first up. Jax takes him down. Nice shot from him, and ZywOo with the defense from the back line. Jax still looking for the shot. Unable to find it. Nico with 2 kills in quick succession, though. Now they're pressuring onto the site. There is a little bit of utility left on the side of Spinks, but he pushes the smoke and great spray from Spinks. Nico trying to close things out, and it's against ZywOo. 18 HP, 1 shot, that's all it's gonna take. And Nico right here, 2 seconds. Great shot from Nico, giving Vitality a parting gift on his farewell tour.
What a round that was, thriving in the chaos. Nico with 4 more kills to add to his total. He's up there with m0NESY at 10 frags apiece. m0NESY laid the foundations for the round, played defensively, kept applying that pressure, and Nico, the AK-47, puts on yet another clinic. ZywOo, 18 HP, detected the full defuse, and taken down. Nico puts G2 in the lead. It's going to call for a tactical timeout now. Money is battered and bruised for the likes of Vitality. Spinks with 13 kills. ZywOo on 4, but overall they have around $2,000 remaining here. They're going to invest in some Tech 9s, some Deagles, and Maui. We've got a double scout setup potentially coming in.
Jeez, I mean, there's still time to sell that. It's not necessarily the final buy that Vitality are going to be going with in this one. And this is so impressive, though, from G2. The fact that they're able to stay composed. I mean, the G2 CEO himself said that they couldn't hold on to Nico.
Sure.
What a ridiculous quote to get right before an event like this, right before the RMR, right before the major. But they are full focus. They look as deadly as ever. People are siding with them against a team like Vitality. And sure, Vitality, they've got the stand-in situation, but they still have one of the world's best players in ZywOo and an incredible system. Apex has devised, crafted, CT rating, T rating, Vitality top of the board for the entire year. They have looked so good as an overall unit, but it's moments like this, these kinds of events where it feels like they've come up short multiple times.
Well, G2 now, we have a small technical issue to deal with. Moment's respite from the pandemonium that is Dust 2. I'm so happy we get to watch this map again. m0NESY and ZywOo locking horns on this particular battlefield is quite the tantalizing prospect, and it's already delivering. The big names stepping up, m0NESY and Nico looking super sharp right now, and we'll see whether these pistols, this weaker buy, will do anything for Vitality as they currently trail by 1 round here. It's 4-3.
Another live count right now. This is so important for the world #1 discussion. Going into this game, when these two teams faced off against each other, m0NESY and ZywOo had 46 kills throughout the year against m0NESY. m0NESY had 44 against ZywOo, but it has been all m0NESY in this game thus far. If I'm counting correctly, it's been 4 times that he's killed ZywOo already. Okay, what have we got? What have we got?
We deserve it.
Give us something.
Show me gold.
Come on, Singapore. Ah.
You hate to see it. It's unfortunate, but what you do love to see, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go once again. The unpause has come through. And like I said, it's a difficult compromise buy here. It is going to be that double scout setup. Apex and ZywOo trying to open things up. It'll go for the boost. We know ZywOo can do a lot of damage with this particular weapon. m0NESY, though, still ready to challenge, and we are going to see a boost towards top the middle. One that does not work out for them whatsoever. This guy is in the zone right now. He's not missing a single thing. Spots a couple of players towards top of middle. And in terms of what they've got left over, bear in mind, these players barely have Kevlar. One flashbang as Snax gets a bit of intel here. Should be a bit of a freebie towards upper, and Spinks goes down.
That is not what you want to see from Vitality. An activated Snax, a Snax that feels emboldened, and a half-baked strategy here from the Vitality side. Yeah, just a couple scouts, some upgraded pistols, no real utility to take map control, and so G2, they're making short work of them. If you're going to take head-to-head firepower duels against G2, they are going to welcome that every single time with better weaponry.
Well, not really much left in the round. Looking for a couple of picks here, if possible. They coordinate themselves towards long. Still a slither of hope with ZywOo alive. Jax will recover the fallen scout from Apex. Maubs, I think he is yet to frag. Yeah, 0 and 5.
He's going to change that, Henry.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, double kill. Definitely. Maubs MD, the role model.
Oh, yeah. There we go. I don't know about that.
Yeah, 20 bullets.
It's
with a FAMAS?
Yeah, you're right. We'll give him that as Jax. That's a lovely shot. Not bad at all. m0NESY will be dropped, and Nico will close things out here. Finally on their feet. That's going to be 3 rounds in a row now for G2. A partial investment doesn't get them too far there. No plant. And we are going to see a chance for Taz to chime in. Snax currently 6 and 5. The positive KD there. We're 1 frag, Maui. The streak could be broken today.
They'd love that. Especially on the B site defense, when so many of the gun round plays from Vitality have focused around that site. If Snax is able to just hold his own, get a little bit more than 1 every single time, that is a luxury for the rest of the G2 members. Because it needs to be said, I mean, he has been a target for so many teams in the past, so many teams putting together game plans around how do we take advantage of where Snax is. And it's really one of the only weak links on the entire just G2 map pool. Where is Snax playing?
Maubs MD, the doctor is in session. Manages to get himself a double kill activated.
It's good. It's good. Good air quality today.
Oh, a little bit low B aggression, mixing things up. It's going to be Hunter, joined by Monacy down here. They overlook his position, but he is flashed and taken down. Monacy will have to make it work with the Tech 9. My God, does he ever! Keeps the dream alive here, and Snax has made a great maneuver. The fact he's got upper B under his remit, there's a chance he could really devastate Spinks. He won't expect that sort of push.
There's no way. Snax has got Vitality in a chokehold right now. They just don't know it.
It's huge.
Oh, this is going to be a freebie. Oh, he's moving away. This actually lowers the efficacy of the MP9, of course, and this makes it a pretty difficult kill, actually. Oh, he's just going to wait. Oh, he's waiting for it. He's waiting for it. The Vitality rotation is coming back in, but he might just have to pull the trigger on this one. Doesn't look like there's any more targets. Took a little while. A little bit worrying. There was an opportunity for Spinks, but still, advantage lies with G2.
We take it all day long. Nice work, Snax there. Fantastic push towards the B tunnels. Gets himself tucked in T-spawn. 3 versus 2. Maubs, this time defensive towards the A side itself. 1 kill would secure the win in round number 9 here, and it's an absolute beauty of a shot. Needs to try and stay alive. ZywOo definitely going to be dangerous in this scenario. Burns away Maubs. 42nd and the bomb on his back. And the 30 points of health himself, but that won't be a factor if he can hit the first headshot here on Nico.
Needs to be the headshot. Oh, but it's Nico that finds it. Closes it out for G2 in that one. What a great push from Snax, and that's exactly what I was talking about in the round prior. The fact that Snax is somehow feeling activated, that is a worrying prospect for who is usually a guy that doesn't know what's going on that B bomb site, but all the way pushing into spawn. That's what you want to see from your in-game leader. A bit of fearlessness, a bit of proactivity. Makes things so much easier for the rest of his players.
Yeah, really well played there from Snax. Only the 1 kill, but it secures the win. We are going to enter another eco here for Vitality. Feeling the financial burn right now. A few rounds to go. No Kevlar on 3 players. Apex and Spinks will be equipped with Desert Eagles. We'll see whether they can find any gaps here, any openings whatsoever. Time ticking away. Their map pick. 3 rounds to the good, but we'll see if they can find a couple more here on their T side.
Yeah, just flirting with some fights towards middle. And this has so frequently been the way out, the release valve for Vitality, looking for a kill through the mid double doors. It's been their calling card, their signature of the entire tournament so far, but again, they're not really presented anything. It's either Monacy or it's nobody, and now Vitality found that cat space. They have a smoke, they have 2 smokes in fact, a flash to scale with as well, but Nico, he's got the counter flash, the palm tree flash. This is so hard to see, so difficult to defend when this is deployed.
So it will be an execution of sorts. Across smoke. You can throw one towards elevator or the new box as well. Flashbangs to be deployed, but as you mentioned, Mouse, Nico, with that pop flash towards the palm tree, it's so powerful. Trying to alley-oop Monacy here, and in they go. The execution is delivered. Nico, first up to the plate. Passes with flying colors. Flames having a rough one out there as they try and get the bomb planted here, but no chance, no way.
Oh, wait.
Hang on, though. Hold the phone as Spinks and ZywOo do find a bit of space here. Mouse looking to save the day, and he does so in a clinical fashion.
His spray's getting better.
Yeah,
that was
right.
looking clean from Moms right there. A little bit worrying there for a moment. You can never count out the Vitality players. So much firepower on this roster. But just couldn't take enough space as quickly as they had wanted. Sure, if Mobs falls right there, there's 2 players more from G2 that are already rotating on in from CT spawn. And Vitality, I mean, this is your pick. You got to get something going in this half. 4 rounds could be okay, but...
We need this man with the AWP right here.
That is true, Henry. ZywOo needs to join up. 6 kills only. Okay, Nico, fight early on, and the spray is there for 1. Apex gets the return. Mobs right around the corner of the smoke. Oh, jumping through, and Mobs is able to still hold on. The tracking is so strong for this player right now. And on top of that, the utility puts Flames into the dirt.
Wow, the long take, not successful whatsoever. It's a 4 versus 1. Spinks, the only player that's been performing to a high level. 15 kills short. 5 of those are against pistols, but Snax.
That was quick.
He's rolling back for years, Maui.
He's trying to break that streak. He knows it's there. I'm sure he's aware.
He's got some buffer. He's 8-5 right now.
Oh, yeah.
He could do this.
He really can. They need to close this one out quick, though.
Yeah, that's fair. We go the distance, that might fall apart, but still, it looked like they were done for here. Nico completely blind, but manages to find Jax before he's taken down, and Mouse warming up into this series, and then some. Lovely play. Look at this shot from the old boy.
Damn. He just felt like it was a death match right there. Every target dead.
That's why I was so excited for this match when we came in today, just knowing we've got the stand-in, knowing the G2 situation, losing Nico, a lot of speculation about the roster, and you got Dust2 to open things up. It's delivered on all fronts so far, but it's G2 taking the lion's share of these rounds. After snatching away that pistol in a 5-on-3 deficit, they've been fully activated now. A couple more to go as we get ready.
Classic moment right there. Yeah, no, the freeness in how both of these teams are playing, it's definitely indicative of the stand-in situation, the fact that G2 knows what's coming in the coming year. A1S dropped the spawn for the rotation, likely would be equipped by m0NESY, but we'll see if he can just end the game with the AWP. Heavy tunnels presence from Vitality. This was their early game plan in the half, and now they're going right back to it.
Still another rough buy here for Vitality. They've got the loss bonus on their side, but no plants coming through. You can see they've got almost no util as we get into the 1 minute 30. And a B split looking very likely. They've been dissuaded now after Snacks has shown some good form, but he's got the AK-47 and still a lot of utility. Hands it over to Hunter. Nice grenade. Chip damage towards Jax here, and Snacks in a prime position now. He could tap away and find multiple kills here. The best weapon for the job as well. He wants Hunter to take the initial aggro. Here he comes. Lovely work. One more kill would do it. He's looking for the hat trick. He gets 3, and Hunter guarantees the round. Apex, nothing to do, nothing to say. He recovers the bomb, but he is taken down. It's the first half going in favor of G2, 9-3.
Mezzi knows already. Would have to be an ace clutch, would have to be the sickest round of the tournament yet. No question about it if he does this. 15 seconds. He's actually so deep in that Mezzi doesn't see it. He's not aware. Might get free kill. He gets the headshot. And now it is on. This man is a demon. I don't know what he did to become this good at the game, but there's hardly ever been anyone like it. And now he's hiding. I bet the pressure is on Apex. He knows he has to walk into Nico's domain. Can he find him all the time? He's nearly there. Nico ready and waiting, just hiding. Waiting to step up. Our footsteps being heard on the other side. I'm not sure yet. Grenade. Nope, he's not up in the hallway either. Nico steps it up. He misses the shots. It's so close.
And 2-0 looking very likely here. Robs will confirm the penultimate kill, and now I was about to say it's just Axel, but he can win these sort of rounds, Anders. Give him an inch, he'll take a mile every single time. Looking for his opening.
It's frustrating because FaZe are making it so hard for him to even find any openings at all. Oh, there might have been one there. Gets another headshot. 15 seconds left, and now he's hunting for it. He knows Brokey's out there. The bomb is on the ground. He's looking to pick it up. There we go. Still got 8 seconds left. He's back on the site and faking it once. He's running out of time. He goes straight. Oh, it's so close. Axel. He had it all mapped out.
And that op strikes fear in the heart of Astralis. Device tries to bounce back with his own. It's a 1v4 with a player down already. And as he swaps off the op, he opens up the great call to catch Apex trying to climb up into the graveyard. There's a golden ticket to depart.
Oh my God.
But he doesn't leave. They walk up, and walking forward could catch him off. But timing, oh God, Device. He's in between them. He sees the grave kill. He hits the headshot. And as he's down to 5 bullets, this 1v4 is not his for the taking. Flamesy's there to deny, and it's Vitality double digits.
He has to get the bomb. That's the one thing.
Downstairs with a low HP player sitting on it. Goes ahead and
hold on, this is taking way too long.
Spinks. Now the fact that he's also down to 20 HP, only 20 seconds on the clock. Frozen in black and red, looking for gold. Just barely enough time to make this possible. They layer on top of one another, which means he could still do this! Frozen! Oh my God!
How?
Strikes fear in the hearts of Vitality. One player up, that's it.
How did he avoid all of those bullets? Did he have an evasion aura? That was ridiculous.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to your semi-final between G2 and Vitality. The former running away with it after winning the pistol. They have posted a fantastic record on their defense. 9-3 as they switch things over. An important pistol, Maui. Vitality, I think it goes without saying, need this one. They need players to wake up. Flames 2-11. Jackson, Apex on 4 kills. Zyru, where is he? 6 kills still. He cannot get into the semi so far, but there's still time. As we'll see the Julies deployed by one of the world's best, and a bit of inquisition towards lower B here from Spinks as well.
2 players towards lower. Zywu, he needs to get activated for Vitality to have a chance in this one. This would be a good round as any. Right there in the corner. Oh, a decoy actually. Still is able to hit the spray right there. Monacy with 2 immediately though. G2 are so good with these decoys, but Monacy doesn't need any more. 3 kills already. Flames and Jax, the 2 lone members, but Mobs, he's already searching towards long A, already taking some space away. Monacy, he's been a menace in this round. Wait a way to cap it off, then finish off the final 2. Still trying to hold on to this position.
Even with a blind Zywu kill, it's nowhere near enough. 4-on-2, still possible to some extent, but apparently not. Another ace is on the cards, on the agenda as Jax is thrust in to an impossible scenario. Monacy now up to 18 kills, 7 deaths, and now another ace available to him. You know he's gonna get it. At range, of course, pops the final head. It's an ace!
Yes! Monacy right there, showing off so much skill. The flashes, the decoys, all of it setting him up, the bodies as well.
Dude,
taking down his counterpart in Zywu on top of it. What a beautiful sequence from Monacy there. This was just so clinical. He is on another level right now.
Dominating Zywu, making him look average.
Pedestrian.
Yeah, relax, the job's not done yet.
He knows. He knows.
It's gonna have to be a force buy here, Maui, a desperate purchase comes in from Vitality, a round they have to win. You give this one up, it is GG, I'm afraid.
It doesn't feel good to be in Vitality's seats right now. Holding on with 3 at B. This might be the wrinkle that Snacks and G2 are unaware of, but they don't even seem interested in going towards that bomb site. A little bit of pressure towards long from Mobs MD right here. Flames right around the corner, but so much cat space is being taken, and that forces Flames forward. He knows that his team is losing space. He presses on, and now it just leaves Zywu on the bomb site with an MP9, and G2, they already have outlined A as their point of attack.
Here we go then. A lot of pressure, and this doesn't have the firepower to fend them off. Zywu on an island here. But if you can somehow make this work, Maui, all will be forgiven for a slow start here on Dust 2. A nice opening frag, a chance at a second as well, but overwhelmed, smothered, as it will be Hunter pretty much guaranteeing the round here. And a 4 versus 3, sure, it sounds close, but they have no control of the A bomb site. And it hurts me to say, Maui, they're probably better off saving the Deagles and MP9s here.
Yeah, fully agree with you there. No kit as well. Try to upgrade one of these guns, see if somebody like Monacy oversteps.
You got to be hunting though. With these Mac 10s in play,
Yep, yeah.
the MP9s, you definitely go for a hunt.
We can see Mal's right there with the Mac 10. He's looking for something. It's actually Monacy that's taking the duel off of Catwalk. Okay, he thinks better of it, recognizes he doesn't want to give up the premium rifle to the opposing team. Don't give them a win condition in a game that seems so desperate for them. There we go. Oh, nice little run boost. That's tricky. That was
cool
nice.
idea.
That was actually slick.
Yep, enjoyed that. Doesn't look like there'll be much on this hunt. It's got Apex towards T-Spawn, Desert Eagle. He probably goes down now. As Apex is dropped, that's a significant kill.
Yes.
They're gonna save a couple of MP9s, and I don't know what you do here. Do you go for the force buy, knowing that if it goes 12-3, you're not gonna recover this game?
It's a tough call, and on a team with a stand-in, you're probably gonna opt for that. You're trying to throw chaos into these rounds, trying to make things as hectic as possible.
Yeah, they're doing them.
And yeah, they are. They will opt for that. Man, Zywu still has to get into this game on 8 kills.
Where's Flames as well? He's 2-13. One of the big names of the squad, unable to deliver here on their map pick, and we're going for a long take here. Malbs MD, Snacks leading the charge, looking to open things up. The smoke is down, but it is popped. CTs are there, ready to fight. Again, they need this round. It will be map point if they concede this one. And all signs point to G2. They are looking locked in. They are looking ready to take their opponent's map pick here. It's Inferno up next. 2-0 looking likely at this stage. Vitality just can't get into this map the same way they did against Mouse.
It's got to be some nice shots from Apex. Scout peering on down from the platform. Flames in tow. And Apex, yeah, he knows he needs to will his team into this round. He might not be aware of a player in pit. At this point, you have to assume it. Self flash is there. Swing. No dice, nothing.
Yeah, this is still looking possible. I'll give them that. Apex applying nice pressure to the scout. He hits a couple more tags. These MP9s might be able to be set up. Smokes down. There's the first kill. Now it's MD, though, with the double, looking to secure the victory. The CT still fighting back. 2 versus 2 now. Spinks keeps the dream alive. Low HP for Nico, and he's left in a very dicey situation. But if there was a player to pull this one off, it could be Nico. But no, he is denied. 11-4 as Vitality keep their head above water with the force buy with the MP9s and scouts.
You can see how desperate Vitality are, but they make it work, sending their bodies through the smokes. Apex equipping the scout. Man, he loves that gun, and he actually makes it work right there.
Yeah, right.
Good damage early on. Quick rotations. And yeah, normally this would obviously favor the T's having this much space, but it really does feel like in CS2, playing around that smoke, sometimes it just throws so much chaos into these kinds of situations that were so clear-cut in CSGO.
Spinks and Apex inspire hope here for Vitality. They're going in for a push towards upper as well. CT's hunting for information towards long. We will find the first kill, and Zaiwu slowly but surely coming to life here. He finds double digits in round number 16. And they've got the man advantage. Down but not out. Vitality fighting back here, showing some character, showing some guts. As we'll see an A execution once again.
Already space taken. Apex rotates on in. He'll be connecting with Zaiwu, who's on the platform right now. Monacy's going for the contact play. Quick on the trigger. Apex, though, lies in wait and ramp. This might be a surprise to the players on G2. And oh, Apex! Great spray with the FAMAS. Nico takes him down in return. Flames is there and snacks. 1v3. Nice shot to kick things off. And he's got a little bit of space to work with.
He's got some space. He's got some time. And he is feeding it today. Currently at 12 kills and 7 deaths. He's got the bomb plant. There's a nice long plant as well, Maui. He can get towards the pit. He opts not to. There is a player flanking from long. And it is going to be Spinks, the stand-in Jax with the MP9 towards short. They've got kits. They've got all the utility they could ask for. Snacks has not got a good position for this fight at all. I don't think he can pull this one off. Spotted and taken down. Needed a stronger position than that. I like the idea. The long plant, getting towards a pit. I think that's the only way he wins it.
He really
wanted the smoke for the cross as well. He could have got there.
Yeah, it seemed like he wanted to fake him out that he was going there, that they would maybe overlook that position as they swing off of catwalk. But it's such an all-in play when, yeah, you're right. If he's able to take long right there, he's able to take the advantage of the AK at range. But this spray from Apex, such a sneaky position, waited so long. Zaiwu died at the platform, and Apex peaks 6 seconds later, and G2 were none the wiser. And so Vitality, yeah, they're slowly bringing themselves back into this one.
Oh, yes, indeed. I don't think the money's great here. I think it has to be an eco. Unable to find map point just yet. Vitality clambering to their feet. 2 rounds in a row on the CT side. Building up that economy. And we are going to see Flames. This time, challenging towards long. Like I said, he hasn't really got going on. He's 3-15. He's looking to change that. This is the sort of round that can build confidence, Maui. If he can get 2-3 kills, win the round single-handedly, he will be back. He'll be feeling himself once again. It's been a rough ride so far.
Yeah, when it comes to his mirror image in mobs, also holding long, had a slow start, brought himself back in with some anti-eco kills.
Yeah.
And now he's right there in the midst with 11 kills himself. So sometimes that's really all it takes. Sometimes it's all about the mental game here. And Vitality, I mean, they're bringing some morale now. They're feeling themselves. They've joined the server. They've joined the semifinal. And they want to slow down G2 because it has been a hot start from them.
It really has. But the job is not done. By a long shot. Apex leading by example these last few rounds. The scout play, the famous spray downs. Flames, we said he needs to build that confidence. The timing is a little bit awkward for him, but still in a promising spot. Holds towards the corner. He actually might let them out here. Defensive positioning and still can't connect the crosshair here. Surely gets a couple of kills here, Maui. Here we go. That's what we needed to see. Running out of bullets, but he can still close things down with the USP. Not as clean as sequence, but still 3 kills on the board.
Yeah, at least there was a setup in play. Zaiwu throwing the corner flash for him right when those players are approaching. Made things so much easier for Flames. Even whiffing some of that spray, was able to recover nicely. First time out taken by Taz. Big moment for him and his team. Definitely want to just get this one over. Move on to the next map. Do not let Vitality bring this back whatsoever. Don't let them gain any momentum.
It might be too late for that, Maui. Apex has been activated. He's kept the dream alive of a couple of key moments. ZywOo, if he can find his form as well, there's still time, there's still space here to make this one work and bring it back in regulation. They've got 3 rounds in a row, as we do have another bye coming through here, looking for map points. Still RG2. m0NESY with the AWP. AK-47s, otherwise the tactical timeout comes to a close, and we'll see what they've got up their sleeve. Snax has called for a B play here. Wow. I don't think it'll be the rush, but maybe an execution. We'll see what they've got in mind.
Okay. They might want to go off the contact of m0NESY. Presented an opportunity, but completely blind during it. Okay, is there a double swing here? m0NESY, don't give him a chance like this. Nice shot from him, legging Spinks. Solo defender of the B bomb site, 16 HP.
Okay.
Vitality already shuffling over.
They reset the round, and you can see the reaction being presented here towards Long. It's going to be Flames tucking himself in. Thinks better of it. They are going to make their way through T-spawn here. A complicated mid-round. They have tagged Spinks. He's in the back of B. The CTs have focused their efforts towards middle here. And ZywOo, this is the chance to step up. This is when they need him to find multiple kills with this AWP. Back towards B we go, though.
Oh, ZywOo, I mean, he's right here, too. He's everywhere.
Here we go. This is the moment, Maui. They need ZywOo here. It's a 5-man assault through the mouth of the B bomb site. Snax to lead the charge. And once again, maybe peeling off here.
Man, are they still going to force this? There's so much utility that keeps flying at them. It feels like Vitality are signaling they know that you're in tunnels right now. Doesn't matter, they're still going for it. ZywOo back at the side was 1, and Spinks with 16 HP is able to stand up to find 2. m0NESY not presented an opportunity. ZywOo right there with the jiggle, and m0NESY, oh, he can't connect with the shot. 4 HP, and it looks like Vitality have held on to this one. G2, they were stuck in the B tunnels. They took no map control anywhere else. They wanted to fight through all of that utility from Vitality, and it blew up right in their faces.
It's a fumble of leadership there. They couldn't decide where they wanted to go. No execution, essentially a contact play with bad spacing, trying to use that lurk smoke, and it doesn't work out for them whatsoever. Needed to be more decisive, needed to have the game plan, and now m0NESY hoping he can hold on to the AWP. We need to be careful, though. He's only got 4 points of health. Looks like the sniper will be his. They are trying to find him in T-spawn, but he's got more than enough time to survive. That was disappointing from G2. Opening pick. m0NESY gets it for you, finds a tag as well, and still wasn't enough. Needed to go or fall back completely. They were in 2 minds there.
Yeah, if you've got all of your players towards tunnels like that, I think Malbs was maybe somewhere else, a very defensive position far back. You are saying you have to go for that. You are saying that you have to commit to that B bomb site because you have no space. Retaking it is not going to be an option because you know that Vitality are going to react properly. Malbs, though, quick out with the deagle, flashes in his face, no opportunity. Perfect utility to take space there from Vitality.
Yeah, very well played. This is getting scary now, G2, showing signs of weakness. A fumble in the previous round, a gift to Vitality. They can still win in regulation here. And we've got a scout for Nico, an AWP for m0NESY, so the double sniper setup on the T side of Dust 2. I'm not sure about that. Let's see if he can make it work.
It's a bit awkward. Scaling is definitely going to be a problem. It's going to be all about the picks. Nico trying to carve out an opportunity from the catwalk. Might see something. Okay, gets a glimpse of the shoulder right there. Apex testing his luck, but a beautiful nade. Max damage, 93 on a Nico, and they are going to follow up well. m0NESY taken down by Spinks, and we can see that at this point, G2 feels like they've ran out of steam in this round.
Oh, yeah. That nade, good God. Couldn't have done more damage if he tried. It looks like another clean round here for Vitality. Coming online, being activated, and this was looking to be a blowout at one stage as well. Even if they give this map up now, they have warmed up. They've shook off the nerves and looking like that everyone's starting to contribute. As Hunter does find something here. Still a lot of work to do. He's down to 18 points of health. Nico, the Walking Dead here as he goes towards 7 HP. Should be a done deal as Spinks does take a bit of damage as well. Jax, nice flank. We saw a lot of this yesterday from him. Converts the kill, and that should be enough to win this round.
ZywOo on the bomb site, gonna pad some stats right here, and Flames connects as well. Vitality are on fire. They are more than on fire. They are back in this game. 3 rounds separating them from G2, who are gonna have a purchase into this one. But m0NESY himself, he will not be able to equip that AWP unless there are some concessions made on Malbs.
What's the play? What's the next round? Yeah, Malbs will drop the AWP, but as you mentioned, great utility, great protocols here from the CT side. Fantastic grenade, max damage there, and ZywOo starting to hit shots now. Flames getting warmed up. They had their chance to close this one out. It's been squandered, and now the game is wide back open. AWP and a ropey by. Malbs with no grenades whatsoever, and Flames looking more confident as he hits 9 kills now.
Oh, look at the smoke. It segments so much of long A. I mean, it really just says, we know you can be in that corner. We can hard clear you. Malbs, he doesn't check it. The smoke is made exactly for that. Okay, that feels like an error in using the utility around you there.
Got that smoke, at least give it a check, right?
Yeah, that is exactly what it's there for. But maybe thought someone was going to be playing around the edge right there, and oh no, it's actually starting to feel like it's crumbling, Henry.
Yeah.
G2, they're losing so much momentum here, and I mean, Dust 2 of all maps, it's really so much about that.
Self-doubt starts to creep in. Frustration will be evident in a couple of rounds' time. We've got Snacks.
One smoke, that's it. They already deployed it there.
Okay, they have some mid-control, though. Not all is lost. It's not even going to be a
he missed it. He missed the smoke.
This is a choke, isn't it?
Oh, no.
Crumbling, you're
What
right.
is happening to G2?
I don't know. It doesn't look pretty. Doesn't look good. Doesn't look comfortable. Nico's low. They've missed the mid to be smoke. That's all they had. They're going to have to go for the contact play. And what a flick that is from ZywOo. Starting to find his form, and Spinks, he's locked him out of the B side here. There is a slight chance. m0NESY and Nico, a tantalizing prospect, but ZywOo will give them the man advantage. Can m0NESY find the map point here? Bomb down, and he has got a little bit of U2 here. A couple of flashes to work with. Needs to cut this one down to size and find himself a 1 versus 1. CT's encroaching his position. It's ZywOo with the retake on the AWP. Flames towards the window. AK-47 in hand as m0NESY waits. He knows they'll be coming in together. They'll both be entering through the double doors here. First kill doesn't go in his favor, taking heavy damage! Good effort, but it wasn't quite enough. Vitality, the streak continues, and another disastrous round there from G2. Missed smokes and opportunities across the board.
Almost a lineup there for m0NESY. Almost is able to connect with the spray. This was such an awkward moment for G2 to kick things off. And on top of that, the missed smoke right here from Nico. Oh, you hate to see it. Yeah, we all know that look. We've seen that one before, more than once.
Like I said, that frustration going to come through. The mistakes now plentiful. There's like 3 or 4 per round at this stage. The money is going to be pretty much, okay, it's not too bad. They got the maximum loss bonus, and the fact they got the bomb down from m0NESY, okay, it's better than I thought. They're averaging around 4.2K per player. But yeah, Taz can feel this one spiraling. How did you let them back into this game?
You got to go with something a little bit more standard here. I feel like Snacks is trying to intuit and use his instinct to try to find some kind of gap in the defense, but the simple cat control sometimes is all it really takes in these kinds of moments. A couple tech 9s. It's actually a half buy coming out from G2.
Leave the smoke, boys. Are you shooting the guys?
Well then.
I missed the smoke.
Yes, you did.
Famous last words.
No lies detected, and headshots found. m0NESY and Malbs have somehow found a 5 versus 3. Still a lot of work to be done here with the pistols, but they are going to find a couple of rifles en route. ZywOo, a chance to continue his streak here on the CT side. Malbs will take him down, and it looks like we've got map points. The round with the pistols, the rush towards shore, they find a gap, they find some space, and the AWP's been recovered. Malbs can close things down here to stand in Jax with nothing to do, nothing to say. And that alleviates a lot of pressure, Maui. The round you don't expect them to win. They now have given themselves a nice bit of buffer. They've at least got overtime here. A nice cash injection as well.
Hey, whatever Taz said in that timeout, it hyped him up, okay? He's been under a lot of scrutiny. We've heard some of the comms before from those timeouts, but whatever he said there, I mean, they got their heads locked in right for this round. Okay, 12-9, 3 map points here for G2. Still, he's followed by that is a dirty shot to kick things off. Okay. Man, he is just on fire right now. m0NESY, seriously, leading the way. 26 kills. Spinks, his counterpart on the other side with 25 himself. Both of these players have been playing out of their minds. And Snacks, oh, wait, they spot him right there. Spinks, he was going for a little bit of an aggressive play. There are 3 players, though, in the tunnels. Okay, lots of utility exchange, and I think G2 don't want to make the same mistake as last time. You don't have to force the issue. You can take a little bit of space. It seems like they have some contingency plans in this one.
Can they close things out right here, right now? Frustration setting in for sure. Mistakes presented time and time again, but they have found map points on their opponent's pick.
Much more classical take right here. The default coming into play, Molly on the angle. Oh, wait, Spinks just fights on right through the doors, catches m0NESY off. 4-on-4 situation though, this isn't bad for G2. They like how the land is looking right now.
Technically favors the T side here. The 4-on-4, the mid split looking likely once again. Not even the split, just the mid take. Segregated by the incendiary. Walloped by ZywOo's orb. Nico is taken out of the equation. Ow! How's he done that?
I don't even think he saw him for a second there. A pure wallbang from ZywOo. Oh my goodness!
He's had enough, Maui. He was looking weak. He was looking underwhelming. And Hunter, he keeps the dream alive. A 2 versus 1, 35 seconds, but the bomb is down.
Yes.
He'll have to jump down towards spawn, I would assume. And down he goes. 30 seconds to work with here. ZywOo doesn't seem to be completely aware, but of course, he makes up for it. Checks spawn and absolutely eviscerates the final player. What a sequence. ZywOo is online, baby. Another four-piece round from him.
That shot onto Snax was just disgusting. Filthy stuff from him. Final timeout being taken by G2. And let's look back at this. He didn't see a single pixel.
That's insane.
Not a single pixel. Just went for it. Intuition off the charts from ZywOo. Played himself back into this game fantastically. 18 kills to his name. And man, he was looking...
He was looking down and out.
Like a shell of himself to kick things off.
Unbelievable. This is the game we wanted. No blowouts here at World Finals. Taz can certainly feel this game slipping away. It felt like a done deal at halftime especially. They went on to win the pistol. It was looking like it was done. There was no chance of Vitality to bring this one back, but now a 2-round game, 12-10. Thankfully, after winning with the pistols previously, they do still have cash here on the G2 side. They've got enough for a m0NESY orb. 4 AKs, 4 util, a little bit of residual cash as well. Still a chance to close things out. The old classic play for m0NESY. The decoy is dropped, trying to bait out a peek here from ZywOo potentially. No double orbs on the CT side just yet. The money is still tight.
Again,
we'll see them entering the default.
Yeah, much more standard default coming out from G2. Smoke at the doors. They just want to take this cat space safely. They've had so much trouble with it, with all the people that are fighting through the doors. But this time they are granted safe passage. A little bit of gap in that smoke. Okay, I spoke a little too soon. Spinks is somehow able to find Snax, but G2, they're gonna take that. IGL down, and we can see Apex already rotating on in.
Same start as before. The 4-on-4 situation, plenty of time on the clock. Hunter showing a little bit of presence towards B. The lurk smoke as he disengages here, trying to keep Jax and Apex on this side of the map, but towards long we go, Maui. Mavs has found some great success here. Its Flames has had a difficult series so far, but he's joined by ZywOo, who's got the hot hand, who's warming up, and then some here on Dust 2. A minute remaining. Hunter holds the extremities. He'll pincer in from short, but it is going to be the long take. Flames, nice off angle, though. You might not anticipate this. I think they just walk right by the angle. Yep.
Oh, we can't hit the shot. Oh, no, that's a disaster. ZywOo now on an island. 4 Ts approaching. Nails the first one. He needed that. Looks like there's going to be a little bit of utility to support this play. ZywOo, he busts out the deagle. He goes right on the other side, spots the barrel, takes him down as well. m0NESY in the backline sweating, but Hunter right there for the pinch. No chance for ZywOo at that point. But m0NESY, he's got to get the bomb over. There's 20 seconds left. Hunter has to keep the bomb site in his team's possession. m0NESY still trying to make sure that it's okay for him. Hunter nails Jax right in the face, all leaving it down to Apex. Nate sails out. He's able to find the kill onto Hunter. m0NESY on the site. He's been a monster so far, but Apex trying to hit the jumping shot, not going to connect. Slows things down, finds out where m0NESY is. A great jump spot, a pixel spotted, but m0NESY, he knows exactly where Apex is. It's fishing a barrel, and m0NESY takes him down to close the map 13-10.
Try as Vitality might to claw their way back into this one. The comeback ultimately just cosmetic. G2, after a relentless start to this map of Dust 2, finally get their act together on the T side to close out Vitality's pick.
Yeah, I was starting to get worried that we wouldn't get a close game, that we wouldn't get a competitive match, but wow, what a comeback from Vitality, and what a deal they had to deal with in m0NESY. He was a fan favorite throughout that entire game, and for good reason. Some of the individual displays he had, some of the individual plays m0NESY had in this game was partly of the reason why Vitality couldn't warm up into it in the first half. But then ZywOo happened, then Spinks happened, and then we got our competitive game.
the disparity we've seen at the beginning of the game was, I was thinking that they're surely running away with it and this is not going to be competitive. However, after the switch, actually something clicked finally for Vitality. It wasn't enough, it wasn't pretty, but at least they can carry that into the second map, knowing that they are somewhat head-to-head against G2.
And something certainly clicked for ZywOo coming into that second half, thank the Lord, because I was worried that he was going to be absent for all of this semi-final. But let's look back towards the first half, because the individuals, Jacob, you are so right. That is what was carrying G2 through in that first half, and arguably the second.
Yeah, and I think we see it in this round already. m0NESY coming alive. You almost losing control over the B bomb side, and guess what happens? m0NESY come in as the third guy, and he completely shuts it down with a sick play right here. 3 kills shutting down the B bomb side. You think to yourself, all right, m0NESY is warmed up. That's a good thing for G2. Now, the following round, again, Vitality get the bomb down, have control over the A bomb side, and then NiKo happens, coming in with a quad kill, making sure to shut down this round. And if you're Vitality, you will be looking back at those 2 rounds in the beginning of the half thinking, we were supposed to win round 6, we were supposed to win round 7, we were supposed to force G2 into NiKo, but NiKo said no, winning the clutch against ZywOo, giving him a little bit of sass right here as well on the player cam, and then making sure that G2 would run away with the first half. It was way closer than the scoreline suggested.
Absolutely, and you can see it in the rounds as well, that these rounds ended all in clutches or in situations where multi-kills were absolutely needed to even bring the round back, let alone win the round. And I mean, G2 were doing it so consistently throughout the half.
I mean, even though we know now the destiny of NiKo by the end of this year, moving into 2025, there is absolutely no question that he still gives a shit up here on the stage for the side of G2.
I mean, every time you have player cam on NiKo, every time you see his emotions, you can see that he clearly cares. And I think that's not even fair to question whether or not he's invested into it. However, I'm also noticing that he's the one speaking the most. Whenever you see a player cam on NiKo, he's constantly communicating, constantly talking. And I will say, you know, whenever I saw a player cam on Snax, it was, yeah, his mouth was moving from time to time, but not to the same degree as NiKo. So if you're wondering who's in control of this team in the mid-round scenario, if you're wondering who's dictating when to go and what pace you're playing at, it is more likely NiKo than it is Snax right now. And they're probably working in tandem, they're probably working together to craft that game plan. And I love the fact that he's still that invested into it. It's not like he's sitting back and just letting Snax run the show. Nah, he's helping him out, if not even taking over from time to time.
And it's no surprise, pulling this amount of communication throughout the game, throughout the rounds, even when he's dead, when he's alive, his fragging output is still unmatched. And yeah, you look at the scoreline, 18 kills, 15 deaths, 3 KD plus, but at the same time, those kills were all so impactful.
You spoke about it, Stiko, coming into this very series, just the prowess that G2 have showed in those pistols. First half, that paid off in dividends, right? Because it meant that m0NESY could get his hands on an AWP very quickly indeed and do some work with it.
And it all started in the pistol round, which was 3v5 in favor of Vitality. I looked away from the screen for a moment and suddenly I see Snax getting a 3K. In the end, it all comes down to these pistols, getting that economy rolling. And then for the second half pistol, it was the similar story where ZywOo still got a kill, blind kill in lower tunnel with duelies, but then m0NESY completely took over with an ace, and he's even spamming duelies at the range from middle to window on B side, and he's still getting headshots. How is he doing it?
It feels like m0NESY is just getting better and better and better every single time we see him play. This game was absolutely fantastic. Yes, you look at the scoreline, you look at the 128 ADR, but look at this highlight package. He's under pressure in every single one of those kills. There's no easy kills, there's no easy feats. He's coming in the pistols, he's coming in with the scout. Every single kill he's having is a tough kill to get. It's not like he's stat padding or farming or anything like that. This game for m0NESY was once again a reference game in the sense that when we're having this conversation, whether or not he's the best player in the world, you pull out this game and you think to yourself, naturally he's in that conversation because he's so goddamn good.
And if you look at the first half just in isolation, the disparity between what m0NESY was able to put out versus ZywOo, I mean, we already kind of touched upon it. ZywOo started this map very cold indeed.
Yeah, it was definitely not pretty from the beginning, and that resulted in a scoreline. If your best player is not performing up to par for the Oprah against you, well, you're gonna have a tough time on map like Dustus. Luckily, second half kind of salvaged it. He had a lot of impact and multi-frags, but ultimately not enough.
Kind of telling that his highlight package starts in round 21 or something like that. There wasn't much to sing praises about ZywOo in the beginning of this game. Maybe the work conditions were a little bit tough, but as you can see right here, some of these AWP shots, some of the impact that he found later on in this game was very, very high. Again, I love the confidence as well here. AWP pulling out the deagle, being communicated by flamec that 2 of the players are low, just swinging it out, taking the duel, and you gotta give credit to ZywOo. If you're finishing the game with 87 ADR plus 5 KD after having a horrible first half, you must realize that the second half was a complete different story.
So many of those shots in that second half were just ridiculous, even by ZywOo's standards. And I mean, he was instrumental in terms of them getting those 6 CT rounds back in a row to be, you know, putting them in contention of maybe pushing G2, putting them under the pressure.
Yeah, but I only think it's fair that we highlight Spinks then in that regard, because he was the one player keeping them alive. You know, for ZywOo to have a chance to warm up into the game, to get going in the second half, it needed someone else to keep the game alive, so it wouldn't be a 13-3 or a 13-2 for that matter. And that was Spinks from the first half. First half he was fantastic, second half he was fantastic. He had so much impact, especially locking down the B bomb site for Vitality. The few times they were able to do that. Again, we saw it yesterday, when Spinks is playing well and ZywOo is playing well at the same time, Vitality is a complete different beast to deal with. Unfortunately for Spinks, ZywOo only joined him in the second half.
Yeah, Spinks actually stat battled a little bit with the eco acer and stuff like that, but you have to give credit to him, especially in the late round situations where it was like 2v2s, 3v3s, sometimes retakes. He was the one actually pulling the round back. This was an insane shot with the last bullet. In the end, that round wasn't even enough, where Nico clutched it. We already spoke about it. So you can see how back and forth it was between specific individuals on the Dust 2.
And if there's one thing I want to highlight, you know, as we soaking in this experience of the game, it was at an incredible high level. Yes, G2 was dominating, but the individual skill set coming out from these players, the quality of the shots, you said it yourself, even by the standards of ZywOo, some of those AWP plays were on top of this game. m0NESY as well, the dual elites, the pistols, the AWP kills, Nico, the clutches, you name it. It was all at a very high level. So sometimes you have a game like this where, sure, it gets close and it's a little bit messy back and forth, but the quality of the players and the quality of the Counter-Strike we got was at a very high level.
So what was the turning point for you then? When was the moment where G2, you know, finally regained control of this Dust 2?
I mean, the force buy, they came in with the Tech 9. I think it's m0NESY and Malps rushing out towards long and getting it done. flamec was struggling a little bit in this game. He had a couple of moments that, you know, could have redefined his game and maybe he could have warmed up into it, but long seemed to be an issue and flamec seemed to not have a great game, and m0NESY took advantage of that. And then again, I gotta say it, when it was looking at the absolute worst for G2, when we were talking about and thinking this is going overtime, guess who showed up?
Yeah.
m0NESY.
Exactly. I mean, there was a round where I feel like Vitality maybe felt a little bit overconfident when it comes to the calling. They were finally suddenly getting themselves back into the game. And then there was like aggressive call. I remember Apex swinging from short, m0NESY catching his head with a scout. Then one guy was pushing middle and they falter at long as well. So there was like multiple occasions where it felt like too proactive coming from Vitality. I don't know, obviously, I don't see into the calls. Maybe there were suggestions that we want to catch them off guard, but they did it at the wrong timing because G2 at that point, they had no money. They had Tech 9s, they had scouts, and it was a very easy round for CTs to play with because G2 had no utility virtually.
It's interesting you say it, because when we walked up to the stage just before we went live, I could see Apex and flamec having I wouldn't call it a heated discussion, but maybe a heated conversation with each other. The rest of the team had left, the coach was no there. Apex and flamec were having an exchange of words. Whether that was something within the game, the round that just happened, who knows, but you could clearly see there was an intense communication going on.
That's kind of understandable. I mean, they're two kind of very passionate guys coming from passionate regions. I know this doesn't really pertain to the game all too much, but it's been a fun stat that we've been following along ever since Fall Finals. Snax, at one point, he was at a positive KD, Stico. Did it end that way?
I was sure that it's going to end that way, and then, well, the comeback from Vitality didn't hand off in a matter that they converted the game, but at least they converted the stat to prolong itself, and well, it's unfortunate, but it has to be addressed.
But the worst part is he was 12-7 in this game, so he went 0-7 just to, I guess, ruin the fun and continue the streak in that regard. As much as we meme about it, now let's pretend that Vitality went into overtime, and let's pretend that that sequence of rounds that ZywOo and Vitality were winning, Snax also had a 0-9 KD stat line. It is an issue, you know, as much as we meme about it, as much as it's nice that G2 is still winning with Snax, you know, sometimes playing well and finding impact. Had they gone into overtime, had G2 lost this map, you would point fingers at a guy like Snax who went from a 12-7 scoreline to maybe at a point not having a kill in 9-10 rounds.
But look, about that strong start for G2, Snax was all part of it. The first round was all him, and honestly that set a stone at least for the beginning of the first half. And I have to defend the guy at least a little bit because otherwise we would be flagging him too much.
Yeah, I think
as long as you win, you know, as long as you win.
Exactly, I think that's the whole conversation, right? We don't expect Snax to be putting up those big numbers. I think it's more that it's just kind of quirky that they're still winning so many games despite having this, you know, quite a long losing streak in the terms of KD for the side of Snax. If you're Vitality right now, the comeback was so close. We know that they're a very emotional team, Jacob. Where do you think they're at mentally?
I think they they're a little bit hard done by now. I think it's a good thing for them. They got warmed up into the game. Good thing that we get to see Saivu play well, but they also know what awaits them. Inferno being the map pick of G2, Inferno being a map that requires a bit more, I'd say, structure, a bit more synergy between the players, especially when Jack's coming in as a stand-in. So I think if you're out there for Vitality right now, you're going to take away the positives from G2, which is Spinks, which is Saivu warming up into the game, which is them being competitive, but knowing what's ahead, it must be in the back of the mind right now that it's not looking great for Vitality.
I'm a little bit conflicted with Inferno because yes, you need to play a little bit more structured. You have certain set stress that you can run from the beginning of the game, but also it's a very poppy map, I would say, where you can surprise a lot of enemies, and especially for Jax, you know, if he's tasked to run through the smoke or do the nap spot and go first out, all he requires is to know the pathway. Should I jump to pit? Should I jump to short? Should I clear city? Should I just clear B side? All he needs to know is going to be done, and he receives the flashes for it, and he enables himself this way. On Dustin, it might be a little bit tougher because you have to work map control. On Inferno, it's a little bit different, where you can kind of resort to this different playstyle, which might be the answer for G2.
Let's put a pin in the Inferno conversation for now, because we do need to head things to a quick break. When we're back, the map pick of G2, it's Inferno live in Singapore. Vitality must fan the flames of Inferno if they want to keep their heads here in Singapore. The map choice of G2 coming into this semi-final, and this is going to be a very interesting one. Vitality starting on the CT side, G2 on the T side. How is that going to work then, Stiko? If we're looking at the standard situation, where is Jax going to be slotting in for Mezzi?
It's a big question mark how it's going to go out, because Jax didn't play Inferno yet on this event, and obviously Mezzi is responsible for this pit area on that CT side. It's known for this little passive approach. You're kind of playing an anchor position, so to speak, holding that abs pops, short pops, all these things are coming to a play, but it's definitely not easy by any means. You have to use your utility so well in order to being competitive. You have to play around the flashes that T's are throwing, and you have to predict a lot of stuff, and it's not easy for a player without any experience in the position.
See, that's the thing. You're right. He is going to play in pit. He is going to play in a passive position, which means it's not up to Jax whether or not he wants to be involved in this game. It's up to G2 to test him if they want to. If Jax can sit in pit for the entirety of the round and see nothing, then Jax will do that. He's not going to go out there and seek too much. I don't think he's going to be too aggressive, too proactive in towards the apartments area. It's up to G2 whether or not they want to attack him and whether or not they want to test him in the pit area. I will say, Messi, one of the few positions where he's actually been doing very well for himself has been as a pit player on the CT side, so I see it as a weakness.
Silver lining would be that pit is definitely the least impactful position on CT side, so it's a good thing that Jax is the one wielding it, being responsible for it.
You can hide him,
It's not going to impact the gameplay of Vitality too much, because he's always going to be resorting to that part of the map.
To look on the other side of the coin, though, I hate and love to play devil's advocate, but if you're looking over towards the B bomb site for Vitality, I also think you're in for a bad time, because guess who loves to be taking that banana control? Oh, it's Nico, and he's been on a tear in that first map.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to whether or not Apex have an idea of how he wants to counter Nico, not necessarily by aim, but by utility. How can we make the playing condition and the playing field for Nico as tough as possible? If Nico's always running up banana and losing 50 HP to a grenade or to a Molotov, that makes it significantly easier for Apex and Spinx, for that matter, to win the duel. So I think it's not necessarily in terms of Apex, having to mentally get ready to win those duels, more so, throw some nades at him and make it tough.
The skill difference is huge. We've seen it on us too as well. The Apex and Nico is the skill difference is just way too much to ignore. What I'm going to be seeing though is maybe Zaivu posting up with Banana. That's a play that a lot of teams are wielding and resorting to, especially against Nico, because that's actually one thing that you can go for. You can outduel an AWP and a rifle in a way that Zaivu has control of full Banana, and then you play 4 rifles over an A side. That could be a play. We will see how it turns out.
You did such a good job yesterday, Stika, when I asked you to put your managerial hat on. So I'm going to ask you to return to the role of in-game leader. Imagine your snacks. I mean, you look so alike, so it can't be that hard. You're the in-game leader. You're calling the shots on this T side. Which bomb site are you going to be leaning towards? Is it extra tempting because you know that Jax is playing maybe an uncomfortable position towards A?
I would keep doing what I'm doing, because Vitality on Inferno are not the great team in terms of things when it comes to tier 1. I'm still keeping my gameplay, whatever I am comfortable with, whatever works in practice. I'm not tunnel visioning myself on the fact that the stand-in is over at the A side. If anything, you can attack B side, and then you know that retake is not going to be attempted that much because Jax is part of the retake, and Inferno is known for this. There's a lot of saving here, so it might be the key to success.
I think you're right. I think Snacks have shown us enough that he's ice cold in the sense that he's going to call the way that the team normally plays. He's not going to get too accustomed to the opponents. One would also argue that knowing Jax is playing pit, Zaivu is perhaps a little bit more tempting to be in that area, maybe help him out, and a little bit more aware of being close to Jax in case it were to happen there. So I think if you're G2, you continue to play the way you've been doing so far, and if you're Snacks, you continue to call the way you've been doing so far.
Let's touch upon the AWPing side of the equation, as obviously you bring Zaivu's name into fruition as well. Dust 2 versus Inferno, AWPing approach, it's a bit different, isn't it?
Absolutely, to the point where some teams are actually not even wielding AWP on T side, and they're only going to pick it once they maybe find it on the ground. This might be very well the play for the Zaivu or m0NESY for that matter. It's not going to be as impactful as on Dust 2. It's going to still play a certain role, because on CT side you will want to have that AWP as soon as possible, but for T side it's a different story.
It's more about the clutching ability as well with the AWP on Inferno, right? When you get into a 3v3, when you take the bomb side, you get the bomb down, and then you have to defend the bomb with the AWP. We've seen that time and time again with both Zaivu and m0NESY standing on the A bomb side and just shutting down people left, right, and center. So it almost requires your teammates to help you a little bit. There's only so much you can do as an AWP player on Inferno. It's not as open as Mirage or Dust 2, given that you obviously can dictate the game in certain ways if you want to, and if you, I guess, want to take the risk of it, but more so in the clutch scenarios. When you're in a 2v2, 3v3, bomb is down, that's when you get to see the best of m0NESY and Zaivu.
I have this rule that I had with my team as well, where you have an AWP in post plant as a T side, it's worth at least 2 men. So even if you're 3v2 in disadvantage when it comes to manpower, you're in advantage because you have that AWP. On B side, triple box, dark box, even Banana is very powerful. On that A side, obviously pit and side, very flexible, very mobile, very hard to get flashed and flushed out with utility.
Now, if history is anything to go by, G2 incredibly likely to be winning the pistol round on that T side. What should Vitality be doing then to maybe, you know, change that fate and give them a better version of the odds?
I mean, click heads at this point. It's so weird that everyone is contemplating pistol round to be so random in CS2 that is always kind of 50-50. And if you look at the stats of a lot of teams, even Vitality, they have exact 50-50 ratio. But G2 cracked the code as the probably only team right now that they are doing so well, and we've seen it on Dust 2. It's all coming down to individuals. It's really hard to find a counter to that kind of pistol round.
I think there's a direct correlation, and trust me, I haven't checked it out. I'm sure there's much smarter minds out there who could do it, but you know, in terms of raw aim, individual skill, if you have a lot of that, you're also more likely to win your pistols than not, because there's not that many grenades, there's not that many factors you have to take into account. All you have to do is sometimes throw a smoke, buy some armor, and click hits, as Stuko said.
I feel like we've been talking about a lot of issues that could be present for Vitality on the second map of Inferno, which does make sense being G2's pick. Jacob, sell me on why we're going to be going to a third. Is there hope for Vitality to swing this one back in their favor?
Why are you giving me such a bad question? I'll find it hard to find a good reason, to be completely honest. One thing is Vitality obviously have played well so far, but I see so many potential risk of Jax not feeling too comfortable, not only on the CT side, but also on the T side. I'll also say that the way G2 are playing right now, it requires something extraordinary from a guy like ZywOo to come in and change that. We saw Monity dictate the game on Dust 2. We saw him have an awful lot of impact and almost shut down the entirety of Vitality. Now, if Vitality wants to win Inferno, I would argue ZywOo has to do the same. ZywOo needs to shut down G2, otherwise we're not going to a third.
Well, it's time to find out exactly what is going to go down on Inferno. It's G2 versus Vitality.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, guys. We're getting ready for the second map here, the pick of G2 Maui. It's Inferno. Jax, we haven't seen him play yet. What are your thoughts? Do you feel he can step up and replace Mezzi in that pit position?
I mean, it's such an important spot to be right there, the anchor of the A-site defense. Yep. And Jax, I mean, he looked out of his depth here on map number 1. That's what I'm worried about. The firepower from G2 might just be a class above everything that he's been competing against for the last year. He's going to need to show something more.
Well, they did show some character at the very least. They were down and out. That first half, they didn't show up whatsoever. ZywOo was MIA, Flames couldn't frag, but slowly but surely they got into 5th gear, and they showed that they can still compete at this level. As we get ready, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise! We're getting ready for Inferno, the pick of G2. Let's see what Vitality have got and whether they can step up and take us to a third.
G2 have shown more variance than a Singapore slots machine thus far. This team, I don't know what I'm getting map to map, game to game, tournament to tournament, but they're looking fierce here in Singapore. Apex early on with the push. Hunter not ready for the peak. m0NESY is, though. He's been ready for everything that has been thrown at him this entire tournament.
Both pistols in favor of G2 to kick things off. We'll see whether they can keep the streak going. 4 versus 4 for now on their T side. They still have smokes and a couple of flashes. Hit the Molotov as well, double smoke. So the world is their oyster. The utility suggests a B finish here, but with plenty of time, they're going to feel the map out. And the CTs will have 3 players towards A, leaving just Flames, I believe, over towards our B bomb site.
It does look like Vitality have guessed right here, though. That's something they've got going for them. Spinks watching the bracket as it stands. And like you said, a couple of key pieces of utility on the G2 side.
So if you get to execute here, smoke towards our side, smoke towards Moto, Molotov the pit, flash over. Yep. That's what we'd expect. They've got everything they need to deploy that, but as you mentioned, there are 3 CTs ready and waiting. There's a smoke down towards the arch side. We're waiting for one of Moto as well, and the commitment will come through momentarily.
ZywOo in the pit, Jax on the site, nades are coming out. m0NESY's gonna be mauling ZywOo out of that spot. He's gonna be burning alive. He has to vacate the premises. Tucks himself into mini pit, flashes there. ZywOo on top of it. It gets the first shot, but no, okay, everybody is swarming the bomb site. Mobs with clinical incision as he gets onto A. Flames in the 1 versus 3. He's got some utility himself, but no kit. This is an uphill battle. Smoke is right in his face, and he doesn't look like he's gonna be getting back into this one. Case for a save here on this utility, and he he is going to opt for that.
You're dead on as well. The fact he has no Kevlar as well, 3 versus 1, a bomb to defuse, no kill, all those variables working against him, and he's got himself $500 worth of utility. So yes, definitely worth the save. Inferno lends itself to the force buy in the second round, and smokes are the aim of the game. Having a smoke for free will actually help out a lot going forward. A nice aggressive push there from Apex at the start, but traded out, of course, by m0NESY. He's got the hot hand and then some right now. Miles MD handing out headshots there towards the pit. Bear in mind, we have not seen Jax play this map yet at the tournament. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be complicated as Flames holds on to the utility. They did hunt him, but unable to find him, as we are expecting that second round force by now. Expect MP9s, Kevlar, and basic utility here. Maybe a scout or two in the mix, because we know Apex and ZywOo love deploying those.
Oh yeah, they definitely do. One light worrying sign I'm going to keep my eye on for this one, though, is the fact that ZywOo was the one that was in pit instead of Jax. Normally that would be mezii in the pit. ZywOo would likely be playing towards A. I don't want to get too deep into it just yet, because we've yet to see a gun round, but something to just take note of. And Apex, yeah, like you said, I mean, they do like a scout, a little bit of an upgrade here. They're deploying some counter utility to slow on this B push. G2, they're making their way back towards A. They have the utility to take bracket cleanly as long as they use it. And you can see, good nade already to soften up the offense here.
Yeah, well, puts Nico into one-shot potential for the scout, so that's massive damage at the start of the round. Apex will fall off the B bomb side, leaving Flames alone, who I'm sure has a couple of smokes in reserve here to try and blockade them off and funnel them in towards the A side. But mid-control being presented right now. Snacks at the top, clearing out all the cubbies. It's Spinks on the other side. The MP9, he has been phenomenal today. Spinks has been their beacon of hope for Vitality when they were looking weak. And flashbangs from CT Spawn. You don't see this too often.
Okay, they're going to pop through the smoke.
Yeah,
Apex has got the flash ready. ZywOo with the swing. Oh, actually a little bit of a team flash. Or maybe that was actually G2's. Now Spinks, okay, there he goes. Pops off the Apex flash. But Snacks is there. Quick work of those A-side defenders. Jax in the pit. Okay, let's see what he's got. He needs to be the mezii replacement, but overwhelmed by Hunter jumping right on top of him.
Some nice shots here. The Counter-Strike spectacle. So many skilled players on the server right now. Apex and Flames, though, looking out of their depth, they might have to save the MP9s once more. A Galil has been found. That's not too bad. A worthy upgrade, as we will see them fall back here. Snacks getting it done. The streak continues, Mao. He was 11-6 at one point, and he did end the game 12-14. What are your thoughts?
Man, I wanted to see it broken, because it's just been an unceasing narrative regarding Snacks. Sometimes the calls are a little bit questionable, but you would love to at least see that he could frag, because that was supposed to be the upgrade. He was supposed to be an upgrade in terms of individual ability over HooXi, and honestly, unfortunately, a lot of Snacks fans out there, but you can't make that case yet. You just simply can't.
I mean, that's fair enough.
That's love. That's love. That's what love is. You do things for the other people that you have it out for, you know?
So, a couple of players survive here, but essentially Eco coming up next. Early days here, but already a map down. It's their opponent's pick. We've never seen Jax play this map. Interested to see where he'll play in the rifle rounds, as you mentioned. This one should be a bit of a gimme, though, unless we see something very impressive here. With the 2 MP9s, do you want to see some aggression? Do you want to see some assertive push at the start to try and get an advantage, or hold up with the crossfires and see whether the pistols can bait them in? Interesting. We've got Apex and Flames going towards B. Suggests they might go for a bit of a push.
Yeah, definitely know that you're going to be presented a duel early on. ZywOo, he's acting like this is an op. Deagle down mid, but yeah, quickly force off of the angle, and once again, Snacks making his way up middle. Seems like a repeat of the previous round. Oh my goodness, he is using it like an op. What a shot from ZywOo there.
Okay, this gets a little bit uncomfortable now. You've got a man advantage as grenades connecting once again. Bear in mind, they've got the Galil in the hands of Flames. He can make this one work. And B9 for Apex as well. The firepower being brought over towards that B bomb site. It might be the wrong call, though. Spinks and Jax, bear in mind, they don't have much whatsoever. They have got a 5-7, a Desert Eagle, but Jax without any Kevlar as well. Snacks is confirming that middle is at least clear for now, and it's 2 players stacked up towards the quad side. Snacks alone and trying to hunt for information as they make their way back towards B. Beautiful shot from m0NESY. That's the MP9 removed, and 50 seconds. What's the final play? It looks to be a B split from Spawn.
Snacks makes his way through the smoke. Keeps things sneaky and tricky. There are 2 B-side defenders. ZywOo and Flames got to come up big here. And ZywOo with his head tucked down, this is going to be a free kill for Snacks. Yeah, this is all day. Unless, wait, ZywOo's looking that direction.
I don't know about
whoa, hold on a second here. Now, they know exactly what's going on. m0NESY fighting his way through it, though. There's no CT smoke, but it doesn't even matter. Shots are there, but Flames comes up with 2, looking for the 3rd. Oh, just misses out on that opportunity. What a way for G2 to keep themselves in this one.
You had to jinx Snacks, didn't you?
Unfortunately. Unfortunately.
Yeah, that was always going to be a difficult kill, I think, at range. He had Kevlar, needed a quick headshot with the Mac-10. Nice maneuver from Snacks, but very uncomfortable towards the end there. They do get the three-round lead at the start here, the 3-0 to open things up. But still, money compromised there, very expensive, and ZywOo hitting some bangers. But Nalb's MD to close things out. They've got a nice lead here. As we enter the first gun round, be interesting to see where they position, set the tone for the game here. Molotovs and grenades exchanged towards B. It's ZywOo with the AWP on the corner. Looks like he's more than ready for this challenge. And he'll find NiKo to open things up here.
That's what Vitality needed. Down 0-3 in the hole. Hunter will try to react, find some space towards middle. Spinks, he's right there on the corner, playing a timing game, and it does not work in his favor, but enough bullets were expended, and so Jax was able to find the trade on the reload. Now, m0NESY, he's trying to make the same play happen. He smokes off that arch side, keeps Vitality in check, keeps him honest. Jax, though, he's already reacting. I mean, this is impressive stuff from a stand-in to be this proactive, but it leaves Apex on an island. The rotation is not there yet. Jax is going to be quick on the flank, but it might not be quick enough. Bomb site is being taken by G2. Molly right in front of Apex. This is a clear line for him, though. Easy shot onto Snacks. Mobs know he has to deploy this smoke. You need to get this bomb planted, because once you do, anything's possible when m0NESY's in the back of the site.
Here we go. Man advantage, but the bomb is down. We got the CTs retaking from Ruin. CT spawn and Banana. Jackson that long flank. Now retip, can't hit the shot. m0NESY with a difficult clutch, but rising to the occasion. An astonishing shot towards CT spawn. Can he make this one work? Spot the player towards the coffins. A great effort, but it will be the first on the board there for Vitality. We go 3-1, and bear in mind, they lost a lot of players in that previous round to the Deagles. The money's not going to be fantastic. This feels like the first opportunity for a tactical timeout, as we will see ZywOo opening things up there. And Apex, you've got to commend him for that one now. He only gets one kill, but he slowed them down for so long there. Made things uncomfortable, gets a nice kill on Snacks, and bought enough time for the rotations to come through.
That's exactly what you want from a textbook anchor in Apex. Well, at least in this round he was. And for Jax, I still have to commend him too. Quick on the flank, that kind of reaction right there, that's high-level CS. And really, again, when you're the stand and you want to be the guy that doesn't make the mistakes, but you know that you have to sometimes seize an opportunity, a window, and he did right there. Nade down again, and we see that the force might come out from G2, but a chunky nade onto 4 players right there really is going to soften them up. Another one on top of it, insult to injury, and it looks like they've already outlined what they want from this one. Mobs forcing the issue through the fire, but it's Flames that takes him down. Man, this is just an onslaught of utility, and Vitality are coming out way on top.
Yeah, tactical airstrike there, and it is going to be the opening frag for Vitality. They've got a 5 versus 4. Hunter tries his luck towards the apartment here, shows a bit of presence, but the grenades continue to do so much. As he goes down to 40 points of health, Spinks knows he's low. He's got a freebie here. Well played, not quite going to convert it, but key information regardless. And we're going to focus our efforts towards B now. Flames has been pretty solid here so far. He's got Apex with him as he actually goes down. Now they know a player towards CT spawn. Got to swing, got to find at least one, which he has done. They're so low, the round should be secure still. 3 versus 3, but a lot more complicated now. We are going to see NiKo get a prime position. I think ZywOo spotted him.
Oh, he did. Spotted a shoulder. Gonna be a hard clear. Oh, caught on the quick switch. Oh no, okay, this just unfolded so poorly for Vitality in what was shaping up to be a masterclass in utility. Somehow G2 break their way into the site.
Bear in mind, it's all unconfirmed damage. Yeah. We see it from our POV, but they don't get the indicators that they've done about 300 damage down towards the bottom of Banana. They're assuming these players have HP to work with, but they certainly don't. The walking wounded turtle up in the B bomb site, and the CTs will disengage, allow them to save their weapons and find their 4th round here on the T side of their map pick, looking to book themselves a place in the grand finals. It was the opening frag from Flames as well. Then all of a sudden, Snacks helps himself to the in-game leader, gets a couple of kills, and this was the moment the round was won. ZywOo, after spotting NiKo, caught on the quick switch and taken down. They'll save 2 weapons, but this one's starting to spiral once again in the first half.
Frankly, I'm shocked that ZywOo was caught right there. That is so surprising. Timeout early on as G2 are up 4-1, and so it will be Xtaz that gets into the microphone, calls out what's going on, how to fix this problem. Overall, I really do feel like Vitality in that round, I mean, if they look back at the tape right there, they're gonna feel like that one slipped through their fingertips. So close, but yeah, like you said, probably no idea there.
10 tip. Have a look at the finances for Vitality. They saved 2 weapons, averaging about $3,000. They can drop 2 M4s here, so there should be a strong buy regardless, but need to start finding some momentum here. They're unable to break G2 as of yet. The Orb from Odyssey is now being deployed as well. This is their final form. He's an absolute monster on Inferno. And we'll see the MP9. It's in the hands of Apex. AK-47 saved by Jax.
Okay, smoke down middle early on. Usually indicates some kind of CT pressure, or at least gives the option of a peek into alt mid, but it's actually Vitality that are making their way towards apartments. A little bit of a ruse right there set up, and it keeps G2 on their toes. Not gonna likely expect the double ab setup. Hunter will be the one to contest in this situation. Malbs, you're looking for a double peek here. If you're able to peek both these angles simultaneously, and Monacy, oh my gosh, this is definitely gonna be worrying the Vitality players there. They know they're playing a dangerous game in those halls.
Yeah.
This is going to be a pivotal moment.
Well, they're going to have double swings on either side of the equation, Maui, and it will be the double kill. G2 pretty much have guaranteed the round at this stage. It would take something disastrous from ZywOo. He's unable to inflict any damage whatsoever, and it's another freebie of a round. Open bomb site and save weapons is the only option now for Vitality. Apex and Flames don't see any action whatsoever in this one.
I will say, to the credit of G2 in picking this map, it's one of those maps where, sure, we saw some confusion, some uncertainty on Dust 2, but Inferno, there are such clear map control procedures that you're going to go through, and you have world-class players at doing it. Nico running up Banana, Hunter and Malbs going through the halls themselves. All of these players are elite at taking all of this space away.
They saved 2 weapons again, but I don't think they can justify another force buy here. It would have to be the partial, and that's if they hold on to both these weapons. The hunt hasn't been called, though. They're going to just keep their nice, strong resources, as 4 players will continue into the next round here. Apex and Flames, nothing they can do, and now G2 once again running away with the first half. Looking likely to 2-0 this one, unless Vitality can bring themselves back online, just like they did on Dust 2. But still, this first half is looking very problematic. As mentioned, they've got a decent loss bonus here, but it's 4 status, $2,900 with the 2 saved weapons. I think it's MP9s and 5.7s to bring to the table here, which is still possible. They can still make that work, but it's still going to be a very challenging round going forward. And we'll see what they bring to the table here. So yeah, a few pistols, the MP9 save, and Flames with that M4. Players like ZywOo, we've seen him hit some bangers today with that Deagle. He's saving for the Orb. He didn't get Kevlar, so expect the ZywOo Orb into the next round as they try and recover their CT half here on Inferno.
We just need some magic from Vitality. We really do right now. Flames, he's trying to make something happen. Okay, that is a sneaky play. 5-on-4 advantage, but Vitality, they've been here before. They've found opening kills and the unable to convert. So Apex in the backline, he's got the counter flash ready, throws it right at him. In fact, another flash right here in tow. He's gonna be going for the swing. He knows it's a heroic play, a desperate play, and it proves unsuccessful. And now, despite that man advantage, it is lock and key. G2, they've got this B bomb side. Vitality at this point, they're gonna be looking for exits.
Well, the Desert Eagle, some desperate shots through the smoke. None of them connecting. ZywOo, bear in mind, no Kevlar. He's saving for the AWP himself. Hoping he can find a couple of Deagle shots to keep them modest on the other side. But no one peeking, no one giving anything away.
Yeah, that's
not the best smoke, but still does the job. And we'll hold him at bay.
Yeah, it's a little awkward, but ZywOo can't quite find an angle unless Snacks jumps right behind it. Nah, nothing really to be found right there. I think ZywOo's gonna at least tap the bomb. That might bring somebody back. Okay, well, it's a nice shot on Amonis. I'll give him that. Okay, let's see if we can find anything else. Yeah, it's really at this point just some cosmetic damage, some economic damage being inflicted. Snacks is able to save the AWP. Sure, you take a couple of casualties, but you're up 6-1 right now on your map pick with a 1-map lead, putting Vitality on so much pressure.
And they already found the player that saved the previous round. You saw the kit at the bottom of Banana. There was an argument to be made if he had a kit, maybe he defuses that bomb, but it's good comms, good read of the situation. ZywOo is not going to be like kit by himself there, so they're happy just to leave him and force him off the bomb. As we're going 6-1 now. Yeah, this is getting problematic. The AWP, as mentioned, being brought out here. No tactical timeout as we enter do or die situation now. Vitality need to start posting some form and show us they can keep up with the stand-in.
They gotta look for a way to flip the script. Banana control has been such a strong asset to the G2 game plan thus far. Despite all the utility damage they've been taking, they are fighting through it. And Flames, he wants to contest this, and if anything, I mean, this is a part of the defense that should be good for you, but Hunter, okay, he wants to pressure Jax immediately. Jax ready, though, on the trigger. Regardless, we have seen Vitality finding these opening picks, and they have been unable to convert. This time around, though, at least they have some guns, at least they have some utility to work with, and they've got some space. Flames is contesting the top of Banana, and this is actually looking pretty good for Vitality right now. G2 are getting choked out, and a great spray right there gets m0NESY down to 23 early on, too.
Wow, good effort there. They maintain the man advantage, applying pressure, not letting it happen on for free this time, but m0NESY in his AWP could be a real problem. Flashbang over the top, a swing from Flames. Good grenade in response to actually dissuade him. He'll have to disengage now as he pushes back. m0NESY, low health, but still plenty of utility. It's Hunter that's gone down, and Malbs will go plug the gap in towards the apartment, so an A finish looking very likely. I think m0NESY's going to throw a little bit of a fake in towards B with a smoke and spawn, some flashes, and all presence while his teammates get ready, and Malbs might consider the push in that smoke.
Oh, that's a death sentence if he does. m0NESY hasn't even sold the fake yet. Oh no, that's a missed smoke on top right there. Well, Jax, I mean, there might be a timing, but Spinks is covering the halls right there. Great shot. It lasers him right in the face, and nah, this is looking awful for G2 right now. You might even consider the save at this point. One last-ditch effort. Flash in the face of Jax, and now it's an easy cleanup. No contest whatsoever. Well done from Vitality on the bounce back here. 5 alive.
It's Jax with 4 kills in the round as well, stepping up with the M4. Found Hunter to kick things off there, who was trying to sneak through, contact play, see if he could thread the needle. Doesn't happen though, and it will be the second on the board. Finally, Vitality with an impressive round there. Money actually pretty low for G2. Like, they have been finding a few kills. They have bottom of the barrel loss bonus, bear in mind. But the problem is, it feels like 6 rounds on the T side, your pick. It's going to be very difficult for Vitality on their T side with the stand-in here. Even one more round would feel like it's going to be very difficult to recover this game.
Timeout, though, on the G2 side. I feel like Taz is just saying, calm down, we've got this one. Everything is going well on these gun rounds as long as we're playing within the system. Obviously, Hunter there taking an individual liberty, trying to fight in towards A early on through the apartments and quickly punish. And yeah, no, you just go back to the drawing board and say, we've outlined a great game plan for ourselves. It's got us to 6-1. We can keep it going, try to win the half even harder, put them away quickly, because Vitality, yeah, they started showing a little bit of gusto there as we progressed on Dust 2. They started showing a lot of life in some of the individuals. And I will say, like, it's really just been G2 with great game planning. No one's really popping off on the kill feed right now. 5 kills apiece on 4 of their players. Nico behind with 4 of his own. And so really, it's just been good team. Yes, and oh no, that's a lot of damage though.
God, it burns out of smoke as well. They were blind in the corner, giving each other a cuddle, and now they're both quite tagged up. The grenade connects as well, but so does the M4 of Flames. Speaking of which, running through the fire. And they've actually got the opening pick once again. Can they convert this one? Still don't want to fall back towards a bomb site. You can see Zywo on the off angle of the AWP. He has Flames to swing out if required.
Gotta have a flash here, G2. Where this is a free kill.
Zywo hits these.
It looks like they're going for the dry peek. All he needs is an elbow, a shoulder, and Zywo's still fighting on, but no, okay, so much pressure here. Wait a second. This round is turned on its head. 3 versus 3. The cavalry is on the way, though. Spinks trying to recover the situation with a Molotov through it. He's got the utility. Is there going to be a pop? A flash?
Going for it.
Apex looks like he wants to send him right through. He does. Flash is right there in his face, and Spinks collects 2 kills, leaving m0NESY in a dire 1 versus 2, but the nade right at his feet. Bye-bye.
What a moment. Spinks calls for the flashbang, dives through the smoke, takes down 2, and keeps Vitality in it. A lot of damage taken at the start of the round as well, but Zywo manages to find Malbs at the half wall. Flames with the opening frag as well. And slowly but surely, Vitality are showing some form here on Inferno. That was a must-win round, had to convert that advantage. The money was broken for G2 if they could take this one, and they might be able to close the gap. 3 rounds to go as we go 6 and 3. I think it has to be the eco here. I don't think there's even a partial buy available. We'll have a look at the funds. They're hovering around $3,000 per player. So we are going to see Tech9's
Hero AK.
Oh yeah, you're right, for m0NESY as well.
Yeah, and who better to put it in the hands of? Okay.
Well, Nico's got a deagle on armor, but m0NESY running the gauntlet of Banana takes massive damage. It takes him beneath 80 points of health, means that 1 tap of the M4s are available. That is a crazy maneuver. You can see the idea. Finds a gap, but Zywo there to defend his teammates. Opening kill once again for Vitality here. Jax, this is a great play.
Man, he's getting frisky with it here in apartments. I don't know what has possessed this man to go for these kinds of plays. You're in a 5-on-4 advantage, taking a huge risk. but it looks like this is going to pay off. This is going to be brilliant for Jax. Oh, they are all right there.
It's the kind of play you start getting butterflies in your stomach. You realize you've got them in the palm of your hand. There's no way they can know. Not the cleanest first kill, but the second he makes up for it, looking for another quad here potentially, as Jax lights them up once again. Fantastic maneuver, the stand-in stepping up.
Top fragging for his team and top fragging in the server after what was a disastrous Dust 2 for him. I think it was just 5 kills in the entire map. He's already doubled that total here with 10. Now, well done. They are definitely gonna be happy about that one. Yeah, if you don't pressure him, if Hunter's not there in the apartments, Jax, he's gonna flirt with that space. He's gonna check it out.
Yeah, very impressive. Gets himself 3 kills. Couple more rounds to go, though. We're going to see m0NESY on the Mac 10. Presumably he's got the best spawn. There's got to be some sort of intent behind you. Think, give that to Snacks. Allow m0NESY to have the rifle, but I'm assuming he's going to do something quick and fast paced. We'll have a look.
Oh, he's actually in the back right now. Oh, no, they just missed a smoke right there. Oh, no.
Been the best day for utility fans.
A couple of missed smokes here for G2. I mean, you still got 6 rounds on the half, but you have a chance to really run away with this one. Hunter already deep in the apartments. Looks like they're outlining a bracket take on the side of G2. Counter flash right there. That'll set up Spinks beautifully, but actually no targets available for him. And that means that it is G2's turn to strike. ZywOo is right here posted on the angle, but will likely see a smoke impede his vision momentarily. Well, that's a good smoke from Vitality, actually. It's going to slow down G2. Earliest bracket control will be at a minute left on the clock.
Great streak here from Vitality. The game is back on. 6-1 down, and now have a chance to tie things up. A B finish, this time without losing a player en route. In terms of the helmets, there's plenty of them available. The Mac 10, be difficult to get it activated, but a B execution looking likely here. A silent dismount, potentially. They brought it off and baited out of smoke, but 40 seconds remaining. He might not have the time to respect it. Is that another smoke available as well? It is. Flames have still got a smoke and incendiary. They should not be able to win this round. They will be locked out. Be very challenging, to say the least, here, to bust through this initial wave of utility.
And there's the smoke right there.
Yeah,
25 seconds. It's going to be fading at 10 seconds remaining. And Flames, he's going to be playing right in front of that smoke. Good flash as well to support. This is just a completely decimation of the round. But wait a second. Nico with the headshot right through the edge of the smoke. Apex still in the back line here, supported by ZywOo. They got to connect right now to defend this B bomb site. But there's 8 seconds left. But it might just be enough time. Jax is quick on the flank. Spinks as well. And that is going to do it. There is no time left. Vitality win the round with yet again another masterclass in utility. Slows them down so much. No opportunity to ever breach that bomb site cleanly.
Oh, it's so unfortunate. It was looking promising there for G2, but the smokes kept coming through. There was left but no choice but to run through. A nice idea as well to pop it open, at least get the opening frag. That was the missed smoke at the start. And it did find Flames, and now Mac 10 actually doing great work. Did find the one player without a helmet, but unfortunately no bomb planted here as we get ready for the final round of this first half. Looked like G2 had done enough there, but just ran out of time towards the end.
Henry, this was 6-1.
I know.
This is looking great for Vitality. This is a huge boost of momentum that they're getting. Flames, once again, is going to be fighting at the top of Banana. Nico takes him down. 6-6 on the game. Not his best work just yet, but it is space.
In we go then. No messing around here at Apex, though. He'll catch a couple. One through the smoke. 6-1 down. It looks like the captain might have tied things up for them. Man advantage once again, and they've done very well in the last few rounds of converting these advantages. Spinks is alone towards A. Jax has left him on an island, but Spinks has been playing very well this tournament. You can see him adjusting his chair, locking in, knowing he's going to have to step up here. It's an all-or-nothing position towards that quad. If he goes down with nothing, Maui, the round is over. He needs at least 1 kill here, at the very least.
You're right, Henry. But Vitality, they're quick on the flank. If Spinks even gets one, it's over. But if they kill him quick enough, this could really unravel for Vitality. Malbs, he's holding the flank, and the timing there. Oh, it's just perfect. Apex executes 2 players. m0NESY buys lonesome with the lineup. Almost. And Vitality end the half with 5 in a row off the back of some greatly constructed CT rounds.
Each player has a chance to ask questions to another player. Whoever gets a question has to think about a new question for someone else. How often do you change your in-game settings in a regular time?
What is that type of math? I don't change my things, man. I think I swapped when CS2 came out. I went from black bars to full HD. I think it's more of like the visual thing, you know, maybe I changed a hot color. So my question to Monesi is, if you started to watch other Opers demos?
No, I don't. I used to watch before when Simple was playing CS, but if we do it as a team, you know, or we talk as a team about a demo or like about a game, I like to do it. Sampires, I have a question for you. How did you come up with the opening style?
I don't know. What is this question? I think the style of opening from every Oper is just coming from his personality. His play style, no one can copy it actually. Hey, Saiwu, my question for you is like, how did it come from being a rifler to all of a sudden be an Oper?
So first of all, I have a friend called Wanig. Like I used to play with him a long time ago, like even before joining a team or whatever. And he needed like an Oper player. He asked me if I want to play AWP a bit because I used to play Faceit just because of him, because he needed an AWP, so I joined for that. Hello Yakinda, I have one question for you. Why you tried to be in game leader?
Thank you, Zaibu, for the question. I think throughout my career, I was really involved and vocal in like team structure, spending extra time on theory or macro of the game. I felt like specifically in that moment, there was no IGLs that the team wanted in the market, so it was kind of like a good opportunity for me to try. Donk, I have a question for you. Your playstyle, this over-aggressive, re-peeking, not reloading with 2 bullets left and whatever, does it come from your character and personality, or do you think it's just something that suits you in-game?
I don't think it fits with my personality. It's only in the game. Ime, I have a question for you. When you will change your crosshair?
I already changed my crosshair, and I went with size 2 instead of 3 and color 4. I had the same crosshair like for a long time. Thank you, Dunk, for the question. I didn't know you know that, or it was just random, but it was a very good question. Halzek, I have a really good question for you. How does it feel to play black bars on top and on the sides?
How it feels to play with the box, as we call it in our team? I'm not really sure. It feels like more responsive, you know? I change so much settings all the time that I just need to try something else sometimes, and one day I just saw that I could do the box. I tried it, felt good, played with it and played well, and I haven't played with it probably in a year, so maybe it's time to bring it back.
Vitality honorably representing their home country with this French majority desperately trying to keep themselves in this. A textbook sequencing of utility and constantly bogging down G2, but it's still a tie game, Henry.
It is. It felt like G2 had locked this win in. 6-1 up. They couldn't find their footing on the CT side whatsoever, but a captain's performance, leading by example, is Apex, who manages to find that flank towards the end, get himself 9 kills, and as you said, tie things up here. The pistol would mean the world to G2 to give them their confidence back. They've got themselves a Julie for Monesi, and he did some unspeakable things on Dust 2 with them previously. As we'll see now, an apartment's take looking likely. A pop is possible. You can smoke towards Moto, Molotov that pit. We talked about those ideas before. It'd be more of the same with 3 players trying to punish Malbs and Hunter. 2 players on A, 3-man stack towards B for G2.
It looks like they want to sell this fake, though, towards B. Okay, Monesi is going to have a couple options right here, and that's part of the utility gone already. Okay, but the explosion starts out of the apartments. It is dry, but it does not matter. Flames makes it look good. That was a plan that was falling apart for Vitality, and yet Flames was able to deliver.
If Hunter gets 1 kill there, it's a very different round. He can't find a headshot. Challenging shots, but ones that aren't converted. At Apex now, he can hear everything around him. He holds towards second middle, waiting for his chance to pounce. Doesn't want to give this up for free. Monesi senses something's afoot, but the timing eludes him as we go into a 4 versus 1 scenario. Poor old Snacks. Nothing you can really do with this one, I'm afraid. He'll have 46 points of health, make it 32, and not a bad shot, actually. He got 3 kills on the CT side of Dust 2 in that pistol, but would have to go 1 step beyond here as the bomb expires. He's got no kip. Looking for anyone hanging around, but he'll be getting blown up here with the blast. Hoping to bait someone back into it and take them down, but not going to happen. He'll be dropped himself, and it is Vitality with a lovely maneuver there out of the apartments.
Great entries from Flames. Obviously, the actual fake was trying to be sold towards B, and that is a great flick right there. That is not much you can do about that.
Yeah, I didn't love the A setup there. G2 not really working together. There's no crossfire. There's no way to actually complement the setup. Hunter, like I said, had to hit at least one. The aim wasn't there, and we go 7-6. Will they force fight themselves? That is the question. They certainly will. Inferno lends itself to it. Instead of the MP9, they've gone for the utility and the pistols, hoping Monacy can find some tags and they can convert on the 5-7s.
Yeah, we can keep our eye on Monacy, but he's all the way back in pit with that scout. He's actually disguising its presence. I'm going to be pretty surprised if Vitality expect that at any point in the round, because usually you'd be going for an opening pick, and so that could be the spanner in the works for this round, as Vitality outline banana control early on. Mobs and Nico on the defense there, and like you said, they have a couple of smokes. They can bleed the clock, they can force some rotations, they can push Vitality back with those if they are placed at the right time.
Okay, in we go. Trying to bait out that initial smoke, just applying light pressure here, seeing if they can get a smoke out early before we hit 1 minute. Lovely grenade, so that's the pressure. Nico's feeling the pain now. He'll have to deploy his smoke momentarily. There it is. Job done. Vitality now can look elsewhere where they wait for the smoke to expire. Apex with the bomb down towards bottom and middle. It's going to be a 3-man stack towards the quad sides. We mentioned that. Scout for Monacy. There's been a couple of nice grenades here. Jax and Zywo are quite low. There could be one-shot potential for Monacy if he finds Jax. And it's going to be the mid-take. Hunter to challenge first. 5-7 in hand. Can they flash him in? Is there anything they can do?
Oh, it doesn't, I mean, Monacy does have a flash right now, but they're just going to hold on to the setup. But with the arch taken at this point, it's up to the shots from these players that are trapped in the bomb site. Already Gush is Monacy, but it doesn't matter. One headshot for him there. You could see that is slowing down these oncoming Vitality players. Snacks coming up from above with the balcony. Gets Jax as well, but no, they're getting overwhelmed. Nico, a chance right there, but only the single kill. Although Spinks, he's on 3 HP. Mobs has his own deagle, his own flashbang. He can set himself up in this one.
He's known as the demon with the deagle. He definitely has the opportunity to make this one work. The first shot rattles up and gives his position away. He won't be able to find it. The force bite is not successful here. And all of a sudden, Vitality looking quite comfortable here on Inferno. 2-0 and a gimme here in round number 3, because there'll be no finances whatsoever here. Lovely grenades towards CT's spawn there. All by design to take Nico down to 10 points of health. Monacy hits some nice shots. Snacks, if he gets a second kill on Flames, maybe it's a very different round, but Apex once again stepping up, this time with the MAC-10. And we've got a scout once more for Monacy, I would assume. And indeed, he's brought it out once again. I'm not sure it's going to be the difference maker, but we'll see what he can do.
I just got to remind everybody, this was 6-1 in favor of G2. It's been 7 rounds in a row for Vitality. Feels like you need some kind of X factor round to play yourself into this game. And we know G2 are proficient with pistols, and they might have a chance to use them here. 4 players to stack the B bomb site, and really...
Even on Dust 2, they were 11-3 up, right? Giving up these huge leads is the aim of the game today, it seems. But we'll see if there's anything to be said. The 4-man stacking towards this B bomb site. It's such little firepower, though. Bear in mind, they've got no Kevlar, no smokes themselves. It would take something unbelievable at this stage to convert this round. We'll see what they've got at their sleeve. The execution coming through, and Flames tip of the spear, trying to crack things open here.
All right, and okay, Mobs strikes with one. Flashes there, a good counter utility, but no, it's a quick work on the side of Vitality. Well executed, good smokes, good flashes. No real opportunity for any of the G2 players. Monacy's probably a bit closer than they expected with the scout, but just the body shot, and Jax is making quick work of him there. This is looking so good for Vitality. Tactically speaking, they have battered G2.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Okay. He showed him a smoke now. We'll see. I'm assuming it's the Xantaro smoke towards Banana. Get up towards half wall and see whether they can get some control of the B bomb site. Let's see if that's the case. MAC-10 once again. I think the MAC-10 is a brilliant call here. Should be some unarmored heads. That's the smoke. And yeah, there's 4 players.
1 helmet.
1 helmet, so that MAC-10's going to do a lot of work for Flames. That's the smoke I'm talking about by half wall. Gives you a nice little path, that gap. Enables you to get close to half wall and peek around it. Very meta right now.
Helps you get up that banana easily. Right, it doesn't actually look like Vitality are too interested in that side of the map. They're making their way towards A rather quickly. There's a smoke already being deployed towards our side. Snax is going to be in front of it, though. Utility sailing towards the apartments right now, and this is a Halls pop. Oh, no, m0NESY's going to be blindsided here and quickly dispatched of by Flames.
Oh, the MAC-10 doing work. You might even consider a save at this stage. You've got so much control. Snax and Hunter isolated out of the site. I think you just have to give it up. It's going to be such a difficult retake here. The money's so brittle. They've got one kit to work with. And in terms of retake utility, a couple of smokes available, I suppose. But I think, yeah, they called it off. This is not their round. And what a play that is, that the MAC-10 finds m0NESY. That's the play above the head, the helmet as well, of course. And there we have it. Vitality just toying with them right now. One kill is all it takes to guarantee a round.
Apex is just completely in his bag. Ever since round number 7, they just have not looked back on what happened for the first handful. Just beautiful calls, flanks, a foot.
Understanding that economy situation as well, to send the MAC-10 out first. That's the first thing you sacrifice in these setups is the helmet.
Such a great way to use that weapon on a round like this.
Yep.
Just the quasi bonus with that singular MAC-10. And at this point, I mean, he was able to upgrade it too. He's got an A1S. I mean, this is going as well as it possibly could for Vitality.
That's double digits on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Vitality looking to take us to a third, which will be Mirage. They're the ones in full control now. 6-1 up to 10-6 deficit. Unreal. What has happened here? Snax, we need the answer. What's the play? They do save pretty much every weapon, though. They've still got a fighting chance here. It's M4s available. Taz has been called in for his input. Second timeout used as this game starts to spiral here. Their map pick is looking weak as they flounder on the CT side. Yet to post a round, currently 0-4 in the second half.
It's gone completely flat here for G2, and so hopefully Taz is able to put something together. His timeouts actually proved quite valuable on Dust 2, so I'm not going to discredit him.
That's a good point. They were spiraling on Dust 2 as a Taz timeout led them to that Tech-9 victory, if you remember. And we'll see whether this is where they can come back online as well. Can he rally the troops and inspire hope for G2 right now? No AWP available. m0NESY will have to make do with the M4. He's a very versatile player, a monster on the rifles as well. He can make this work. Let's see what they've got for us. This CT side has to come online right here, right now.
Some kind of plan, that's what they need. Smoke down at the bottom of Banana. Nade right there at the foot of Apex. Great start right there for G2. This is already looking promising. Nico and Malbs to contest at the top corner. Good utility again, man. This is really shaping up well for them. And Jax, he's right in front of that smoke, and Malbs, he wants a piece of him. Flashes right there. Malbs, though, yeah, with all that inflicted damage, it makes it so easy. They're so soft, and that is going to be another kill. This is exactly what G2 needed.
A little bit dicey, but they have found the opening couple of frags here. 5 versus 3, Apex low as well. Still a fighting chance, though. Round is certainly not over with all this time available. They're hoping to find any CTs out of position, flanking the map, but everyone holds tight in their crossfire setups. They cannot afford to lose anyone here. They need to start building some economy of their own. Nice little boost. You might not expect this, but that's if they even go for the round. The thing is, Maui, they've got so much cash.
Yes.
They might as well go for it. See what they can do. If you're in towards B bomb site, at most, there's going to be 2 players there. You've got 3. You can still bring this round in your favor.
And G2 right now, they're playing to give. They don't want to put anybody actually in the bomb site. They don't want to lose 2 players too easily. Nico's going to play the spotting game right here. Oh, that is a good nade on these 2 players. This might actually have to be the retake unless Malbs is able to inflict damage from above. Yes, he has a little bit of a window. Whoa, okay, he's taking his time with it. The trigger discipline. Nico, wait, what? He just sniped his own teammate right there. Apex, an opportunity, a 1v3. I don't know what just happened, but...
Don't lose this round now.
No, not like this. It can't happen like this.
The knife round on your own teammate, I've never seen anything like it. In a do-or-die situation, a must-win round. The blunder of a lifetime, potentially. If they give this round up, call it GG. It's Apex with a fighting chance here. 30 points of health, holding towards Emo. m0NESY and Snax on the retake. First kill doesn't connect. Thankfully, a sigh of relief comes in from G2. We've got to see that replay. What in God's name just occurred?
That's just unbelievable. It felt like it was going to somehow fall apart. What was seemingly an unlosable round for G2.
Unreal. Let's have a look at him. So it is looking so comfy, but of course in G2 fashion, it all starts to unravel here. You think that's the round, it's already done, and then how does that even occur? What?
He's just going through the... It looks like he clicked and he wanted a quick switch while going through the smoke. It just feels needless. Just quick switch.
Hey, man. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, okay.
At least they didn't lose a round. It would have been a historic clip if they actually gave that one up. But thankfully, they get it over the line. As we get into round number 18 here, ladies and gents, we have got the AKs and Snacks showing confidence now, Maui. He should have this kill all day long. Not the cleanest, but we'll take it.
Great opener on the side of G2 there. Another 5 versus 4 advantage. Not too much damage inflicted towards these Banana players. Last time around, that really spelled victory for the G2 defense. Now, this time around, they are playing back into the bomb site. They don't have too much info. Snacks, he gave up all of that space towards apartments. Flames is trying to reclaim it. In fact, he already has. And so Vitality, they have some options in this round still, despite the man deficit.
First round in some time for G2. 1 minute on the clock, though. Vitality dissecting the Banana area. It's Nico and Mabs once again. Execution towards B, looking possible. Flame showing a little bit of presence towards the boiler room there. Takes massive damage from the grenade. He's down to 60 points of health. Nico being challenged right now. Good smoke, but I don't think they respect him. They're going to keep on going. And he's going to be playing with his weapons once again. Caught off guard by Jax. Now to need multiple kills, and nothing is delivered. It's Jax once again doing God's work here on Inferno. 16 kills, 7 deaths, and he single-handedly wins the round here and finds 11 for Vitality.
What a wonderful double entry there from Jax. G2's defense looking so porous in those moments. They had the setup. They know what they wanted to run. They had Nico to smoke them off. Mobs there with the counter flash, but it's not respected, and Mobs didn't even deploy the flash until it was too late. Sure, Snacks is able to get this kill right here, but that is concerning for G2.
Yeah, they get that nice opening kill as well, courtesy of Snacks. He had a great little maneuver at the start. Takes down Spinks, no problem. Funneled them in towards B, but Nico, again, he's quick switching the weapons. He's not ready for a duel there. He doesn't anticipate the walk through the smoke. He gets caught off guard, and like we said, mounted in multiple frags. Delivers nothing. That B bomb side turning into a bit of a nightmare right now as Vitality 1 round away from map point. That was the opener. You think that's the round, but there you can see the quick switch come through and then caught off guard, and Jax really showing that he can compete at Tier 1 Counter-Strike still. 16 kills to his name and takes round number 11 on the board by himself.
That's how it feels ever since round number 7, honestly.
Okay, still in it though. They do have a decent buy here. They saved the AKs. The AWP is available for Monacy. Starting to cool off now. 12 kills, 13 deaths. Need him to start having one of those remarkable performances. Big clutches required now as Snacks won't be gifted the freebie at the start this time.
No, and Monacy feels like he's yet to get activated into this game. Surely wants to impose himself in a round like this when things are getting tight, getting close in the clutch. And this time around though, okay, G2 have this banana space. Jax threatens the break right there through the smoke, but there is no actual contest. Monacy in the pit. Right beside him is Snacks, and that is not a peek you usually want to give Monacy, but he misses the shot. Now, another opportunity around the truck, trying to take advantage of that. Great collateral shot as well. Finishes it off onto Spinks right there through the top of the truck. This is looking good. This is exactly what G2 needed, a shot in the arm.
You're absolutely right. What a sequence from Monacy. The collateral kill converted by the headshot, overkill. And now Malbs MD. A bit of a problem here. He does need backup. Nico, come and join in, my friend, as they've had a couple of confusing situations. Looked a little bit disjointed at times. Nice early smoke this time. Don't have to hold on to it at the last possible moment. With 40 seconds on the clock, that's a very powerful smoke, but potentially a powerful boost coming in as well. That's a nice idea, and ZywOo will convert the kill. We're in trouble now. G2 will find Apex elsewhere. Do they commit in towards the B bomb site? 4 on 2, but ZywOo is alive and well. Hunter coming to back up the B bomb side.
No support utility for Nico. He's got to hit the shots right now. Oh, and ZywOo takes him down. Great flash from Jax. This is actually unraveling for G2. 13 seconds left. You've got to get this bomb planted. Hunter, he can pressure the smoke right here, but he's not able to find anything. ZywOo, in fact, takes down 2. Doesn't even see a single target, but Monacy's quick on the flank. ZywOo, he's already got 4 in the round. He's looking for the ace to clutch this one out.
Here we go then, Monacy. AWP has no information and taken down by one of the world's best. ZywOo will find the ace. A 5-on-3 deficit. The boost on top of the sandbags, opening things up. Nico goes down with nothing, and the round collapses. We thought Monacy had done enough there. 2 opening frags. Nowhere to go but the B bomb site, and once again, They completely crumble on that side of the map. It's a brilliant boost, a stroke of genius, but Nico needed one there.
That is wonderful stuff from Zywu right there. He doesn't see Snacks, he doesn't see Hunter.
No
And then
way.
he blindsides m0NESY. What an incredible sequence from the game.
5 in a row now, G2. Losing control of these massive advantages time and time again. It's gonna hurt, it's gonna sting. And now need to present the perfect game to take us to overtime in their map pick. Mirage feels locked in. May I remind you, they were 6-1 up. It was looking like they were in cruise control. I was getting the wrap-up speech ready to take us to the grand final here for G2, but now we find ourselves in a very precarious spot. Famous and MP9s and a m0NESY scout. Or I should say the AWP. Money's not too bad, I suppose, and we'll see whether they can keep themselves alive.
Still a fighting chance here for G2. It has been a terrible last 13 rounds, but Snacks presented an opportunity. It might just continue. The nightmare is unceasing for G2 on Inferno, unless m0NESY can turn this one into a dream, but no, Jax shuts them out immediately. That's gotta be the game.
Oh my days, how have they given this one up in this fashion as well? Bear in mind, Mirage next. We've seen what Vitality can do on that map already. Completely bodied Mouse yesterday on it. It's a kind of map where they can thrive, where Jax can put on another clinic here. What a performance he's had now. He's 17 and 8 on a map we've not seen him play as the stand-in. That's unbelievable. He is top fragging right now for Vitality with Zywu next to him.
That's unreal.
They go for the retake, of course, but it's just a formality if you ask me. There should be no grounds to win this one whatsoever. The bomb ticking at some pace. Give Jax the final few kills. Ladies and gentlemen, from 6-1 down, Vitality win 13-7 and send us to Mirage.
A 6-1 start for G2 translates to a 13-7 end for Vitality. 9 rounds in a row coming from that CT to the T side and firmly putting their foot on the throat of G2, Jacob.
Yeah, you gotta give it to Vitality. I thought the game was over when G2 got off to such a strong start once more. We prefaced it coming into Inferno. It could be a little bit difficult for Vitality. It could be a little bit difficult for Jax to find his footing, but oh my, were we wrong? Jax had a fantastic showing. Vitality had a fantastic resurgence into this series, and as you said, they look like by far the best team once we got from round 7 and onwards. That was a beautiful display, and I gotta give it to Jax, man. Topping the scoreboard, topping the ADR that we got together with flamec. What a way to stand in for Vitality, huh?
It wasn't even that 6-1 start that kind of sold me on G2 completely taking over. It was the fact how they got those 6 rounds. They were completely steamrolling. Whatever they do, they kind of were on the top of the game there. And well, second half, again, it's something that happened already on first map, where Vitality all of a sudden just turned another gear.
Let's dissect this one in a bit more of a linear fashion. Let's go back to that first half and really take a deep look at the comeback attempt from Vitality, or I say attempt, the comeback success that they managed to have. Round 9 was incredibly crucial for them to be getting.
Yeah, almost where it all began. You see flamec again aggressive towards Banana. We saw that more and more from Vitality. They had to win the first one. Perhaps getting a little bit lucky on Nico right here through the smoke, but it is what it is. However, the re-aggression from Zywu, I guess the constant desire to fight here in Banana, I absolutely love to see that. Now you find yourself in a position where you lose out those duels, and then this man is coming in. A good flash through the smoke, again being aggressive, assertive, not being afraid, and constantly applying pressure towards G2. Getting naded to death, that sucks, but what I want to highlight right here is that Vitality, despite being down 6-2, despite being dominated in the beginning of the game, they kept on being aggressive, they kept on believing in their game plan, and eventually it worked out.
That's what we see often on Inferno. We say that Inferno is going to be hardest map in the pool right now when it comes to retakes. You don't allow these retakes to happen. You don't give terrorists option to hide in the corners, get the crossfires. You immediately pop in through those smokes. You don't give them any breathing space. And this is exactly what Spinks Capital did.
Anything else that stood out for you in terms of Vitality able to, start that comeback and really bring the pain to G2?
It started all on CD side when Vitality was there, and I have to say that Jax, as much as we said that this is not impact position in bid, he was delivering. He was actually at the top of the scoreboard at some point. And Apex, he has had monster B-holds as well. Let's start with Jax. I mean, you don't expect this from the player like this, but Hunter was actually, I think his game plan was actually to punish Jax as much as possible. He walked up multiple times through that apartments. He was looking for that one-on-one duel. Jax was actually on top of that every single time. I believe at some point Hunter was 0-4 when it comes to opening duels, and it all came down to Jax neutralizing that.
Yeah, also playing with confidence inside T-spawn with 40 seconds into the round. I know it was against a rather weak buy, but the fact that he's able to play with that kind of confidence and being freed up in that regard, it was beautiful to see Jax. We spoke about it coming into the game. For Apex said that he wanted to showcase the world that Jax is still a great player. I think Jax showed us that he's still a great player.
And it's extra impressive because, Stiko, as you aptly pointed out, this wasn't a Dust 2 or a Mirage where we've seen Jax, you know, stepping up on Vitality multiple times. This was the first time that we saw him playing this map of Inferno in Vitality.
Absolutely, and if you compare it to how Messi plays these positions, he would probably never be this aggressive.
No.
It's not saying that Messi is the worst player on it or anything like that. It's just that Jax is kind of contributing to the style or game plan that Messi is just not doing that much. He's kind of a system player. Jax right now, he has to go away from that system in order to bring impact. He's doing that on Inferno, on other maps as well. On Inferno, he was just brutal.
Jax is a bit of a wild card, and he's just more aggressive, and I very much agree with what you're saying. It's not that one is better than the other, it's just a different type of player. I will say, though, that Apex, when I look at him and the way he was calling that T side as well, sure, they made a comeback on the CT side, but Apex was dominating that second half, not only from an individual standpoint, where he also had a lot of impact in the rounds, but also his calling. It was good to see Apex being fired up. It was good to see the emotions coming out from him, and it felt like he had a point to prove, and dare I say it, he did prove it by an immaculate individual performance and maybe even better calling on the T side.
This 4K at the end of the first half was actually pretty insane. He got 2 on the B side, then 2 on the flank on middle. He was really feeling it. He was good with rotations, and oftentimes he was left alone completely on B side while the rest of the team was doing something proactive towards that A side. He was not a liability. He was trying to get at least as much of the damage as possible. He was not allowing that retake to even be in the first place.
Now, it wouldn't necessarily be the trio that you would think would be coming alive, but let's just add Flamesy to the mix in terms of this Vitality comeback, and he was, I mean, we know him to be putting up some great impact, some stellar numbers, but it's also awesome to see him alongside of Jackson and Apex, who don't often shine bright in these situations.
Yeah, felt more like a team performance from Vitality this time around. Often you look towards your Saivu, you look towards Spinks. We just saw them play incredibly well on the first map as well. This time around, it was the support cast, so to speak, that did well for themselves. Flamesy had an awful lot of impact. We had one of the rounds we just showed you, round 9, where he was aggressive towards Banana and shutting down Nico. And I think that's part of the story as well. Nico didn't find anything whatsoever against Vitality, and that was a big part of the reason why G2 struggled so much.
I have written 2 keywords on my cue card. That is Flamesy activity. He was here. He's a B-side player. He got entry on Hunter on second mid. He was all over the map, and yes, it is kind of hard to read when you are G2 players. You never know when you can find the stag, when the people are, and it's hard to read for Nico and Snacks, for that matter, what you should do in the mid round, because it's driving chaos.
And just look at that. He only has 14 kills. He's only +1, 13 death, but his ADR, 95 damage, topping the scoreboard for the side of Vitality in terms of damage. You know, stats is not everything, but when you're putting out almost 100 damage every single round, you very much know you're activated and you're involved in the game.
Do you reckon this fluidity and, you know, maybe extra aggression that we're seeing from a couple of members of Vitality, is that a causation coming from the lack of pressure that you expect they're feeling? You know, they have a stand-in, the expectations aren't as high as if they were here with their full 5.
100%. You have to have this kind of surprise factor in a lot of maps and a lot of duels, depending on the roles as well. And Flamesy was activated on Dust 2, and then he was, I mean, in previous days, and then he was activated here on Inferno because his roles allow him to do so. Apex is going to pick up the duty of a solo B player. He's going to delay with nades. He's going to do his best job, and that relieves the pressure off of Flamesy and let him roam around the map, look for the openings, look for the duels, look for the timings, and he's good at doing so.
I very much believe in the mindset that when you're sitting on the server, you lost the first map, you're coming in with a stand-in, you're down 6-1, you think to yourself, and maybe even Apex said it, listen, what can go more wrong? What's the worst that can happen from this position? We already almost lost the game, so in terms of playing scared, in terms of being, you know, a little bit scared of what may or may not happen, just play freely, you know, go out there, be aggressive. We saw the reaction on Banana in round 9. Go out there, seek the duels, Jax, go down towards T-spawn, do whatever the hell you want to. When you're down 6-1, when you lose the first map, when you're playing with a stand-in, you got nothing to lose at all, and arguably that's where a team of the caliber of Vitality is at their scariest point. And you can make the same argument for FaZe. A lot of those comebacks is also when they're down in the dust, when you feel like, oh right, nothing can go worse than this right now. That's when a team all of a sudden comes alive.
Nothing to lose and everything to gain for the side of Vitality. Let's talk about that kind of final nail in the coffin moment, because m0NESY, he does some work to open up this round. But what does ZywOo do to answer back, Jacob?
Well, anything m0NESY can do, ZywOo can do just as good, if not better, in this round. m0NESY, again, a nice double entry right here with the AWP from an unorthodox position. You think to yourself, all right, G2, maybe there's a way back into this game. You're playing in a 5v3 scenario at that point. You're losing a couple of openings right here. Again, a 2v4, and then Saivu is happening. And I must say, NiKo, great example right here. As much as we praised him so far in this tournament, he's not doing his job to the best of his capabilities as Saivu is in this scenario. So for m0NESY to come in here and try to clutch it, it could have gone his way, but I gotta give it to Saivu, pulling Vitality back into this round. And then once again, we're seeing NiKo having a rough game, and it doesn't happen often, so it's only fair that we pointed out the few times it does.
It's just fitting that we have a head-to-head of these guys. I mean, in this round alone, out of 9 frags that happened, 8 of them came from either of these guys. And it just shows how much of an effectiveness they're bringing to the server, whether it would be m0NESY with the knob on CT side, or Saivu flexible AK rifling on that T side.
Let's look at that second half in a bit more detail from the side of G2. Why weren't they able to get that momentum going, which we saw them doing so well at the beginning of Inferno?
I think the playmakers didn't have enough output on the server, and I hate to say it one more time, but now that you're asking, I think NiKo is not at fault for it, but when you look towards NiKo and his impact on Inferno, when you look towards G2, the way they're set up both on the T side and CT side, he's bearing a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. It's about him to find those openings, to create the space, and to make sure that the opponents are not feeling comfortable anywhere on the map, and he couldn't quite get that going here in Inferno. He had a game off, and I think for G2, it's another great example of what we always speak about when it comes to them. The individuals need to shine. When the individuals are not popping off, it's not like the system of G2 will save them, and I think this was another great example of exactly that.
Malps and NiKo are both B-side players, and they were struggling against, well, pretty much anything that they got thrown at them. They even team killed each other at one point with a knife, so that was crazy.
Maybe that was a solution, you know.
You have to say about Malps, he underperformed again. At the beginning of the map, he again had the slow start. Similarly to Dust2 had the 0-5 start there. Here it was slow started again, and then slow finish to I don't know, it was just feeling like a little bit off when it comes to these B defenses. I really can't put my words into it because it's hard to, maintain the competitive advantage when you're in this B side and you're always behind the smokes, but Malps was not too effective, I would say.
When we weigh up the expectations for both G2 and for Vitality, obviously with the news coming out about, NiKo confirmed to be moving from the G2 roster, I think that kind of potentially shifted our expectations just a little bit. Who would you say is under the more pressure, Vitality or G2 coming into this set?
Still G2, because I know we got confirmed a couple of days ago that NiKo's leaving. I bet you they probably knew it in Rio. Maybe they even knew it at the Fall Finals. I don't think that's something that just happens out of nowhere. It's been rumors that's been circulating for months, so arguably the teammates of NiKo would have known for quite some time. I think G2 is still a team that, as we speak about, when you have so much individual skill, they can walk into any tournament and have expectations of winning it. I think for Vitality playing with a stand-in, it's a little bit different. There's still a future, there's still a common goal of getting ready for the major, warming up into it, whereas for G2, it's just about game by game, tournament by tournament, getting the best result out of it.
There are so many layers to this move. Before the game, we touched on it just briefly, but there's so much more because Malps got into the team. Potentially, he might be replacing NiKo in his roles eventually. m0NESY is another thing we didn't touch upon. He feels that NiKo is his mentor. He wants to be his teammate for a long time, and he is probably leaving. Where does this leave all the team and teammates? Snags is supposed to in-game lead a team that is not even a team in few months, right? So it's a lot of scrutiny behind this move, and I would say G2 are under more pressure.
We heard it from the CEO himself of the G2 side of equation, that is. The team is going to be built around m0NESY in the future, which does totally make sense, but I do wonder where that leaves, the other pieces that we're not entirely sure where they're going to be ending up. Is Snax going to be staying? Is Hunter going to be staying? Because we know that NiKo's leaving.
I bet you G2 for 2025 will look a lot different than the G2 we're seeing right now, and that's a conversation for another time. I'd say I don't really know where they're going to go. I don't know if they're going to keep Snax or not. What I do know is that we can't really fault or, I guess, question their commitment at this tournament. And when they're playing, you still see the emotions, you still see the desire to win, you still see some of the players showing up. But I will say it then draws back to what we just witnessed in Inferno. It's not a team as per se. It's not a system. It's not something that can hold them together in that regard. If the individuals are playing well, they can win pretty much against anyone out there. If they're not, they can falter and show up like a performance they did at IM Rio. So for my money, it's a little bit sad to say, but it's very simplified in that sense that G2 is just a team of individuals, and they've been for quite some time.
Well, one thing we do know, Jacob, is that we do have Mirage laying in wait, but not before we head things to a quick break. When we are back, the decider between G2 and Vitality is going down on Mirage. It all comes down to Mirage, the decider last time around at the Blast Premier Fall Finals back in Copenhagen just 6 weeks ago, where G2 did indeed have the edge. But that one was a close affair, Jacob, ending up 16-14 in the favor of G2, which saw them catapulted straight to those grand finals. Tell me your takeaways from that particular map back in Copenhagen.
That was a game where I felt the problems of Vitality emerging in terms of what I've been talking about throughout this tournament, that they lacked that killer instinct. They were leading, I believe, 12-9, and then G2 made a comeback, forced it into overtime, and ended up winning. Vitality have been in a lot of winning positions as of late where they haven't been able to capitalize, and for whatever reason, they lack that sort of killer instinct. And I will tell you, you know, when you lack that instinct against a team like G2, against a player like Nico, as soon as they smell they have a chance of getting back into the game, they more likely than not will do that. So it's again about today, a close game on Mirage. I expect it to be competitive, but if Vitality find themselves in a position where they can strike, they better do before you wake up Nico and m0NESY.
Yeah, and it was very much Nico, Malps, and m0NESY show back in Fall Final. So, I mean, we have one name that is struggling particularly today, and that is Malps. So I will need to see him step up on Mirage.
It particularly was in that third and final decider of Mirage where he showed up big time. We don't know which sides each team are going to be starting on. That's going to be decided by a knife very shortly indeed. But for Malps, if you've had a little bit of a strugglesome period, as we've seen throughout this semi-final, what's key to getting him to ignite again?
It's a good question. I think a good early start for him would be nice. I think you can compare Malps struggling in this series to Robs a little bit in FaZe Clan. Robs has also been struggling for quite some time, but every time he joins on Mirage, it's a different version of Robs we get to see. Comfortable, confident, always putting out a great output for FaZe Clan. I will almost argue it's been the same with Malps. He can struggle on certain maps. Dust2, great example. He's playing some tough roles, some anchor positions, but coming into Mirage, he has a lot of freedom to do whatever he wants to. The T side, he's the one enabling it, coming up a ramp, coming out of Palace, and in general getting a lot of, I guess, freedom and space in order to create the rounds. So hopefully he's going to take that space. He's going to show us that he's matured a little bit as a player, because if Malps is not playing well, that's a big part of what makes G2 so good at Mirage gone missing.
Yeah, for Malps, I think he's given a lot of opportunities for Mirage, specifically the side where he doesn't need to be the first guy in. He's always going to be playing those trade frag positions, or kind of like leaning into playing for information of what teammates give him instead of gathering that information. That is always a little bit safer approach. For Inferno, it might be a little on and off when it comes to that, but for Mirage, I'm feeling that his role makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, just looking at the statistics, rather, for both sides of the equation, it's a map that both teams really love to play. I think it's a great handshake to be ending out this particular series. If we're looking at the side of Vitality, though, obviously, caveat, the Astralis we've been talking about, all event long, Jax. But we have seen him stepping in to the fray for Vitality quite frequently on this map, in their quarterfinals, in the group stage as well. Tell me a little bit about his positioning and how you've kind of found him playing, you know, that B-Apps position, Stiko.
That B-Apps position was definitely the hot topic, especially in group stage, and I felt feared for Jax, how he's going to handle that, but, you know, he's proving me wrong, and he is actually, I would say, innovative in a way that he doesn't just want to play reactively. Instead, he's finding this proactiveness and trying to look for as much information and potential flanks as possible. I like it from Jax. It's something different, and something different we've seen on Inferno as well in the apps position, which we treat as a low impact position. For Mirage, it might actually be a game changer.
And if anything, he's just had a wonderful game on Inferno where he dragged some confidence, where he played incredibly well, and hopefully he can maintain a bit of that momentum. I think it's fair to say, to those of you who are perhaps not familiar with the game of Jax, he's been around for quite some time. He was an ex-teammate of a lot of the G2 players as well, was playing together with Nico, m0NESY, and the boys back in the days, and he is what you would classify as a confidence player in a sense. We like to throw in names like Dupree in that category as well, that if Jax is getting off to a good start, at least back in the days, he would continue with that. So in terms of having momentum from how he played on Inferno, hopefully he can use that to better himself coming into Mirage.
Obviously, we've been talking a lot about the AWPers for good reason, because they are, you know, two of the top 3 players we expect to be rounding out 2024, both battling to secure their names as that first place for this year. How are they going to be particularly approaching this map of Mirage?
I think they're going to be playing in the system. We know m0NESY is going to find an awful lot of impact. He's going to seek the duels. He's going to be all over the map, where I think Saivu is not necessarily static, but he's a little bit less willing to take the big risks. So for m0NESY, expect him to be inside A Palace, expect him to be close ramp, expect him to be B-Apps in middle. Saivu also, you know, moving around the map, rotating a little bit, but maybe not as aggressive as a m0NESY.
Yeah, I think m0NESY is one of the best openers for this event so far, and it very much makes sense. He's going to use those spawns, and on Mirage we have like 14 14 of them. So obviously you always have a different way to approach either B-Apps peak, a slow peak, top mid peak. m0NESY is going to do that a lot more than ZywOo.
Of course, when we talk about the in-game leaders for this particular map, I guess the story is different when you're comparing a Vitality to a G2, as we've been talking so much about. For G2, it's Snax with so much help from NiKo, right? We've been seeing him getting so vocal on the cams, hearing, you know, a lot of those mic'd up moments coming from him as well. For Apex, though, what is his traditional approach to a map like Mirage?
Just look at the two positions they're playing on the CT side. Snax is hidden away over towards the B-bomb side, usually not getting too much help, left by himself. Apex is at the center of everything within connector. He's the one out there taking charge in middle. He's the one sometimes dictating the pace of the CT side. So in terms of who's leading by example, who's more involved, and who has the better foundation in order to make the calls, because you're closer to the action, that is Apex.
If we're comparing these two when it comes to calling wise, I'm gonna give, you know, Snax a leeway here because he's not in position where he can make those turnaround calls or call for stacks for that matter. It's going to be probably NiKo who's playing that connector area.
No, imagine you've been playing B-Apps for such a long time. Imagine being the caller and you're being stuck jumping on the B side. It's very hard to make the read or make the call and feel what's going on the map when you're stored away on B.
Exactly, and this is why, for example, Kerrigan is doing for CT side Mirage, and I believe that those counterparts in window for Brokey, in connector for ropes, they are taking charge in terms of what are we doing this round. Frozen, extremely vocal on CT side for the short side, so I like the approach, but it's definitely something different from between these two teams.
Well, G2 confirmed to be picking the CT side of things to be starting this map of Mirage off. Any takes you've got for us, Jacob? I know you're burning to say something spicy.
Nah, I don't know. I'm just excited to see the game, honestly. I think it's going to be another great game of Counter-Strike. I expect it to be super, super close. I'm curious to see how aggressive G2 is coming out, and then I guess to continue down the conversation we had already with the pistol rounds, I think they're going to be very, very important. Whoever gets the AWP first of m0NESY and ZywOo is also going to have a great chance of winning.
It's a good point. I'm throwing my, you know, analytical position away a little bit here because for Inferno it got scrapped to the bits because we've seen multiple takeaways and none of them really played out. NiKo and Malbs was punished by everyone basically on that CD side, and on the other hand, Flamesy and Apex were the one delivering. So, you know, it will be very much of a brawl, I would say, for Mirage. I'm hoping for a little overtime action, maybe.
Jacob, that's probably the least spicy take I've ever heard you
I'm disappointed, right?
Yeah?
Yeah.
I thought you had something in store for us. It looked like you were penning up some anger, some frustration. Are you frustrated that NiKo didn't show up on Inferno? Is he coming back on Mirage?
Yeah, but I bet you he will on Mirage. I bet you he will. I think NiKo is frustrated. I think NiKo is mad about his own, I guess, performance, and I think NiKo is mad about the fact that he's not having dinner somewhere right now. So yes, I do expect NiKo to come into this game and be a different version of himself. I also will put head on the block and say I think G2 is going to win. I think there's a limitation to Vitality with Jax on the lineup, and I say that after having watched Jax just play a beautiful game of Counter-Strike on Inferno, but at the end of the day, it is a team game, and I expect G2 to win.
I bet he's gonna have dinner. It's gonna be a French dish, maybe.
Potentially it is indeed, and a dish best served cold. G2 got the better of Vitality back at full finals. It's time to dive in to Mirage.
Yes, indeed. A lack of synergy, a lack of coordination led G2 to fumbling a 6-1 lead on Inferno, Maui. I'm fearing their chances here on the third map. We know that Mirage can be played very well by the likes of Jax and Vitality. What are your thoughts of this third map?
I'm just worried about some of the cohesion between the G2 players. I'm not sure if they right now are in the server with that chemistry. Feels like something is ever looming behind them at the moment. They've got to get their head back in the game because it was there for the first 7 rounds, but we lost it in the last 13.
You can see the odds coming through. G2 are still the favored team, but I'm not sure. After seeing some of those setups, seeing some of the thrown rounds, and ZywOo getting into his final form as well, finding ace clutches, this is alarming, and I am very worried for their chances here. Mirage is a classic closer. We'll see who steps up, who can deliver the goods. Ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals on the line. One final map to go. Make some noise as we enter Mirage. It's a T-side start for Vitality, and I'm seeing 5 players make their way over towards the A side of the map. This will be an execution. Smokes towards the steps and jungle likely, but Malbs MD, he had a woeful map in the previous. He needs to step up here with the Julies.
Playing close to the ramp already. First contact will come from Malbs, but Spinks quick on the trigger, takes him down. The smokes land, but NiKo able to snipe ZywOo before they actually deploy. So, looks like this is going to be a 4-on-4 retake situation for the G2 side. There is no kit to work with. They do have a smoke on Snax. That might be the saving grace.
Here we go then. The retake. It's certainly possible. Snacks need to step up here with the USP. No damage inflicted just yet. Vitality burying themselves away towards that ramp itself. They have no further utility. The smoke has been deployed. The headshot delivered. Hunter starting to show some form now. It's a 10-second defuse, and it looks like it's going swimmingly here. The Julies connect with nothing, and it's a comfortable defuse to close things out. G2 back to their winning ways. They have taken the lion's share of these pistols throughout the series, Maui.
They have looked good in them, well-outlined plan for them there. The single smoke from Snacks makes that such a difficult spray from Flames there, revealing his position, but gotta give credit to Hunter. Those first 2 kills as they're returning into the bomb site were everything for them, even though they lost that opening pick. But bomb plan afoot. Vitality likely to purchase in this round. We're seeing a couple of upgraded pistols, a Mac 10 on both Flames, Jax, and actually on Spinks as well. So they're not out of...
Oh, no. Okay, Spinks were about to spawn and actually reinvested, so they are all in.
Yeah, he changed from a Mac 10 to a Galil, actually.
Okay. So it looked like they're going to go for that sort of Furier approach and maybe just a couple of upgraded players, but we're not messing around here whatsoever. Breaching the initial smoke, and it's going to be CTs on the back foot here. There's an open bomb site. They will pop open the smoke towards jungle, but the flashbang is devastating. Malv still comes out on top. Spinks answers back, but he's getting it done now. Starting to warm up, showing us he can still keep up with Vitality.
Yeah, even in the ankle position, Malvs is making it look good. Flash there right at his own feet. Support there from Monacy. This is looking so good from G2. They didn't stand on the bomb site, although Zywoo was trying to take a little bit of space back, but he's only able to find the 1 kill. Apex, at that point, no chance. Well put together round by G2.
Yeah, very impressive. It was looking lovely there for Vitality, managing to breach through the initial choke point, open bomb site there, but the CTs, especially Malvs, delivering the goods when they needed the most. As mentioned, he had a really rough Inferno. Him and Nico just couldn't find any synergy whatsoever on that B bomb site, but this is looking much better. Finding some great form there, and Monacy to close things out with Hunter, who's also looking quite sharp in Mirage so far. There should be some open runway here. Taz trying to rally the troops at this stage. We have no Kevlar, some upgraded pistols, no utility. A chance to farm some cash for Snacks and Malvs.
Oh, but they're going right to Snacks. He has been a point of attention on the desk in every conversation about G2. The fact is that people are hunting him. Zywoo is hunting him, but 99 damage taken already on the Zywoo. That's going to dissuade him.
Yeah, off he goes. The spam towards the kitchen doesn't connect, but yeah, I don't see a world where they do much of this one. They don't have the Kevlar, they don't have the utility. Bleeding the grenades out is about as good as it's going to get. Maybe a couple of 1-digs will be delivered. Now that's a nice grenade once again. It's going to be Flames down to 41 points of health. Don't need to overcook this one, G2. The round will come to you. Don't give up any rifles here.
Yeah, just minimal casualties is the name of the game right now. Monacy spots a couple players top mid. Flames actually the only one to offer his life up just yet. Late swing actually from Zywoo. He's still on that 1 point of health. And yeah, this is looking all in all very clean for the side of G2. Clinical stuff, good shots, not a single point of damage taken on the G2 side.
Another flying stop. They had 6-1 in their favor on Inferno. The map crashed around them though as they lost it 13-7. Can't afford to let that happen again. Final chance here in the third and final map. CT start has been fantastic. The Monacy Orb is out nice and early as well, throwing away one of those MP9s. The declaration of intent, and we'll see where he wants to go. He's currently 7-0, Monacy.
Oh, this is way up cat immediately. That might surprise Flames right here. Monacy is already peeking off, trying to catch anybody on the cross. And there will be an opportunity. Okay, actually, that's a great Molotov. Wow.
Yeah, that went much deeper than he was anticipating there. That takes over half his health. Still ready to fight. Pushing off the angle, looking for an opener here. Nice little grenade towards middle.
Ooh, yeah, good damage inflicted. But still, map control being taken from Vitality. Smoke top con, smoke and window. It looks like Flames is going to be able to take this space away, but there's no intent that's been expressed yet for Vitality. They have no one on the other sides of the map, no extremity players right now. Yeah. All 5 of their members are right here in the valley. In connector, Nico, though, wants to take a bite out of him, but Jax is there. Easy shot for him on the trade. Malvs, he's playing all the way back in CT spawn. There's no space right now for G2.
I don't think they can get back into this one. They've got everyone in towards CT spawn. It looks like they might consider this. You've got an MP9, an AWP, no one through the murder hole just yet, and yeah, starting to peel off. This round fell apart quite quickly for them. Lots of damage from Vitality to kick things off, and then finding Nico through the smoke, and then yeah, the bomb site was just wide open. Spinks He knows that they're going to be saving at this point. He might go on a bit of a hunt, but they don't really have the resources to justify it now. They're going to have to hold on to their rifles here, which is absolutely fine. Taiwan, the AWP wasn't required as Jax once again cracks things open and guarantees the round for them. First on the board for Vitality.
An awkward stance that G2 found themselves there in the mid-round, where they had no pressure towards a ramp, no one in Palace. Mobs wasn't even on the bomb side, and Nico just got pincered right there at Connector. That's unfortunately been frequently the story of Nico, and whereas many Connector players at this point, this day and age, they're going to move on forward, they're going to try to make something happen with their A players, push on towards that ramp. He frequently just gets caught on those stairs, and that's something to be concerned about here for G2. If it is him that Vitality decide to target, he's sometimes caught out in the middle of nowhere.
First round for Vitality. Plenty of weapons saved for G2 here. Still a very competitive round. Snacks will have to make do with the MP9. Yet to see any action. It's currently 0-0. m0NESY narrowly misses out on the opportunity to find the opening kill. Takes severe damage from the grenades once again. Nico forcing the issue towards middle, spraying through the smoke. Nothing connecting though. Back to the default we go for Vitality. 2 players towards the underpass. Held at bay by the incendiary for now. Where's m0NESY going to position himself? Once again taking heavy damage at the start. Rotating back towards Connector as Flames gets ready to smoke the Connector at this stage.
Yeah, once again, though, it's looking so default for G2. Nico and m0NESY, it looks like they're outlining this fight in Connector. They want to take this one. m0NESY, he's right on the edge of the smoke, but it does block that entrance. No vision whatsoever. Push back in the jungle. G2've got to feel like they got to take some space somewhere. You can't just let yourself get pushed all the way back in the bomb site, or it's just going to be a repeat of the previous round. And m0NESY, he's already switching things up. Playing right there around triple, but the ferocious attack from Vitality is already there.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, m0NESY.
Okay.
I don't even know if he clicked his mouse there.
Dude, he's had a couple of big misses here on Mirage so far. Can Nico make up for it? He's only good for 1. It looks like we're done here. 4 versus 2 as Snacks and Hunter will have no diffuse kit, barely any utility, and an SMG to try and retake the bomb site. Snacks is giving it a go. He's seeing there's anything available to him. Will anyone push towards spawn, but it's looking so unlikely. Gives himself a smoke and a chance to find the AWP, so he's recovered that weapon, so he'll go to save the sniper itself, but the round is over. It's going to be 2 on the board for Vitality.
I think Taz needs to call a timeout at this point. They need to outline some way to get back in these rounds. When they lose mid-control, they need to do something better than just playing around triple, playing top connector, playing CT. Take something back, outline a fight, even a re-aggress towards middle. That's what Vitality themselves have been doing lately. That's kind of the way they've mixed things up.
Taking the A ramp and taking those duels, making sure you can't be pincered. We
yeah.
saw that on Dust 2 as well. Need to be more assertive and reactive to these plays. Flames will go down and Snacks at least saves the AWP. Got to get that to m0NESY, but is it going to be enough? They'll be in a pretty desperate point. And I think the tactical timeout's still worth it right now. You can make this round work. A player like m0NESY, even though with a few misses, USP's around him. He can win you a round with the AWP in hand.
That's just going all too well for Vitality. Credit to them, though, because they have been taking space so well. Yeah, we do get the timeout. It is on the side of G2. Yeah, spot on, Taz, recognizing that there is a flaw in your defense right now.
Yeah. Problem is, as well, if you calling this timeout, they're aware you've got the AWP. If I'm Vitality, I'm just calling the set piece out of spawn. I just want to get out of there, make sure we lock him out. It's m0NESY that'll be trying to bring something creative to the table, whether it's jumping down towards the underpass, going to pick Palace maybe.
Yep.
Plenty of options for him. I just try to lock him out with the utility out of spawn and don't let him get activated in this very important round now. Snacks has no action whatsoever. 0 kills, 0 deaths.
The Tony Snell of G2.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is that'll change very soon. Hasn't really been provided too much action. In fact, Vitality's plays have really been outlined around going towards A. A great investment, in fact, from G2.
Yeah,
despite the consecutive round losses. And so this time around, let's see if they try to flip the script. They really have to, because once again, mid-control in possession of Vitality.
G2 need to show signs of life still on the defense. Similar story to what we saw in Inferno. Collapsing time and time again. We are going to see Mouths close towards that A ramp, trying to play in front of the utility this time. Can't get locked out of the bomb site once again. Nico is in the connector too. The Molotov makes things uncomfortable, but the edging mechanic will work out for him.
Molotov put out right there, and Nico, he's afforded an angle, but man, Flames, the awareness right now there. What a great peek from him. Pick once again towards Nico in connector. Vitality knows what that means.
Okay.
A softened up A defense.
Like we said, has to be a reactive play. Need to take some territory, but he's alone. Monacy's in CT spawn, but he is burrowed away toward this A ramp. The timing looks okay. The problem is with the Fama, it's not an ideal weapon for the job. Their spacing is spectacular, and even better from Spinks. Brutal headshot. Monacy can still win the round, but he's missed some vital shots so far. If he can stand and deliver in round number 6, there's a chance he brings this round back to life.
Standing at triple. So many bodies that'll be presented to him. And he's actually falling away. Yeah, doesn't really want to try to go for the heroic 1v5 on the bomb site. Okay, wait, he's changed his mind. He might come back into this. 20 seconds left. There is an opportunity for him here.
They have no smoke, but they certainly have flashbangs taken off the angle, and that's probably his only chance thwarted. We will see a 5 versus 3 ensue, and he needs to be very careful here. If he loses the AWP, they are in a very problematic position. The money now is being drained, and Flames looking to tap players out of the B bomb side. They know they're saving at this stage, and how much they want to invest into the hunt to take these remaining players down.
You could definitely send 3 people at them. Apex is sending himself, Jax as well. Snax has a great off angle right now to at least try to defend this, but very tradable angle if 2 people peek this one, so maybe he gets on the board, but it's going to be at the cost of his life. And Vitality, they're not overstepping just yet. Apex, well, might change that. Hunter presented a chance.
Oh, Hunter, don't like the look of this. Could be in trouble here, my friend. He's going to be taken down almost certainly, but he actually does very well. Double kill, upgrades to the AK-47, gives himself an extra $600 as well.
Yep.
Might enable a drop of a rifle going forward with 3 players surviving there. So down but not out. That was a difficult round. Nico challenging towards short. He goes down with nothing once again.
Yeah, he's getting picked on right now in Connector. So many of these rounds have started with a Nico death.
We got the reaction we were looking for from Malbs.
I'm wondering that too.
What did it say?
Where is Hooksy?
Okay. Snax died yet? No, he's still good. He's still good, doing good. That's where the money's coming from. He just never goes down.
Relatively doing well. Okay, Monacy though, he knows he has to take this round, okay? He has to fight for something mid. Nico's going for a spray from Connector. Monacy right there, around the edge of the smoke to take down Flames. They needed something like that, a little bit of an injection.
Beautiful stuff. That's more like it for Monacy. Damage to Apex as well. That 6th sense going on. So Apex narrowly misses out on this one, but HE looks very promising. 28 damage, and Monacy now, you can see, starting to get in the zone here. Nice. The grenades are landing nicely as Apex will be taken down to 12 points of health. So plenty of time on the round, though. This is not a done deal. ZywOo on the AWP yet to stake his claim here on Mirage, show us what he's made of. It's going to be Malbs, though, stepping up, finally an advantage, a significant one. 5 on 3, but ZywOo still alive and well with Jax and ZywOo, and Spinks, sorry.
Jax has to be an X factor in this round, but Monacy takes him out quite quickly. ZywOo presented 2 targets, able to connect with neither. Okay, wait a second. They are pressuring him now, and Hunter swinging off of Catwalk right there makes things easy. Spinks 1v4. At this point, your team's got pretty good money. Could try to inflict a little bit of economic damage here because round victory is out of the question.
Yeah, we'll see what he can make of him. Holding towards T-Spawn for now. The bomb is on his back, but it looks like finally G2 will break the spree before it gets out of control once again, like it did on Inferno. They've got a double AWP set up potentially as well. Snax still yet to have any sort of impact here, but he's not dying. They haven't gone towards B. And that means he can have the turret. We've seen it before from him. Hold up B-bomb site, aim for 1 kill, stay alive. It's actually super viable on Mirage. So we'll see what he can make of it. Lovely grenades.
One thing that's underrated about Snax holding the AWP isn't necessarily him defending the B bomb site with it. It's that if you lose everybody towards A, it's very easy for him to save, drop that to Monacy, keep it going to the next round. Sort of like a man that's just holding his investments.
Can't fumble the bag in the semifinals. Snax does have the AWP. 0-0 after 7 rounds.
Not the typical 007.
Don't see that too often. That's kind of bizarre, but fair play. Early days here. G2 are in the lead.
Yeah.
4-3.
Yeah, they're holding on right now, and the mix-up was to just throw Monacy in the middle. I feel like they want to just dip back into that well. Nico this time is going to be pressuring on towards middle himself. Molly at the top boxes. ZywOo puts it out, feigning that somebody could even be there, and Nico's got to be a little bit concerned about that angle now. And Snax, yeah, we were talking about it. He's on the board.
There's that positive KD we were looking for right there.
This could be the game. And what better time to break the streak right now? Nico is able to take down ZywOo, 3 versus 5. They know exactly where Spinks is, and Jax, I feel like he wants to make something happen. He's at the ramp. He's encroaching ever so slowly, looking for some kind of opportunity. A 1v1 is not going to present itself, though. Mobs is playing at the top of connector. m0NESY is rotating in. This might be a great crossfire between the two of them.
Let's see what he can do. Jax has found a bit of space here, a bit of time. m0NESY spotted him. He saw the barrel towards Sandwich, looking to take a bite out of Jax if possible. The Frenchman has no idea that he's been spotted and now taken down. It's to be Spinks and Apex left in a pretty much unwinnable situation.
Oh, it's Spinks. Yeah, he doesn't even hit the scare smoke right there, and this might just be another save. 45 seconds left.
Has to be, really, doesn't it?
Yeah. Okay.
I guess you could go towards BB. You know, Snacks is there with the AWP. It is not likely you're going to take him down, but they are moving with intent. Doesn't look like a traditional save.
Oh, yeah, they might. Oh, they might go for this. Well, that would be shocking. I'd be frankly shocked. No, I feel like
okay, yeah. Called it off. It's the correct call. It all started with that Snacks kill as well, that double AWP setup.
Yep.
Will be noted, though.
Pays off.
ZywOo 2 and 5. Hasn't really got going yet. He had a slow start on Dust 2, but he was phenomenal on Inferno.
They just need to give him enough runway, because he's always going to get going. It's just a matter of time here. On the other side, m0NESY 10-1. It's what you want to see someone doing when they're competing for world #1. Hunter 6-2. The mid control has been working out better this time around for G2. They're just saying we need to take the fight into middle. Last round it was m0NESY. This time it was Nico. Snacks holding on to that B site. It allows his players to have that freedom towards middle. There's backup there. Hunter is at least able to rely on the fact that Snacks has that deep angle posted up, so there will be a significant forewarning if anybody is to encroach on his bomb site.
Lovely round there from m0NESY. A little bit concerning in the earlier stages of Mirage and missed shots in crucial moments, but now stepping up, carrying them through the gun rounds here, 5-3, a couple in a row. Vitality will limp into the next round. Fully invested, Galil for Apex, but AK's otherwise. As they wait for that mid-aggression to come in once again. It's going to be a pop smoke for Nico. Oh, lots of damage once again towards Apex. Gets himself on the bench.
It's worrying, though. I mean, this is how G2 was falling in the past. Just a default setup. At least Mobs is playing underneath balcony or on top of it. But m0NESY has a lot of angles he has to worry about. Ramp, the connector itself, breaks the smoke, trying to find something through it. Can't spot anybody just yet, but look at that, Mobs. Okay, no, he actually just deploys his own smoke. Thought he wanted to maybe push into something. They know that they've lost all of mid control. They know that both bomb sites are ripe for the taking, and Vitality, they have outlined A as their point of attack.
Lovely position from Flames as well, waiting for the rotations from short. If they have to retake that A bomb site, likely to come from that position, he can strike, and they will be none the wiser. A finish, maybe a contact play here. Doesn't seem to be an execution. They might just walk up and try and help themselves towards the bomb site. m0NESY not checking it out right now. It is going to be flashes. Spinks to lead the way. Can they crack things open here? m0NESY now very aware of it and hits a stunning headshot with the AWP. We'll see whether it's enough to hold on now. Malbs will join him as well. Dying in the flames and still out of nowhere. 3 kills found. And Nico closes it down with the AK-47. That's more like it on the A defense.
That's a beautiful hold between the A players there. Well done from m0NESY. The headshot right there over the bricks, and Nico to close things out. Man, the firepower from G2, even when they're being pinched from all of these angles, they still are able to fight themselves out of it. A testament to the skill that loads this roster.
A flurry of frags there from multiple members. m0NESY hits a dream shot towards the ramp. A pixel spotted, a head removed. And the financial advantage is theirs now. Nico's had enough. He's had some frustrating moments. That might be one of them as well, with the double kill is found. ZywOo drops him. Apex makes his way out of the apartments, but found by Malbs MD. ZywOo and Spinks remain, but the deal is done. Surely nothing can be done here. 7 rounds looking incredibly likely.
No real chance for them in this one. Opportunity to pad stats, but G2 have firmly recovered. Going to remind people of the fact that the Taz timeout did help spur this comeback. The fact that m0NESY sent himself towards middle, that little extra bit of proactivity, setting Nico up as well. Really feels like G2 are firmly in control. On top of that, the players are simply hitting shots.
Spinks recovers the M4. A minute remaining. This was the eco they'll be buying up next. The loss bonus is accumulating. ZywOo will be dropped by Hunter. Apparently not. What a peak that is, Maui. With no Kevlar as well, he still comes out on top.
That's unbelievable. 45 seconds. Still a lot of opportunity to play this one out.
Surely he doesn't find this kill as well. He might do. Lucky to get away with that, m0NESY. They'll fall back, and now on high alert. Starting to look a little bit uncomfortable out here, and surely m0NESY hits the shot this time, and that's going to be it. I can't imagine a world where he gets another one. Takes himself off the angle, making some sound cues. They know he's here, and there we go. Crisis averted after a couple of beautiful shots there from ZywOo.
A little shaky right there, and I'm not talking about m0NESY's mouse movements. That was getting dicey, but all in all, this is looking really good for G2 now. They have firmly recovered. Timeout has to come out from Vitality. They've got to flip the script here. They've got to realize what it is that's going on. The mid control has been overall decent for them, but oh no. Apex right now, he's got to be feeling the pressure individually. This has cost Vitality in some of their biggest moments, these stinker games from Apex, and it's usually not him that they're looking for fragging the potential, but when he drops off the face of the earth like this, I mean, you're playing 4v5.
Yeah, well, they haven't got that hardcore carry from ZywOo, at least right now. He's 4-7, Apex 1-7, Jax unable to replicate the form from Inferno. He's down there at the bottom of the barrel too. No one really stepping up. Flames, he's a bit of a Mirage specialist. Still quite a quiet game by him. 3 rounds on the board. It was looking good in the mid stages of this first half, but that's now 4 rounds in a row against them. Nico and co building up, getting powerful as we get into the closing stages here of the first half. Round number 11, spam through the smoke. m0NESY this time towards short. They got plenty of cash here, lots of resources for the final round. We'll see if he can open things up once again. Completely flashed and still somehow hits the shot.
How does he tag him through that? That's ridiculous. And he is so locked in, even when he's blind. At this point, though, G2, they have lost control of middle. They have no idea what's going on over there. They've been pressured into these situations before. Everybody on their heels. Maul's playing towards CT. Nico's still stuck in that window. It does look like they want to go for a mid re-aggress here. And Nico's sitting right behind that smoke. m0NESY's off of Catwalk. But it might be too little too late. Vitality, they're outlining their presence towards A.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 players in the Palace. It'll be an A split here with the bomb coming out of the ramp itself. Malv's in a very defensive position. In terms of his util, he's got nothing left now. They've got connector control as well. Losing control of the situation. m0NESY towards short. Might be able to find a couple of valuable picks. He gets Molotov down to 19 points of health. Malv's calls are in the A bomb site. They're flooding the area. ZywOo, that's a stunning headshot. Anything left to be said. Nico can keep the dream alive and taken down by Spinks in the smoke. That should be it. But bear in mind, they've got plenty of money here. Might as well go for it. The final round coming up next as Snax finds his second kill. Still yet to die now. He goes 3-0 right now. 2 versus 2. Snax and m0NESY on the retake, but they're so incredibly low.
Oh, yeah, they are. And they're thinking about this right now.
Is Snax going for the perfect half here?
He might. He really might. I mean, he's still making his way up right now. Might give his life up. I mean, m0NESY's got 1 foot out the door already. Doesn't look like he really wants to commit to this one. And I think at this point, you are going to opt for the safe. Still a lot of money on his side, but just, oh my goodness. Yeah, a little more time and there would have been something there, but all in all, it is Vitality who are going to take their 4th in this one. Great A crunch from them as they find that mid control. You see all these blue X's just push back, all the way back in jungle, all the way back in CT. Again, one of the more passive rounds from G2 on their defense.
m0NESY finding that 4th kill. Final round up next. There will be some concessions to be made for Vitality, but ZywOo, a couple of lovely openers. We said it'd be a matter of time before he arrives here. Mirage makes his presence known, and well done to Snax. Definitely kept them modest here. A couple of efficient kills. That one was spectacular from m0NESY. Another wallbang headshot delivered, and we go into the final round of play here. 7-5 feels a lot better than 8-4, and we'll see whether this A apartment pop will benefit Vitality. I think they'll just go for the contact play of a flashbang here by the looks of things.
They would have heard that, but they're not used to m0NESY holding the angle. This is probably the first time in this half that he's been here at stairs, posted up. Oh, but he peels away. There's an opportunity. It is right now for Vitality to pounce. Flames slowly encroaching towards middle. That will be the pincer move coming about. Apex, is there any way he can set up his teammates? He only has a single flash, and actually, he's just going to send his body right at the problem. Nico's playing in the back line. He's at jungle, spraying from a distance, but Spinks comes out on top. It's a flurry of frags in favor of Vitality. Wow. 2 players remaining for G2, but this is a dire retake, and it's not even going to get started. Jax with the spray down, Snax, 39 HP.
Nothing he can really do with this one, I'm afraid, and it's a recovered half of sorts. 3rd and final map here. We go 7-5 at the end of the first half.
So my name is Ixtas, I'm coach for Vitality. I start with friends just to enjoy it after school, like almost every round. And then try to be player, manager I was, but for a while. And for 8 years now I'm coach. We play each other for a while. So sometimes just need between 1-2 hours, sometimes maybe 3. And sometimes you are just focused about yourself because, for example, Game Legend, and we have no data at all. It's a new roster. We don't know which map they want to pick. So we are just thinking about our own prep and that's it. We take a timeout because of plan, because of mentality-wise, or just make a new call. Honestly, when I take tactical timeout, it's for a lot of reasons. Sometimes you feel immediately it's the wrong plan, so you want to change. Sometimes it's just to adapt the plan, sometimes it's just mentality-wise, sometimes it's just to calm down a bit the players because we are too excited and we are not thinking about the game. We need to adapt all the time. I feel frustrated, especially advantage situations. You know, you have the right call, it's like 5v3, you have the control, you lose the round, you had the right call, and now the economy is sorry, and you don't know what to do. Or you have the right call, but someone changed the call for no reason or didn't trust, not the call, but what we are seeing on TeamSpeak, for example. When the round is over, you know why you lost the round. Just not because of the enemy, because you made a mistake. I have one rough moment for sure. It was Katowice, because I got COVID. And so me in playoff, we did grand final. It was a different organization. And you are in bedroom at the hotel watching the game and you can't do anything. It was the worst feeling, honestly, in my career. And the best moment, I don't know, actually. Of course, when you win a tournament, it's amazing feeling. I don't know, to win in Blast 4 final, 1 final in a row was pretty good, of course. I enjoyed a lot the first time I did Cologne, because it was my first big stage. It was crazy atmosphere. My personal goal is definitely to win one major at least. I'm not thinking in general about the future. For the team, yes, but not personally, because I don't think it's the role of the coach, in my opinion. So I hope to be next year and I could say, okay, we did a great job last year. That's not the case yet.
Two wins apiece against each other on the year for both teams, both nipping on the heels of Na'Vi. A win here in Singapore would make a statement to carry into Shanghai. And here, in this final half on Mirage, we will find out who is carrying that momentum.
Here we go then. Final half of play. It is 7-5 in favor of G2. m0NESY, with a show-stopping performance once again with an AWP, finds himself with 14 kills and 3 deaths. It's Flames are stepping up for Vitality. He's top of the board, but we're missing some key members of the cast. Apex hasn't really arrived as of yet. ZywOo having a quieter game. Singapore, are you still with us? Let's go! Final half, pistol. For G2 on the T side, we've got a smoke available and one single flashbang. Not really an execution, but we have got the P250 for Nico with Kevlar as well. And we'll see what kind of final play they bring to the table here.
Keep an eye on this utility from Snax. Decoy in the window. Snax has got what seems to be a CT smoke right there.
I think so. Smoke CT, flash over, hope for the best here.
Like Flames is going to have an open season right here. So many opportunities. No, in fact, they changed it to jungle, or top connector that is, and m0NESY taking a lot of space. No contest yet. This is going to be a full-on 5-on-5 retake.
That's if they even go towards A. It looks like they were trying to get through towards CD spawn. The bomb is planted, and now the CTs are in a lot of trouble. Bear in mind, they're smoked off towards the connector for now. Trying to get it towards the window. It's getting very awkward indeed, though. ZywOo perched up on the ledge, hoping for a mistake from m0NESY here. Nico inflicting heavy damage, but ZywOo keeps around alive. They know where he is. Nothing he can do. It's a massive victory as G2 swarm the site. Gunning down that connector play, pushing towards the window and locking them out of the bomb side there.
That's just picture perfect right there. Great procedures, great space taken by G2, understanding that you can lock them out of the round by taking over a window, and m0NESY fearlessly pushing on forward first. Entry fragger, opper, clutcher. He's really done it all.
God damn, lovely shot there from Nika to close things down. m0NESY fired up. They can taste the grand final now. Can't afford to fumble this lead though, Maui. They've done it multiple times.
Yes, they have. 2 scouts on the side of Vitality, Apex and ZywOo. Mid control taken by G2. No real fight for it, in fact. But the intent lies towards B. Hunter is waiting in the apartments. As it stands, m0NESY will be joining him, and there will be 3 players moving up short here. Snax, first to contest, but Apex, yeah, he's here with this scout.
Let's see what you got. 2-9 right now. Would love an opener. There's certainly a chance to get one. Hits a tag on Snax, down to 30 points of health. m0NESY hits Mouths at the same time as well. So the scouts doing some serious work out there, setting up these MP9 to glory.
Oh, and the push, the play to punish. Nico waiting right there for Spinks. Oh, this is looking good for G2. They have so much control, so much space. It would have to be a disaster for this to fall apart for them, but they are making their way up.
Oh
no, ZywOo, this is a chance for him. Okay, opportunities presenting themselves, but no shots being hidden. Very uncharacteristic of him, but he's able to finally strike. Takes down Mobs, Flames, lying in wait in the sandwich. Oh no, this is falling apart. Unless Nico's able to recover it. It looks like they are recovering, and that is it. Jax, yeah, he's here right now with the MP9, but it's down to a 1v1.
Here we go, Snax planting the bomb and does not have the advantage here. Jax knows exactly where he is. It's the SMGs going toe-to-toe. A couple of bullets land will win the round here for Jax and bring them back into the second half. He's got no utility. Snax waiting for his moment, needs to stop him getting closer and closer towards the side. Good damage inflicted here. It's going to be a close finish, and Snax will come out on top. Ducking and weaving around the bomb site. It's a massive victory there. So much pressure applied with those scouts. So many shots delivered. And Snax holds his nerve, holds on to the lead. Nico with a double kill, kept the dream alive here. It looked like Snax was done for, but he comes out on top.
Just committed to the swing. Jax so slow on the approach. Snax, I mean, he had him in the chamber right there. That was torture for Jax to try to get up there.
Yeah, he was hoping for the mistake, but Snax never presented one. Maui with force buying again.
Oh, no.
The fact it came down to 1 versus 1. They are fully sending it, and it's collapsed. It's unraveled at the seams. Flames and Spinks removed early on. The economy will be in disarray if they lose this round cleanly. Apex, Jax have the MP9, ZywOo on the scout once again. No real damage, though, as Hunter. He's going to take a bit of a risk here. He's going to see if there's an open B bomb site. That's absolutely fine. They've got such a huge advantage. He's got that MP7 at range and still alive and well. Takes a scout shot to the limb, but overall, looks like the round is done. ZywOo's low at Apex with the MP9. There's nothing he can do.
Hey, yeah, turn around right there, Snax. You spotted him.
Dude, he's in the zone right now.
Yeah, he's doing so well. I mean, Snax on 6-4 right now. Henry, he might break the streak.
This is it.
This might be it. And what better time to do it than now? As G2 go up 10-5, and Vitality, I have to say, they're playing like they're the underdogs. Another force buy in a row right here. They're trying to really confuse G2, but it did not work. They were so ready for that kind of play.
That sort of buy works out on the T side.
Yeah.
Not so much in the CT forces now. You've compromised your further gun rounds here. You're not going to have the AWP. You have to take a full eco at this stage, and ZywOo, they're going to save a scout.
Unless they actually keep forcing, it might just be 12-5 before they have a full gun round on their own CT side.
Yep.
That's it. Like, 7-5 doesn't feel that bad, because you can usually get a couple gun rounds in, but no, with that buy right there, that is a ridiculous risk and pays off to no extent whatsoever.
Love this from Hunter. Like I said, he could afford to take a bit of a calculated risk there. See if the B bomb site's open, and Snax getting a very important kill as well. Hold on to that mouse, Apex. You might need that.
Oh, he is not having a great one. 2 kills so far on Apex.
It's not the force buy with the loss bonus accumulating. They at least do have some upgraded pistols. ZywOo scouts once again. He'll be able to buy the AWP next round, I suppose. And we'll get into it. Snax dropping at the bit once he gets stuck in towards his connector. They can taste glory right now, and Nico, he's gunning for headshots only. Mouths looking for the double kill. Flames pushes off and taken down. It's going to be 11 on the board. ZywOo makes things a little bit more complicated. That's him surely dealt with the MP7. 30 bullet spray of death. Gets the job done. A couple of rounds away from the grand final here.
Jeez. Oh, it's a slaughter in middle right there. Vitality, at least they're trying to take their matters into their own hands, but
Sure.
every single time G2 is waiting for that response. Timeout here from Vitality. They do get this gun round at 11-5, in fact. And ZywOo, man, if there's ever a time to show that you're the world #1, what better time than now? Not quite in this game just yet. 10-12 scoreline. He needs to transcend. He needs to elevate his team to bring him back into this one.
A couple of rounds away now. Apex, what have you got for us? A desperate situation now. They've done so well here at World Finals with the stand-in. Surprised almost everyone with the victory against Mouse yesterday. But now it has to be the perfect game out, and we've got a bit of a B play coming through.
Oh yeah, they know that that's the stand-in. You just mentioned it, Jax there in the stead of Mezzi will be anchoring that B bomb site, and it already feels like the entire G2 game plan is centered around torturing him. He's got a great angle along with Spinks right now.
You don't see this position too often anymore. It's kind of old school, and honestly, I think it might work out for him. That's quite a nice idea.
A good flash, and you're really pushed off of it, but still very difficult to spot with a dry swing. And actually, you know what? G2, they're pulling on back.
Yeah, fair enough. Bombs on the back of the players towards B. m0NESY holding it right now. One more round for series point, grand final point. These are reactions we didn't see from G2 in that first half, right? Like, once you have a lack of information, you can feel the pressure coming through. Get that A-ramp control, try and lock them out, but they should be aware of this.
Yes, yes, they have to be aware of it. m0NESY and Nico, they got to trade this one out. Flames, he's covering so many angles, and oh, he's unable to find the shot. Apex is now close to the ramp. He's got 19 kills. This has been a sensational game for him. Huge bounce back. You never really see Nico fall off in a series that hard. And Apex, this is a really hard angle. Flash right there. There is some counter utility, but the pinch is coming in from Connector. Right there. Incision onto that A site.
Beautiful work here. G2 look like they're locked in for series and grand final point. Snacks, sure, he goes down, but it's intel at the very least. I know Spinks in towards that kitchen position, and now surely nothing can be done. We have got Jax waiting in CT spawn right now. He's got the smoke, the flash, the HE, but I think they need the resources going forward. Even with a stacked loss bonus, everyone's fully invested. They have to save these weapons. And Maui now needs 7 rounds in a row. G2 have blown some massive leads today, but this one seems beyond the pale.
I don't see a world, really. Henry, I'm going to need Vitality to play themselves into shape before I even really give them a single ounce of respect in this matchup. This has just been G2 running away with it. They've made the adjustments in the first half. The Taz timeouts helped them out.
Yeah.
This second half has been pure domination. Spinks is actually getting pressured right now. Don't think there's going to be time for this shot. It's close. Oh, no!
Big kill.
Oh, that is a disaster. One of the few win conditions into the upcoming round, and now there's just a single rifle in the hands of Jax.
Oh, that is a big deal now. They needed both of those weapons, and Nico just has had enough of this series. Mouths as well had a couple of difficult maps, didn't show up to Inferno, but my God, has he ever on Mirage. Nico and m0NESY both at the top of the board. And now only one player survives. It's going to be ZywOo, given the AK-47. The buy's not too bad overall, but certainly concessions. Apex and Spinks with no grenades. Full send towards top of middle once again. The in-game leader with 2 kills to his name sits behind the smoke. Massive grenade once again. And Mouths, can he find him? It doesn't matter. ZywOo will take him through the smoke. Still a 4-4 though. Spinks is found elsewhere. And now Apex. There it is. That's a nice play. Can he get the double? Starting to come to life here. They've got the man advantage. 3 versus 2.
Nico, though, right there in the palace. There is a smoke ahead of him. And now Jax.
Okay.
Great push from him. This should actually throw the round in favor of Vitality even more so. And m0NESY, yeah, okay. He's going to rely on Nico here. He's got to find something. Okay, wait a second. m0NESY gets the kill on a Jax, but unfortunately, Nico can't find anything on that A bomb site. Although, that is a safe passage towards B. m0NESY has a real shot to close it here.
He doesn't opt for the B bomb site itself. He's going to slow it right down. He has got a lot of time to work with and a full utility belt. He's got the smoke, the flashes, and the Molotov here. Both players on the CT side bunkered up in towards the A side itself, and it looks like they've read it well. He'll be making his way through his connector, but it's by no means guaranteed that they win this round. A no-scope in this sort of situation would be such a m0NESY play, but he's going to overlook him, and ZywOo will take him down. 12-6. They cut this one down to size, and at least get the round over the line as Apex shows some form finally here, doubling his frag total from 2 to 4.
Definitely needed that. Cheeky play right there in the smoke grenade. Able to spring into action, recognizing that utility is being thrown by those players in the back line on the G2 side. Still 12-6, so many rounds to make up here for Vitality, and another strong buy from the T side. At least though, ZywOo's got an op in his hands.
It's gonna have to be the perfect game from here on out. They're certainly capable. Even with the stand-in, we've seen him play some beautiful Counter-Strike this week. Apex once again challenging towards top of middle. We'll have Spinks with him. As it come crashing down right here, right now. Snacks actually found some pretty decent timing. They'll have no idea he's in position. That's a freebie for Snacks. There it is. Apex on the other side as well. Smoking towards the window. Molotov over. He won't anticipate this. Snacks is going down. And the man advantage once again securely in favor of Vitality.
And ZywOo knows he tagged up Malms right there. Okay, Malms still from the grave is able to get one. And Nico, yeah, he's trying to find something from the Palace once again. That is not going to work out for him. Molly sends him packing. He's joined by Hunter as they try to bring back this 2v3. It's possible. There's a lot of room right now. Vitality haven't pushed on forward just yet. Jax was humbled in the previous round towards his B apartments push, so he's just stuck on that bomb site. But, I mean, this is a really tough round to construct on the G2 side. No smoke to allot them a free passage onto the bomb site. They just really have to hit some shots here.
Family connection gonna have to thrive here. Hunter and Nico working in tandem up towards the A side, one towards Palace. The other at A ramp, Flames a very defensive position. We have got ZywOo near the connector too, holding that jungle position, and Nico gets a bit of an inkling that he could be there on the other side. Flashbang, they're set up. Hunter, and actually takes ZywOo off the angle. Nice Molotov. They might be able to do something with this one.
They're getting space. They're taking it quickly. Okay, Flash is there, but Flames, yeah, still from the backline, and Jax on the cleanup as well. 12-7. Vitality, they're building the case. It's still a tough one at that, but this should offer them some respite.
Oh, yeah, I think the money's done for as well. Could be tactical timeout time. Looks like maybe a partial buy situation, but these pushes towards top and middle are paying dividends. Vitality actually making it work. Apex coming to life now. Might not be over at this stage. ZywOo managing to find a lovely kill with that HE grenade. Flames stays calm there towards CT spawn. And finally, they break the streak here, and we're going for the A rush with the Tech-9. Is this where they get it over the line? Flames doesn't seem to think so. Apex pretty much confirms the round here, unless Nico goes above and beyond with this Desert Eagle. The HE should take care of him. Apex confirms it, and now Snacks. Can he get a couple of kills here? Can he put on a show for us? Apparently not. As we get to 12-8 here, we said before, G2 have fumbled some massive leads in this series.
Oh, yeah.
Dust 2, sure, they won it, but they were 11-3 up, and it got down to the last round of play.
No, they're not out of the woods just yet. We'd love to see a timeout come from Taz here. Try to keep everybody focused, locked in. End this now. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. We are going to get the timeout. Taz has got something to say for sure. Mid control has been a problem. Apex has been in that top smoke repeatedly at this point. Need to be able to deal with him. Multiple options here. Go for a quicker B exec, ignore mid entirely, or just send more bodies at it. All of those tricks will get snuffed out if there are enough people in place that they can trade and play off of each other.
Pressure mounting. Once again, that self-doubt will be creeping in. 3 rounds in a row on what felt like a done deal here for G2. The partial buy of the Tech-9s does almost nothing for them. No bomb plan, a convincing victory, and now it's just 4 rounds in a row for Vitality on their CT campaign. Let's have a look. We've got the m0NESY orb. You can see they've got a distinct lack of utility on a couple of players here. Just the Molotov and smoke for Hunter and Nico. Towards middle they go, trying to take down Apex here. There's going to be a ZywOo boost in towards a B apartment as he takes full control of this side of the map.
Yeah, it looks like Vitality expected the shortcut to be made from G2, that they would just go for the B hit, try to torture Jax as he's standing in on that bomb site. And now that ZywOo's secure in that position, the 4 riflers from Vitality can converge on middle if they so choose. We've got Jax in the window, Spinks there at the catwalk. And at this point, G2, they're just going through the motions. They're taking this space cleanly. Little resistance has been offered just yet from Vitality. And this is a winning position, but that's a great nade.
Yeah, that's legit max damage right there. Right in the face, into the pocket. Down to 40 points of health here. And a B split looking possible, but Spinks is very well positioned to deal with it. Snacks, I like that. Finds Flames, that's a very important kill. Takes his total to 9 and 9 as he looks towards the window as well. He could find the second. Has Snacks done enough to single-handedly book them a place in the grand final here?
He might do it. He might do it. Okay, Hunter, opportunity. I think he might have spotted the elbow of ZywOo right there. Looks like they just passed each other. No, I think Hunter does know, in fact, that ZywOo's there, making a lot of noise, though. Oh, no. Oh, he's taking all of this space away. This is going to be a near impossible retake on the side of Vitality. But Spinks actually, no, he slipped into short. Okay, activates onto ZywOo, but Spinks holds on.
Is this it? The 3-on-2 advantage. Spinks needs to find multiple kills. He gets nothing. It's been a quiet performance for Apex, who can't hold on. And G2 have done it. It was looking precarious. It was looking dangerous. But it's Snacks that finds the double kill and gets them to the grand final.
Try as Vitality might to turn the tides. Once again, G2 washing them out on that deciding map of Mirage. And once again, Jacob, we get to see G2 heading straight on towards the World Finals Grand Final.
Great bounce back after a rough Inferno showing, in particular by Nico. He stepped up on Mirage, he was a difference maker, and alongside him, as we always like to see it, small little Monacy. He's speaking with big words on the server, he's speaking with big words on the stage as well. A fan favorite, as you can see, and here inside the arena, as we said, for another great display by G2 and another grand final.
It feels like Vitality ran out of steam right there, but you have to say that roller coaster of a performances from Fall Finals to IEM Rio and to here, that's just G2 all about.
Totally bouncing back and righting their wrongs from IEM Rio for the side of G2. So poetic as well that Snacks opens up that final round with a double kill as well.
Yeah, he had impact. Again, unfortunately for Snacks, we've been honing about this whole positive KD. He finishes at 10-10, but at the very least, he had impact. He won a very important 1v1 versus Jax at a crucial moment in the game. He opens up with a double kill at the last round. So yes, Snacks did a good job, and he was helping out G2.
Well, speaking of impact, let's get a few winning words, courtesy of none other than Monacy.
Well, he's certainly the fan favorite out here, and he put up one hell of a performance. Another grand final. How does this one feel?
Feels amazing. Another grand final.
In terms of getting to this grand final, though, things start off incredibly well on Dust 2. You look like you had full control. You were in your absolute element. They started to come back into it, but it wasn't too much to worry about. But on Inferno, this is your tried and tested pick, and it went oh so wrong. What was the problem?
I don't know, I think they just played good. I think they were ready for us, and they were punishing us for our mistakes. I mean, they just played good overall on Inferno. They countered us, and I mean, we tried our best, but they played better on Inferno.
They certainly did play better that time around, but then coming into Mirage, what was the team talk like? What did you say between the maps before you got into Mirage?
I don't know, we're just not overthinking a lot. I mean, we already played against Vitality in Grand Final in Dallas, and we were ready for everything. I mean, like emotionally in mental state, you know? So, I don't know, like I didn't overthink, nobody overthought anything before the game, before the third map, like that we can lose and it's our last map for today. We just kept up playing our game and good vibes over here. Thank you guys.
Now for those good vibes, you were certainly enjoying this crowd. Do you believe right now, though, that this G2 is feeling like that one that can win another tournament again? Do you feel like you guys have hit that point?
Yeah, we got this feeling.
They got this feeling. They believe they can do it. Singapore, give it up for Monacy and G2 as they make it through to the grand final.
So much love for Monacy, both inside and outside of the server today here in Singapore. And you know what? I cannot blame this crowd because what he delivered inside the server today, something spectacular, Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, he's once again showcasing us why he's considered to be maybe the best player in the world, maybe the best AWPer in the world, and if anything, the biggest talent Counter-Strike has seen coming out of the game the past couple of years. He's found a certain level of consistency as well. There was a conversation with m0NESY in the beginning that, yes, he had high peaks, explosive Counter-Strike, but he lacked a bit of consistency. But a year and a half ago, that conversation was put to bed. He's playing like he's a veteran of the game. He's showing up every single time, and as you can see inside this arena right now, arguably the most popular man in the building.
Some were saying how much impact can you bring to a team when you already have Nico in, when you already have Malps in, when you have Hunter in. m0NESY is putting these words to bed. Tournament after tournament, year after year.
And you can see he's very much enjoying being in front of this crowd who undoubtedly have him as a favorite, no matter who the opponent is going to be going into that grand final. We heard it from m0NESY himself, saying they feel that same aura that they felt back in Copenhagen where they lifted the trophy.
And that's the thing with G2, when they're in the flow state, when they're feeling the game, when you have players like m0NESY, Nico, Malps for that matter as well, who stepped up in certain rounds right here, you can do anything if you're G2. Counter-Strike is a very complex game, but it can also be a very simplistic game, and when you have some of the best players in the world all playing on the same team, you can definitely win tournaments.
The result, even between these two teams, just underlines it, because as m0NESY said in an interview, I Am Dallas was a big turning point for G2 throughout this year. It was last tournament with old lineup, and they managed to beat Vitality again with a new lineup, even without standing in.
Obviously, you mentioned Nico. I'm so glad that we got to see that resurgent form, because obviously Inferno, that was an anomaly in terms of his rating, in terms of his impact inside the server. Mirage, you can tell he was angry, he was pissed, he wanted to give some heat to Vitality.
Yeah, he was playing with a purpose to showcase that obviously Inferno was a little bit abnormal given his own standards, and as you say, you can never count out Nico. I feel like that's been the conversation with him for many, many years as well. Often Nico can have a game where he's maybe not hitting his strides, where he's not finding the impact that you like to see, but he has a higher habit of striking back the following map, and we got to see that once more tonight.
It's always his presence on the server. Whenever you are playing against a guy like m0NESY, he's going to lock you out of some peaks. He's not going to allow some of the rotations that you're usually doing, and that kind of forces you to change the game plan, forces a lot of mistakes out of you, and that is precisely why m0NESY is so deadly. ZywOo was non-present in this situation, and it was basically because of him.
It's a good point, and I think you can use that argument against m0NESY, against a guy like Nico. When you're an opponent of those two, you're always joining the server with a no-fear mentality. Of course, I'm not going to change the way I play, but the first time you die to Nico in an instant headshot duel, you feel like, okay, maybe I should change the way I'm peeking this corner. Maybe I should be a little bit more careful with my life. And they are installing a sense of fear in their opponents because they are so goddamn good at the game. They've been doing that for years now.
Unfortunately, that does mean the end of the line for Vitality here in Singapore. So let's get a few departing thoughts courtesy of in-game leader Apex.
See what exited here during the semi-finals. You've certainly put up one hell of a fight, but I want to come on to this series, I guess, starting with Dust 2. It's your pick again. We saw this last time around against them. You've done it this time with Jax as well. It felt like if you maybe got to the server earlier, there would have been a chance to win that one, because in the second half, you guys were fantastic, but it just took too long. Did you notice something?
Yeah, I think, I don't know what happened, but in terms of, we lacked a bit of communication, and it was pretty hard to do stuff, to be honest. And there are like 2 or 3 rounds that are pretty close and that we can win, and that we don't win, and then it's always the same. Huh? You play against G2, they're a good team, and when you don't win this round, it's the same the other round. You should have won the round on the other side of the maps that we clear it. So it's a pretty frustrating one on those 2 T side mostly.
Now, no Anubis this time though. We're going to the Inferno. This is normally a tried and tested pick for them, so we thought maybe you were going to struggle more on this. Did you change something? Had you did a different idea of how you wanted to call on this map in order to get that win?
No, but we were 1-6 down, and we woke up. We were a bit like at the beginning of those 2, to be honest. Then we woke up 6-6, and then our T side went really well. We played a really good T side. No specific thing to do, just good game plan. Try to be honest, explain the strats before to Jax.
Okay. So a bit more detail.
Yeah, exactly. To explain him a few nades that he had to know, and we tried our best today, but yeah, it wasn't enough.
And in terms of it not being enough, I know it sucks to lose, but are you still happy with how far you went, considering you still had Jax? You guys went through kind of such a strange scenario.
Yes and no, because once again we're not going too far. We close, but not enough, and yeah, it's not the best, to be honest. Mirage, I think we did an okay T side without the pistol, but same we don't with pistol. I shouldn't maybe have force buy on CT side, and then we we are 0-3 and we lose the first buy run and it can go really fast. And maybe I should have eco and yeah, but otherwise, yeah, I think Jax gave his best, to be honest. He had really good maps and really bad maps. It's just also not easy to play some lurker roles that he is not get used to. When it's a bit more of the fight roles and his roles, I think he played well. Inferno was more like his strength. So, but yeah, I'm still a bit happy, even though once again I'm a bit disappointed of the way we lose once again.
Now looking at the future though, getting ready for the RMRs and the major, when are you back to practice with Mezzi? What are your plans going forward until you get to the RMR?
Well, it's gonna be to step up, both as a team as individual. I don't think we had really bad early sides here, so it's gonna be to work on that. I think we have the deep map pool, we have the thing, we worked on a lot of things, but we need to go deeper and be maybe a bit more consistent individually, and I think it's gonna help.
Any boot camp planned? When's Mezzi back?
Not really. We might stay a month in China. Okay. So if we win the RMR, it's gonna be a month in China for all the teams. So we didn't plan that. We're just gonna play a lot the next week and a half when we come back from here. Just gonna give our best to be as ready as possible, and then obviously if we're in China and we wait for 2 weeks there, we're gonna play also as much as possible.
And is Mezzi coming back as soon as you get back from this? Is that the plan? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this time off. No, he needs to be back, the daddy.
Time to not be daddy, but be back on the server. That's what it's all about here for him. Let's see how it goes down for Vitality in the future. Thank you very much, Dan.
Yeah, of course, a lot for Vitality to be looking forward to with the upcoming RMR and hopefully Major if they qualify. We expect them to be doing so. You can tell from Apex's demeanor just there, you know, obviously understandably disappointed that they couldn't take down G2 once again, but also at the same time, you're here with Jax. He wanted to put him on display, and I think he did do that. I would be hella surprised if a team didn't pick up Jax in 2025.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. You know, depending on what level, obviously, tier 2, tier 3, I think Jax has a future in Counter-Strike if he wants to. About Vitality and about Apex and how he conducted himself in this interview, I think he's satisfied. You know, he would have sold this coming into the tournament, going into a semi-final, playing against G2, making the game competitive, where, as he said, they did have a chance of winning this game as well. So playing with a stand-in is never easy. However, I can also feel on Apex he's getting a little bit tired of doing these losing interviews. Whenever they play tournaments at the moment, they go out in the quarterfinals, they go out in the semi-finals, they can't seem to get into the final, and they can't seem to win the tournament. So it's so close yet so far right now for Vitality. So I think for a player of Apex's caliber, that stinks a little.
If anything, it actually shows from IGL's perspective to Apex that the system that they are having in Vitality works, because you can slot in player for another and you're still remaining competitive. You're not being blown away by competition in tier 1, and I give props to Jax for what he's done this event. I think he's had, I don't want to say incredible event, but definitely above my expectations.
Well, with Vitality unfortunately falling to the wayside, I think it's only apt that we check on in with that playoffs bracket, as we do indeed have our first grand finalist cemented. Question is, Jacob, who is going to be joining them? That's going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, we're about to find out for you. In roughly 45 minutes, we'll be ready with that game. Astralis taking on Spirit. Obviously, Astralis being the big surprise right then. Spirit with Donk that now has a point to prove as well. If he wants to be crowned the best player in the world, I think that's going to be a great game.
Well, both teams already arriving just on behind enough to much of the enjoyment of the fans joining us here in the arena. But don't go anywhere. We're going to head things to a quick break. But when we're back, we're going to be discussing the top 10 of 2024. Oh yes, so much to be looking forward to moving on into 2025. But before we do that, we've got to wrap up the conversation about 2024. And to do that, we've got a very special guest joining us. You've been in the casting booth
Who let him in?
all events long. Yeah, how did you even get up? How did you find us?
I did something to Anders which I can't speak of, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, I planted something, and it really worked, actually. He's just been under the weather the whole time. Nah, honestly, thoughts and prayers go out to Anders. He's been sick like a dog.
Yeah.
It's really unfortunate, actually. Not that I relish the opportunity. I enjoyed that, for sure. I enjoyed this whole crowd, for sure.
This crowd has been absolutely
stellar.
insane. Let's talk about the insaneness that has been going down in 2024, though, when we've got this top 10 players of the year conversation going. I think this is such an interesting one because the top 3, I think, are clear cut, not necessarily which order they're going to be in, but 4 through 10 is such an interesting conversation. Now, this graphic we've got up here, this is if you were to just be filtering top 20 oppositions throughout the year of 2024, this is the rating that you would get. There's a couple of outliers, I think, in here. Your likes of your Insanis, maybe Xantaras being that high up on the list as well. Bit being low, I think, is also kind of surprising. Tell us your thoughts, Mary.
That's, I mean, I feel like when you're just sorting like this, you're taking away the context that is how far into the tournaments they actually finish. And so people like Xantaras, people like Insani likely wouldn't make that list. The lack of MVPs for those players as well probably would hold against them if you're trying to make a case for top 10. And I'd say people like Bit, for example, are probably going to move up the rankings because he's had an MVP performance at EWC and he's been elite in the last 6 months against the best competition in the world.
I think that's it, Ryan. You got to look at it into the context, you got to look into what they achieve and the level of opposition as well. Navi are playing only the best teams in the world. Navi are never in a playing stage at a Cologne or Katowice in that regard. They're only coming into the tournament when it's heating up. So for Bit to have been so consistent throughout the entire year, while also hoisting trophies, while also contending for the EVPs and MVPs from time to time as well, is worth more than Insani or Xantaras for that matter having slightly higher rating.
There's so many layers you can spin it off whether it comes to Bit, if he deserves to be in top 10 or not, because the roles, again, I'm keep mentioning them up, and he's having some unforgiving ones. It's hard to be an anchor in Tier 1 competition because of the sheer fact how many people can actually abuse your spot or counter-strat you, and you have to be ready for a lot of things. However, Navi's system is actually thriving with this, and Bit is doing so good in this.
Where would you place Bit then? Obviously, I think 10th is a little bit low for him. Where would you put him in terms of that
I think about 7th or 8th.
I think that's fine.
I don't think he moves up a ton, but he definitely passes people like Xantaras for me, people like Insani. I even put him above Elige because Elige just doesn't have the playoffs, so that's going to hurt his case as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say Elige would be in the top 10. Is that being fair, Jacob?
I may have to throw you off the stage if you say that one more time. I think he's contending for it. I think he's definitely in there. I think he's 9th, 10th, maybe 8th, depending on how you rate it. I think Elige's been fantastic throughout the entire year. I think he's been consistent in a team that hasn't been consistently playing well. And I think, again, when we speak about the context of who are you facing and who you're going up against, when you're Elige in a team like Complexity, where you're the sole reason that you remain competitive against the likes of Navi, against the likes of Vitality, G2, you name it, I give that more value than someone who's posting a 1.12 or 1.13 rating, who's just a 2nd string or 3rd string or 4th string at a top team. I think without Elige, Complexity wouldn't be a top 10, top 15 team, and to me, that speaks volume as well.
The best thing for Elige's case is that you can look at his role and you could practically put him on any team in the top 10 and he would do the same thing either way. He's not really being set up. He's going in first a lot of the time. He's the first point of attack against all of these opponents. And really, the problem is when I watch Elige and why he probably isn't even higher is he feels like he has to do even more than he probably should. He's going for a 3rd peak even after getting 2 kills. And yeah, you can say that hurts his case statistically, but really, if he doesn't do that, Complexity sometimes loses those 5v3 advantages.
Gentlemen, I wish we had like 3 hours to have this conversation, to have this debate. We do have to move on though. JL, I want to get your thoughts on
Obviously,
this.
my ex-teammate, I'm going to rate him higher, but I love JL because I can see it from the different times where he was kind of picked up by Apex, by us. We made it deep into the first major at Blast, basically in Paris, and that was the turning point for his career. He got approached by Navi, we were so incredibly happy for him, and ever since then he developed like crazy, both in-game and mentally. You can see it on the camera all the time. He's the fan favorite for the most part across the world. He's established himself as one of the deadliest and yet I don't want to say that he's taking too much space. So he's like not resourceful enough, but he's just delivering day in, day out, pretty much every event.
He's high impact. He's a clutcher. He's a guy that is coming in at crucial moments, and he doesn't seem affected by pressure as well. So again, depends on how we have the conversation. Is he one of the most skilled players, mechanically speaking, out there? Probably wouldn't make my top 10, you know, but in terms of how he conducts himself on the server, how he's clutch, how he's keeping himself composed, how he doesn't let pressure affect him, definitely within the top 10, and probably also closer to 4th, 5th, and 6th than he is to top 10.
Winning the major MVP also gives him a huge case to be in the top 10. Even if his rating drops a significant amount, it's very rare that someone that wins a major MVP doesn't make it into the top 15, bare minimum. And JL, I just gotta say, so charismatic.
Yes.
He turns on his stream, like 25,000 people are in there immediately. It's crazy.
That bumps him up at least 2 places.
Yeah, cultural impact is pretty high for him. That's high on my list.
Is he above Bit in your mind,
Yes.
Maui? Yeah?
Yes, yeah, he's above. Yeah, the major MVP versus an EWC MVP, and on top of that, he does actually just flat out have better stats over the year.
I feel like Insani, we can, you know, there is logic to that. Obviously, you know, against top 20 opposition, there are a lot of regional rivals in there, and MIBR are getting the better of them. A lot of EPL matches played as well. I don't think there's a case for him to be in the top 10, so let's just get him on out of there. Let's move on to Nico. Currently ranked 6th on this list. Is he higher or lower, Jacob?
That's a good question. I think he's in that conversation between 4th, 5th, and 6th, and depending on how you value it, depending on how you rate it, Nico is definitely one of the candidates you have to look at. He's had a decent year, but he hasn't had the best of the best year, and we can't forget that the beginning of the year was strugglesome for Nico. The beginning of the CS2 career for him was a bit strugglesome. Also playing in G2, you know, where there's been some turmoil, you're changing your in-game leader, you've seen Nico take over that role more often than not. You're playing an event as an in-game leader with Stu 2K, where you actually ended up winning it. There's a lot of different, you know, factors that goes into the conversation of Nico. I will say that if this is a bad year for Nico, it just speaks of his class, you know, because he's still a top 6 player in my book.
Absolutely, and I think that there are some great narrative reasons as to why Nico has entered this list at such a high mark already. I would even move him higher than that. One, and the one that I really care about the most, he is shooting holes into Donk's case for being the #1 player in the world. I know Stiko probably has a lot to say about their head-to-heads, because really he's been the only rifler that just seems to consistently get the better of the guy that's changing the face of the game right now.
If you've joined us across the week, we've been multiple times mentioning the fact that Nico is just Donk's number, and you might be wondering why the hell we're talking about Nico when Donk is still in the case and he's going to be probably top 3. Well, because Nico is particularly countering him so well, and that is boosting his rating and also boosting his impact. I feel like Nico, the better opposition he faces, the better he's playing.
Jacob just ignored my question. I asked you to give me a number. You didn't. So Maui, what number are you going to give Nico? If we were to end the year right now, do you think 6th is apt? Do you think it's higher, lower?
5th.
5th?
Yeah.
Okay, right in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, 5th. I have him above Shiro, personally.
I think that's fair. Speaking of which, Shiro, number 4 currently ranked on that list. So we're kind of swapping them around a little bit. He'd be a little bit lower, like 6th.
Sorry, I ignored you for it. Don't take it too hard. I would put Nico above Shiro as well. However, I will say Shiro have stepped it up as of late, and we saw as soon as yesterday that he was having a fantastic game with a bit more impact. I think for Shiro, the case has always been that his stats is a little bit inflated. Sometimes he saves a little bit too often. He's very passive with the AWP as well. So one would argue that his rating and his stats in general is a little bit above his impact rating, so to speak. And I think that's the worst case for Shiro in terms of, can you argue that he's number 4, number 5? I don't think so. He needs to show a bit more impact.
I agree with that. I feel like he's had a couple pop-off games. I think the reputation does precede him in some ways, that he's too much of a baiter, too much of a saver. Rating 2.1 actually humbled his stats a bit more than, say, the top 3 players. Like Shiro went down, I want to say, like 0.04 from his previous 2.0 rating. That's something I take into account. On top of that, one stat that I really care about is damage per round win, and Shiro's is actually quite low compared to some of the other guys that are in the top 10.
Yeah, and you have to understand, we're comparing him kind of with Mones and Zaiwu, who are, well, a little bit a tier above when it comes to operas. By no means, Shiro is great, but he's still lacking in the department against those two specifically.
Let's talk about the top 3 as it stands on that graphic that we just showed, because number 1 at the moment would be Zaiwu, 2 Donk, and then 3 would be Munisi. Now, we asked you guys before the game that we just saw go down, which is kind of appropriate, seeing as Zaiwu just got knocked out. What would you say is your top 3? I'm going to begin with you, Stiko. You can have the nice job.
All right, so again, this is something that is really hard to quantify, but I'm going to try. If I remove each end player from these teams, I wonder how competitive that team suddenly becomes. So it's kind of like a hidden impact, how much they carry the legacy of that team and how much they're making it competitive. For my money, I would rate m0NESY number 3. I'm sorry, he's the best individual player in the world right now, don't get me wrong, but I still think G2 would be roughly the same competitiveness even without him because they have such a stacked lineup. For number 2, it is, for me, ZywOo. And that is pretty good reason. I think I think he is actually matching a lot of impact, and the fact that they are winning actually Cologne is big factor for me. Cologne and Katowice I rate very highly. So number 1 for me, definitely Donk. And just redefining the meta of rifling is, the guy is just impact.
This is something that we were discussing, Jacob. Like, how much does event ratings, deep runs, the ability to carry your team, how much does that influence your top 3?
That's a good question, because it depends on how we quantify it. You know, you're also looking at players and be like, ZywOo, he's not an issue, right? He's probably the nicest guy to be around, doesn't cause any issues, doesn't need to be babysitting all the time. A very easy player to be around, where the argument for a guy like Donk, which we've seen a lot of times, that he's very emotional, maybe he's affecting his teammates in a negative way. So do we rate that into it as well? Or is it solely just who's the best mechanical player? Because then I'd look towards m0NESY and be like, from a pure mechanical skill, who's the most skilled player in the world? You're probably looking towards m0NESY. So depends on how we quantify it. There's a case for every single player, but it could be discussed from now on until New Year's Eve.
Jacob, you were like grimacing a little bit at Steve-Co's list, so you know, go on, show me yours.
I think his list is good, but we just turn it around a little bit. I have Donk as the 3rd best player in the world, and one may argue that that's not fair enough, especially when you consider his ADR. Just, you know, on average, doing 95 damage every single round throughout an entire season. That is absurd as a rifler. However, for my money, Donk had a fantastic Katowice, and without that, you know, outstanding performance, and it's easy to go like, well, without that, he wouldn't be that great, but I haven't really seen him do that again. I haven't seen him replicate that, and I've seen some, I would say, some errors in the armor in a way that he seems to be a bit of an issue for Spirit. They've been locating a lot of resources to him right now, trying to make him calm down, trying to make him mature, so I don't think he's ready to be crowned the best player in the world. My number 2 was m0NESY on that list, and I think from a mechanical point of view, m0NESY is the best player in the world. I think there's no one more skilled than m0NESY, but in terms of consistency, in terms of being a great teammate, in terms of winning stuff as well, I have ZywOo being like the smallest of margin above him right now. I'm still looking at m0NESY, and I still think he could be crowned the best player in the world coming the major, but it's very close between
How much do style points affect this top 3, Maui?
I mean, the most stylish player here had to get nerfed into oblivion, okay? Come on, like, I feel like that right there is what I consider cultural impact, which actually does affect my ranking.
Hell yeah,
That is why I put Donk at number 1. Valve had to nerf this guy twice, not just once. During Katowice, during his historic run, they said, okay, Peeker's advantage is out of control. We gotta nerf Donk. This guy's doing stuff that nobody should be allowed to do in Counter-Strike. And then beyond that, then they change how the model sways when you're peeking angles to make it so much harder for these riflers. And now I almost already feel like that little era we had where riflers were taking over CS2, it's gone, it's dead. If you're an operator, you should be on top right now, and that is a big reason that I have Donk number 1 on top. Economically, they are devoting less because he's using an AK, he's using an M4, m0NESY, ZywOo, they're equipping the op. That costs so much more. Their team has to save that. Sometimes they can't go for the retake because they need to say, okay, wait, we gotta give this op into ZywOo's hands, and still Donk's getting more ADR than all of them.
Listen, I respect that because I think Donk is a fantastic player, but Valve making the game better is not necessarily equal to necessarily equal to nerfing Donk.
It's not better.
The models are looking better, the game feels better, we're done with the Peeker's advantage. It's good for all of us, not just Donk.
You seem to be the only one that thinks that, and the only one that thinks ZywOo is actually the best player in the world. How much room do you think there is for this list to change up entirely with the RMRs and Major coming up?
Entirely.
Completely,
yeah, whoever wins Major MVP, if any of those 3 win it, they get it. That's it. It's over.
Absolutely. It's clear to say that no one is entering this top 3 race, but whether this top 3 is going to maintain how we looked and predicted only remains to be seen for China.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. I wish we had way more time to be discussing this one, but we have a very exciting semi-final coming your way indeed. It's going to be Spirit taking on the Dark Horses of Astralis in our next semi-final after this. spirit back in Singapore and hungry to tear through this semi-final. Things looked promising versus FaZe in the quarters just yesterday, but now a new challenger approaches. Against all the odds, despite struggling in Copenhagen, despite Cadian even lacking an arm, Jacob, Astralis somehow make it through to the semis in the playoffs.
Listen, they walked into this tournament with one big question mark attached to them, and the question attached was, should they even be here in the first place? Arguably, they got in here by having some decent replacements and getting through the Blast leaderboard, but given the ranking and given the tough field of opposition, they seemed like the odd one out, so to speak. It took them 2 games to completely change that narrative. I know Cadian broke his elbow. I know there's a lot of stories going around that, and there's a lot of speculations going around Astralis, but one fact is remaining for this tournament so far. They have arguably looked like the best playing team out of everyone we've seen. Played 4 maps, won all 4, and they've looked good doing so.
In-game speaking, you're saying somehow. Well, I'll tell you how. And Cadian mentioned in an interview where we compared Astralis from Fall Finals, where they had 2 days of practice, with the Astralis that are here, and they've had 1 month of practice. Obviously, this is going to change a lot, and we're seeing already the blinks of system, blinks of deep strat book and the map pool that is actually going to play in their favor for the most part. And so far here, they've been looking stellar, honestly.
I loved that interview that Cadian gave Banks after that victory versus Mouse, that obviously sealed themselves in the semi-final. First of all, he confirmed elbow was broken from biking. Jacob, I hope you can give him a few lessons on how not to allow that to happen. But yeah, secondly, the fact that he was like, come on, guys, you put such high expectations upon us in Copenhagen when we barely knew that we were going to be playing this tournament with that roster. We barely had any practice. Just give us a little bit of time, then we'll show you something.
I think that's fair enough, and I honestly don't know who he was referring to in that one. I don't think anyone expected anything from Astralis in Copenhagen, so that may be a way of alleviating the pressure for himself. I think if you're Cadian, if you're Astralis as an organization, you know you're under constant pressure 24/7, not necessarily from the fans, because I think a lot of them have lost hope over this past couple of years. At least I was one of them who at some point thought to myself, if you can't make the Vice work as an in-game leader, what is then going to work out for you? So I'm incredibly happy to see that we're seeing early signs of a progression for Astralis. As I said, they have arguably looked like the best playing team at this tournament, but the sample size is still very, very small. It's just been 2 games, and one may argue as well, Na'Vi didn't really show up, so how much of a stock are we going to put into that win? But it's definitely a massive step in the right direction for the first time in quite some time for Astralis.
Gameplay-wise, you also look at the Danish teams, and their signature move is to have a good team play, good strat book, and you have to practice this a lot. And, well, they finally had the time, and we're showing that it's proving good results.
I mean, love him or hate him, Cadian always gives us a super insightful interview. He even said about Astralis' form in 2024, this isn't the best we're going to be seeing of Astralis, isn't the best version of Astralis. It's pretty damn good here in Singapore, though.
Yeah, it is pretty goddamn good. It's the best we've seen of Astralis for quite some time. As I said, small sample size, but I hope that's the case. I hope he's right when he's saying this. Obviously, we don't know. Neither does he, by the way. It's just words. But if Astralis is only getting better and they have the foundation that we've seen so far play out here in Singapore, that's going to be a scary team for 2025.
Well, let's get some more insight from the squad. We've got both Cadian and Stair with James Banks.
Stair, with how well you guys have played here, is this something you guys expected coming into the tournament?
We hope for it, but I don't think we could expect to be this dominant in our first 2 matches. I wouldn't say so, no.
In terms of you being on Astralis now for quite some time, you've seen a few of the different rosters before you got to this one. How is the feeling comparing to the old ones to what you have now with this team?
I mean, I think I've said it like a couple of times in my interviews. Like, I feel like everyone enjoys it more now, like the way we play and how we want to play. Like, everyone gets their say and can do like how they want. Meanwhile, Kasper is a very good caller, so I enjoy it a lot, and everyone does.
And we hear this a lot from you guys in terms of being close out of the server, doing a lot of the team bonding side of things. How is that since Cadian's come in? Has that changed anything? Is the dynamic still good?
I mean, I think naturally it was already like good when he joined. He knew Yabi and Storm from Heroic. Like Storm he's been playing with for a lot of years, so it was naturally like very good. And he just kind of joined us, and like the boys kind of when he joined, like it was already like welcome. I don't know how to explain it. So it went like pretty easy, and like team bonding, it happened like naturally. I think we had a couple of days where we like made something outside of the server. So, but even without that, I think it would be good.
If you know this, but we saw at least on the cameras that like when Stown or Yavi are having a good round, even Device, whatever's going on, you're back to your shouting, you're hyping everyone up. But I can see at least that they're smiling, they're enjoying it, and they're also playing better. Do you see this? Have you guys talked about this at all?
I'm not sure if we kind of addressed it like directly in that sense. I think that, you know, there's been praises coming both ways, that we enjoy being back playing together. And I think also here now I can feel like the hype is coming way more naturally for me compared to when I was in Team Liquid, where when you don't feel the team chemistry, you kind of have to force it and push it through. Where when you are with people who, you know, you enjoy working with and you see things in a similar way, it's way easier to get in that kind of zone where I am exactly the leader that I want to be. And I think that so far this tournament it's shown to be great. And yeah, I hope my boys will be making some good plays in the arena, because I'll be there screaming and shouting for them, and hopefully the fans will too.
Yeah, it's certainly clear that the vibes are back with Katie, and I love that he kind of referenced it there. I feel like him and Liquid, obviously we knew that that project didn't work out, was not the intended direction that that Team Liquid squad wanted to be going. And I feel like he's back to his former self, right? The one that we saw in Iraq back in 2022.
Me and Suko was spending quite a lot of time observing the energy, the body language coming out of Cadian, and he's most definitely back. He's motivated, he's happy, he's energized. He's still that vocal in-game leader that communicates at a very, very high level. And to be fair, I was a little bit worried that we wouldn't get to see that Cadian again after going to Team Liquid. I've seen players being broke by joining teams they weren't supposed to join. Cadian, luckily, not one of them.
Against this trio we were seeing on the screen, actually, I've played a couple of times and it was always just so rough. So I can only imagine if they bring that level back to Astralis right now and show that kind of capacity, what they're able to do when it comes to re-aggression, proactivity, deciding the pace of the rounds. It is actually going to be pretty damn hard to beat them. And yes, they were talking about vibes and they're good, but you have to say that they are winning, and it's really easy to be in a good mood when you're winning a game of Counter-Strike.
Who knew that the only way of fixing Astralis was to buy Heroic? You know, that's sort of like the timeline we're going down right here. You brought in Stown, you brought in Yabi, now you brought in Cadian to enable those two players as well. And James asked Cadian about it, and whether or not it's been addressed directly or not, I think Yabi right now are feeling that he's in a more comfortable position. I think Stown right now feels a little bit more confident in the in-game leader he's having. You can definitely see it on the performance so far. Stown has had a fantastic showing so far, so has Yabi. Again, I do want to say, just not to get ahead of myself, it is a small sample size. And there's also something called a honeymoon period, whether you believe in that or not. So we still need to see a bit more, but a game against Spirit tonight on a semi-final, on a stage like this, that's another, I guess, perhaps confirmation of where Astralis are heading.
And the cherry on top of all these positives that we're spinning for the side of Astralis, of course, small sample size so far, is that with Cadian coming in, that relinquishes the in-game leading duties from Device, and he's just back to warping, and so far I've been loving seeing him back there.
I'm also a pretty big fanboy of Device, so I gotta be honest here. I just love the way he's kind of establishing himself back after a period where he was away from competition for a year, and then the NIP drama and everything struggle around there, back to Astralis, and that was, man, that was a struggle that did its own at the beginning, but now this is absolutely different player that I've seen. Compact oping, defensive oping, rotations, everything seems like this is prime Device.
It's not even a discussion. Device is the greatest player coming out of Denmark ever, period. And he's always been, I would argue, the most talented player in Denmark as well. He's not always been the most, I don't know if I want to say professional, but in his young days, he was switching between playing badminton and playing Counter-Strike, not necessarily always fully focused on Counter-Strike, but regardless of him playing the game or not, he would always be the best player on the server. So in terms of raw talent, in terms of raw vision for the game and playing the game, Device has always been the best coming out of Denmark. And if we can get another period with Device playing at this level, I would absolutely love it.
I'm curious how you feel like Device is fitting into this kind of new Astralis system with Cadian at the helm. How much of a shift have we actually seen in terms of the Astralis pre-Cadian and now post-Cadian?
I think Cadian slowly but surely is integrating his playstyle into Astralis, and it's looking more and more like the old Heroic. Very proactive on the server, constantly moving around. And I think Device in the beginning, obviously at the Fall Finals, none of them were having a great time. It wasn't looking good for Astralis. He's a player that needs a bit of comfortability around him. He needs to make sure that the players around him are doing, or at least knowing what they're doing. By then he can position himself. Device is a super smart player. We always praised him for being a guy that you should watch his demos of him, because his positioning, the way he's taking shots, etc., is at an all-time high, but it requires the players around him to be somewhat stable in what they're doing, and that's what we're seeing from Astralis now.
How we were having small sample size for Fall Final, we have a small sample size for World Final, so it's definitely a balance act right there, yes. As you're saying, the Device is probably playing one of those, I would say, textbook Counter-Strike. If you want to get better at fundamentals of the opening, positioning, flashing, using utility, supporting teammates, but at the same time being explosive at knives when it matters, Device is the one to watch, and he's always going to be.
Stiko, tell me a romance story. What made you fall in love with Device when you were watching him back in the day?
I didn't even watch him. I played against him.
True. Okay, and you still loved getting maybe schlacked by him?
It's not about the way that I was being punished by him. It was about the fact that I was learning so much from these games, and my team was always kind of analyzing, and we were like blown away by the fact that he was looking for mistakes that we weren't even necessarily seeing in game that we were doing. It was such a weird way to play against Prime Astralis back in 2017 that, oh damn, I miss those old days, but at the same time, when I'm looking at him, I better let him perform right now.
So easy to be jealous of Device, you know. I remember he's kicked me a couple of times from some of my teams, so he came in to replace me, and it's always been the case of him being so goddamn good at the game, you know. He's good looking, good at the game, he's always coming in, and as I said before, not necessarily a player that needs to play 100 hours every second week in order to be at the top of his game. His natural skill set for the game is so good. A player that even sometimes changed settings in the middle of tournaments back in the days, and he would still perform, so he just got that sixth sense for the game almost.
It's crazy when you meet a player like that. Tell you what else could maybe be crazy. That is the veto, because Jacob, Astralis, or Kaden for that matter, hasn't been shy of bringing in a few quirky picks in those group stage games.
No, they kind of changed what a veto could look like for Astralis with the Vertigo pick that we saw in the group stage. Now, we know Spirit have a bit of a, some call it a weakness, but maybe they're untested on the grounds of Vertigo. So if I'm Kaden, are you flirting with that idea? Do you dare to pick Vertigo once more? Spirit coming with the Dust 2 pick. Now I'm curious to see if Kaden will do it or not. He's looking towards Rugger. He says, Vertigo, there we go. So a bit of a surprise pick coming in for Astralis, and I absolutely love that because they look good against Mouse.
And yeah, you have me as a Vertigo hater, but I don't hate it in this matchup. I don't hate it at all. I want to see actually some interactiveness between these in-game leaders that we're seeing right now on the screen, because I think they could cook something up.
They could most definitely cook something up. Nuke gone out of the way, Mirage being eliminated, which means the third deciding map will be Ancient.
Okay.
That's a very interesting map pool. Dust 2, Vertigo, and Ancient. If you look to some of the other matches we've had so far this tournament, there's been an awful lot of Mirage, an awful lot of Dust 2, an awful lot of Anubis as well. This map pool is different.
Yeah, it is indeed. Do you like that Vertigo pick coming out of Astralis?
I absolutely hate the map of Vertigo, but I love the fact that Astralis are picking it out. It's also a ballsy pick to make. Imagine you're Katie sitting at home 2 weeks ago. Listen, we got to practice, we got to get ready for the major, we got to get ready for the RMR. What is the one map that no one wants to play right now? What is the most vetoed map in the map pool? Vertigo. You then come to the conclusion, let's power pack Vertigo. Let's make sure that's one of our great maps so we can punish teams like Spirit, like Mouse, coming into the tournaments. I love the ballsy calling in from Cadian.
Well, maybe we should get some method from that madness, courtesy of Cadian and Banks.
Well, again, though, we see you pick Vertigo. Is this a thing that, like, okay, now Vertigo's on map, we feel confident, or is it just because it's Spirit?
I mean, luckily, I think that maybe in the top 10, I think 8 teams has it as a permaban, so not that many teams other than Mouse and Spirit has to worry about the pick, but we'll, again, try to lean a little bit into what also has been looking a little bit weak for the opposition. Their track record is actually not that bad on the map, but they don't play it often. Again, because they're playing against the top 10 teams all the time, and the other teams are permabanning it. So I think the kind of lacking of maybe repetition and practice and in stage games is something that could favor us. And I think also with the way we played our T-side against Mouse yesterday, there's many good things to take from that. So yeah, we adjusted some of the CT things that went wrong, and hopefully we'll be ready to play Vertigo again today.
Okay, very interesting. So not only feeling a strength on Vertigo, but also looking to punish Spirit on it at the same time.
It's really hard to say. They've been out for a month right now, and probably part of that bootcamp wasn't even necessarily the mental talk they were having, but also Vertigo had to be one of the things they addressed, because they cannot get into the major phase of the year with a single weakness in the map veto.
And that's my point. I think you're right. You know, that would be the smart thing to do, but I think there's so many teams out there not willing to play Vertigo that if you're Spirit, you're thinking to yourself, is that a map we want to spend that much time on? Because we're most likely not going to be contested on it. I think Astralis found a weakness within Spirit.
Interesting. Let's talk a little bit more about Spirit. Of course, we did see them going up against FaZe just yesterday. Very different 2-0 to the 2-0 we saw in the morning, which is Vitality versus Mouse. I'm really glad that Spirit were able to keep their heads even when the pressure got super, super high, Stiko.
Absolutely. That game yesterday was by far the best tournament game that we've seen so far, and it is credit basically to every single member of the team. It wasn't like a Donk show or a Shiro show for that matter. Zontix had an absolutely amazing performance. Chopper pulling out the weight when it was pretty much needed when it comes to, you know, these late round situations, and especially the later part of the Anubis. It was pulling up insane multi-kills to counter Kerrigan's multi-kills, and if that kind of team spirit shows up today as well, It might be actually 2-0 for Team Spirit.
I feel like you're totally fair in that analogy. Donk looked human somewhat on that second map of Anubis, obviously the last map of that series versus FaZe. He's been very vocal about the fact that Spirit had some problems to fix. That's why they took that extended break. He said, we've made good headway in fixing those problems. Would you agree with that so far from what we've seen, Jacob?
Well, it's always hard to analyze a quote like this and analyze an interview when they're not willing to say exactly what the problems were. How are we supposed to know if it's always being kept in the dark? However, I will speculate a little bit, and I think more likely than not from what we can analyze from some of the interviews, it's more mental within the Spirit camp. The skill is there, the dunk is there, the Shiro is there, but I think from a mental point of view, they must have been working on.
Well, Jacob, I've got a treat for you then. We've got a double header interview, courtesy of Magix and Donk.
Magic's first thing I want to look at here is, what does the victory over FaZe yesterday tell you about the team's development and like how things are working?
So basically, the most important thing is that we didn't crumble when we were losing Anubis pretty heavily, because like there was a lot of situations when we had like, same scoreline in the tournaments during the second half of the year, and we would have crumbled, but not this time, and we managed to make a comeback and we won the Anubis yesterday.
How have you guys been able to change this mentality though? Like, what have you done in order to do it? I know you have your performance coach and you've got a good team around you, but can you explain some of the ways you've done it?
It's pretty simple, but you know, it's easy to talk about, but sometimes it's hard to use that while you're playing. And basically, you just need to understand. It's the same things that I was saying half a year ago, 1 year ago, whatever. You shouldn't be getting affected by bad emotions. If you're losing a round, if you're losing a map, if you're losing a few rounds, if you're losing to eco or whatever, you just have to stay focused and calm and be thinking on how you want to win the next round, not crying about, oh fuck, I should have done this.
So did you fix it like on a team talk, or was there like some special exercises you tried to do as a team to fix it?
I think it should be getting fixed by team talks, and that's it. And you can't fix that thing like just talk about it once and it's gonna be working forever. It's just something you have to be working on. Just keep on working, never. If you forget to mention those things, it's gonna get bad.
Donk, we spoke before in the interview about problems being fixed. You know, you've had a few games now played, things are looking pretty good. But how was it when it started to get a bit more stressful in the games yesterday against FaZe? Did you have any more of those problems come through?
So, like, the game yesterday against FaZe wasn't about some problems. Like, it was like a smooth game, I guess. We just made some silly mistakes, we'll say. So the score was like close always, and we were losing 9-12. So, but it's great that we come back, because we was staying calm and like don't tilt. Yeah. So we made the comeback and we won. So it's great.
How important for you personally is it for the team not to tilt and for it to have that good mood, for you to play the best CS you can play, to like your top level?
For me or for the team? It's hard to say, but for sure if the team mood is great, then we will play much better.
Okay, very interesting. I feel like, you know, as much as Spirit have kept their cards close to their chest in terms of the issues they've had, maybe tactically, strategically, firepower-wise, one thing that they can't keep a secret is the emotional issues that they had prior to this tournament. So, Stiko, how much of an improvement do you feel like the visible frustrations on the side of Team Spirit have had?
I mean, the improvements are definitely there if I compare it with fall finals, but it's been still rocky, I would say. And by the process of elimination, Zontics mentioned at fall finals that they don't have some mental models that they want to play by. Now Magic said the same thing. So by the process of elimination, are we looking at Dong and Shiro having this? Dong is definitely frustrated in the clips we're seeing right now. This is from the game yesterday, and it just rolls the fact that it might be an infection that is going on in the team sparked by Dong.
Think of it like this, you know, because I agree there's no hiding away from the fact that Dong is very frustrated, very emotional right here, also to a point there where it's almost significantly demanding, you know, himself to be focusing less on the game and more on controlling his emotions, which is never a good thing, but he's so young. You know, he came into the scene, he instantly became the best player in the world in his debut season, so there's so much learning going on for Dong right now where, yes, it's very easy for us to point out that's an issue, that's something you gotta fix, it can't be like that forever, but given how young he is, I'm willing to cut him some slack. And you could also see Chopper on those pictures over him, you know, give him a high five, pick him up whenever he's getting into that mental state. You probably had teammates. I used to be one of those teammates that I needed someone to drag me out of that mindset, and once I was dragged out, I would be back. So for Dong, give him some slack. It is an issue, they're working on it, but you know, it's all right, it's okay, he's young.
And to cover for Dong, I actually don't mean that he's you know, venting on his teammates. It's not like he's venting on Shiro or Zontics for missing a kill. He's mad at himself for not performing up to his own standards. And that's a good thing for one thing, because well, he's holding himself to a certain degree of responsibility within the team. He understands how much of an impact he needs to bring, but at the same time, if that's overdone, it can spread across the others and it ruins the communication and the vibes.
And if anything, we saw Shiro yesterday be complete the opposite guy. Very cheerful, very emotional in a good way, hyping, obviously playing well. It helps when you're playing well. He was playing so fantastically well, kept them alive with that sick clutch against Kerrigan with a Tech 9 as well. There were so many good stories coming out of Shiro, but a player that I also have had a bit of a history of getting too emotional, who sometimes would shut down from an emotional point of view as well. Seemingly, he's fixed his issue, so maybe there's a bit more space within Team Spirit to have a guy like Dong where you're then trying to quote-unquote fix him over time.
Absolutely beautiful. If you remember Shiro in Cloud9 Jersey, actually, he was at some events actually to the point of crying in game. They were still playing a game and you could see tears in his eyes because they weren't performing so bad. This is how much Counter-Strike matters to him. And when they're winning and if he's spreading this kind of positivity, it might actually beat the negativity coming from maybe the others.
Well, gentlemen, it's almost time to dive into Spirit versus Astralis, the final semi-final of the World Finals. The beginning of the end of this particular chapter.
It's a sweet farewell. You know, all good things have to come to an end.
You know, the players always want to be in front of the fans, in front of the crowd, in front of the audience.
It is you who sets the stage with us. It all comes down to define how we end.
Counter-Strike, you always have a chance to win the round. There's incredible moments of achieving something that seems like it should be impossible.
And now we saw the HUD running up close and personal. Oh, what a flick!
We will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
Flames, fights, all fronts. Welcome to Wonderland. Filthy, absolutely filthy.
It's given us so much. We are lucky that we get to say hello to the next rendition.
And it is so very special to be here for the last ever Blast Premier event and a world final at that. Singapore, are you still with me? One semi-final now coming your way. Spirit taking on Astralis, and this is an Astralis that are looking better than we've seen probably over the last few years, and a Spirit that are leveling up. So I want to know, guys, we got some Spirit fans in the house? Have we specifically got some Donk fans here? See a little bit more when you mention the Golden Man right now. And what about Astralis? And when it comes to Astralis, are we liking Device? Well, guys, I need you to be roaring, cheering, and going absolutely crazy across this game. Give me all of your energy. Can I hear you? Guys, we're waiting to get the teams on. That was not good enough. Singapore, can I hear you? That's a little bit better. All right, let's get our teams on stage.
Our focus is on the game. We don't care who we play. We're ready to come out strong and take control.
Some old school device, looking confident.
We play to win every single round.
Nice work, Astralis bounce back.
Today is about showing our passion and commitment.
Way! Oh my God! What is happening? What a shot! Secures the round, ice cold.
Missing an elbow here in Singapore. They came into the event as a team that everyone expected to be not in the best shape. They had to turn that around and make sure they show the world that they have been working on this so far. It has been looking damn good. Maybe you could say it's been a very heroic performance with a divisive addition. This is exactly what they want to do, and they keep doing it to show what they've been built for. They just needed to brush off the drama. They trusted the process and gave themselves time to find the winning formula. Now we ask the question, is the formula still working?
You just have to understand your opponent, and we just have to play our game.
Let me hear you roar!
Dawn continues to chew through two. FaZe, they can't manage. The soul of Spirit, always immortal. And the impact of Spirit felt. FaZe Clan fall in Singapore. Spirit's dragon roars.
The Dragons have managed to strengthen their mentality and hold their own, even when the pressure was put on by FaZe. This is something they can be proud of. This is something they managed to change at just the right time. While they have a deadly donk who is on more than in form, the other members of the team are stepping up to deliver, and things are starting to go their way. Now they have the grand finals and another trophy in their sights, but it is a less than familiar foe that stands in their way. Will the Dragon Flames fill this arena again?
A rematch of the Fall Finals group stage, but this time Astralis looking to bring the pain on their own terms. That's because the curveball pick of Vertigo will be the second map, not before we dive into Dust 2, Jacob. That's the pick of Spirit, with themselves starting on that CT side.
Yeah, I think that's going to be vital for Spirit to get off to a good start, because Vertigo will be a little bit of an untested ground for them. I think they respect the pick of Vertigo coming in for Astralis, but I also do think that they are a little bit scared, or maybe a little bit unknown as to where they stand on the map as of right now. So if you're in the Spirit camp, you most definitely want to get off to a good start in Dust 2.
Yeah, and Dust 2 is a perfect place to do so, because Dust 2 has been pretty bad for Astralis throughout the last 3 months. They haven't played it at this event yet, but I'm surprised actually it hasn't been punished pick against them, but you have to say that 1 win out of the last 5 games, and they weren't even competitive that much. You know, it's really hard to say, especially when it comes to those pistol rounds. It's really, really weird seeing just 1 pistol round 1 out of 10 in the last 3 months.
Yeah, with this particular iteration of the Astralis roster, it was back at the group stage of the full finals where they got absolutely spanked by Vitality, then moved on to get beaten down by the likes of Spirit. So I think it's fair to say it's been a tough ground for them prior to coming into this event, but they could have been doing their homework on it.
And I think they have. You know, it's a completely different looking Astralis than we're watching right now. A lot can happen in 3-4 weeks since we saw them last time in Copenhagen, especially when you consider the style they want to play. Cadian's style of play, especially from the heroic days now moving into Astralis as well, it's all about synergy. It's all about team play. It's all about moving in tandem. It's all about being proactive on the server. That takes time before you get good at it. Now, is 3 or 4 weeks enough to master that game plan? Probably not, which is also why Cadian is saying we're not going to see the best of Astralis in 2024. However, the progress they have made have been very visible on the server.
Before we do get the golden ticket to be diving into this semi-final, it's time for you guys to use your tickets or your Blast TV points at home, because we got the signed nameplates giving away all weekends long. We've had one start at the beginning of game 1 today. That's semi-final number 1. It's going to be running until the end of this semi-final, Spirit versus Astralis. We'll have one more as well tomorrow if you want to try your luck. 1,000 Blast TV points for 1 raffle ticket, and you can of course have multiple entries into that. Entering the map of Dust 2, we know that Astralis starting on that T side of things. How are they going to get out the gates hot?
Good question. Good question, honestly. I think this is a map where we cannot predict much, because a lot depends on spawns. If you have those long spawns, you want to abuse it. You want to take that part of the map as most impactful one. If you don't have the spawns, defaulting is the only way to kind of counter to any aggression, any passiveness, and even potential AWP out of Shiro. It's going to be really hard to say, but I really want to see them blazing off the start, because otherwise I don't see them having too much chance on Dust 2.
Speaking of Astralis and the T side so far this tournament, I have an interesting little stat line for you guys at home that I want you to pay attention to throughout this game. Their 4v5 conversion rounds on the T side so far in this tournament, they won 55.6% of those, which means that when they go down, when they lose the opening kill on their T side, they still win more of the rounds than they lose. In itself, absolutely crazy. By far the highest in the tournament. I believe Spirit is at 27%, which is a bit more normal. So even if Astralis were to play from behind on their T side, they found a way to win. So look out for that. If they can continue down that trajectory, that's going to be a very tough one for Spirit to overcome.
Those are some stellar numbers indeed, but it looks like the odds are going to be siding pretty handedly with the side of Team Spirit. I was just having a little bit of a giggle there, because Cadian still hyping up the crowd, even though he quite literally can't clap his hands together because his elbow's a little bit skew with, isn't it?
It's like a little crab there, you know?
Loving that. Who are you siding with, though, Jacob?
I think I came into today, and in our little prediction game, I did pick Astralis, and I felt like I had to, because it's been 4 years since I last time could honestly say that, listen, I believe in them doing well. I believe in them playing good Counter-Strike. I don't know why. Maybe I'm a little bit biased in the sense that I'm a big fan of the way Cadian thinks and plays Counter-Strike, and I can see he's trying to change this Astralis roster into something it's never been before. A team working together, a team working in tandem, a team working in terms of playing proactive, aggressive, and maneuvering Counter-Strike on the server. Maybe it's too soon. Maybe it's too soon to be at a stage in a semi-final to take down the likes of Spirit, take down the likes of Dunk, but I firmly believe they have a chance today.
For Dust 2, what we've seen so far from Astralis on other maps is the concept of double opening on CT side, and this is powerful tool they have in Arsenal because of Cadian and Device being able to build AWP. However, on Dust 2, it all comes down to economy, and if you're risking this big, you have to be mindful of your positioning and how you treat it.
And let's stay on that line of conversation. You say Device, I say Shiro. We saw Shiro play fantastic yesterday. We saw him do stuff that he haven't been doing for quite some time in terms of the raw impact on the server, his clutching on Anubis, his consistency throughout the entire map. We've seen Device having his best start to a tournament in a very long time. I think the AWP duel between Shiro and Device is going to be very interesting, because normally we replace the likes of Saivu and Monesi and Broky for that matter, you know, aggressive AWP players that can explode on the server. Device a little bit more methodical in the way he's playing. Shiro, arguably the most defensive AWP player out there as well. So in terms of that raw duel, in itself quite interesting, because they're two atypical AWP players in modern day and age Counter-Strike.
I mean, if we're talking about players that were truly gassed up on the stage just yesterday, we have to give our flowers to Zontix, right? You said, you know, for you, he could be the number 1, number 2 anchor of the year coming out of 2024, which is insane when we're talking about this being his debut year on this team. He really showed up in terms of impact yesterday.
And he's finding it on no matter which map. We've seen that Mirage is probably the best map for him when it comes to roles, but on other maps, he's been delivering just as good. And what we've seen a stat line that, you know, he is known as a body shot merchant, so to speak, but we've seen a trend, upward trend in his headshot percentages. Definitely kind of revamped his playstyle, or at least the aiming style, and so far he's been getting a lot more multicles thanks to that.
It looks a lot better for Zontix. I would very much agree with that. There's 2 names we haven't even mentioned yet, and I want to bring them into the conversation right here, right now. Ster and Magic. The way they play the roles, the way they play the positions, the way they're not set up to be the star players. For each their respective team, they still have a very important role. Ster in Astralis have been doing a great job. I don't think anyone has ever pointed towards him and said, you're not doing your job great enough. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. Even when he was playing with BlameF, even in the beginning with Cadian, it seemed like Ster would always live up to the expectations, so to speak. The same could be said for Magic. It's not like we're pointing fingers at him saying you're not doing well enough. Sometimes, obviously, you like a bit more impact, but those 2 players are playing some of the toughest positions in the game, and I think both of them are doing it well.
Well, guys, it is time to get this show started. Astralis versus Spirit to see who will join G2 in the grand final.
That's the question we answered tonight. Astralis to take to the stage, led by Cadian. Can he take them further? Time to find out.
He knows he brings some fans. This game is going to be all aim. I can only imagine the number of headshots we're about to witness, especially with the clinic that Astralis have put on to win the upsets that they have leading up to this moment. A chance at revenge as they lost their last series versus Spirit. Ancient waiting at the tail end instead of the front of the veto this time.
Not going to waste any time. Ooh, neither the Flash nor Zontix. It's a clean 1 tap to kick it out. Not, gets their second. Takes a second, but does indeed find Cadian at the least.
He did it completely by himself. Everyone was stacked on A. 2 kills is good enough.
Device just waiting outside of the tunnels. We hear the movement inside, so this is not only the bomb plant, information as well. Feeling like a nice, solid chance, but they keep their eyes on it.
Watched it.
Beautiful for Chopper. That's going to push it to the 4v2.
Donk. Okay.
And Donk again.
Yeah. You see the headshots?
Yeah.
Instant.
Yes.
Instant across the board, and that's even Chopper chiming in. That's about a good awareness. That is Zontix showing off his impressive stats so far this event with the hold. They entrusted him with the B site. He didn't even have a mid player to tether off of. No one was even leaning B in this position. He basically had to get 2 kills to make this an easy retake. If he got 1 kill, it would have been possible, but not easy. And then men like Donk.
Very swift example.
Exactly, yeah.
Of what could...
I think donk signs have been winning so far in the crowd. There have been some good donk signs.
We saw that individual level from Zontix. I love this conversation about just, you know, aiming for the head now. Like having to actually just reinvent the way you aim.
It's actually funny because like Astralis era was all of them aiming for the stomach. That was like a huge thing that they were doing. And it's because you do more, you do less bullets to the stomach, kill faster than the chest. And if people crouched, you'd hit them in the head. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So it kind of worked.
Just having to change up your style so substantially.
But on these really
deep into your career.
Yeah. On these really stiff angles, I guess the way I put it, in anchor positions, Zontix does well, right? He does well. Sometimes on T sides, he can be a bit stiff in that same way, and that can actually be a little bit worse. But CT, no problem.
Ooh, Shiro gets there in the end. Good smoke play from Zontix, but the smoke betrays him. He didn't see the first one go by. Nice. Luckily for him, he's got Donk inside sight, so they're going to shut it down. Scout attempt, difficult spot for Device to come and join. And Cadian, the last one of the party here, so.
It's a pretty interesting veto because of Vertigo getting picked by Astralis. They could have picked Ancient. It wasn't banned. They just got the chance to leave it in. They also have a win over Mouse, which was very impressive to be able to say they did on Vertigo. There are very few teams playing the map. So if you have every matchup on Vertigo, you're going to have a lot of bad Vertigo games. If it's only going to be Astralis, Spirit, and Mouse, they're all going to be good Vertigo games.
Fair.
So in this veto, this is actually an interesting place to go. Because there's a world where Astralis don't win this map, which they probably... Donk says he will not win this map. And yet they still have a chance in the series. The reason this is possible is because Astralis banned Anubis. opens things up.
Time to kill's been real quick so far. Shouldn't change anything with unprotected heads on the other end of this M4. Donk, we saw the tap. And I feel like him getting a nice, fast start to his game is going to bode very well for him. It was so uncharacteristic to watch that Anubis game yesterday where, you know, we talk about how it's always Donk and Shiro, and Zontix had to step up. And that was a game, of course, where even if we looked across the pond to the FaZe clan, God, it was Kerrigan who had to step up. So, you know, there were gaps in the gameplay yesterday, and Donk, who was 5-0 out of the gate here on Dust 2, I just think could be a real momentum shaker for Spirit tonight.
The rotations are here, so Zontix doesn't have to worry about mid. Go over to covering B. Chopper's got that. And this round should be 3, 2, 1.
1.
Done. Okay. So far, a couple of kills here on the Ecos, but if I'm Spirit, I've got loose shoulders right now. That's a good start.
Let's get this game started.
Yeah. They've got some minimal losses right now. Get a 10.
It sounded like a Shiro screech.
Yeah.
Very fun watching Shiro enjoy the stage, enjoy the moment yesterday in that win. Definitely brought a certain liveliness to the server and to Team Spirit, and it's awesome because he does have that extra voice in the team. We saw it on full display. First gun rounds, here we go. Taking over tunnels, out of the gate. We're gonna get that double up inside of the B bomb site, but it's Shiro posting instantly out of spawn, and he hit his shot. Cadian, though, surviving all sorts of injuries at the moment. This time sits on 50 health.
Still managed to do the clap. One arm. That's the Jester for you. Always a showman.
Glance out middle, so that one open portion of the map, it's at least been checked by Stare. From cat aggression to an open mid to a very spread defense.
Heal out round here for Astralis, full default. No picks taking place, but you can see they're more concerned about losing a player, I think. This looks like it's about to form into a very traditional A-split. But you know, on Dust 2, you can have this fully formed and really reroute very quickly. The thing is, the bomb and 3 players are going long this time around. Shiro, unflashed, unfazed. And you've got to hit those. Oh, there's another opportunity, and you cannot get him off this line now. It's too late. Time to change up.
They can change up towards mid, but you're going to meet Donk instead. And
bad flash again.
Good, so he just locks one in. Easy. Cadian steps forward on half health and dies. Jabby, the only success story for Astralis in round 4. There's going to be pressure on him, and it's all coming in from the same direction. Doesn't have to turn around, but keep that gun out. As they do extend into the bomb site, Zontix isn't able to post anything.
Bomb hasn't crossed yet.
12 seconds. There's the Jabby frag as the Opper is making a world of difference, and that 17 health because Device got collateraled by Shiro back on long doors. Doesn't even have a chance to put this down, even with what was for a moment a weak B defense. Zontix, you know, left the door open, but luckily the door was literally open.
He should have.
And Shiro stays in it.
You're right. He should have pre-mollied because after Donk had that interaction, you pretty much know there's like, you know, an above 50% chance they're coming to B after that. They just failed on long. They're not going to be able to get Shiro off the line. They couldn't get out mid, so there's a chance to go up cap, but it looked like the mid-B split. And the chance was there, but the rotators have been just as good as the anchors right now for Spirit. Vi comes in again. Don't miss your flash, Astralis.
Already out as well. A lot of bodies here for the defense, but ooh, he gets into the cover.
Look at all these CTs.
Stound pops back up, sees contact. Again, enough to fluster Spirit, ruffle their feathers for a moment, but then they just lean into this passive hold. Utility over the top.
2 important mollies here on Stare and Cadian. Obviously key for Chopper at Car. But they have the choice to either re-molly the same position or double molly at the time they push.
Chopper gets out of the car before because the smokes are soon to fade. So peeling away, going for cat pushes instead. And Shiro's off, looking just as good as Donk's rifle out of the gate. But in that moment, we do get map control taken by Astralis. They decide that's the moment to activate. Down long they go, onto ramp. And now those mollies not used on car fluster anybody who would have been behind boxes. But there's still this line of defense. There's still a lot of numbers here.
The setup is perfect. Shiro watching him bump. Oh, wait.
There through smoke over the car. Big kill. Missed shot. Now that's the open door for Astralis. Down again. Bomb, this time, planted. Fire at his feet means he's going to swing wide, and when he does, he'll peel one back. Now Chopper's now known, and he's held down by Device.
Yes, sir.
Love a wallbang like that. Now the numbers get taken away from Spirit. They're going to have to think this isn't coming together with all those numbers on site, but sure enough, one by one, they fall.
Wow, wasn't that impressive? How did Stair manage that first kill? Through the smoke into the jump up right on Donk.
Yes, sir.
That was a perfect setup from Spirit in terms of the angles they were holding. The only thing that went wrong was when they pulled out utility, the timing, and Shiro having a second could have had the op shot on the ramp, instead threw a Naichi. And Stair, I think he came through with a perfectly placed spam, but from my perspective, it didn't look like he had any vision of Donk right there.
Unless he was on car.
Yeah, that could have been it. That could have been it.
Yeah. Yeah, climbs the car.
I think he just gave it, oh yeah, just barely saw him. What a find. I mean, that's the thing that makes the difference.
That was a round where Spirit decided to go into a cat play as opposed to maybe emphasizing holding them back on long. They knew they lost long in some way or another, but when they go into catwalk and lose a player, sure, it gets traded. Look how quickly Cadian told his troops to just gun it down long.
Yeah, because Spirit made the right move. They got something back for losing long. And I think Astralis were quite fortunate to have taken that without losing anybody or any trades coming down, so they had the opportunity, but time was slipping away, and that's, you know, now with Cadian, this team becomes 3/5 former heroic. They have brought back that energy of moving fast in a lot of micro positions like that, and it's working. Even Stair's taken to it.
Ace again.
Okay, I say it was working. It was working until it was working for a second.
For about the first 8 seconds.
It was working.
Okay. Cadian sent packing. No long contest for Magic, so he'll be real comfortable. The way Shiro's been playing here in Singapore, you do not want him on the Opera's paradise that is these car angles.
It was working.
For about 8 seconds. No movement elsewhere, but just a CT smoke to try and cause any kind of a distraction. If you can peel Chopper into middle, that's one less support system for Shiro, of course. But he's cautious about it, and the flashes come over long, and those flashes actually draw his attention so much so that now they're out.
Yeah, this combo's hard to trick, but Device, he's the master of this on both sides. Shiro, again, he's nervous about it, and he's right. Stown takes one down. Magic still has long, but they have to recede.
Device has been very cautious about the approach, step by step. These two pieces just moving on the same lines. Shiro comes out on top of the fight. Op changes hands into Stowns. And again, it's a bomb down scenario, so CT's just barreling up the ramp into the trade frag. Donk with the double headshot, of course. And Jammy, his third victim.
Donk from the flat. Damn. Those are not easy fights. It looks like he could see the third fight before he finished the first one. Just 1, 2, 3, and okay. It was working, guys. Maybe his W key got stuck.
It's been stuck for years.
His arm's broken, guys.
That's the mouse arm.
Yeah, it's the mouse arm. That's true. He was trying to turn.
Damn, Donk. All right. Stepping it up.
Well, their 4v5 win percentage was extremely high.
Yes, sir. Great stat.
That puts a dent into it, yeah.
I mean, it's abnormally high, but it's 4 perfect maps they've played out of the gate.
Yes.
You know, those 4 maps, small sample size. Shiro gonna find Stair trying to work his way up mid. His op's been a real nuisance. We've seen obviously the boost in the first gun round from Shiro. Trying to keep it around Cat at times, but just very mobile. And this time is the first time we see him going for these mid angles, and lo and behold, 5v4. So that 4v5 percentage will be tested again here for Astralis. And Magix knows better than to offer them the opening, so he peels away.
Here's another position though, like they're curled up. They lost Cat, they gave up too much space. They do have it in a 5v4, they did.
Man,
so
they feel pinched. No doubt they feel pinched, and they're going to make a
should
play.
know, though. Cadian should know.
They're going to make this move. Getting closer to him. He should know, and he does, but he doesn't get a chance to capitalize. Jabby will. 2 kills for him.
Watch out, because you saw what Donk did last round.
He's going to try to play along the smoke.
Is there a flash from Zontix? It just left his hands. Yeah, he
okay.
pushed through.
Comes through. That's good damage.
Didn't see him, though.
Tags up Device, but then Device pops up, gets the kill, and it comes down to Zontix, who gets popped. So again, another one of these long plays that gets them onto the bomb site and posts it for Astralis.
Yeah, that was kind of the best they could do, even if Device ate the flash. If he had Crush behind the car, he would have been pretty safe. Teammate on the ramp to trade as well. Tough position for Spirit to try to come out of. Starts off with this kill, but it's from this position where it's too awkward. Oh my God. Shiro hit a blinder to get the kill on Cat. That was even lucky. I mean, maybe because it's Shiro, it's not, but what a flick.
Lucky and not enough.
Yeah.
Spirit feeling the pressure on that bomb site. Tried to make a move, and I mean, it could have gone even worse, but deep nades.
It's like what Walter White said, man. Never give up control, okay? You lose Cat, you lose Long. It's too much control given up. They pay for it this time.
Shiro looking for another bit of mid-impact, as we saw in that last round. We just said that the 4v5 win percentage took a hit. Well, they just got that stat back.
Yeah, no
pulling
kidding.
one off. And critically, because it gives them a real chance to tie this game if the money bottoms out here for Spirit. But we'll see if the one op in Shiro's hands can make the difference. Oh,
no way, man. He just loves hitting his knees.
Yep. Right to the head. Magix gets away from the fire. That's going to betray Down for sure. And even with the MP9, doesn't matter. And that's 2 kills with the 2 weapons that Spirit step into this round with.
Why is he always scoped in on Shiro's feet?
Dangerous for Chopper. Tries to go for a long-range fight with just the 5-7. Donk hears the steps. Almost got a chance at a shot, but now Stair comes back.
Hey, don't knock. Don't knock. I'm there, said Donk.
Comes wide, goes to clean up. And this is going to be Spirit with 2 weapons, almost walking away with 5 players. But Chopper hits the ground. Now there's 2 of them tagged up. Jabby, he's trying to clutch this 1v5, but the bomb, man, it's at the top of mid. Ever since Device had his melon popped, that bomb hits the ground, and so do the hopes of Astralis. Spirit rob a round away.
Looking a bit like last time for sure. Spirit back in control of this dust too, at least for Astralis. They know, oh man, the return shot is ridiculous. You know, you give Device that, I'm joking about him shooting at the feet, but with that much elevation, it's impossible to predict exactly where that will be. I didn't understand that language.
I think it was French.
It was French, okay. Then you should understand it. Le poop. But the shots that Shiro are hitting, unreal.
Yeah, that's
it
what
looks like their Device could have got away with a tag, and then they would.
When we questioned it on the catwalk the round before, we're like, is it luck? You know, that reaction, is it lucky? Well, no, because it's Shiro, and the fact that he's following this up round after round. He is just in the zone.
Yeah, he's on it. He's on it.
Again, topping the charts, trying to keep up with Donk. Zontix is now a part of this. So, I mean, this is a full force for Spirit in terms of the fire department. Well, firepower department. Don't go lighting fires. This T-side's already starting to go up in flames, but they'll try to bring the Galil forward, and Chopper, all right, looking to seize an opportunity, moves into tunnels.
This is a classic move, but it's not working.
He's going to contest it.
Cadian's taking long so that they are going to think it's long, but look how many people here are pushing tunnels. They know exactly what's coming.
Completely corralled, pinched on both ends. CT's comfortable in flexing with the advantage, and sure enough, seizing the moment. Magix almost caught out, and he's just going to make sure he doesn't die. As Bomb has escaped those tunnels, despite it being such little health. If they thought they were going to come join Cadian, they're wrong. A-Site taken back. Chopper has been very mobile. You know what's fun is even yesterday, Chopper was having moments. Both him and Kerrigan trying to go tit for tat for the better performing IGL. And versus the Pistols, he'll clean up 3.
Flashing Spawn, that's 2024 CS.
Flashing Spawn versus 10 HP US or Glock players.
Yeah, it's shower time.
Settle down.
Getting too sweaty here.
Absolutely dismantling Astralis. They go up 7-2.
Again, it's a weird veto. Sometimes when you see the underdog Veto, you think they need the first map and then they have a chance in the second too, but this is sort of the reverse. I think Astralis feel like they're playing with house money a bit here on Dust 2, but they obviously are the underdog no matter where it goes, so they are going to try to pick this up if they can, and they at least have one map behind them to look at. That map's a little bit limited on data because they didn't play 2 full sides, but it's Dust 2 at the end of the day. This is a home map of Device, if anything, in his history as an Opera. The angles have not changed.
Yeah, but what has changed is nowadays you've got Shiro on the other end of those angles, and in the head-to-head, he's winning.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a fine margin, as Device has been landing the shots.
That's a weird one too, right? Because if you look at it, if he was aiming at the right spot, he'd be up 2 kills, right? He has hit him first in both times, so you want to expand that, or zoom out a bit, then maybe there are more odds for him. But this half's almost over.
All right, Cadian wants it. He's going to run it back. Wastes no time getting into the doorway, and sure enough, nobody home. They're in the garden. Chopper stays back. Obviously, Device top middle still scouring this in case Shiro wants to go for another play, but Shiro's been mobile. Started this round off at the B bomb site, now thinking about coming back. Obviously, the flash through the door indicates someone could be out there, so they decide to burn one of their incendiaries to check. Could have gotten a 5v4 if somebody was trying to be cheeky, but
Magix has been pretty shrewd as a long anchor so far. Let's see. Oh, can't deliver on this one. 1 and 4 now. They'll take control of this. Donk up on plat again.
Long plays have been the bread and butter of Astralis. The 2 rounds they win, it's by just kind of...
Let's see if he'll be the golden goose or get the goose egg.
Hitting the pedal on this half of the map. Donk, it's a 1 and done, and Stout's coming through. 3 kills into it on his own. Straight up win versus Magix as the smoke was popping, and he opens this bomb site wide. This is the best piece of the T side for Astralis so far.
Yeah.
Numbers up long.
And Stout enters this tournament and very much impresses. Looks very comfortable and cited that Cadians bring a lot of passion to the team. Of course, we know that from the outside. I think that's why he's got a lot of fans in the building. But a lot of players are having good performances on Astralis simultaneously. Jabby had amazing lurks in this tournament. Stair's been the unlikely hero of Astralis at the top of the board. He's the guy who, in the Blame F version of this lineup, came in and was just like shoved into, you know, the least amount of...
Oh, yeah.
There's no space for him whatsoever with the names that came onto the team from Heroic. So the fact that he has found his confidence in a lineup this strong is pretty remarkable and speaks to the hype around him before he even got onto the team.
It's no doubt a difficult time for Stair when he came in and, as you said, kind of got shoved into the background because of his price tag, because of his potential. Everybody in Denmark was talking about Stair being the next big thing.
Yeah.
Pimp just wouldn't shut up about it.
I think it cost as much as Monacy, you know, to put it that way. So
and it didn't feel like Blame F utilized them the right way. Device.
He was also new, to be fair.
Sure.
He was also just like, he's still a rookie in many senses. So, but that, like you're saying, that could have very easily crushed him, and we'd never see the best version of himself. So
now he brings it.
Yeah.
Simultaneous mid and cat util. Stare at the helm of all this. Being covered by Device. Looking like Cadian wants to set his teeth into the long play yet again. Progressing slowly, but bet more by util. They'll buy time. They'll hold.
Yeah, I like them getting lodged in the cat early because actually Spirit haven't done many fast cat plays, so it's just a free bit of map control to take, but it's a bit of a nade dump if you sit here too long. So Stair peels out of it, they push him back, and now you can see the idea forming.
This is a round where Spirit really have not been disruptive at all.
Spirit have not really been too concerned about this rotation into mid B. They've been very careful to stay 3A, and it's paid off in a lot of situations. So the Chopper will indicate, you know, where this round goes with his rotation.
Crossfire sits in place at 30 seconds. No vision for the moment. They open it up, or they attempt to, but Chopper doesn't get any vision, no confirmation. Now he hears the movement, so he knows they're inbound. Donk and Zontix very much in this sight. Oh, Zontix behind pillar, peeks into a double. But that's Donk just fully exposed, fed to the wolves. And Cadian already starting to lock in what remains of this. They weren't concerned about it. That's what you said, because they hadn't had to be. But, I mean, they skate into that doorway with just such little resistance.
Yeah. I mean, that wasn't the most handsome looking setup. If you think it's going to be mid-B, like, try to get yourself the car. You know, try to get yourself in the closet. Where Zontix played was okay for himself, but yeah, you don't really want to play Hummer if your door is wide open and you're worried about the tunnels later on or anything like that. So it seems like they saw the info coming, but they didn't truly have conviction with how they were handling it. So doesn't work out this time. It's interesting though. You got Donk on that side of the map sometimes. Sometimes you have him on A playing Phil. Either way, Astralis get away with a very important T round. And to be fair to them, they have conviction in their split. Oh yeah, that's just very, very awkward.
Certainly not a B setup that's going to get them any holds.
Yeah, you want a guy in closet who can pop up and fight window, fight door. And then someone big box who's checking on tunnels or hopefully has it smoked, and then you can really delay a bit more for someone like Chopper to come through. That was lacking a lot of synergy.
Also in a round where Spirit didn't do anything at the start of it or in the middle of it to really soften anybody up, to make any kind of plays. They just let that happen the whole time.
Oh, look at this. The T's are actually all over towards the tunnels, and Chopper's leaned left side. He can still cross back right now, but there won't be any T's throwing nades on that side of the map.
This entire setup peels away. Magic's all the way back into sight. A murmur up catwalk, but Shiro's floating around here. Here's him coming. What kind of a commitment does Stair go to? Nothing at all. So Shiro's going to continue to jiggle this. Oh, it could come down to timing.
Stair kind of wants something out of this, but he's only going to see one. I don't know if this is going to move him. Yeah, they still see the tunnels.
Shiro not committing to the fight. We'll see if the hold can happen. Oh, no, sir, again. Yet again. Donk and Zontix. No kills between them this time. It actually gets worse. Chopper trying to do anything he can because the retake will be forced. Final round of the half. Shiro's got to come limping over with that AWP to try and go into a B-bomb site outnumbered. Astralis at the end of this T-side posting just enough to keep things alive. Because at first it felt like the only thing that was going well was long, but 2 back-to-back B hits, exposing a slight weakness, cutting that lead down to 2. Hand forced, device ready. He'll get one back. He'll put him down. Change that stat line, because the head-to-head lean towards Shiro, but this end of the map looks good. Good half. Astralis claim 3 in a row.
One window. 1 window. 2B.
Man, it's 1 HP Plaza. Got him. Behind you. City. That's a mid guy. Nice! Holy shit, Broky, man, you fucking legend.
Come city.
Heaven. I'm picking city slowly.
2A, 1 heaven.
One Apex box. I'm flashing above. I'm flashing. I'm picking stuff. Left side off. Side.
Sign.
That's sign.
Default.
Defuse. Defusing.
Donut.
Yes! But 2 cannot be left side. I'm trying to hold it.
Could be middle.
I'm balcony, hold short.
Okay, I won't see one. I'm going down. Banana utility, pushing.
I leave.
Set the banana.
Could be long.
The banana.
Nice.
Second mid player.
Big goal! I think I'm on the wall.
I will.
Sure.
I need sound.
Yeah, B! The bomb is banana!
Sound. He's middle, Totion behind him.
Close to you guys.
Nice,
boys.
Nice! Guess where I killed from?
Yeah, it's on top of C1 against them.
This is the position.
It's your balcony.
Can you flash cross?
Fuck that.
Can you flash cross?
Okay. Kitchen. Falling. Two kitchen. Dead AP.
I think two kitchen, boys.
You can cross. Surviving. About HP.
I'll plant. Plant short.
Okay,
One
back
kitchen.
They can
Kitchen,
go
one low HP, kitchen low HP.
Oh! Backside.
Low.
Side.
Both
And
low,
heavy
both low.
heavy reload. No,
Both low.
inside.
You saw Modi.
Modi. Yeah, both low. On backside.
With full HP.
Nice!
What the fuck, nice!
LOL. Nice, Igor. What the fuck? Nice! Come on, guys. Let's get the fucking last now.
Still in con?
Maybe. Yes. Let's go, bro.
You have a lot of AKs around stairs.
Maybe 1 HP. Fast. This time. Was right. Nice, Yano. Nice, Yano.
Nice, Yano.
Nice.
Big clutch.
Don't press the top, please.
It's a top 4 guaranteed for a team that said they wouldn't be their best this year. Maybe surprising themselves so far in Singapore and surprising themselves for certain with those last 3 rounds. It felt like Astralis were limping through this half, like Dust 2 was spirits to take. But you cannot deny them after that 3-round streak to end the half.
Yeah, what I'm seeing so far in this matchup is maybe a team that's slightly outclassed. Like, you can see why they're underdogs, but you can also see why they've gotten here. They trust each other, and their aim really peaks in those chaotic moments when they need things to happen. Been very good at trading, and some impressive individual plays have come through the surface for Astralis. So maybe they're not out of it, even on Dust 2. Still good odds in favor of Spirit. Full long control here.
It's information though. Astralis throwing device at the top of middle, sees nothing, comes all the way back, and so everybody's ready for this long cross. Said that their aim's been good, individual level strong enough. You gotta see it here in pistol. Flashes to get over, it's the Beretta spam that really doesn't do too much. They haven't lost anything either yet, Astralis. Spirit get 3 bodies up into the bomb site, but still the position near Shiro just sends bullets through smoke.
Perfect.
Takes a chance and gets rewarded. Luck on his side. Good read of the situation.
3 on the ramp's actually fine. If they have long control, this is a very hard position to dislodge them from. No mollies here from the CT side.
Cat player trying to get into the engagement. Still, we've got one just sat behind that box, almost locked in too long now. First down. Bomb passes the halfway point. There's no kit for the CTs here, so they're gonna hope that one of these Ts goes down, but the headshots just keep on coming. Finally, an answer.
Yeah, it could come down to time. It's gonna be very hard. I don't think there's a kit here now. It's over.
No kit at all. It's done. It's toast. It's Spirit to take an 8th, so right back to winning ways.
Yeah, that's big. That's all about Shiro right there. It's game sense.
Yep.
It's prep. You know, I mean, it's knowing that people boost in this position and realizing just because the smoke's here on the cross doesn't mean we just plant and sit on our hands. Instead, let's get active. Knocks down that boost right away. And that's where the problems began. Spirit looking tough. Starting out Dust 2.
Scout fight between Device and Shiro. Why offer yourself to Device? Why let him have a chance to try to rob this away?
You got to take away his confidence now, so next map he can't shoot.
Okay.
Also, Shiro's going to go, 1 for 1. Who's better today?
Yeah,
you know, career, that's one thing. Who's better today?
It's 2024.
They are both having excellent events today.
It's a welcome sight for us all. The Spirit put their numbers in place. Preparing the exec and the full-blown hit where they know they have an advantage. Vice isn't on the corner. He's gonna come back, but there are already bodies dropping to CT, so he's getting attacked from 2 angles, but a pistol covers close smoke. Then it's the Goose player cleared. So Scout at a distance, the pistol's all dead, and it's all good.
There we go, finally got him.
Scary for a second. Obviously, Spirit allowed to come at him from 2 different vertical angles, but
Yeah,
So be it. That's the beauty of it. Sure, you lose one of the two, and it's not to the scout, but that one player in Chopper who dropped distracted the pistol on Smoke and pushed Device back. So good space creation despite Chopper's death.
Yeah, obviously when you're trying to turn that corner on Cat, it's for the opper on Car, it's watching one angle as they cross. If someone threatens to drop, or even if they smoke deep CT and don't drop, that opper has to fall back because they can no longer even hold Cat. They're gonna be a perfectly vertical setup. So it's a very fun strat that's super effective to use. And it also sets you up for the post plant where players can't even be standing in elevator. You have deep CT smoke, so you can even wrap around to long and cross off of that way. It's such a versatile thing to do. Costs you almost nothing and helps you speed up what sometimes can be. Oh, it was like that.
Yeah, okay. Excuse me, Shiro.
Every Shiro replay.
I know.
Crazy.
We just need a constant Shiro POV at the moment. He hangs on to the scout to just use versus these measly pistols. So Spirit on the highway to double digits. And honestly, kind of right back into that feeling, that gut feeling that we had throughout the first half where, yeah, it's just Spirit cleaning up. USPs aren't going to change that momentum. Chopper actually now takes to the top of the scoreboard for Spirit.
And say that one more time.
Chopper taking to the top of the scoreboard.
The top of the scoreboard,
Over
man.
Donk, over Shiro, over Zontix. We could sit here and talk about their abilities all day long, but who knew it's really all about Chopper.
Yeah, until now, where Donk just took to the top of the scoreboard over Chopper.
Oh, that lasted about as long as Cadian.
Here he stands, USP in hand. Minute to go. A moment to think about the next round and the position Astralis have found themselves in. Never trust an interview, okay? Especially when the player gives the interview. He says you're not going to see the best version of Astralis in 2024. Boom, it's a lie. We get the amazing start to the world final of all events to play at.
And quick progression as well, right? We're talking about the same Astralis that walked into the fall finals about a month ago and just bombed out last place. And obviously that one was under circumstances.
The team that got into this event off of points.
Yep.
Right? That's
the last edition.
You know, if you wanted the most stacked event possible, Astralis ended up being Eternal Fire. You want to go off of full rankings, but look at them go. Look at them go. Hit it, man. Come on. One more. Oh, there we go.
Gold, gold, gold. Gold, gold, gold.
Oh.
It's all right. We're all losers. Gets the best of us.
When I watch that, I feel like I spent my own money.
Yeah. All right, full buy. This is what we're waiting for. Astralis give us something to talk about on this. I mean, going back again just to the fall final for a second, right? That series had blowouts as well. Still boiled down to a 3-map series. We've got that big question mark about Vertigo. Vertigo is the unknown quantity.
You can get dizzy up there.
Just a question of whether we get there sooner or later. Right now, Chopper trying to make mincemeat of what's left of Astralis on Dust 2. Sneaks through the doorway. Sliver of an angle held by Shiro to try and help him, and a bit of pressure thrown out towards Donk. No bodies behind that. They're actually pulling the bodies down towards bottom mid, where with that flash, they go out just to take a peek, but Chopper's already in here.
Oh,
Shiro posted up
that.
on the side of it. Now, what does Chopper do off that? He knows the presence was nearby. He knows somebody was floating around, but
does Stow know he's here? He's checking all the smoke.
He's thinking about it, and I don't think he's going to let his guard down. So smoke now starts to fade, and with Donk's back turned, Stow, he's in between them. Oh, he can't double down on Donk. That could have been a great way to get back in with a 4v5, as Astralis have been doing.
All right, down to Stair. He has been the unlikely hero for Astralis in some very big moments.
Nice timing. Ooh, he does get one and damage on the other.
But at this point, no smoke down. Lots of HEs here. But are Astralis going to be incentivized to save? They have 2 good guns. They're a bit far from the action. It's the B site. That one came down to if Stair could get 2 or not, if Stown could get 2 or not in the door. Those are the big ones. Chopper happy to, you know, sacrifice the MAC 10 if Donk can get a trade from above and they can keep that B split going. So another just position that they're just slightly better in 2 different scenarios. Spirit walk away with 3.
To what could have been moments for Astralis, and in a round where, of course,
big. I know Jabby was probably thinking that this could happen. Yeah, just go 2 feet in. Why are you pretending? Tessa's can up. So let's do that. Well, the horizon is coming up, it seems like, for Astralis. Time is very limited. They saved those 2 guns. They can put it together for whatever round they can get now. Hallie's getting involved in this tack as well. Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. Dong signs have definitely been the best signs here. Cadian strats.
Hilarious timing off the tack pause, by the way.
Yeah.
So let's see what kind of master plan Astralis can put
Hallie
in place.
just saying, don't go kill 15 times in 30 seconds.
Off this little bit of timing, this little chance to catch your breath, to stop momentum. Those 3 rounds at the end of the half, man, for a second, they had us thinking things were possible. Dust 2 has felt dire. No interruption on the play, so we stack up inside of tunnels, but bombs all the way back at spawn. So Spirit taking their sweet time with this one. They have not had a reason to panic, not one.
No. You know what? Someone's got to carry at this point for Astralis. They do need it. They need a hero right now. There's been so many pop-off games from different members of the team, but right at this moment, there isn't anybody exactly standing out. Stown has had a couple of rounds. But even he is negative for the moment. And here's a bit of a gamble from Astralis. Not showing anything inside of middle, so it's hard for Spirit to know which side to lean to. They're trying to control mid doors with their scope and keep an eye on the rotations. But since nothing is given, there's a chance, you know, like an old Navi stack, that they run into it blind and hit the mid B head first. It looks like they might bite on this bait. We've got Zontix up in tunnels. He's got the bomb. Jabby expands, comes closer to the action. Time ticks down. Pusha comes out on long. And oh, Jabby gets caught again.
Dude, the timing. Jabby was just watching for that, but Chopper comes in with it. And that's going to serve as the trigger for Stown to go out long. Now he runs it. He runs it and catches Chopper off. But look at this. Device head tucked. Gun's not out.
Oh, he doesn't get the kill.
Magix turns.
It can cross. The bomb can cross.
Oh, Magix turns and stuffs him. And so Astralis are going to have to now come at this. Retake 2 players. Cadian and Stown. Side by side, scooping up all the util they can, vacuuming it off the floor.
2 mollies is good.
Trying to move it in fast. You'll find nobody back behind
But look
bricks.
who's coming on.
Yeah, Donk gonna take his time. He saw the shadow. He doesn't have to panic. They're good inside the site, and he's better on the flank. Cuts them down. 5 in a row for Spirit. This T side won't stop. And Astralis simply not in map 1.
Man, out of spawn, the stack is the correct call for Astralis. They give him no clues. Spirit almost humor them here. But what happens is, unfortunately for Jabby, gets caught off guard again. He's usually good in these moments, especially when he's by himself, to be, you know, really responsible and creative and at least get that first kill. But then it becomes 2 players on the site. Device, if he gets 1, the round is still live. It's not 1, but they're in a much better spot. But either way, we look at these scoreboards. Not much is going right so far for Astralis.
Oh, so this time they're going to come out with a little bit more tempo, right? Trying to post eyes on mid themselves, but from Cat. Cadian actually gets some pretty notable smoke spam damage right out of the gate. So Shiro sitting on 30.
Listen, we knew Dust 2 was going to be hard for Astralis. They still need some dignity rounds here.
Yeah. This is about as flat as the critics could have expected, but Device, you shut down Donk, no multi-frag for him this time.
That's how bad it's been. They're getting excited about a frag like that.
Cooled off at 20 kills for now. Zontix crawls through tunnels. At the same time, Cadian remains active. This is a far more proactive round from Astralis. We saw it at the start, and they're going to try to keep that going. But do they ultimately throw it away if they're not careful enough? Because Zontix continuing to check it, understanding the possibility, but it does indeed find him on timing. Cadian slides through. We go 5v3 Astralis.
He gets hit again.
But at least this time he's alive.
You know, I don't want to say should be no way. There's still 3 alive here for Spirit, but
Gonna try to charge this long play. Down actually steps into the op. Now,
suddenly 3v4.
We're at 30 seconds. The CTs have had all the time in the world to come get on this bomb site, and another player gets softened up, right? Add that to the early damage from Cadian versus Shiro.
There's a key molly, though.
Just sweep it away, boys. Put it under the rug. That's all you've got to do. You just got to close this.
No, finish that frag.
It's right there for the taking. Chopper dead now, 15 to the clock, and each of these T's continues to just get one.
He got the bomb back.
Steal a frag away. Even with all the damage, he goes for kills. Magic does this! And that's the round that does it. Team Spirit on Dust 2 from start to finish.
Spirit truly explosive on the server tonight, and what a poetic way for that one to be ending out against all the odds. Magic's pulling off some magic in the server and making Astralis hurt.
Yes, it has been a rather underwhelming performance, I would say. I did expect much more coming out of Astralis. It felt flat on the multiple occasions, and it didn't feel like they maybe expected the pick of Dust 2 coming from Spirit.
At least it didn't feel like Astralis were prepared enough for that, and whether or not that's a case of lack of practice, lack of preparation, maybe not having found their footing on Dust 2 just yet, that's a good question. What we can say is that Spirit were by far the better team, and they were dominating from start to finish. Sometimes you have games that goes a bit back and forth, sometimes you have games where the scoreline is a bit deceiving. I think this one was fair enough. Spirit by far the better team.
And what we almost always can say is Donk turns up to the server and puts on a show. Dust 2 today, Stico, was no different from the man.
It started all for that solid CD side. They've been attacking B side actually a lot, and towards the end of the half, they were caught off guard together with Zontix multiple times. But what can you do even against shots like that against Cadian? Obviously, there's a lot of, I would say, Astralis playing with timings, and they were trying to abuse a lot of like random stuff, rotations around the map, and Donk was just ready most of the time. Even this Antico, which felt like finally a turning point for Astralis to come back into the game, Donk was there and basically delivering another multi-kill around the mid area.
I like the fact that this highlight package from Donk is giving away the fact that he was all over the map. We saw him in middle, we saw him on short, then back to middle, then back to short, which means that on the CT side, I think if you're Astralis, you never really know where you could avoid Donk per se. Obviously, he's playing that rotation role. He's very activated on Dust 2. We have seen that time and time again, but as you said, if you're coming in, you're Astralis, maybe you're not that prepared, maybe you're not that well-versed in how to play Dust 2. One way of going around it could be to avoid Donk as much as possible, but he didn't really allow for that.
Something that we were really curious about and kind of hyping up coming into this particular map of Dust 2 was the AWPing side of the equation, not least because on the side of Astralis, you know, you have that opportunity to maybe pull out that double AWP setup. That didn't happen on the Danish side, but what did was Shiro showing up lights out.
It wasn't even close when it comes to Device versus Shiro. Shiro had his number pretty much every single time. It comes down again what we've said. Astralis just not able to maintain that economic rolling from the get-go because again they lost both of the pistol rounds as is tradition on Dust 2 for them. One win out of last 12 so far is measly 80%, and you can see that the even frags that Shiro is getting, those are not even necessarily with all, but those are some scout kills that actually turned force buy into advantageous situation, and that is crazy.
And now correct me if I'm wrong, Stuko. It felt like when we saw the Donk package, felt like when we saw the Shiro package, that the work conditions weren't too bad for them. A couple of times Cadian just rushing out mid doors, giving up a free kill to Donk. A couple of times Donk is standing on catwalk, just shooting gallery. There's no flash, no smoke, no Molotov to force him out of position. Same could be said for Shiro. Never blind in these occasions, and I know it's just a highlight package, but it kind of gave me the sense that Astralis didn't really apply enough pressure with their utility on towards Shiro and Donk to make it a tough playing field.
It was obvious for everyone watching this game that Astralis were risking a lot. They were not using their utility as properly. They were maybe trying to take certain areas without using utility, so they are coming unannounced, and therefore they don't trigger early rotation from Team Spirit. And these gambles can potentially win you a lot of games, but most of the times it will backfire. However, one time it did not backfire was round 10, where Stown actually made a huge impact play coming out of long with the 3K, and this was only occasion within this whole map where this worked. Magic's deployed the smoke towards long, but Stone decided to help. We might as well beat it. It's 2-7. He beat it. Magic's goes down, and then look at the positions of terrorists coming out of long. They are not stopping. They're just waiting for a smoke cross, and they're keep going. Stown is the one jumping over into the ramp, getting another kill. That's a 3K, and this is probably the only impactful round really we've seen from Astralis when I look at the things of how these gambles could have played out. It worked out once. It didn't work out like 5 times.
And that is so atypical Dust too. I think we see so many teams, if they get the opening on towards long, you much rather want to sweat out the opponents, you much rather want to drag out some utility, you want to make sure that the CT side perhaps is over-rotating, or not really sure what's going on. Once you have long control, you have the opportunity of going back to T-spawn, take short, and at that point you have control over the entirety of the map, because Dark will always be in the possession of the T side. However, as you saw right here, Stown rushing out, they're continuing to rush up, and if anything, it worked out right here, but to me that's also a sign of desperation and a sign of Astralis trying to simplify the game to a point where if this is not working out, then nothing will force.
Felt like Cadian was basically in the dark for the entire duration of that map, whereas the antithesis on the other side of things, Chopper, not only some great calls, some great reads, obviously, onto that dangerous side of Astralis, but also putting up the numbers, kind of continuing that train from what we saw of that second map versus FaZe yesterday.
Exactly, he's building this mini legacy of past 24 hours where he is really, really showing up, and you don't expect this from Chopper. Usually he's the one, you know, sitting quietly, being really, really, like, I would say, systematic player, kind of picking his tools right, but especially against Ecos today, we've seen that he is not afraid to go there, do damage, and get back safely. This is another thing which you have as a quality as a player. You don't overhunt, you don't over-risk, because that can backfire, as we've seen multiple times throughout this event where teams actually lost Ecos.
111 ADR, 4 for 5 in opening kills. You saw in the highlight package here as well, in lower, aggressive, taking charge of the game. You mentioned it yesterday. We saw the first signs of that against FaZe as well, where against Kerrigan, he was having a fantastic showing from an individual point of view. And you're right, Chopper the past couple of months have been underwhelming. Hasn't really been performing to the level that you like to, but I will argue when I played against him back in the days, and you probably have played against him as well, he used to be quite a strong aimer. He used to be quite a player that you wouldn't necessarily want to face in a 1v1, because he had that ability to almost explode on you on the server. So I'm glad to see that we're seeing this mini legacy of Chopper back. At least it's been 2 good games in a row now, and that's a good trend for him.
I'm kind of curious, just to, you know, think outside the box a little bit. Do you put Chopper amongst like the big fragging IGLs? When we talk about those in-game leaders who can have impact both in terms of kills and in terms of cooling, like, is he high up on that list, or is it a bit rarer to see him doing that?
For my money, he wasn't up high on that list, especially before this event. I would rate him similar to, maybe a little bit higher than Kerrigan. Obviously, he wasn't posting his kind of numbers, but he wouldn't be, you know, the Siuhi, this twist kind of IGL that would put up immense pressure when it comes to leading on the server, when it comes to frags, but also the calls. However, what he has been calling, and that is help from Shiro, and we've seen even during the pauses that Halley got extremely vocal during some of the calls that throughout the tournament, but Chopper is getting a lot of help from Shiro himself. He's extremely vocal. You can see it on the camera right now where he was just non-stop talking, and this is just a natural thing to see when you're Shiro. We've seen hype of him yesterday. He was screaming a lot, he was giving ideas, he was even calming himself and other teammates down when tense situations occurred, and I like it from Shiro. It clearly shows the maturity that he's kind of giving instructions how to win the game. He's not the one necessarily taking over himself, but he's giving instruction to others how can they deploy and play better.
Just look at that way he was speaking right there, speaking with authority, speaking, you know, in a sense that, listen guys, you need to listen to what I'm saying right now, because I'm the most important thing you can listen to right now. I love when a player is taking charge of his team like that. Obviously, we see it with Nico all the time in G2, and there's a conversation to be had whether or not that's a good thing all the time, but for Shiro to stand up and, I guess, involve into a player that has that attribute to him, where he can do that, where he can take charge of the team, a guy that 2 years ago, as you said, was sitting on a stage feeling uncomfortable, feeling not, I guess, not mature enough in order to deal with all those emotions and deal with all that pressure. Fast forward 2 years, he's now the guy that is speaking with the big words and helping out Chopper. I love that development as a player as well.
Tell you what wasn't a good thing though, Jacob. What we kind of deemed the deadly trio of Astralis, basically all but absent in that first map. Stico, obviously we preface this saying Dust 2 hasn't been a great ground for them in the small sample size that we did have back in Copenhagen, but I was really hoping that they'd put a little bit more emphasis in their practice time on this particular map. I
was hoping for that too, but at the same time, the reason why I predicted Team Spirit to win this game was also because of the fact we're right now on the stage in front of the audience, and Stown and Yabi, I almost said Stabby again, they are having just a hard time overall when it comes to these deep runs throughout the events. It's been proven time after time again. I hope, yes, this was just a one map and it was a pick against them that was basically a punish pick. This was peak punish pick example. And right now we're going to Vertigo where the proving rounds are, you know, we don't really know what to expect.
If anything, it's just a confirmation of what we spoke about coming into the game. Device is a comfort player. He needs the playing field around him to be laid out so he has a read on what's going on. And I think a lot of the stuff that was happening on the server right here was Astralis not being prepared enough. Same could be said for Stown. Same could be said for Yabi. We saw that in Heroic. It only works out to play that style of Counter-Strike if you master it to perfection, or if you have the synergy, you have the team play. And as you said a couple of times, as I'll reiterate one more time, it simply looked like Astralis weren't ready to play Dust 2 at this level. Luckily for them, they still have a couple of times to improve that heading into the Arma and the Major, but even if they were to beat Team Spirit, I know what I would pick against Astralis right now.
Well, love it or hate it, Vertigo is coming your way after a short break. When we're back, the pick of Astralis to see if they can keep their heads here in Singapore. We reach the heights of Vertigo, the sole ground that could prevent Astralis from tumbling to the pits of elimination. A slight punish pick coming out against the side of Spirit, because we don't have an awful lot of data on Spirit, who will be starting on the CT side of Vertigo.
No, they haven't played the map in an awful long time, honestly, and I think only one time in the last 3 months or something like that. So it is a question mark. I don't know how it's going to play out. It will be definitely one of the things where momentum will play a role. We've seen actually Astralis play here against Mouse on Vertigo, and that map was actually really solid. It was well called by Cadian and the group.
It's funny for Spirit because there's been a conversation point in regards to the map pool pretty much throughout the entire year. I remember back at the RMR for the Copenhagen Major in the beginning of the year, you're looking towards Team Spirit, and Donk was playing as the anchor on the B-bomb side. And the one map they would keep on losing in the RMR qualifier and even at the Major was Vertigo. So in that regard, from Spirit, it's always been a bit of a question mark. It's always been a bit of a problem for them, always been something they're working on. And now, as you said, we're heading into Vertigo once more, second part of the season, and we haven't seen them play it a lot, just one time in the past 3 months. So in terms of having all those questions we had answered, we don't have a lot to work with.
And I remember you mentioning in terms of just the positioning on that CT side for Spirit, even back at that RMR, right? There were a couple of shift-ups that happened. What should we be expecting from that defense and the positions that players will be playing?
I mean, we know for a fact that Dunk was then moved out of that B anchor position over towards ramp, where he's a lot more activated, where he's a lot more in the duels, and where he can allow himself to use his aim in order to fight, which is absolutely what Dunk is best at. We also saw Magix and Suntix head over towards that B side area of the map, which makes sense in terms of the anchor positions. There's one thing though, we haven't seen them play it almost in 3 months, just once. They just had a month break as well, and we're coming into the Major. So if I were Team Spirit, I would at least think about the possibility of maybe we should rearrange the way we're playing Vertigo, or maybe work on the map. Whether that means a new way of approaching the game on the T side, if that means positional changes, none of us know. So I will allow myself to use a sentence I don't use often. I'm here to learn a little bit for you.
I mean, we all could use some learning when it comes to Vertigo. I feel like the map is so undiscovered yet. It is still like settling down when it comes to meta, and this is the map where we've seen most changes in the recent times as well. It gets updated from time to time, and it actually shows that Valve is probably trying to make the map somewhat manageable, but they're struggling to do so. However, as you said, I'm here to as well kind of learn new things and understand how other teams are actually learning concepts of Vertigo.
Well, I'm sure in the group stage you did have a learning moment for the side of Astralis at the very least, right? Because they picked this map against Mouse. They won this map quite handedly versus Mouse. What were the biggest things that you were kind of impressed with this iteration of Astralis?
I think Vertigo was the clearest sign of Cadian coming in as an in-game leader in Astralis again. The way he was conducting himself, the way that he constantly made it super uncomfortable for Mouse to be on the server. Now, how does he do that? It's by constantly moving around. It's by constantly being proactive. The ramp fights back and forth. I mean, Astralis were entertaining the idea constantly. The B-pops as well. They were so good at making Jimfed feel uncomfortable. Jimfed, a guy that we rate to be arguably the best in the world at his role, at least a great anchor in that position. So it felt like he was making the opponents feel uncomfortable. The trading system they were using as well, something they did back in the heroic days. Whenever they execute in towards a bomb site, the spacing between the players was immaculate. There were a couple of rounds that we highlighted when we were doing the game together, where even when Mouse were winning rounds, they had to fight for it so bad, because Astralis would never allow a multi-kill to come in against them due to good spacing. So it really looked like that was a map they had prepared for, and I expect to see the same again. Otherwise, Astralis will lose and they'll be out of the turn.
And because they were making Mouse so uncomfortable, the players were doing uncharacteristically a lot of mistakes. It came down to the point where Astralis was getting entry kills a lot of times, and they would just freeze their default completed. They would wait for a re-aggression from Mouse, they would punish that, and they would eventually finish the round. This is a style that worked wonders against Mouse. However, against Team Spirit, I feel like individuals are a little bit sharper. It's harder to find a gap in the defense, and I think if you rely on these entries coming your way, it's going to be a little bit harder time.
And just to put it into context and tell you guys the story of why we're so impressed by Astralis when it comes to the Vertigo, it is that Mouse were a team up until that point, one of the few teams that actually played Vertigo at a very high level. So one thing is winning against an opponent, one thing is bringing out a new map of your map pool that we haven't seen before, but they took down one of the best teams in the world on Vertigo in particular. And it's easy to say that because there's only Complexity, Mouse, and a couple of other teams within the top 15 that even play the map, but that's why I put so much stock into it for Astralis. They were able to make Mouse look like a silly teen on a map that nobody else wants to play Mouse on.
I love that you mentioned the kind of heroic side of the equation with how Cadian used to call on this map, because back in the old heroic days, they weren't exactly afraid to be playing into Vertigo, right? That was a map that we saw them frequent on. How similar, how different stylistically is it in this iteration of Astralis, you know, with Device, with Stair versus that old heroic lineup?
We've only seen one map. We've only seen one game. Again, very small sample size, so a bit tough to make conclusions, but I saw a lot of similarities. I saw a lot of the whole spacing, a lot of the trading, a lot of the fast pace executing in towards the B bomb side. It's also one of those scenarios where Cadian had around where he manipulated with the rotation of the CT side. So they get in towards the B bomb side, they apply an awful lot of pressure, then they fall back, they fake a couple of sound cues, and then they walk back into the B bomb side. I think Cadian has tried to install the heroic way of playing Counter-Strike. It's not there yet, but it's getting close.
Well, it's time to find out if Astralis can keep their heads here in Singapore. Their map choice of Vertigo is the map that separates them from potentially elimination here at the World Finals.
Hello again, Singapore. We've got a very special matchup here. Astralis clawed tooth and nail to get to this point to play against Spirit. And the interesting part about this veto is we got the difficult map out first.
Yes, sir.
But there's still a chance that they win.
Yep, there is. And there's a chance that this game gets good because we have two of the few teams that want to play Vertigo launchers, right? So maybe just maybe we get lucky and we get a good Vertigo showing. If this map's got anything left to offer us, it could be this game here right now. Oh, but who steps up? You know, that's another question, because we were saying that in that first map, there was moments where individually Astralis looked like they could keep up. But dude, we were talking about a chopper at the top of the charts. We were talking about a team Spirit that took it. And I want to talk about Singapore for the rest of the year, so why don't you guys make some noise?
You get loud, we come back. That's the deal.
Launder's seal of approval.
Okay, Vertigo. Maybe it's the last time we ever see it.
That's a crazy thing to
Maybe
say.
it's the last time we ever see it.
You're trying to say that right before a major, they're going to replace the map pool.
Remove map no one plays.
Okay.
What's the difference?
Into the pistol, folks, we go. Stair trying to charge down mid, and he will find the contact he's looking for, but it doesn't end up the way he wanted. Stoun's going to make sure that the Spirit IGL won't be able to double up with the pistol. My God, Chopper keeping that performance going. Magic's on a swivel behind Green as the pinch comes in. Down.
Going.
A triple in the pistol. And Cadian hanging around in the CT spawns, looking to put a bow on this one. Astralis come through near flawless.
Yeah, that's the old duo, full house. It's down the one-man train up into heaven, 3K. Beautiful entries here on the mid-B split. And this is the fragging that we're talking about. It's the one-click wonder of Chopper with the opening, duel one on CT side. But after that, it was just a flood of Danes. Plenty of pistols here for Team Spirit.
Do you think a wash is possible on this second map? Do you think there's a world where Astralis just blows this Spirit out of the water?
For sure. I for sure do. I think that right now you have Spirit, who have basically only played this in practice apart from one game. They got a 100% win rate over one map in the last 3 months. So I think Astralis are more keen on playing this map in officials. They've already picked up a big win versus what was maybe the best Vertigo team in the first half of the year. In Maus, I think they're very confident on it, and like nobody is just thinking about Vertigo these days. So even though Spirit were happy to play it very good at Vertigo at one point, they don't have any people to spar with, really. You know, if they're not practicing it a lot, it's because they normally aren't seeing Astralis in that veto, and Maus is the only other competition they've got to worry about. It's just not coming up that often, so I wouldn't be surprised if Astralis can pick this up. But there is no punish in this veto. Spirit have played Vertigo. They can win off of sheer firepower. They know their positions.
You don't win.
Donk's not playing B anymore
without a solid map pool. So that's the part we can't really question Spirit. Can Astralis keep up? Oh, pistol and a conversion looking good, but the guns will give the edge over to Spirit, and Donk finds himself into the kill feed. Now Stoun trying to take over.
Oh man.
Guess what?
He didn't even talk about it. He said, I'm swinging. You're going to see me swinging. Come and help me if you want to. Just kidding. Don't need it.
Shut down.
Yeah.
Rifles make a world of difference.
Those are great rotations into spawn, because that's such a powerful strat right now. It's taking the wide flank, or the wide wrap, instead of just going to heaven first. And you saw that 2 Team Spirit players were like, I know you guys are going to try to do this. Let's swing out early, rotating in from A. And that's Shiro getting first kill, Donk on the left getting the other, right? Both here in position early.
Sliding around the map with confidence.
It's such a powerful spot to be in.
Little Hallie POV. Right back into the ramp play though. Okay, timing is gonna catch Donk off guard. You catch him with a nade out, he is far more vulnerable, and this round a prime example. So good tempo from Astralis. Change up the target, change up the timing. Try to just bottom out Spirit quickly, but Magic steps up with the return over towards B, winning his 1v1, and everybody else is just sitting outside this site.
That's a big return because it's so early. There's no time for like the Yabby lurk that comes in mid to late round to really get tricky. So he's just trailing behind the A hit at the moment, and the CT sit patiently. They're not even worried about middle right now. Correct to not be as well. Only thing is we're kind of playing retake spots, right? They haven't come back to try to take over ramp. They haven't pushed up short side at all, and Astralis now know that. Versus smokes like this, I mean, we're light on utility. It's going to take some smoke spams here to pull this one off, I think.
Shiro doesn't climb up. He just stays down on the ground floor. Hasn't made a move yet. Oh, the nade is almost enough. Jabby catching a kill pushes this to the man advantage for Astralis. His back flat play never comes through. Shiro just doesn't even have a thing to shoot at this entire time.
Yeah.
He's been here the whole time and never had a chance to get into the action. So Astralis, that goes so smooth.
Okay, yeah, super clean. I mean, you know, the hard half sometimes is getting to the elbow on the ramp, and then that's where you set up all your utility. If nobody comes to retake short or the ramp itself, then you know they're running through a wall of smokes to mess you up in the post plant.
And his gun's gone too.
Oh, all guns dropped here for Astralis. And there was a moment, I mean, they did have a game plan for that bomb getting planted, but you see how carefully it was planted. Could even survive a nade, and it was hard to actually target him with the crosshair, even when Chopper stepped up on the crane.
If Astralis have more rounds like that, I don't know about this defense. The first gun round looked so good. Everybody was moving around so smoothly, but then the amount of smoke grenades inside of that site, and there just felt like a certain inaction almost from Spirit, I think.
Yeah, so Magic at least looks good on V site. Donk, you could say, oh, you got caught off a little bit, but your last round was good. Let's just see if that happens again.
Right.
This will be the last moment where it's still early in the half. We are starting to get into the weeds with it. So far, so good here for Astralis. Kind of a crummy buy here for Spirit. Unfortunately, they can only afford the MP9s, but honestly, on Vertigo, not the map where you need the most long-range weapons. MP9s can be extremely powerful in these cramped positions.
Be behind sandbags this time, and he's not alone. Donk supported out of the gate, so trying to put up a bit more of a forward presence here to Spirit. Not looking to lead anybody to the slaughter. We've got a player locked into the corner. Now better be careful. Pressure could come forward, but he still hangs on to this.
Yeah, he actually calls the bluff. He calls the bluff.
Yeah, could have been very easy for him to just walk away and lose control, but instead he's good for the info. Chopper falls back and takes 40 damage on the retreat. Through the fire he goes, and he's still floating out there, but now he's been spotted.
Is he going to get away?
Well, he's locked in behind the column, I think. He continues to move around. He does indeed disengage, as does the Dane.
That might not be satisfying here for Astralis. They do a good job pushing him back, but
here's the fight. Here's the fight.
Okay.
Magix this time goes down with nothing, but he's not the only defender. Spirit doing a good job of moving through, but that flash was fantastic. And Stown, well, he may be dead, but it's because of Chopper. A fast rotation in that's going to have to do everything. There's so much to ask.
Yeah, okay. Big smile on Cadian's face. That's nice. I think the first posturing where Stown disrespects the utility and stays in there and sees nothing is good. Then he gets the fight towards the top of the ramp. But it's a bit strange because Spirit don't bite on the bluff either. They don't think it's going to be a full-on A attack. They still have 3 players on this side of the map. They still have a wood wall player They're ready to defend. But Astralis' key flash that came. The God Flash on the site, that did all the work.
Device likes that one. I understand why. It's convincing moments here from Astralis, and they've showed us now
I don't know
variety of impressive openings.
Yeah, that's true. And I don't know about the utility. Wow, that hurt. 66.
Okay. Gadian. Don't worry, nobody was watching.
Guys, he has a broken arm, okay? It's not funny.
Don goes for the
lead
kill.
You should have killed him when you had the chance.
It's down. Dropped to 17 HP. Now, it's all 5 members of Spirit still alive, but 2 of them barely. And there is a wide open bomb site for the taking.
Yes, Stairs found it, and like they're so attracted to the prospect of getting guns, obviously. Why wouldn't you stick around? Donk will take this upgrade. But we are talking about them coming in, you know, no armor at all.
The thing is, Stairs kind of figured this out, but he also didn't go so far in to have a ton of control. So at least the CTs are able to rotate up until this point with no resistance. That threat of having somebody pushed up towards their spawn doesn't stop them. So we get a few of them collecting inside of the spawn, but look at this timing on the flank. Shiro's down at the bottom of the steps.
Tell me they're watching this.
No, they're not.
What is that? Where did the bullets go?
Device turns in time, but now the other CTs are going to push out. And Stown, he's going to try to attack from behind. They're low. They're both low. But there's no kits still. And bombs at the halfway point. These pistols could finish off what's little left of Astralis, but Device just leans all the way back. And Zontix can't find anything. No time for the defuse. This one goes Astralis. They get by.
I kind of want to, you know, have a laugh at that whiff, but if I look at that, I'm like, where did his ammo go? That looked like he was all over him. Of course, it's a deagle.
Oops.
Oh, so much comes down to that, this fight right here. Oh my God.
That's insane.
Chalk that up to unlucky a little bit. Like, you can see where he misses.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, we all laughed at Cadian, but that miss is more.
Yeah, flirting versus harassment, I guess.
Yeah, that's the whiff that, like, we can't forget about that one.
Yeah, true.
Because they gave him a chance. I was so surprised that they didn't consider anybody, you know, potentially being on that flank, but
yeah,
I guess I also don't know how they crossed paths when Stown left.
But either way, we move forward. 5-1 here, full buy. Zontix in one of those angles that, you know, he's been so profitable on. Oh,
Gets
jabbing
nothing.
just a bit better.
Very sharp, and that puts Zontix down to 0-7. Chopper finishes off Stown, but there's so many bodies here for Astralis that the trade train is in place. Now, it doesn't follow through. One does. Device moving up on his own right here.
Oh my God. How?
Insane.
Well, I mean, okay. Something was wrong. Hey, now it's carte blanche. Any site you want.
Go ahead, have your way. Man,
all kinds of crazy timings. That's what you get on Vertigo.
This is like a Copenhagen major Zontix Vertigo performance. You know that one left a scar.
Oh, 0-7, yeah.
3 assists though. Make of that what you will. It ain't much in the face of a 6-round T-side already.
Yeah. And it's interesting, it might be brave to say, like, okay, let's take Spirit to Vertigo, but we know how good they used to be. But you really look at the numbers, you can zoom out past 3 months, look at 6 months, and he's got more games played. That's a long time, man. 3 months ago, if that was your last, you know, the last time you were consistently playing officials. You might not be that comfortable. That's why I'm saying this game isn't done. And Ancient is the next map.
Yeah.
Ancient, they already destroyed Spirit on. That was the one that had our eyes open at the potential for this new Astralis lineup. Which, with a lot of lineups in the past year, we've looked at them and been like, this is stacked, this is gonna work. You know, this makes sense. They've got the stars, they've got the space. Now we've got a team that's got a bit more time. They've only just slotted in the IGL. It's definitely coming together a bit faster than people thought it could. And it's still a team that can get stomped one game and stomp the other game, so they're not consistent, but it's looking pretty good.
Down gonna be first contact. SMG right there on the corner, found out. Wow. It's been deleted yet again. Kind of a non-issue for Astralis here on Vertigo.
Yeah, he is getting toyed with.
But I mean, so is Shiro. I mean, the system of Spirit has just fallen apart map to map. Chopper is top fragging. And that ain't it. Pistols on the back line. Astralis meant to have a field day with this one, but Chopper trying to do everything he has to on his own. Little do you know, Stound's already up in their grills. And so A-Site soon to be compromised. Bombs down, so they could just go for the frags, and they're going to find them all over the place. Astralis not going to fall victim to the pistols, despite almost doing that last time.
What a half so far here for Astralis. They survived the 3v5 as well. That was a scary situation. They pretty much already put a bow on this T side. They're like, yeah, it's probably time to plant the bomb. Magic's like, what is going on?
Guys, hello?
Are they really hunting me right now?
No, we'll get there. And now we're gonna wait for the bomb to explode. So,
okay, all right.
You know.
Grab a drink.
Yeah. This is an Astralis sanctioned break.
I wonder if they're scratching their heads or, you know, how much time they have put into it recently, or did they know that Astralis is going to change it up? Because Ancient didn't get banned. It just got floated. So it could have been Spirit assuming that they get to play Ancient, put a lot of more prep and attention into that because that's a core map for them and thinking like, let's try to beat them there this time. They're most likely going to go there. It's a very tricky move here for Astralis. The question is, if they didn't float it, would they still have been able to play Vertigo at the end? And so they're telling us they've had something special in store for us, and they're showing it. 7-1 here to start it off.
Terrorists win.
That's big. That is the conversation. That is the best. Is this going to be the best Astralis?
I mean,
since 4 majors Astralis.
There we go. Yeah, since. Yeah, since then, I think the prospects.
Because there's a 4-year gap since the tail end of their peak, right? It's been a long time.
Very long.
It's flashed by, but it has been a long time.
It'll be hard to ever be the greatest Astralis.
They have their best jerseys yet.
Okay, there's a start.
So.
Ooh, Stare thinking he could just get through smoke.
There's the first one for Zontix. He's on the board. Important kill.
As many kills as Shiro.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just been just non-existent.
You can always find worse news, can't you?
Non-existent defense for Spirit.
It's down 13-3.
You can almost feel that from the pistol, right? When Stound goes flying over top construction, like
that's right.
Just the general tempo and confidence Astralis brought into that pistol.
Think about that impact
across all 8 of these rounds.
He's been in untradeable fights versus Donk twice and won them.
Yes, sir.
His pistol 3K as well. Every pistol kill's worth 2. We all know that. Massively impactful first half just from Stound.
And genuinely no sign of that stopping. So let's see if that 4v5 win percentage can be protected here in number 9. We get down to the 30 seconds. Execute starts to come out. Perfectly placed grenade. Zontix now on.
Careful, here comes number 2.
And 3.
Yikes.
No,
oh, it's the molly. Oh, yeah, just the 2 damage on the toes.
Job done, and a Molotov for Magix to deal with as well. So he does get a chance to skate over to quad and picks up the kill.
He stays alive.
Hold on now. They're trying to hold on to this bomb site. Magic's locked in. They know he's back here, but they stop watching, and he swings out for another big moment here for Magix to try and set them up.
Oh, he won the round.
Fresh reload for Cadians.
He won the round.
Magix comes through big.
No, man. He had to run all the way across the site blind. Everyone was blind, even his opponents. Comes to, wins his duel. If he loses a duel, the round's over. Straight up. Then he gets 2 and a half.
I mean, we could talk about the shortcomings of the majority of Team Spirit at the moment, but if there's been any glimmer, any glimpse of something going well, it was Magic's on this B site.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wild that he gets away with this one, but Device just looking elsewhere.
Because you know the quad guy just never peeks, so you go think about something else. Well, the mind game.
Guess what? This time he does. It's not a lot, but it's something to work with. We saw Astralis make a flat half seem alive back on Dust 2 with a 3-round close. We could be looking at the same thing here right now.
We've got usual positions here for Spirit, just playing sort of way back. I mean, Donk's in the same spot. He's got his decent enough gun. Shiro waiting to play reactive. As the mid-B smoke comes out. But they don't want to get too nervous about that. Copper's got the right idea. He does.
And he's also got the... Okay, I was going to say right amount of patience, but...
Honestly, incredible trade from Stalin. See if he can make it some more. He's had an unreal half so far.
Good on him to get the one, but the grenade usage is nearly going to cost Cadian his life. Donk makes sure to have gun in hand, and sure enough, down to 13 HP goes the IGL of Astralis. Although in this moment, with that A lane,
give
up space on the B site, and as Magix tries to get into the cover, he just gets his head torn off. He's not alone though, Zontic's still behind green, but that bomb goes down. Nice rotation from Astralis in the mid-round. It's gonna help if Donk gets that kill elsewhere. Zontic pushes through with the double, so they don't let any pressure off. Device, can you close? He gets the first in the 1v3, snips Donk as he tries to cross over, but he's lost track of Shiro.
Just Tom Cruise on another skyscraper doing his own stunts. Making them look like dummies.
A second of uncertainty swept away. He locks it in for the third one. Oh man. Insult to injury. And Chabby, the fact he gets that kill so quickly, they take over that bomb site fast. Really good call from Cadian as they slide into that rotation perfectly.
That's a round they needed. Oh, because Bad goes to wars. They are now poor. That's one auto shotty going down.
A Device jacked up on Cadian energy.
Put that in a can.
Zontix comes wide under the site. He's able to peel one off, but Chopper, he's going to try to disrupt this and will at least get one. So good sign. Each of the defenders taking a player down with them. Still a disadvantage, of course, as Stound continues with these multi-frags round after round. A 17 frag half so far. Shiro, he's sick of waiting. He's going to try to swing out with the SMG, but oh man, it ain't pretty. But Stound's impact sure is. And now at this point, just mopping the floor with Team Spirit. They have no foothold in this map.
Yeah, two biggest moments the last 2 rounds down. And Device, look at that, 19 in 1 half, man. Stound's one of those guys that I was so enamored with him watching his demos because I just felt like he was such a Swiss Army knife. Early round, he's up for the entries. Late round, he's good for the clutches. The one thing I always felt held him back is a messy spray here and there. Actually, his aim sometimes. So you don't often see him get this many kills. He'll get a good amount, but he always had more opportunities because he's so smart with it. Now the rubber's really meeting the road on both fronts. The aim is there.
How nice of Astralis to seize the chance to just be one of the very few that want to throw their hat into the ring on Vertigo. And I love that they delivered to this level. We began the second map, I said, do you think it's even possible for a blowout? Not just a win here for Astralis, but a blowout. And that is what we get. And our desk talked about it. The maps were going to have big impact in this head-to-head tonight. And you could see Spirit just outclassed. sure. They've got a T-side ahead of them. Maybe they can bring it back. Maybe they can get it into something more respectable, but they're going to try to hold off for 3 rounds best case. And luckily for them, starting to come together. This round a little more disjointed than some of the others for Astralis. They lose a player towards both sites, 1 each. While Device does have bomb, we're going to get this walkout top middle. Surely this 3v5 doesn't come together. Spirit going to swing out towards middle, and bodies keep on dropping here. They've whittled it down to a 1-man advantage, but Device has found an opening. He's gotten through the elevator, but the thing is he's not going to find the players, and there's 7 seconds left.
He
so
literally has to plant.
he'll go for the bomb plant, and he'll get swept away. Peak's going to deal it. Damage done, 3 rounds. That is Spirit's lifeline.
I've never played train.
Alright, good luck, guys.
Let's go.
I don't see under trains, you know? Ooh, roof. Heaven, and... Are you dead? Where is last?
He's knocking him.
Wait, Donk, did you die when you land?
Yes.
Ah, I thought I killed you. I know. Yes!
Okay, let's see how Deagle works.
Oh, Ivy, I'm green.
This gun is very good.
Top dog.
Maybe root?
I'm seeing everything.
How he pushed?
Okay, so I'll go plant.
What is this gun?
I planted. Yeah. Okay. Ooh, okay. The movement is not bad, actually.
It's gold movement.
Green train.
Helic.
God damn it. 6 is green, right?
Yes. Jail newbie.
Huh?
Newbie.
But now I'm using all of my beginner's luck.
Why can't I see you under the trains?
Whoa, it's you over.
What? He hit as well. Wow.
Wait.
Waiting.
What the fuck, how you kill him?
They call me the master. Oh, wait, he's moving. Oh. Okay, let's go. You smoked Poppy? 1 pop, bro. I can't even see him.
Fucking shit. Ladder bomb, I think.
Do you think so, ladder?
No, 2 eyes.
I don't see 6.
He's out.
Is he shooting at me?
No, he was Ivy.
Or maybe he jumped up heaven. Oh, it's me.
What the fuck, bro?
Answer. Behind side, right? I don't think west heaven. Wait, I defuse, I have good angle. No.
What the fuck, bro?
Wait, I'm first eye defusing bomb, let's go. Don't did you expect me to climb up heaven and then you kill me?
Nah. I was just trolling you guys.
Okay, I did something cool. Wait, I can't knife!
Overpowered.
No.
Take, shoot, take.
Doc was a huge fan of CS 1.6.
Yeah, shit map.
He says flash was 8 seconds.
Yes, actually, flash
It's
is...
very long. Wait, maybe I should use more flashes.
No, please.
I will flash you now. It's my mission. Oh no! You'll kill him now.
Ace.
Astralis bring Vertigo to the table and delivered. We've got a clutch out of Device. We've got a top fragging performance from Stown that's lights out CS, and they're doing it in front of the crowd here in Singapore to try and push this to a 3rd map. Ancient, they'd love to get it there. Can they do it clean? Can they send Spirit into map 3, battered and bruised? That's the question. Because this one feels as lost as Dust 2 did for Astralis.
Sure, yeah. Ancient, where they've done it before. So clearly, Vertigo came with a plan. Individuals looking comfortable. Stown, this is one of his best halves ever, period. Such a big team to take down on stage this way. Half his kills were Donk on the A ramp as well.
Such an excellent T-side through and through from Astralis. We saw varied play.
Now they've just got to stick the landing.
We saw really fast decision-making, I think, as well from Cadian. new in-game leader, but just all the experience he already has with Stown and Jabby surely helping to get this war machine online. Over top of construction goes the T's, but first frags is Stown's. He's gonna be given time to turn around as well, so nobody allowed into this bomb site just yet. Donk gets caught out in the open.
There helps.
And while Shiro has picked up one alongside Chopper, that does open the door to get over towards that A site. Now Shiro can't stop the rotate. He's gonna call that to Chopper, who does manage to get up ramp. But the CT's already here to try and stop him. This duel is critical.
He wants it, though.
And he's going to pick it up. A big frag for Chopper, where he still has options.
They should be chasing this down. I think they know Stown is low here.
They decide to sit on ramp a little while longer. Device doesn't want to sit in the back line. Down goes that bomb.
Uh-oh.
And Device decides not to play it passively, so you see it catch Chopper off. He could have just sat back, waited for a plant, allowed for his teammate to rotate over. No, Device makes his move. And with 10 to the clock, Shiro, difficult position, fakes it once, looks around, nobody jumping just yet, and then as he rounds that corner, it's Device to secure second pistol.
Perfect call out. If there was a chance for that duel, Shiro won it. He could also win the 1v1, but you see now with the extra option, the lane on the outside of the site, the situations that come out of this. When you're on T side, it can be valuable for both sides, like on a retake or when taking the site, but there are certain moments where it's just one more thing you have to clear, one more thing you have to be nervous about. Makes it very hard to do the calculations you could do previously. And if, again, Astralis are the team that have been playing this in practices a lot more recently, fervently, wanting to bring this in, then maybe they're going to be more comfortable. Doc, nice shot.
Should never forget what he is capable of, even if he's not doing it here on Vertigo regularly enough. One man down. Astralis' 4 versus 5 conversion went from 56% to 44% after map 1 on this series, so still protected and number 1 at this event. Shiro picks up the M4. Should not be enough. Should not be. But Stair steps into that M4, and you have to have known that that gun is going to get scooped up by Spirit, so him trying to take an initiative pushes more pressure onto the 3 members of Astralis that remain, and the bodies are stacking up for Spirit. Donk comes in with another, and then they line up to the IGL, so good SMG kills. He turns his attention, and everything that's left is right there for the taking. Cadian almost there for the ace.
There it is, wow.
Just enough for Jabby to slide out and deny. It's not a 4v5, it's a 3v5.
It's a 3v5, doesn't count towards the stat. What a save, especially from Cadian. He needs every little bit there to guarantee the trade right after. So, I mean, the thing is, it looked great that you could see Spirit getting through these players in the first place, but from the jump, Astralis had 4 there. They were ready for the attack to come in fully. And this new Astralis, that's what they're all about. They're playing nuts to butt CS, ready to trade at all times.
Faster one, perhaps. Oh, Magic's just straight up blows Cadian away, so he can call from the sidelines for this one. But there's still 2 more players here on this site, and so CT presence early gets the kill back. Device straight up wins down ramp. We were talking about a 5v4 for Spirit, but it didn't last long.
Yeah, what are we talking about now?
Map 3.
12 rounds already. Astralis, new era calling. Navi and Mao is already at this event. They're going to add Spirit to that list. Oh man, it's down, keeps going. 21-7, 22-7. Chew them up.
How good is this map? And he's not doing it versus some chumps, dude. He's using up one of his carries versus one of the best teams in the world.
They're about to do this in 16 rounds.
Beautiful. And what a comeback after that dismantlement on Dust,
for the
too.
Camera. Oh, whoa, okay. Damn.
Activation of the B players there. It's just the demise of Spirit.
Hallie's using this timeout to talk about their ancient pistol round.
Yeah, let's get on to that page, shall we? Because it's feeling inevitable. We will not know what could have been offered in this T side unless Spirit pull it off. 9 rounds straight. Does anybody here believe in the comeback?
People literally screaming, no.
All right, well then we'll get to Ancient soon enough.
Okay, all right, Ancient coming up.
We'll meet you guys there. For now though, we gotta give him the benefit of the doubt. Come on, Spirit. Gideon hangs on. They can do no wrong. That's the vibe right now. Oh. Excellent map pick. Using it to really set a tone going into map 3. Map 3, where just 1 month ago, Spirit got owned. Same score, 13-3. A big question as to who can adapt if needed. Oh. See how long before we get there, because Zontix doesn't want to go down without a fight. He's got Donk to work alongside him. Trading. The layers are always there, and the trades have looked so good this entire map.
Brand new team.
My God, how is this the same squad that walked through Dust 2? On an individual level, I guess Stown just goes above and beyond. And I don't know what Cadian told him in between maps, but it is a sight for sore eyes to see these 3 back together and owning on the stage.
Yeah, this pack of players that's alive. Healthy score lines, great rounds that we can remember. Clutch is going the way of Astralis. Spirit drowning.
Magic's the one thing that held them back, delayed the inevitable. Astralis bounced back in a miraculous fashion, and Ancient holds the secrets to this series.
Well, it may have been a Spirit blowout on map number 1, but Astralis answer back with one of their own. In fact, they do 2 rounds better, 13-3, Jacob. That is no small feat on Vertigo.
A very dominant performance coming out from Astralis, and a very different looking Astralis when you compare them to what was Dust 2. We had some individuals stepping up, I'm sure we'll speak about them, but as a whole, I guess the way to refresh this game was Astralis in control, playing as a team, and once more showcasing us, and I guess confirming that the Vertigo pick against Mouse was not just a one-off, they were playing beautiful Counter-Strike against Spirit as well.
It feels like they switched seats almost between the maps. Like the scoreline and the individual output that we've seen throughout the map number 2 resembled Dust 2, but in a reverse way.
We know that Cadian is a man that can deliver so many hype speeches. I would love to know what happened between maps 1 and 2, because yeah, you're totally right. An entirely different face on the side of Astralis. Even the rounds they shouldn't have won, Jacob, they somehow get away with it.
Yeah, I think we may as well start with it, because the story of the game was that Astralis got off to a good start. They were looking in control, they were controlling the pace in that T side, winning the pistol, converting. Then Spirit were trying their absolute best to fight back. And round 10 was a great example of where it could have changed a little bit, where Spirit could have fought their way back into the game. Starting off with Chopper finding a nice kill, getting traded instantly. That's another part I want to bring up. Astralis throughout this game, so good at spacing. I said it coming into it, they always find a way to trade the frags. Donk getting a headshot right here, and Astralis are a bit on the back heel. They get in towards the B bomb side, looking good, getting the opening, and then Spirit answers back. Some nice shooting coming in from Donk, some nice team play coming in. You lead Device in a 1v3, but guess what? Device is back. The best of Device we've seen so far in this tournament. We got to see him one more time on Vertigo. A round they should not be winning is a round that Device is clutching out with the AWP at Christmas tree right here, doing the dirty stuff to Spirit. Now, it could have been 7-3. It could have been Astralis saving the following round. It could have been Spirit getting back into the game, maybe getting 4 or 5 CT rounds, but Device winning this clutch, as you saw by the reaction from Cadian as well, it meant so much to Astralis. That was essentially them winning the first half.
It was like Device was in his own zone, in his own world when it comes to Vertigo, where especially for Operas it might be kind of hard to find an impact around the smokes, and especially we never really touched upon it, but the change from CSGO to CS2, Vertigo got affected probably the most because of the way you play around the smokes. Device was feeling comfort zone, I feel like, around the whole map, and it's really, really nice to see, and this is just speaks volumes why they picked the map.
Stico, was this the device you remember facing off against back in 2017, 2018, 2019? Are we back to peak form device?
Yeah, let's overhype, but based on one map, he's back.
Yeah, but I would love to see him come back. I think that was the whole point of this move, right, with bringing Cadian in, just making sure that that pressure wasn't on the shoulders of Device. Of course, he took that mantle upon himself, moving into that in-game leader role, but getting Cadian back in, giving more freedom. It's paying off already.
It is paying off already, and I think we are seeing signs of Device coming back. Now, are we ever going to see Device back at his absolute best when he was, I mean, a player that would sometimes contend as a top 3 player in the world, or join the conversation of maybe, just maybe, he could be in that top 2 discussion? I doubt it. That's a lot to ask for. But if Device can play at this level, if he can be a consistent force within Astralis, joined by the likes of Stown, who next to him also had a great game, then that's going to be a massive win in the terms of signing Cadian, relieving Device a bit of that pressure that he was having as an in-game leader.
Where was Stan having the most impact for your money in this particular map?
Definitely started off strong at the beginning of the map. He was setting the pace to start. Started with the pace around that we've seen, and then it came. Look at the scoreline: 2-1. This is already a 3rd highlight of the game so far. 3-1, another highlight for Stan. 4-1, another highlight for Stan. It just keeps on giving, and like 6-1. Look at this one. So it's just how he found an impact and set the pace of the whole half. He started definitely so strong when it comes to early round situations, but he was really good at clutches as well. When it came down to trade fragging, he was always in the right position at the right time, similar to what we've seen against against Mouse.
And it makes you wonder, where's this Stown been ever since he signed for Astralis? I get that we bring Cadian into the lineup. I get that it's a new start. I get it's perhaps a new style of Counter-Strike that is better fitting to Stown, but this is a guy that went from posting 0.80, 0.90, having arguably the worst period in his career ever since he turned pro in the beginning of Astralis, to now being back to the best of the best Stown. Again, I want to dumb it down a little bit by saying small sample size, but we're seeing more and more clear signs of Stown coming back to life, of Device coming back to life, and there must be a joy for all the Astralis fans who's been waiting 3 or 4 years for that to happen.
Yeah, just before we dive in any deeper to this map of Vertigo, I wanted to pick your brain, Jacob, because obviously you're one of the few of us understands Danish, and obviously you were in front of them in the booths throughout that group stage. Was there any more kind of calling from Cadian towards Stan? Like, did you notice anything specific that maybe we would have imagined back in the heroic days?
I think Stown is feeling way more comfortable with Cadian as a caller compared to Device, compared to BlameF, compared to anything he's ever had in his career. They've been playing together for a long, long time in heroic. They understand each other well. They think Counter-Strike in the exact same language. There was a lot of back and forth going between Stown and Cadian in that regard. He is the, I guess, the right-hand man to Cadian, and now he has 2. He has Device on one side, he has Stown on another. I think specifically for Stown, it's more so just feeling comfortable in the system he's being placed into. He's a system player. Maybe he's not the greatest player out there in terms of playing out of system. Maybe he's not the greatest individual player out there, but when he's in a system that is fitting him, he gets to showcase the absolute best of himself.
It's Stown after all. He's always going to deliver when it matters, especially in these group stage games. On stage, we haven't seen that so far, but I mentioned it before the game, and he made me shut up, so props to Stown.
And shut up.
I think I don't want Stico to shut up just yet. Maybe I'd like you to shut up for a moment,
true.
Jacob, because second half wasn't many rounds that we could be diving into, very small sample size, but round 14, you picked this one out, Stico. Why was that?
It was the sliver of a chance that Spirit might be actually coming back. It was the round where Donk started with his Donk usual service towards Device, and you know, it wasn't even a force buy, it was basically an eco. They scooped up M4 and it ended up in a 2v5 situation. Yes, everyone is low. Cadian in the end managed to scoop up not only 2 kills but 4 in total on this A defense, but there was clearly a signs of hope for Team Spirit to come back into the game, especially after losing that pistol round. This could have skyrocketed that potential comeback when it comes to economy and momentum.
I think it's fair to say that we highlighted 2 rounds that could have and should have gone the way of Team Spirit. It doesn't change the fact that I'm standing with a feeling that this game was never any close whatsoever. If we would have played that map 10 more times, I'm pretty sure Astralis would win at least 9 of those. That's how much better they were this time around. So as much as we want to make it a close game, as much as we want to say that Spirit perhaps had a chance of coming back in, which I do agree with to some extent, it did feel like Astralis were just a much, much better prepared team coming into Vertigo.
We were just seeing the scoreboard and just no one on Team Spirit just showed up, and it was really, really hard for both positions that they were swapped for. Magic's on B side and Donk on A side, I feel like they were just not having its usual impact. On top of that, Zone takes on middle. He was having a rough time. I think he started 0-7, 0-8 maybe at some point. It was just not the pretty look when it comes to Spirit.
What was the biggest issue, rather, that Spirit were facing during this map then? What was the biggest hurdle that they couldn't overcome?
I mean, one thing is pointing at the firepower, saying you don't have the players to bail them out of rough scenarios. That would be the easy way out. I think they just came in underprepared and not really ready for the level of Counter-Strike that Astralis brought to them. You saw Donk a couple of times on ramp. He tried to make the difference. He was trying to force the duels, and I think sometimes it's, as a player, you think you need to do something extraordinary to bail out your team, but the other team, Astralis in this case, will just feast on that. They're ready for it. They have good spacing, they have good trade frag potential, they have good positioning on the map, so the more, I'd argue, the more the Spirit players were trying to force their way back into the game, the worse it got for them, and it's a tough circle to break sometimes.
And it's also about the aggression. For Vertigo CT side, you are not very much given some tools to aggress. When it comes to B side, it's extremely dangerous. We've seen Magix do it a couple of times. He got caught through the smoke. We've seen A pressure, they got caught through the smoke. It's honestly utility game when it comes to aggression, very limited compared to the maps like Dust 2, where we see Chopper in lower and we see Zontix pushing up upper. It's just different playground.
Okay, interesting. So is it a case of just not being able to play so aggressive, or a case of Spirit just not understanding how you get away with being a little bit more in the face of your opponents?
I do think that Team Spirit relies on aggression for CT sides for the most part on a lot of maps. Vertigo being one of them where it just doesn't really happen. It is not very possible. And the meta right now is that Ts are starting off with the new spawns that are brought a little bit forward. They beat a lot of timings actually for CTs, and this change is recent. It happened this year, and a lot of changes of the map obviously isn't going to help to solve the case.
I know a lot of people right now are watching this semi-final and everyone is focused on who's going to win the game, Astralis or Spirit, but I bet you there's a lot of teams coming into the Armor, there's a lot of teams coming into the Major also watching this game right now, thinking that there's a weakness on both sides. We saw Astralis being underprepared for Dust 2, clearly not fancying playing the map. I think we're seeing the same sign of weakness coming out from Team Spirit right now. It's not that they're a bad team, it's just that they're not ready to play Vertigo at a high level. So that's something they got to work on leading into the Armor, and if anything, the Armor teams got to punish it.
Well, Vertigo was a feast for Astralis, famine for the side of Team Spirit. It's all going to be decided on Ancients after this break. Now, I appreciate the science behind this. I really, really do. But don't kill, no, yes, they lose. I guess they were correct when we were looking at that map of Vertigo. Donk definitely going to be a necessary factor when we're coming into this third and final decider of Ancient. Tell me, Jacob, we don't know what side each team going to be starting on. Knives will be deciding that. What kind of data do we have on Team Spirit on this ground?
Well, it's a map that they've been playing for a long, long time. Obviously, it's always been part of the map pool. It's always been a core part of the map pool, and Donk has always been performing great on that map as well. You look towards a guy like Spirit, his right-hand man in that regard as well. One of the few maps where I always felt Spirit with Shiro on could find impact regardless of him being a little bit more defensive. I've been calling out for him to be a little bit more assertive on the server, maybe find some more openings and install a bit of fear in the opponents, but I feel like the way that he can shut down a bomb site with the AWP by playing it defensively, you can basically just place him as a turret. That's a great asset to the way Spirit is playing Ancient.
Spirit like the map, but the results may be speaking otherwise, because sometimes they just lost against team they shouldn't be losing. They barely won against Wildcard a while back. They lost to the Mongols twice, and you know, those are they even lost to Astralis in Fall Finals actually, and that was a blowout. I remember specifically that game where Stair was just owning Donk on middle round after round. He didn't win a single duel against Stair, and well, look at the scoreboard. Look where the Donk is. Can you find him? It's down there, right bottom corner.
13-3. That's absolutely insane, considering the context was that was one of Astralis' first forays. That was only the second series they actually played as this new roster.
Yes, Spirit actually won this series after all, but it gave you at least the inclination where Astralis were kind of heading with this pick, I believe. And look at the Stair and Device, where these guys were both owning Donk to the point where he was not even present at the server.
If anything, it also tells us a story that whenever these two teams are playing right now, it's pretty lopsided one way or the other. Either Spirit is winning with ease, or Device and the boys from Astralis is winning with ease. And I would like to see a competitive map. I also would like to think that Spirit, with the break they've had since the Fall Finals, have looked at Ancient. It was one of those games that was being exposed to the world that here's a clear weakness as well. So that is one of the maps that I'm quite certain they have been working on, which is also why I'm quite certain that the reason why they're allowed as a third deciding map against Astralis is because they have worked on it. So I think we're going to see a bit of a new dynamic coming in from Spirit. And obviously Donk having 4 kills in a game, not going to happen again.
Yeah, normally when you're on the losing side, a lot of people say that's when you learn the most, you know, and maybe Astralis should be a little bit worried about what Spirit have maybe theory crafted coming into this.
Absolutely, there is not much you can learn from, you know, bad performance, so to speak. It's only that you prepare certainly against the aggression the Stair was pulling up through. It's another way to look at the stats where you are not looking only at 13-3 scoreline, I'm sorry, but you are looking at the individuals performing on the server, and well, we need them right now. It was actually Stown beating a lot of heavyweight when it comes to that matchup on Fall Finals. It was nice to see, but at the same time, is it replicable again and again? We will have to see.
You know what the worst part is, Freya? Whenever you ask about a team and how they feel on a certain map and the history on a certain map, I always think to myself that, listen, okay, you have Spirit, historically speaking, a map they like to play. Shiro is great on the map, same goes for Donk. When I think of Astralis, I'm not thinking Astralis, I'm thinking Heroic. You know, how did Heroic used to play on that map? What did they like to do? KDM with the very fluent playstyle, Stown with the very aggressive playstyle. You have Yabi as well, who used to be a guy that will always deliver for some reason on Ancient. So I'm not really thinking, what do Astralis do on this map? They haven't really built their own identity. I'm also thinking, what did the old Heroic as of 2023 and 22 do when it comes to Ancient? And specifically on that map, they play it to a very high level.
Okay, to poke you a little bit more on that, obviously we have 2 different names in terms of that Heroic to Astralis transition with Device and Stair being in the mix. Has that changed up any of their defenses at all, their offenses? Like, how much of a different version of the Danish side are we looking at between those 2 orgs?
I think the more you listen to KDN, the more you listen to Astralis, even Device himself said it, they're trying to adopt the way that Heroic were playing back in the days. I think if you speak from a fundamental standpoint, everyone agrees that the way Heroic were playing Counter-Strike back in 2022 and 23 were one of the most game-defining ways of approaching Counter-Strike. Stuko, you probably looked at a lot of the demos, you probably looked at Heroic thinking to yourself, what can we steal? What can we do in order to replicate some of what they're doing by constantly moving around the map? Whenever you speak to Device, he says that, yeah, we gotta integrate some of that Heroic DNA. Now, KDN came in as an in-game leader from Heroic. He want to install that DNA again, and I still believe the meta today allows for that playstyle. Proactive Counter-Strike, constantly reacting Counter-Strike, and playing in pairs at all times, so the trade game is at an all-time high.
Absolutely, what you're saying, and especially with KDN coming in, I hope he's injecting some of that old playstyle, because Astralis haven't been looking that great on the map. We've just seen that, yes, they beat 13-3, Spirit before, but other than that, they haven't had too much of a success. That was probably pretty much the only win in last 90 days, I'm sorry, that they have had on this map.
Yeah, ironically enough, they did indeed lose out to Heroic on this very map back at Iamria alongside Virtus.pro as well. Was quite a close affair in that one. Heroic was quite a blowout, losing 13-7. If we're looking on the side of Team Spirit, obviously they've just come off such a lackluster performance on Vertigo. None of the individuals really getting their foot on the gas pedal.
Yep.
Where are they at mentally? What's going to ignite them immediately?
That's a very good question for you. I'm going to walk up to the stage and ask them right now, actually, where are they at mentally? Now, I want the viewer at home and I want myself to pay attention to exactly that, because there's a good point you bring up right here. We have seen frustrations being shown by the Spirit boys. We have seen Donk lose his mind yesterday when he was not feeling it. So in terms of the viewer at home right now, obviously follow the game, follow who's killing who, follow who's winning the rounds, but try to pay attention to the body language. Is Donk losing it? Is Shiro still that motivator that he's been throughout the tournament? Because I think that's a big point to bring up right here. If Spirit is getting into their own heads, that could be a determining factor in them not winning the semifinal.
Well, we just had the knife result coming on in. Astralis starting on the CT side of things. How does that kind of shake things up for you in terms of the openers for this game?
It's absolutely reversed from the last game they played against each other, because we've seen them starting on T side back in Copenhagen, and they've been aggressive. They've been taking middles. Stair was winning those duels that I mentioned against Dong, and I will definitely highlight that duel across the map. Please pay attention to that.
Well, gentlemen, it is time to get this show once again on the road. The final map of a semi-final of Blast Premier.
Analysts can talk about mental all day long. Shiro looking like he's having fun. Final map of the semifinals. We end it here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, that's genuinely enjoying it. And Shiro has gone through a career of sort of standing up to the mental challenges of playing on a stage, and it looks like really here you see that positive, enthusiastic enjoyment of the situation, which is great to see from Spirit. Now, what we just got is Donk having his first negative rating of the whole event, red rating of the whole event, and Astralis of all teams gave it to him. But for what is the last map of a semifinal here in Singapore, let's get loud!
Straight out of spawn they go. 4 players heading towards middle. Who's going to meet them? No one, because they're smoked. So it's going to bank on a little bit of luck from Cadian. Doesn't find it. They're just going to continue to try to steamroll this, huh? Through the smokes? What is this? Through the smokes into the red room, and then they pause.
Yeah, that smoke will push them back.
Found a little pocket to hang out in for a moment, and in that moment, Jabby decides to push up into Donut, so what was a free cross turns into a hole!
Oh, beautiful swing from Stair.
What was an empty position ends up being the coffins of Spirit in the pistol. And that was so awkward where they just kind of got stuck up in red room. Now it could get even more awkward because Shiro's alive. He can grab the bomb. They're going to try to come at him, but he's taking down players as he falls back. And
Chopper
he's going to get all
is
the way
here
back.
as well to cover from below. And Chopper goes down as cannon fodder. Shiro, he can play the round however he'd like to. He's read it correctly. Look at this, sold him a bill of goods. He's running towards the A site, totally open at the moment. Cadian will meet him, but there's a smoke in his way. He's not gonna jeopardize the situation. Has Shiro, MacGyver, figured out a way to win this and potentially get an ace? 27 health. We know his IQ goes up in clutch situations.
He takes the angle where he's going to have a fight if they retake from this direction. And if they don't, my God, dude, element of surprise. So they're going to try to play it side to side. Oh, God, no. Shiro, come on. One more. And as he gets closer, it's close, but it's not enough. Leave it to Cadian.
It's usually his clutch that looks like that, so he'll at least be the anti-clutch. Wow, that was a good try from Shiro. You got to give him that, but look how smart every move is in this spot. He knows exactly how to put time pressure on. Chopper comes and helps out. He doesn't get the kill, but he puts himself in the perfect spot to help Shiro live. And he knows he's just nearly on the head. Every round matters here. Yep. This is a pistol round that looked like it was done. And the same result happened, just took a few extra seconds here for Astralis. So as Stico brought up, it's the opposite of what we saw back at the fall final. We're getting Astralis starting CT. Let's see if they were planning to beat him up no matter which side they started on.
Quick move to go add numbers to B. Util comes over top quick. Magic's instant entry. You love that if you're Spirit, right? On a force buy, can they get more? The disruptions tried to throw out by Stair, but he doesn't find it. He doesn't get the impact he was hoping to before bomb gets planted. And so from a pistol round win, from a Cadian chant to what could now be Spirit's force working out.
Yeah, you can turn back, but you might not be able to escape. Shiro's here.
They give it up. They just go ahead to save. They call it off, and Team Spirit just simply walk up that ramp for the force buy win.
And Shiro's holding the back door.
Oh.
Ow! And he's trying to win the crowd back. Give him some credit. You've got to appreciate that. He was somebody who came up like when everything was online, and you never knew what kind of player he'd be when he got to LAN. He definitely takes to it. He loves the environment.
100%. And I feel like, you know, as he's kind of found more space in Spirit, has a larger voice, as we see, I also think he's kind of tapping into that presence a little bit more.
Yeah.
I'm curious, though. Second semifinal, last game. Who here's cheering for Astralis? All right, now make some noise if you're on Spirit's side.
That was pretty close.
Pretty close for this last map. G2 waiting in the wings for their second grand finalist. Good to know. We're going to split it down the middle. And hopefully for everybody here and everybody watching, we get a close third map.
Yeah.
Two teams that have been playing Counter-Strike deserving of at least one close map in this series. But let's let them speak for themselves.
I know Astralis looked at the last game and they're like, that'll never happen again. Like,
right?
Nobody had more than 10 kills on Spirit. Donk had 4. He was at the bottom of the board. They lose every game on Ancient except for the one they play against Spirit. They know they have to play better now to make that happen again.
Yes, sir. So they come in with the force, trying to do better than the last round when they had the advantage.
Magic's kills so far have been fantastic. 2 entries on B last round. Here's another.
Sem4 in the corner would love to get into the action, but also don't want to forfeit.
Look, they already control the map. They have the split entirely. They've got cave smoked out. They're walking into the A site while it's totally open. Astralis are none the wiser.
Going to be an easy save for the 2 M4s then. Just rinse and repeat.
I'd definitely like to hear after in the interview, you know, what they thought about the Vertigo pick and how much they actually play it right now. And since not many teams are playing it in the meta now, Mouse, Astralis, and Spirit when they play it. I mean, heck, Spirit didn't even play it against Mouse the last time that they had a best of 3. So that's how rare it is to see at the moment what they thought about it. And if it's hard to, even if you're good at a map, to practice on it if no one plays it, you know, to be ready for this moment. It's definitely an interesting move for Astralis with the Anubis ban to be able to pull it out in this veto. That's something good.
I mean, we can call it a bit of a gimmick maybe, but they're so good at it, Astralis. Why wouldn't you use it to kind of get this system kick-started, right? Find some early success with Cadian at the helm of the team. You can't knock it. It got them into a semifinal. It's played its role already, and it got them into this third map as well, off of the back of a
next part of the
domination.
Plan, like, you can be good at Vertigo, but then you got to convince other people that it's a good map, so they'll play it too.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, we're not that good at it, guys. Come on, the water's warm.
It's really fun.
Lying through their teeth. So those 2 M4s that Astralis stock up into the round don't end up getting anything, but at least they'll go ahead and try them again. A few pieces of util even added to it, but there's the opening.
I only see facts. I know a couple of you guys are Valorant players in disguise, though. You can't fool us.
They're amongst us.
Give me a corpse.
Chopper looking to open up the skies with all this utility. It's just going to be a simple exec, and no resistance can be offered. Unfortunate positioning here for Astralis. They had that boost last round that we saw just get instantly deleted. They had it in this place, then one of the rifles has a chance to get a fight, but instead its body's hitting the ground. Donk goes deep, in with the double kill, making sure those M4s won't be saved twice. Cave control, soon to be taken by Shiro. And if you go hunting for him, you can find him. Still hanging around in the cave. Device will find the pistol headshot. Doesn't have a kit. Is dangerously close to sight, so he's going to keep drawing them closer, but they clear him out, and we get Team Spirit to the 3-1 start. pistol doesn't mean much if you can't convert.
Yes. Another Shiro yell, but the protocols from Spirit are just perfect in terms of their B attack. They know exactly how to scale it when they get into all their outpost positions. It's like a hard site to defend the plants, and sometimes the retakes are easy if you overextend incorrectly, because you're really floating when you push back lanes. If you're not flashing and going all the way, sometimes it's better, as we see from Spirit, to, to get one person in the cutout, stay one on the ramp, watch the plant go down, hold it for a second. The guy on default doesn't even move, And, okay, at least here, Astralis defend against the mid-take. Donk goes down.
Trying to fight out through fire.
There is still pressure, though, from Spirit. They are still just above, and they can even walk past this smoke.
Jabby just tucked down, so Chopper on a bit of a hunt here.
Sure, I don't think Chopper even believes that he'd be down here, but this would be a free frag for him.
Good for Jabby to keep his head on a swivel, turns around and finds the timing to get out of there, but decides not to leave entirely. Why not? Stick around just in case they try it a third time. Which off that flashbang, they should be. So Jabby, cautious about it, calls for a flash of his own, and sure enough, it blinds Shiro to get him back for a second.
Yeah, they do want to be careful, when they have an advantage, because surely that's not a kill.
Whew. Jabby doing a good job now to just make sure he stays alive. He took his risks earlier on.
Yes.
Now go ahead and just hang on to your rewards.
Definitely. This is now Spirit who have to figure out a new way to win.
But in falling back as he has, Jabby did give some space over to Spirit, and that space gets them closer to a site. It's just a matter of whether they can follow through with anything. And they're going to bank on a Magic's contact at B first. We'll see if that shuffles anybody else for Astralis. Sure enough, it does peel one off red. Device comes back into Donut, and good for him. Gets a clean kill on Shiro. That's bomb confirmed,
that's
but
big.
Zontix can cross it in.
The smoke is on Magic's, though.
With Jabby not here, that bomb should go down. Cover is going to be offered by Magic's, or no, he kind of jumps in haphazardly. Oh, wait, hold on!
You gotta be careful,
Zontix,
man.
He's got to go for the plant, and money's one thing. He's going to get cleared. No plant confirmed. Okay. Magic's getting caught off by that sudden fight out through CT lane. That's what makes the difference.
There are some nervous moments here for Astralis, for sure. They don't look fully in control like they did on Vertigo. A bit faster their movements. I think that Hallie can sense this here over on Spirit. Still a good round for them. I don't think they've cracked the code just yet. First step, of course, kill Donk in mid. It'll always be your fastest, cleanest path to victory.
Here it was.
And then there's this moment where I believe that, there's no sign that Astralis have left anyone here. Otherwise, you'd have someone Donut holding over top of the smoke. But if you look at from Jabby's POV, he's actually okay with elbow smoke down. As long as they don't come through that first, he can take an unfair fight versus Heaven, then run back to Donut as he did. So it was on Chopper to, well, just be more responsible, clear out those angles while he had the time.
Donk, as the smoke's open, tries to get in revenge versus Jabby, but Jabby's going to be fighting tooth and nail for mid every round. He's doing a good job so far. 5 and 3 his start. Back-to-back 5v4s, thanks to Jabby.
Stair takes a couple bullets in the back. 4 over here on the B site.
Yeah, what is this rotation?
They must be planning to push. That's the only way that they can justify this many resources tied up. No mid control, no donuts being watched. Device said, let me go solo.
He's getting closer. Stair just going to lock into the corner in case they do indeed come this way. It's down his contact. Stair doesn't move a muscle until the time is right, but the second does still get away.
He got low from the early damage. Now he's on 9 HP.
Him and Chopper both.
He'd love an HE.
A little sketchy, but he does indeed get out, so they hang on to the 4v3. They try to push down ramp, though. Cadian just giving himself over to Shiro at the 40-second mark.
This is the perfect move here from Zontix.
As he goes through top mid.
It's a big gap.
This has not been found out, so we get down to 30 seconds. Jabby's still coming back, but he hasn't checked this for a little while. You'd think surely Jabby considers the threat. But the thing is because he's not checking it, Zontix is going to just keep getting closer to this bomb site, and there's going to be a CT exposed. He comes around the corner, there's a freebie. Jabby will at least reclaim it, but as he reloads, those last 2 Ts take over the bomb site, and that nade, it's not enough to deal with the 37 health he has left. Bomb down. Low Chopper goes peeking in, doesn't want to give his life away, but he also doesn't finish off that Jabby frag.
No utility, 2v2.
But at least they've got the kit, right? Jabby, it's a little bit more time for them to work with. They can wait out that smoke, but they go for it, and they slide right into Chopper. He's low, but it doesn't matter.
He's not done yet.
Chopper comes in with the close.
Damn. That was clean from Chopper. Raw duels there at the very end. Everybody using all their utility on this full buy. Some crazy tactics taking place. Doc dying in the exact same way this time. I mean, not the same way. The flashes are effective, but both eyes, you know, creating a cone on elbow, spraying in. There's not much room for him to strafe by it. So it's a slight lead here for Team Spirit. That one's 4v5. It's definitely feeling a bit messier this game, and that's why, of course, it's a decider.
Yes. But it's a map that maybe wouldn't have been a decider, right? At one point, we thought maybe they would pick it.
Yeah.
Obviously, Vertigo just... You guys have been an awesome crowd.
Just mewing and...
Pistols
mewing and mogging.
Very uninspiring one for Astralis, so Spirit about to tear him up. Seemingly. Donk, go get your revenge, buddy. After getting pushed back 2 rounds by Jabby, he doesn't even get to go farm those ecos out middle. It's Zontix who picks it up. They'll find no resistance. And instead, Astralis going to try a gamble of pushing out long A. So, got little to lose, go ahead and risk it.
How did he survive this?
I don't know. He's going to go all the way back to spawn. Run for the hills, brother.
Oh, wait, Chopper.
Cadian's gone. Chopper bringing the bomb a little late.
He's got Tour de France right behind him.
Good thing he got away from this. Shiro only gets 1.
Chopper, don't even plant. Just go make some money.
Donk's like, hold on, I got this.
Yeah, we're actually in a world where, you know, in this semifinal right now, it's 2 Astralis players, the best players of the event in terms of stats. Stown at the top of the board right now. And
followed
then
by Device.
And then Donk just slightly down there, and partially because he just had his first sort of poor performance last map due to Astralis.
Yep. It's that damn Vertigo undermining his chances at holding on to #1.
I mean, while you've got, of course, Monacy just waiting, you know, for the opponent to be decided here and now who he has to face.
Oh.
He has a broken arm, guys. Don't laugh.
Jabby goes down, and they'll save a flashbang. Well done, Device. You can have it. Spirit go up, 5-2.
Why'd you do this? Come on, can't do this too. Survived everything to get to that moment. Cadian has no idea about any of this, by the way.
Absolutely not. Kick him while he's down, quick. Guns back for Astralis, but it's a fast tempo. Oh, they're gonna come in and just try to barrel into Stair.
Same entries.
He does nothing to stop it.
Spacing.
It's down from Cave, though. He can get the multi-frag if the gun didn't go dry. Luckily for him, Jabby's near. And the support here, the trades have worked out with 2 of them inside of Cave. They're not able to stop the plant, but that's a ton of damage for Zontix to have to deal with now.
They're pushing. Device, he could catch one.
Oh, it misses!
Oh, he's holding for the farther peak.
Dude, Chopper putting it up again in these post plants on the B site. It is Chopper at the top.
And this was going out of prep a little bit. I don't think they wanted to push in this situation. They went through their own smokes. Now it's just Yabby. 2 kills and actually intent on just trying to stay alive. Chopper already thinking about how to kill him. Which way to find him.
Him down.
There it is, Chopper.
Chopper's got that killer instinct in him.
Another big round.
Great call, great charge. And even with a couple clean trades from Astralis, I think just you could see the kind of scatter from out of position.
Yeah.
And Device's shot, that could have very well made a difference.
Look at the protocols are so simple, right? Like they're all fanning out the exact same way every time. They're not getting stopped in the choke point, which is a huge thing. So the early round utility here from Astralis just not effective at all. You know, you can't trust the CT Molotov anymore.
Nope.
You know, that's a thing. It's these B rushes are a lot more difficult to deal with because of that.
gut-wrenching round for Astralis. You just saved to get back into your rifles, and it's done in 20 seconds. Blood in the water here. Spirit can sense that this T-side's...
Yeah, they're just trying to keep the momentum.
Astralis at this point.
Definitely.
The Danes come through with a light buy. It's not a lot to work with. Do they try to throw something back? You know, if you're thinking that Spirit are just going to rinse and repeat again, you'd be wrong. But if you take up cave control, like they have, then at least it gives them more options to react to whatever does come their way. They go charging out into lane to try and find this contact, but that deep smoke keeps 2 players back.
They were hoping to find some fights there. Cadian with the only real investment here at the MP9. But once again, it's Spirit going pacifist mode. They find the open A site eventually.
They're just keeping it dynamic, keeping it fresh, making changes. It's scary that nobody's watching for the mid push right now because Shiro is exposed to it, but that's when Astralis decide to stop taking control of anything further. They slotted into their corners on middle, and now unfortunately it's going to come down to Device having to do everything with a P250, being pelted by utility. He's still hanging on to his spot. He's got a good post here. They're going to come out from Donut. Donk snaps down for the double. Deagle in a 5-7 gets
it's uncomfortable.
It's weird with the bomb down 2. Shiro getting into the AK. Magix will clean up Cadian on the other half of the map, so now Shiro just buys a little time. Let Magix catch up. You go 2 versus 1. You can't let Stown get away with this. Okay. He won't.
Yeah, he gave it a shot.
Solid attempt from Stair. That's 3 kills in the bomb site, but 3 kills all they get.
You can see what happens when one molly goes a little bit too far, and Device can even just stay alive. He's never going to get a kill after that point, but the fact that he makes someone have to deal with him, look what this does for Stair on the back of default to grab his 2 Deagle shots. But disaster is averted here for Spirit. They get the 7-2 score line. They've got Astralis buying down to 0 again. It's going to be a 10-2 half if Astralis aren't careful. The fact that they've got this gaping wound of a B rush that Spirit can keep going back to if they want to, holding that over Astralis' head, they're going to have to adjust to it even in the mid-round. No, don't tell me he's going through this.
Insane. With the smoke in his
he
down, almost got
it.
caught.
Stair got hurt on the process somehow. Oh, and that spam again. That same spam hit Stair.
It's a weakened B site, and Stown obviously announcing himself in that front cave. Chopper could have been a dead man, but good call to peel back.
Donk hasn't had to do much so far. In fact, he's died most of the rifle rounds on the mid takes.
And that's an interesting conversation when we talk about their game yesterday, right? Pulling out that win versus FaZe without Donk performing well.
Yeah.
That's not a conversation we really had to have about Spirit, yet here we are in another decider. Things going very well without him. So be it. Spirit don't want to get ahead of themselves, but surely they can start to feel this win. We get this back line held by Astralis.
This all comes down to the first kills. Donk will slow down if they get the opening kills. He'll speed up if they don't. Device is here watching it. And conversely, he'll get pulled off his guard if Cadian doesn't get his frag.
Making a move, pushing in. Support's there. Zontix able to step out, clear Jabby.
Donk comes Donut instead. They just go regular on the attack. Smoke out CT and push.
They have to. Bomb picked up. 15 to the clock. And Shiro, well, he comes through with the frag, but that's the bomb right there. Oh my goodness. I'm not saying it's the round win, but it could have got weird.
It could have, for sure.
There doesn't stop the plant. They're going to charge him down at this point, and if they can take these guns away, it's icing on the cake.
Yeah.
Team Spirit, good squeeze into the A play. The protocols, you just could feel them all in place.
Absolutely. I mean, it became very simple when they stopped the push.
Yes.
There's no one else on the A site, and Device was tied up watching that mid lurk. So, well, if you can save this now, then this is the best gun they'll have next round. That's for sure. Oh, and another leg shot, man. He loves them legs.
That op is, I don't know, it's not shooting straight tonight.
Yeah.
Got a curve to it. And it's not a guaranteed save either, but it's a valuable one if he hangs on. But he won't. Cleared out by Zontix, who comes through with his 2nd kill.
That's tough.
It was a nice attempt to go pushing into A main. The timing almost worked out for them. Almost. See, not being held from over here, but then the Zontix swing.
Yeah.
And obviously Chopper getting the first one helps.
Yeah, it's so hard to even escape, even if they had a lot in place ready for it. It was a nice way to close the distance, even if you knew they were there with the MP9s. They wouldn't have been great for a full flank. So here we are, round 11, and they invest somewhat. 4 MP9s.
It's not pretty.
The strategy will have to be genius.
It's a push out from Cave into the lane. They're going to find Magic blind as a bat, but they don't get him while he's blind. And then the ramp push gets denied by Donk. Triple kill as he turns into the site, and Spirit on this T side can do no wrong.
Yeah, that's a massacre. That's a massacre. If you're here for Astralis, well, we know the last time they had a great T side. Can give you that. A little bit too late to have a great CT side, but... Maybe they can do one more round.
It was a bewildering scene back in Copenhagen when Astralis picked it up 13-3 over Spirit out of the gate, first time with Cadian in the server. And even tonight it felt like it was an anomaly, but man, a blowout back the other way on the cards. Shiro can't see much, not a problem for the time being. That CT mid pressure, how long do they stick around? They're gonna go for lane peaks first, and Stown sees nothing. Eats the flash. They're kind of bottled up over on elbow, so good for Stown to go in for seconds, and as he does it, finds a solo chopper. No support there to help him, no trade. We go man advantage Astralis to try and at least get a third round.
It's how Astralis' leans are so heavy, though. It looks like Spirit are reading this. They're just taking the opportunity to go A every single time. Open choke point. It's either everyone's there or no one is there.
Oh, gets boosted up. Trying to come at this from a different angle. Smokes go out as well. But we've got 2 players right here on Donut, and they peek out before the smoke pops. Donk giving away an additional kill, and leads us to believe that Astralis could finish this with 3.
It's tough when the smoke is as shallow because there's so many good angles to spam from. But if they wait, oh my god, they get the kill.
That helps. To take one down, you're gonna need something more from Zontix because his 2 teammates who are alive are both incredibly low. Can he plant the bomb for them? No, not now. Not with the flank in position as well. 30 to the clock. He's got to make it happen. And Zontix trying to do it on his own. Can't get away from that push out from Stair. Enough bodies in position for Astralis to keep the pressure up. Whether it's the flank or the follow-up. Magix is going to find a back turn for an additional frag, but he's only got 27 health. It needs to be clean, and they both peak at the same time. So a lifeline perhaps. The final half of the semifinals, and Astralis trail by 6.
What does mental health mean to me?
What Movember does is we're the largest men's mental health charity in the world, and we've identified that esports is one of the best ways to reach kind of isolated young men.
Are you with me? For me, mental health is so important to make sure that you're vigilant of how you're feeling. It's something that you can't take for granted just because things are going good. You always just need to be aware.
How should we try to cope with uncontrollable stresses?
I mean, I remember I walked out the last fall final in like 2019, and before the game started, I was like, we know how to cast. You know what I mean? Like, we know how to cast. It's a crowd, like I've seen 1 or 2 of these before, no big deal. And then I walked out, and then I remember I was just like, like I couldn't do my intro, I couldn't speak, and I didn't know what to do.
In 1 year, I had a child being born, and then my dad died of cancer later in that year. I had some crazy anxiety attacks. I'd basically be in my bed for like 6 to 8 hours, just like, I could take deep breaths, but I couldn't, it was like I couldn't get enough oxygen.
So I think the players, though, they get it the very worst because people don't realize that outside of the game, they also have a normal life.
You play so many matches, you have shit travel day, like so many things that go into this. It's not really in your ability to choose how you perform in game.
I think definitely overwhelming part about Counter-Strike is the schedule. It gets just tiring to travel from event to event.
People, when they want to blame you for something or they want to criticize you for something, they come at you from a point of where they're anonymous. They don't have their face, they don't have their real name there.
death threats and all sorts people get.
Oh, man. We're all human at the end of the day, aren't we?
Yeah, exactly.
If you're going to get stressed out, it might be bigger than you, you know? You don't really have a choice. You can only decide whether or not you're going to address it.
That's what this is day one of. How can we create psychologically safe spaces that help improve mental health such that the hundreds of thousands of young people that watch this tournament, engage on Twitter and all the media streams, go, I want to be just like you.
At the time, it was nerve-wracking to talk about it, but now I have no problem doing about it. And you see the wonderful benefits of being able to speak out about it.
So when those things happen, what strategies do you guys use?
Maybe it's praising them or saying, don't worry
Building
about
them back up.
Yeah, building them back up.
Part of being a pro CS player is looking after yourself.
I actually started doing this to people when I meet them, like talking each other up before going on camera. It just makes people happier.
It's no doubt a desperate feeling that is sinking into Astralis at the moment. Elimination looms over top of them, 6 rounds down, but it was the T side that they had hope in previously. If there's anything to go off of, it's that they dismantled Spirit on this specific half.
And Donk had an awkward first half. He struggled the last time they played, so Astralis are gonna have to try to tap into that magic. And of course, being 6 rounds down, every round is gonna be invaluable at this point. Whatever they can get, ecos, pistols, they're going to have to pool all their resources. And let's see if there's a plan with it. They knew Ancient was going to be coming up in this veto. And now they've got to perform.
That's not going to help their case. Clean one from Shiro. Lots of information on B, but it's a backline attack here from Astralis, able to push through red. Donk turns his Berettas over, and he's able to kill one, but then it's Jabby who doubles down into the site. Sure, man advantage for the CTs. Bomb being able to go down uncontested. And a little cover offered up here from Stown. The counter-terrorists keep the pressure up. Jabby's dead.
Covered.
And Team Spirit instantly to 10.
So always yelling like you hit a jackpot. Shiro soaking up every moment. That's 10 rounds for Spirit. At least there's a plant that goes down for Astralis. But now, here comes the Hail Mary, Cadian. The buy up, and if it doesn't work, one away from series point. After such a successful Vertigo, you told yourself we did it last time, we could do it this time. But proving it twice is a whole different beast. It's fun to humor the idea of, oh, well, they always will smash them. But the truth is that you might regularly give the advantage to the team who lost in the rematch, especially when it's the caliber of Spirit. This will be a revenge and then some.
Down, thinking maybe he had a bit of a timing there, but the smoke comes out. Weird smoke, though.
Yeah, it's protruding a lot here. When the smoke does this, it can just become alert for the other side. Chopper? Oh, that's a cheeky kill. He's got the MP9 frag. He spots 2 players alongside it. Plan's now clear.
Sticks around to the front of Cave. He's on his own, sure, but doesn't have much to lose.
They're being haunted.
Has a lot to gain. He hears all that movement, and he's delivered the bomb. Oh, that's a lot to gain, all right. It's sat in front of him, and he's just going to chew through what's left.
Ugh.
Chopper giving them no space to catch their breath.
Yeah, he's shaking his head. Not even close. That's not a good sign. Tomorrow could be Monacy versus Donk. Grand final, one of 2 of the biggest events, you know, to end the year off. Best of 5, no matter who gets there. And Astralis with a worse buy than the last. Will they ever see AKs?
The runway is so short. Unfortunately, that feeling of victory fleeting may have been very sweet back on Vertigo, but this beating has been long. Spirit Big edge, disrupt it with the frag grenade. Poor Cadian gets half his health peeled off. They pop open the smoke though, I like that. Cadian cracks it open, tries to push in on that timing, and Chopper's just gonna use it to try and hold on to the cave. He's got Shiro to bank on in sight, who does indeed keep it even to 3v3. Oh no, but the Molotov gets extinguished.
Oh, and the CT one is good.
Stair burned off of the bomb plant. The smoke fades. Now your bomb is stuck on ramp, and Zontix comes through spamming smokes. It's an open invitation for Stown to shoot back, and he puts Stair into the clutch.
Yeah, Zontix doesn't want to take that fight. He actually already starts walking back, and at this tempo, he might be walking into mid just to check on this. But it looks like Stair, he'll be heard at the minimum, and Zontix will just be following him towards the site. But again, since he's walking this quickly, you could imagine Stair actually goes back to Donut or
tries to cross and he
crosses.
He gets in, he manages, but
ooh,
this is an interesting positioning from Stair.
Yeah, we've got a kit at least on Zontix, but no smoke right now.
Site's his for the taking.
The bomb's planted in an awkward spot if he's going to do the full wrap, but how will Zontix figure out he's here?
He turns over. Zontix looking this direction now, considering the possibility. He peeks in with the SMG, and it's now down.
Oh, wow.
Stair gets it, closes out. A lifeline.
I can't believe that worked. Like, from taking the fight with the MP9 there, Zontix shooting over top of the box, I thought he'd be happier to take that, but all right, nicely done. They survive, and we will potentially see AKs here for Astralis.
With how difficult things were for Astralis on that B side, I'm amazed they win this round. Dying through smoke spams, not able to put that plant down. It's almost a blessing that he gets incendiaried off of the bomb site, because that's what puts him into a clutchable round. If not, bombs planted and that retakes, sure. But now with weapons, looking good, in with an advantage.
Okay.
Shiro finds one in the middle of all that, but it still goes Astralis 4v3. Stown wants to make the most of the mid moment, but
right beside him.
No way!
Oh.
Okay, could not have afforded to die on smoke like that. Magic's trying to press in, but they bump into each other, so he capitalizes, and now we go even 2v2.
Yeah, careful. There's a gun upgrade there, potentially, but he's not going to go grab that. Stairs sitting there, waiting at the bottom of the ramp. It's unknown, I think, where Stown would have rotated to.
Stown has kicked this round off, doing everything his own. Opening it up in middle, 3 kills in.
So much utility. They've got better guns. This should be a fine situation here for Astralis. It's definitely not over, but
CTs are so far away still.
If you can't get through 2 MP9s now, what odds do you have of closing this match out? Spirit collecting the information. And no gun upgrade. We're going full incognito.
All right. No warning as to how close or from where. Team Spirit start to move it forward. That smoke grenade is perfect. Easily keeps Magix out of the engagement. He tries to get lucky with the spray and actually connects.
Yeah.
That's both CTs confirmed now.
And the kid is on Magix. They
should be able to keep them at arm's reach.
Oh, he got through.
Hold on, he dives in and he clears Stair back sight. He just jumps past Stown, who now has the ace. And that's the way they retake.
Oh.
Jumps on bomb and gets it. Magix finds the route in.
Oh, the molly when he could have just held with the AK, of course. Oh, that stings. That's one of those suns out, guns out moments. And he tried to throw it before the smoke comes out, of course, but I mean, you think about that from Magic's POV.
Devilish.
You can't just wait till the smoke comes up and take a raw duel with the AK. You got to come out earlier. You got to do something.
He plays the risk.
Preying on this timing specifically.
He does something incredibly risky, but it's the only way they were seemingly going to get in with it.
It was on him to take it, and here it is. Spirit on 12.
Wow. A gut-wrenching feeling for Astralis. 3 kills, not enough for Stown. He goes from an incredible rating back on Vertigo to just being in the middle of the pack as all of Astralis get bullied. They are able to get out ramp fast. Device trying to find entry will do so.
Open sight.
So Magic's from hero to zero. Empty-handed in this one. Chopper's pressure out from Kate, though. He's been so consistent, just poking and prodding. As he's 14-7, and off of the back of that previous successful retake, do Spirit think they've got a chance at doing it again?
Looks like it, honestly.
It's better weapons for Astralis this time around, and the timing off of the ramp peak is great. Stair can just peel back and play the edge in sight. Spirit, they don't see the open door, so they concede this, and Astralis find 5 at least.
I'll have to do it on a full strength by at least. Astralis looking to go at and dignity. They can even save these guns. Two dead. I guess they'll have to take it. It's hard to see the comeback, you know, you got to be honest with the quality of CS that Spirit are putting up, the comfort they're showing on this map, and the first half they've already had. The last match today, we saw Vitality make two sort of cosmetic comebacks, but really made it close. But we've got to let the CS speak for itself. They've got to build that story up for us. Show us that they want this.
Gotta have to have a framework to work off, and then also just keep dodging all the X factor that Team Spirit seem to be throwing at them. You know, moments like Magic's jumping out smoke to rob away a 2v2. Your margin of error does not exist from this point on. And it's not the easiest of buys to get through, so Spirit still bringing it to the table with some early util and a nice boost. Donk doesn't get the kill on elbow, but turns it into Stown. Keeps that score unimpressive. 9 frags to Stown's 15 deaths. And a 4 versus 5 needed here from Astralis. That stat line that Pimp found and highlighted prior to this match coming live is truly to be tested in what could be Astralis' last moments in Singapore.
Where's that bomb going late mid to Donut? They're already starting to exit onto the site.
They already saw it, right? They see that jump up. Jabby thinking he has an element of surprise, but they are very aware and very ready for this. Numbers in position here for Spirit, but Astralis actually given a chance to peel back.
Wait, yeah, okay, but they still have not taken middle at all. There's 5 up here for Spirit. They've done a great job of taking out all the utility. Spirit have none left.
They are still
but on the raw duels, do you want to go into Donk?
Donk's just going to keep moving, and he does it quietly. Flashbang makes him on high alert, and the second in the back. Stair takes one between the eyes. Device trades, but not fast enough. From bad to worse, as they just have to limp back to where all of this was about to go down. Shiro locked in. It's him versus Jabby first. Device starts to run forward as we go 30 seconds, and Device can't manage. It's too much to ask. An immaculate vertigo, but a victory for Spirit, back to another Grand Finals.
Blowouts all semi-final long, but it's Spirit to deliver the final finishing punch. And what a way to be doing it, securing a spot in a grand final versus G2.
You gotta give it to Team Spirit. After a rough showing on the second map, they come in full force and they do it to Astralis, what they were just done to themselves. Spirit dominating from start to finish. We saw a lot of the different individuals step up. In particular, I want to highlight Chopper for having a fantastic game. Great calling, great display on the CT side as well. And it's only fair enough that Spirit will be moving into the final. Tonight, they were the better team. A little bit sad, Stuku, that we didn't get a competitive map to finish off this series, but let's be honest, Spirit were the right winner.
Yes, Astralis did not deserve to be competitive in this last map, especially with Spirit having such a variety of calls that they were winning rounds. They were fast, they were poppy, they were close, they were strategically, you know, when it comes to, they were played out for a long time, and I think that was really what made them so deadly.
Spirit ending out this semi-final strong. So let's head down to the stage with Banks and Donk.
Spirit and Donk have done it. They've made it through to the grand finals and will face G2 tomorrow. Make some noise! Now, Donk, this was a bit of a strange series. Every map was really dominant for the team that won it. I want to first ask you about this vertigo. You guys still don't seem too ready for it. You don't like this map?
Me or team?
Team, you.
It's okay map, but we just weren't ready for this time, and it happens, so like, it's okay, it's fine, but it happens.
And are you happy, even if you lost really bad on Vertigo, that you guys stayed mentally strong, ready to fight? You came into Ancient looking great.
Yeah, we just said that it happens, guys. Let's just play our game and we're gonna win.
And you did win, and you did it in style. Do you feel right now that you guys have the strongest mentality of Spirit we've seen? Or was it maybe better in Katowice, for example?
I don't know. I don't know how to compare it.
Okay. But right now, do you feel like this is an event that Spirit can win? Do you feel like you are in that shape?
Yeah, I think we all know that we can win this tournament if we play our game and play like good.
And for you, tomorrow going up against G2, they have been a very tough team for you. But it's a new challenge, and especially we keep looking at this #1 fight between you and Manasi. How bad do you want to win here tomorrow?
A lot.
A lot?
Yeah.
Guys, who do you want to see win tomorrow? You want to see Donk win? They are on your side. Anything you want to say to the fans?
Thank you guys for cheering for us. It helps a lot. Keep it up.
Yeah, keep it up. Singapore, through to the grand final. It's Donk and Team Spirit.
Oh yes, Donk's certainly a fan favorite here in Singapore, and they're going to get to see a whole lot more of him, or so we hope, because it is a best of 5 tomorrow versus G2. And if they're turning up with the same confidence that we saw on map #1 and map #3 against Astralis today, that is going to be a tough battle indeed.
Yeah, I mean, when they look good and when they play good, they really seem like a team that definitely have what it takes to win this tournament, but you got to be able to do it a little bit more consistently than what we've seen from Spirit so far. Tomorrow, it is a best of 5 final, so that's going to put a lot of pressure on Donk. Also do love the fact that Cadian is getting his praises right here. It's good to see Cadian back on the big stage, isn't it?
Yeah, he can't be feeling too bad about this moment. Sure, that was a complete slacking on map 3, but he's had a lot of fans here ready to greet him, and hopefully only onwards and upwards for Astralis.
Absolutely, it's been that trend ever since Copenhagen, so it's only looking stronger and stronger in Astralis department. Let's see what they cook for the major.
Now, Spirit, this is a really interesting one when we start to dive on into this, because it wasn't necessarily that we needed Donk to pull off a masterclass on every single map for this one to go in the favor of Team Spirit. I love how you phrased it, Jacob. The fact that Chopper showing up in terms of an individual level as well, obviously some great calling from both sides of the equation, but on this map of Ancient, he was up there with Shiro.
Yeah, not only on Ancient, but throughout the entire series, apart from the one map where they lost, obviously, on Vertigo, none of them really showed up. First map, he was playing well. On Ancient, he was playing well, and it was more so, as we like to say here on the desk, leading by example, right? He's a player that is always going to be in your face. He's a player that's going to create the space for the players around him. So when he's finding success on the server, he makes the playing field so much easier for this screaming balloon called Shiro as well. And he was also having a good time. So it must be nice, and you know that as well, Stuko, when your in-game leader, the guy that you normally don't expect to frag out, when you look towards him and he's fragging out, having a good game, you know that you're in safe hands.
And this is absolutely new Shiro. I've never seen a guy screaming any louder than, you know, whispering pretty much. But this is absolutely bonkers to see. I love it. It brings so much confidence into his play and also into his team.
What a glow up he's had just in terms of the emotional angle. Obviously, we know the, you know, the passion and the power that he can deliver on the server at the very least. But the fact that, I mean, you said it earlier, Jacob, back at the RMR, literally in tears on stage with that former Cloud9, going from that to this in the space of what, just a year and a half? That's some great showings from that.
I love it, you know, that's one way to progress as a player. Obviously, we would like to see players get better and better on the server, but as an individual, as a human being, maybe also realizing that he's now the experienced force within Team Spirit, right? Let's not forget that Shiro left Cloud9, which on paper were a much better team, to join Team Spirit, and then made them, arguably in the beginning of the year, the best team in the world. So for Spirit to have that kind of glow up, as you call it, for Shiro to have that glow up as well, maybe he's realizing that he had to mature a little bit. And as you said, it's looking great. He's playing well on the server. He's having a great tournament so far. And from an emotional point of view, he's maybe making up for the fact that Donk is still struggling a little bit.
I know it seems ridiculous to say it now, but at the time when he was leaving Cloud9, we were looking at that and going, okay, is this a little bit of a gamble? Is Donk actually going to be the real deal? You know, coming from online, coming from those Face It games, is he actually going to show up on LAN? And I feel like he definitely took the right side of that coin.
I think if I remember correctly, the main reason why he was leaving was because the vibes within the team were just not good enough. I think he didn't enjoy really playing in that team, even though it was stacked with stars from over the CIS region. But in the end, he chose a risk, and this risk is paying off in dividends like we've seen nowhere else.
I have the utmost respect for players who have the curiosity, I guess, to explore a potential move like that. The fact that he went into Team Spirit before Spirit were great. Again, if you're new to watching Counter-Strike, when he made the move at the time, I think everyone would have pointed towards Cloud9 and saying, in a year from now on, who's going to be the better team, Spirit or Cloud9? The vast majority of people would have said Cloud9. So one thing is Shiro taking that risk, another thing is coming into Team Spirit and making sure they become a better team. He's contributing emotionally as well as playing on the server. Shiro is a big part of the reason why Spirit are as good as they are.
Well, sadly for Astralis, the ceiling for them was the semi-finals here in Singapore. So let's get a few closing thoughts, courtesy of Banks and Cadian.
Not the ending to the dream run that Cadian and Astralis would have won, but still, I think there's a lot of positives to take away from this whole tournament. I'm going to start with looking at just this Spirit game, though. Every map was one-sided to one team. At the end, it didn't work out in your favor. We expected you guys to be very good on Vertigo for sure. In the opening map, though, right, looking at Dust 2, what do you feel was your biggest problem coming into that? Because I believe you guys should be able to play it. Like, it's one of those maps I don't think you should be getting destroyed that much on.
No. We've been struggling a bit on the map, to be honest, and we saw a lot of small individual mistakes, especially in the first 5-6 rounds of the half, kind of getting used to the stage, the map, which has been a little bit uncomfortable for us, but it's small things, some over-peaking and after plans, not exiting the same way in the post plan when we won the round, playing too stagnant and stale in some situations where we knew that they were taking heavy long, so we should speed up the process on short. So yeah, a lot of small mistakes that we all 5 contributed to. In the end, I think that the last maybe 3 or 4 T rounds we played really well. Good execution, good awareness, and also a lot of calmness in those situations. But at that point, you know, when you then lose the CT pistol, then it gets rough. And then I think we made 2 mistakes as well in the first 2 weapon rounds of CT. So yeah, we for sure didn't deserve to win Dust 2. Vertigo, of course, like that was great. We played that really well. And then on Ancient, I think again, like, I don't know, it's we're losing the second round, and that breaks our economy, and we, yeah.
That's what I wanted to ask a little bit here, right, is you dominate on Vertigo. Your confidence must be sky high. You win the pistol, and then I'm like, okay, now we're talking. And this is the map you beat them on at full finals with little to no practice. Was it a knock? Was it something that went wrong? Because anyone can lose a Forcer, but it's how you reset from there as well, right?
Honestly, we knew what they were doing. They didn't play different from Fall. We just didn't capitalize. Like, we destroyed Dunk down in bottom of middle in the first 2 weapon rounds. We were maybe too eager in our mid-round decision-making late. We know that they're patient, and we walked into some traps. I mean, they're also good. I mean, number 5 in the world, and made a lot of the deep playoff runs. But I think, I know it's the boring answer, but at the end of the day, it comes down to the mistakes that we made ourselves, and we'll have to try and look at those and improve those. Overall, though, I'll still take this week, considering everything coming into it.
Hopefully, one thing for you is this isn't the semi-finals curse. The device was holding as well. We don't want to keep that going for sure. But
I'll trade it if it means 4 majors at some point. I can wait a little bit for that then.
We'll take that time for sure. But tell me just how you look at this whole event, because I think from the outside, from the fan perspective, we're looking at it like this is the best Astralis we've seen in years. So are you looking at it very positively as well?
Yeah, I think so. I think the great thing is that we see all the strengths and all the great things we do, but it's not like I'm gonna like look in the dark for improvements. I see plenty of areas as well where we can improve. So with our level already showing this now, we played number 1, 4, and 5 in the world. Again, that's tough draw. That's how it is to play at a Blast World Final. But I think we showed tremendous top tier, like top level. Yes. And then, like you said today, maybe we saw the flaw a little bit in some of the maps with the mistakes that were made. But yeah, I definitely think it was a good experience for us here. Also, the Singaporean crowd, I have to give a little bit of a shout out. Honestly, they were really great. So yeah, maybe hopefully we'll come back one day again.
I got to ask just about the arm. It's going to be resting up right and getting yourself ready for the armor. How difficult actually right now is it to play like that? I know you're not using the excuse, but it's just interesting to me because you've been able to do that, and obviously it's not something that fixes too quickly.
No. I think like the small movements calmly is like fine.
When it's a bit erratic. No.
But when I have to like, and I am a bit of a like kind of player like that that's a little bit hectic with the movement sometimes. So 2 times today they surprised me, and it hurts like a mother when I flick. Yeah. So I think, you know, it's doable, it's playable, but I think it's also kind of the mental load and the sitting a little bit differently with your arm and not being able to play individually for like soon 2 weeks now because of it. So yes, definitely I would wish it was better. It has some time to get better for the Armar, but yeah, take care when you're bicycling, you know, take care.
Yeah, definitely. Well, hopefully you rest up, man. Thank you very much. See you next time.
I'm sure you can probably attest to that as well, Jacob. But yeah, we've had a lot of, Cadian exit interviews. I think this is the one with the vibes that were, less disappointed, right? I think already they'd overplayed expectations by topping the group, by taking down some of the best teams to actually make it here. And the fact that they were showing signs of improvement, I think that's why Cadian maybe didn't look as deflated as we've seen some of his exit interviews previously.
And nor should he. I think he's spot on the money when he's saying that Astralis came into this tournament in everyone's eyes as the team that was a little bit the odd one out. We didn't anticipate Astralis would be playing at this level. We sure as hell didn't anticipate they would be able to beat Na'Vi, not top their group. So from that point of view, I think they should be proud. They showed a massive step in the right direction. Were they ready to go into the grand final and play a best of 5 grand final? Most likely not, and that's fair enough. It's still early on, but overall, it's been a positive surprise to see Astralis play.
If this is first stepping stone for new Astralis, they said that they're not going to be the best in 2024, but for 2025, this is preparation and the level they're able to bring in semifinals at a tournament like this and pushing Team Spirit actually for a third map. I'm pretty excited for Astralis because they haven't been at that top 1 title contender for a really, really long time.
So am I, So I'm getting excited thinking about it. I'm getting excited thinking about the fact that Cadian is implementing his style into Astralis, the fact that they're playing at a relatively high level. And then I just reminded myself, I've been here before. I said the same words before for Astralis. So I would like that to change, I would like that to actually be consistent progress instead of just one-off events, which unfortunately we've seen before.
Yeah, and unfortunately eliminated in the semifinals here at the Blast Premier World Finals in Singapore. We can take a look at the playoffs bracket to see exactly where that leaves us heading into that best of 5 grand final tomorrow. And once again, Stico, we get to see Spirits taking on G2. This time, if they break the curse, they'll get to lift a trophy as well in the process.
I wonder if this will be enough. We've seen this matchup, this tournament already, and as much as I like to milk the Nico Dong angle, I truly think that for the finals, I'm actually leaning heavily towards Ni.
I don't want you to give me a prediction right now. Let's save it for tomorrow because we do need to check in with our traded plays of the day. I do not once again envy the job of the person who had to select just 3 clips from today because we have had some bangers, Jacob.
We have had some bangers, starting off with Nico coming in with a quad kill at a very crucial moment in this game versus Vitality. We know Nico to be a clutcher and he was showing it once more today.
We're mentioning G2 and pistol rounds all day long, and Melissa is proving it to be a true statement. Here with the 5k in the pistol round, it all started in a lower tunnel with a quick 3k with the Glock, and then he upgraded for the dual Berettas, and this last kill absolutely bonkers. He's just feeling the cowboy moment.
I love Boomer's Chico. A 5k, not an ace, but a 5k. Saivu, he came in with a bit of a quad kill, as the young guys would say, with the AK-47 getting boosted above the smoke, pushing in towards the bomb site. It's actually an ace, my bad. Saivu coming in with the ace and the AK-47, so maybe I'm the stupid one after all.
Maybe. It took you all this time to figure that
9
one
years
out,
to figure it out,
That already makes you kind of extra stupid. I don't know whether you've survived the predictions today.
Why wouldn't I?
Unfortunately, you were, joint first, yada, 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 coming into today. Let's just skip on over that. Maui's still dead. Nobody else dead. I'm on 1 life. You're on 4 lives. Stico's on 4 lives. Lorna's on 4 lives. You might all be sharing a crown at the end of tomorrow.
I think we need to do a score prediction for tomorrow so we can settle this. I don't want to share the crown with anyone.
And Anders would also be sharing that crown from his hotel room.
He doesn't count.
He doesn't count?
He doesn't count, no.
Why?
There's many reasons why Anders doesn't count. I'm not going to give you any of those reasons right here, right now.
I think maybe he's taking predictions seriously.
You think so?
Which is kind of mental. Are you going to collude together, or are you going to make sure you don't pick the same as Jacob tomorrow?
I definitely want to beat Jacob, so whoever he's picking, I'm picking against him.
Well, should we check in with exactly what we've got in store for tomorrow? It is that best of 5 coveted grand final. One more grand final of the world final to round out what has been almost half a decade of Blast Premier. I'm getting kind of emotional thinking about it.
In a way, we've been involved in this product. We've been involved in the Premier system for such a long time. And as you said, that's going to be the last ever grand final. A best of 5 grand final in a beautiful surrounding right here in Singapore. I can't wait. I just sincerely hope that we get a competitive game. Not a game like we had today in the semifinals. Slightly disappointing. Tomorrow, I think it'll be much, much better. better.
We started in the pandemic, made it through to the studios,
yeah.
and now we get to fill out sold-out arenas. No better place to be rounding out the Premier season than in Singapore. We'll see you tomorrow.